Text message, you rascal. If you can't come up with 700,000 today, I'll take an arm from you. Our Bema Financial Company keeps its word. Your address is no. 32, Shirtang Alley, Xiqing District, Qingzhou, and your home has a mother who scavenges for scraps. In the Natural White Cosmetics Company, Chun Yang stared at the debt collection message he had received, his hands and feet trembling with rage. This sum was not his debt, but rather the exorbitant loan taken out by his former brother-in-law, Lu Chong, using his identity card without consent. Now, a month after his divorce from Lu Yu, the Bema Financial Company chose to pressure him instead of pursuing Lu Chong for repayment. Chun Yang trembled with fury. What had marriage truly brought to a man before marriage? Chun Yang and his mother owned a commercial apartment, with savings exceeding 200,000, living a simple yet warm life. But now, the apartment had been sold, and the proceeds along with his mother's savings were all taken away by Lu Yu. After a year of marriage, his mother had meticulously served her daughter-in-law, yet was met with complaints, insults, and neglect. In this year, she visibly aged over a decade. Now, divorced, without a home, without his mother's savings, and burdened with over 700,000 in usurious debt, both he and his mother were forced to live in a dilapidated old house, while she had to scavenge to make ends meet. Chun Yang was filled with anger and fear after all. He was just an ordinary man. Faced with the threats from Bema Company, he felt a deep-seated terror. They'll fight them. What's life worth? If I die, so be it. Chun Yang pulled open the drawer and grasped a spring knife tightly in his hand. The blade instantly sliced into his palm. The searing pain ignited a spark of courage within Chun Yang. Chun Yang, what are you doing? The department supervisor approached, tapping the back of Chun Yang's head. I've called you for ages, are you deaf? Realizing, Chun Yang quickly replied, Supervisor Gao, what's the matter? Gao Hongtao huffed in annoyance. President Yi is looking for you. Go to her office immediately. Chun Yang was taken aback by this revelation. Supervisor Gao, President Yi is looking for me? What does she want? How would I know? Just go. If you anger President Yi, you can expect to be fired. Gao Hongtao retreated to his own office with his hands behind his back. Chun Yang returned the spring knife to the drawer and hurried towards the elevator. The Natural White Cosmetics Company had over 200 employees, and he was merely the most inconspicuous one in the sales department. Why would the aloof and stunning President Yi seek him out? Filled with confusion, he arrived at the 6th floor and entered Yi Qingjia's presidential office. President Yi, you called for me? Chun Yang hesitantly addressed the cool beauty behind the desk. Yi. Qingyao was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the company, and it was said that many male employees applied for jobs just to catch a glimpse of her. She was famously known as Qingjia's most beautiful young married woman. The reason for her being a young married woman was that she had a 4-year-old daughter, yet nobody knew who the father was. Yi Qingya gazed at Chun Yang, leaning on her desk, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, Chun Yang, I would like to propose a deal with you. With me? A deal? Chun Yang was even more bewildered. Yi Qingya nodded, indeed. My daughter has been diagnosed with leukemia and requires a hematopoietic stem cell transplant for treatment. Your genetic makeup is relatively compatible with hers, hence. I would like to request your donation of bone marrow cells. Of course, this will be compensated, and you may name your price without any negotiation on my part. Chun Yang was taken aback. Ms. Yi, how can you be certain that my bone marrow will be a match? To be candid, it is my understanding that bone marrow transplants have stringent compatibility requirements. Typically, only parents and siblings can match successfully. Yi Qingya responded impatiently. I have reviewed your medical examination report, and it is indeed a suitable match. In any case, you need not concern yourself with the compatibility aspect. You will go to the hospital to donate bone marrow, and I will provide you with compensation. It is as simple as that. Please state your price. I want 700,000. Chun Yang impulsively declared a figure. Yi Qingya nodded. That is somewhat steep, but I can acquiesce. At 12 o'clock today, do not have lunch and wait for me in the parking lot downstairs. I will take you to the hospital. Now, you may return to your work. Chun Yang was taken aback by the ease of the arrangement. He turned to leave. Yi Qingya stood up and walked to the cabinet, bending slightly to rummage through it. As Chun Yang observed Yi Qingjia's graceful movement, he was unable to suppress a surge of admiration. It must be said that Yi Qingya was truly stunning, with an oval face, exquisite features, and a subtle yet elegant makeup that accentuated her charm. Although she wore ordinary professional, wide-leg trousers, her perfect figure, revealing and enticing curve, could not be concealed. Her long, slender legs were a sight to behold, captivating in their elegance. "This jade pendant belongs to you, take it back," Yi Qingya said, turning to hand Qinyang a red jade pendant. Qinyang was momentarily stunned upon seeing the pendant in her hand, exclaiming in astonishment, This is the pendant my father left for me. 5 years ago, during a devastating fire, I lost it. How can it be? How can it be with you?" Yi Qingya replied casually. "It was found by a security officer who gave it to me to pass on to you. Now, return to your work." Qinyang clutched the pendant, his mind swirling with confusion. Even if a security officer found it, why would Mizzy be entrusted to return it? Dazed, he exited the office. Suddenly, the red jade pendant absorbed the blood from Qinyang's palm, and with a flash, it transformed into a radiant light that entered his body. Qinyang felt a piercing pain surge within him, and dizziness overwhelmed his senses. Unable to contain his anguish, he stumbled towards the nearby restroom. Meanwhile, in the office, Yi Qingya heard Qinyang's cry and assumed it was a jubilant shout of excitement over the 700,000. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, her expression revealing a mix of disdain and exasperation. Yi Qingya shook her head. Alas, how could such a person be worthy of being Yi's father? Humph. Reflecting on the fire from 5 years prior, she shook her head again. Forget it, that is all in the past. Once Yi is saved, this individual will inevitably have no connection to me. With that thought, Yi Qingya lowered her gaze and returned to her project documentation. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Qinyang curled up on the floor, hands clasped over his head, as a torrent of information flooded his mind. Qinyang clutched his head, overwhelmed by a deluge of information flooding his mind. Medical martial arts, talismans, elixirs and ointments, formations and destiny, ultimately. All this knowledge coalesced into 4 words, Tao Witch Inheritance. Gasping for breath, Qinyang rose from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he leaped into action. Thud. His fist struck the marble restroom wall. Crash. The stone shattered, a spider web of cracks spreading across the surface. My goodness. It's real. The inheritance is genuine. I exerted merely a fraction of my strength, and I managed to fracture the wall. An exhilarating thrill surged within him. With the Tao Witch Inheritance, he no longer feared those insipid financial companies and vowed to spare his mother any further distress. Ding dong. His phone chimed with a WeChat message. Qinyang opened it to find an image sent by his former brother-in-law, Lu Chang. In the picture, 2 yellow-haired thugs held his mother captive, one on each side. Enraged, Qinyang's temper flared as he dialed Lu Chang's number. Lu Chang, if you lay a finger on my mother, I'll annihilate your entire family. Lu Chang chuckled derisively. Calm down, useless brother-in-law. The White Horse Company isn't harming her. They merely wish to invite her for tea and finalize the contract. Just wait for me. Qinyang turned and sprinted toward the building's exit. Moments later, a cleaning lady entered, cursing as she beheld the fissures in the wall. What shameless developers. This shoddy construction is reckless. In the dilapidated old courtyard of Shurtang Street, Lu Chang sneered and set down his phone. What a pathetic threat from a worthless fool. How dare he shout at me? Accompanying him were 3 yellow-haired ruffians, the very henchmen of the White Horse Financial Company. Leading them was Ma Yang, brother-in-law to the company's boss, Bai Shan. Ma Yang approached Qinyang's terrified mother, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Grabbing Huang Zihua by her hair, he taunted, Old hag, if you're scared, you should hasten to sign this transfer contract. Mortgaging this shabby house is equivalent to 70,000. Our company will cease to trouble you and your son. How convenient. Huang Zihua trembled, shaking her head vigorously. No, I can't. This house is about to be demolished. I need it for my son's marriage. Ma Yang, incensed, slapped her across the face. Old witch, are you asking for trouble? With your son's cowardice. He is not marrying anyone. If you refuse to sign today, I'll break your legs. Nearby, Lu Chang snickered. Old lady, don't say I didn't warn you. This is Brother Ma, who wouldn't hesitate to kill. If you don't sign the contract and refuse to repay, he will truly unleash his wrath. Not only will you lose your arms, but your son's limbs will also be in jeopardy. Please, I beg of you, have mercy. Huang Zihua knelt in terror, exclaiming, I will find a way to repay the money. I will certainly repay it. The ancestral home, indeed, could not be sold. Damn it. Does that old fool not understand human speech? Today, sign the document for me. Ma Liang raised his hand, ready to strike again. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Huang Zihua in an instant. It was Qin Yang, who had rushed over, witnessing his mother being humiliated. Qin Yang felt an unbearable pain in his heart. With a swift kick, he sent Ma Liang flying across the room. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. His brother-in-law, Lu Chang, hurried towards Ma Liang, asking, "Brother Liang, are you all right?" "Qin Yang, you worthless fool, how dare you kick Brother Liang? You are finished." Ma Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at Qin Yang, astonished by his strength. The two henchmen, seeing Ma Liang attacked, were unwilling to back down. Rolling up their sleeves and approaching Qin Yang. With a swift motion, Qin Yang raised his hands and delivered two sharp slaps. The sound echoed as the two henchmen were sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, their teeth knocked out in the process. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang advanced toward Ma Liang, declaring, "Dare to strike my mother? Today, I will deal with you." Lu Chang, dumbfounded, could hardly believe that his typically meek brother-in-law was so ferocious in a fight. Lu Chang quickly said, "Brother-in-law, don't act impulsively. Do you know who he is? He is the brother-in-law of the boss of Bema Company. You cannot hit him." Son, I am fine." Huang Zihua rushed over, clinging tightly to her son's waist, fearful that he might cause a fatal incident. Ma Liang, frightened, fled with his accomplices. "Mom." Qin Yang embraced his mother and, with a thud, knelt before her. "Mother, I am sorry. It is my fault for being useless and marrying that wretched Lu Yu, which led to our family's downfall. I regret the suffering you endured in the past. From now on, with me around, you will never have to suffer again." Huang Zihua held her son tightly, joyfully replying, "Mother has not suffered. As long as you are well, I will be content. This house will soon be demolished once it is torn down. I will find you a good wife." Qin Yang wiped away his tears. Looking at the yard cluttered with debris, he felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. "Mother, do not scavenge anymore. I have the ability now to earn a living for you." His voice was filled with both sadness and determination. With the inheritance of the shaman's legacy, opportunities for wealth would surely arise in the future. At that moment, the phone rang. Qin Yang picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered, "Who is this?" "Qin Yang, where on earth are you? We agreed to meet at the parking lot at noon. It has already been 5 minutes past." A clear, crisp voice came from the other end. It was Yi Qingya. Realizing the situation, Qin Yang quickly responded, "Oh, I apologize, Ms. Yi. There was a sudden matter at home, so I returned. Please wait for me for half an hour. I'm on my way back to the company now." "No need. Send me your location. I will come to pick you up." Yi Qingya's voice was icy, laced with a hint of anger. Qin Yang shrugged, set down the phone, added Yi Qingya on WeChat, and sent her his location. "Son, what is going on? Has it affected your work? Hurry back to the company. Don't jeopardize your job," Huang Zihua asked anxiously. Qin Yang smiled and replied, "Mom, rest assured, I am. Well, your son has become quite capable. Even if I lose this job, it does not matter. In any case, your task from now on is to focus on taking care of your health. You are not to do anything else." Before long, a sleek black Mercedes came to a halt at the alley's entrance. Behind the wheel was the strikingly beautiful Yi Qingya. Qin Yang entered the car, contemplating, and said, "President Yi, regarding our previous agreement about the bone marrow donation, I wish to retract it. Having now received the inheritance of Taoist witchcraft, I can no longer casually donate my stem cells. For a martial artist, such a donation would diminish one's cultivation. I must refuse." Yi Qingya, who was driving, felt a chill at Qin Yang's words. With a frosty expression, she coldly retorted, "What? Do you want more money? Just tell me how much you need to be satisfied." At that moment, she looked down upon Qin Yang's fickle behavior. Simultaneously, she secretly felt relieved that she had not allowed him to meet Yi or live with her. Qin Yang shook his head, smiling as he said, "It's not about the money. Rather, never mind. Let us head to the hospital first to see your daughter. Perhaps a bone marrow transplant won't be necessary, and I might be able to heal her. Qin Yang, I beg you, just tell me what you want. Can you please stop with all these tricks?" Yi Qingya nearly shouted, her voice filled with desperation. Yi is only 4 years old. She should not lose her life. You are the only one compatible for the transplant. You only need to donate some hematopoietic stem cells, and after 3 months of recuperation, you will be fully recovered. Yi Qingya had already convinced herself that Qin Yang was merely trying to extort her. Qin Yang shook his head, offering no further explanation. The inheritance he received included medical skills. Unless it were a terminal illness, he remained confident in addressing common ailments. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qin Yang confidently exited the car, stating, "President Yi, there's no need to be overly anxious. First, let us go see your daughter." Humph. Yi Qingya and Qin Yang made their way to the Advanced Leukemia Ward. At the entrance stood a rich heir, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pacing back and forth. "Su Xiao, what brings you here?" Yi Qingya inquired. Su Wei, upon seeing Yi Qingya, donned a smile and approached, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Qingya, today, coincidentally, a leukemia expert from Yindu is visiting my house, so I had Uncle Lu come to check on Yi's condition." "Really? Thank you so much, Su Xiao," Yi Qingya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she hurried into the ward, with Qin Yang following closely. "Who are you?" Su Wei frowned, scrutinizing Qin Yang with disdain. "Dressed in clothes worth less than 200, how does someone like you think you can be friends with Yi Qingya?" Qin Yang glanced at Su Wei and replied coolly, "Mind your own business." Though currently without a penny to his name, Qin Yang, having gained the inheritance of Taoist witchcraft, no longer felt inferior. Do not speak of Su Wei, a mere scion of privilege. Even the wealthiest individual in the city, the esteemed leader of Qishou, holds no significance in his eyes. Su Wei was taken aback by Qin Yang's domineering manner of speech, momentarily perplexed regarding Qin Yang's true identity. Upon entering the hospital room, he beheld a delicate young girl, swathed in a blanket, contorted in agony upon the bed. Her large eyes could barely remain open, filled with an expression of profound suffering. Silken strands of her hair lay strewn across the bed. At the first glance, Qin Yang's heart jolted painfully, as if struck by a fierce pang. The sight of the little girl in torment seemed to reflect his own anguish. "Mommy, you've come." The girl weakly uttered as she spotted Yi Qingya, anxious not to alarm her. Yi Qingya nodded, covering her mouth, biting her lip in distress. Yi's gaze then shifted to Qin Yang, with her big eyes fluttering. She inquired, "Uncle, who are you? Are you a friend of my mother's? Can you hold me? I am an employee at your mother's company." "My name is Qin Yang," he replied with a gentle smile, approaching her with open arms to embrace Yi. A smile broke across her face. "Mommy." Uncle Qin Yang's embrace is so warm. Yi Qingya stood frozen, somewhat incredulous. She knew her daughter all too well. Since childhood, Yi had harbored a strong aversion to strangers, particularly unfamiliar men. Save for a few close relatives, she would cry at the mere touch of outsiders. Yet now, she was willingly seeking to embrace Qin Yang. Standing behind Yi Qingya, Su Wei, upon hearing Qin Yang refer to himself merely as Yi Qingya's employee, could not suppress a sigh of relief. A look of disdain flickered in his eyes as he scoffed inwardly. "A lowly employee dares to be disrespectful to me? Step aside. Yi's condition is critical. Your embrace could expose her to infection," admonished an elderly expert with white hair, frowning disapprovingly. Su Wei immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Qin Yang, what chaos are you causing here? Leave the room at once." Qin Yang reluctantly released Yi, yet felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Turning to Yi Qingya with a smile, he remarked, "I feel a profound connection with Yi." Yi Qingya's heart sank. Could this be a matter of blood affinity? That simply won't do. She reached out and pulled Qin Yang aside, her expression stern. "Yi is in a fragile state. The germs on you could infect her. No more holding her. Wait until the expert has finished before you proceed with the blood typing." Qin Yang shook his head, responding earnestly, "Ms. Yi is not afflicted with leukemia. Her condition stems from poisoning, resulting in blood whitening. Only by eliminating the source of the toxins can she be healed. Other treatments merely address the symptoms, not the root cause." "What a ridiculous claim," scoffed the elderly expert, Professor Lu, eyeing Qin Yang with disdain. "Who are you to speak? Can you even interpret laboratory results? Are you familiar with English literature? Do you comprehend physiological indicators? Yi is currently in the acute phase of leukemia. It is fortunate for her to have encountered me today. Otherwise, even a bone marrow transplant would be futile." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya hurriedly asked, "Professor Lu, are you suggesting that you can treat Yi?" Lu Tonggao clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "Of course. My decades of clinical experience in treating leukemia have led me to develop a medication capable of treating acute leukemia, with an impressive efficacy rate exceeding 80%. Beside him, Su Wei boasted, "Qingya, I told you, Uncle Lu possesses remarkable medical skills." Thank you, and thank you, Su Xiao. I am truly grateful. Now, let us hasten to commence the treatment," Yi Qingya replied. Lu Tonggao hesitated, saying, "Miss Yi, treatment is indeed possible. However, I must first inform you that due to the scarcity of research materials, this medication is rather costly, 3 million for a single treatment, and to achieve a cure, at least 3 doses are required. Upon hearing the price, Yi Qingya was taken aback, yet she promptly responded, I implore Professor Liu to proceed. I will cover the treatment costs. Very well. Lu Tongdao turned and retrieved a beautifully packaged bag of powdered medication from his pocket. In reality, this powder was merely a mixture of hormones, paclitaxel, ginseng, protein powder, and other ingredients. While it could indeed alleviate symptoms during an acute leukemia episode, it was incapable of curing the disease. Having encountered a wealthy patient, Lu Tongdao was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. As for the lack of a cure, once he obtained the payment, he would return to Yindu and would never have to see Yi Qingya again. Lu Tongdao procured a gastric tube, preparing to administer the medication. Wait, General Manager Yi, this medication cannot be used. Qin Yang interjected, stepping forward to stop him. I have already stated that Yi does not have leukemia. This powder contains ginseng, which, if ingested, will exacerbate toxins and pose a life-threatening risk to Yi. Haha, you, a mere lowly employee, truly amuse me. Su Wei laughed heartily from the side. You think you understand medicine? Do you dare to speak so boldly here? I suspect you're merely trying to attract the attention of your chairman in a fit of desperation. Yi Qingya's expression darkened, and she pointed towards the door. Qinyang, leave. Your presence is no longer required. I have no need for any negotiations with you. Depart at once. Qinyang frowned, casting a glance at Yi Qingya before snorting coldly and striding out. Lu Tongdao stood by the bedside, sneering in this day and age. Anyone dares to masquerade as a miraculous physician? A few days of browsing Baidu and Zhihu, and they believe themselves to be experts? How ridiculous. Subsequently, Lu Tongdao promptly administered the concocted medication into Yi's stomach. Qin Yang stepped outside the hospital room, feeling despondent, wishing to escape from it all. However, upon glancing back at the adorable yet pitiable Yi lying on the hospital bed, his heart tightened with pain. She was a child deserving of compassion. If he acted rashly, it would bring harm to her. After some contemplation, Qin Yang made his way towards the traditional Chinese medicine department within the hospital. He needed to seek acupuncture, ever ready to assist, lest Yi's condition deteriorated beyond recovery. Inside the ward, after taking her medication, Yi's spirits visibly improved. After all, the medicine contained hormones, red ginseng, and protein powder, all substances capable of swiftly enhancing her blood energy. Yi Qingya, witnessing her daughter sitting up and playing, was overwhelmed with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Liu. Professor Liu chuckled heartily. Miss Yi, there is no need for such formality. Healing the sick is my duty. Your child can be discharged today. The remaining powder can be taken at home. In about a week, she is likely to recover fully. Thank you. Yi Qingya's heart blossomed with happiness. She turned to Su Wei, also expressing her heartfelt appreciation. Su Wei hurriedly replied, Qingya, you are being overly polite. Between us, there is no need for such decorum. I have a fondness for Yi, often considering her as my own daughter. To see her recover brings me great joy. Yi Qingya merely acknowledged with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. Despite having a daughter, she was not devoid of admirers, and Su Wei stood out among them. Professor Liu, hands clasped behind his back, awaited his payment. Should he not recover within a week, it would be deemed her fate, and he could not be held accountable. At that moment, Yi suddenly broke into a violent cough, spewing forth a copious amount of fresh blood. She trembled uncontrollably, the entire bed shaking. Mom, I feel awful. It's as if I'm on fire, Yi whispered in agony. Yi Qingya reached out to touch her daughter's forehead, which was burning hot, her entire body radiating heat. This is bad. Acute high fever. What is happening to Yi? Professor Liu, please, speak. What is wrong with my daughter? Yi Qingya nearly screamed in desperation. Seeing Yi's condition, Professor Liu turned pale and immediately stated, This could be an acute episode. Quick, call for emergency assistance. I'm not a doctor here. I cannot help. With that, he hastily exited the room, fully aware that Yi's life was in imminent danger, and he could not bear the responsibility. Doctor! Yi Qingya cried out frantically. At that moment, Qin Yang entered, glancing at Yi on the bed, and said, Ms. Yi, please remain calm. I can save Yi. Qin Yang, can you truly do it? I beg you. You must save Yi. She is my lifeline. Yi Qingya clutched Qin Yang's arm tightly. Qin Yang had hurried from the traditional Chinese medicine department with silver needles in hand. Without further ado, He drew 3 silver needles and swiftly inserted them into Yi's stomach, Tian-2, and Shunzhong acupoints. As the last needle penetrated, with a sudden exclamation, Yi expelled a large amount of medicinal powder from her mouth. Su Wei, standing nearby, shouted loudly, "Qingya, you must stop him. Look, he has made Yi vomit. He will surely torment her to death. If anything goes wrong with Yi, it is his fault." In that moment, Yi Qingya was also at a loss. Chen Yang sneered. "Am I the one tormenting Yi? The true tormentor is that fraudulent old expert you brought in." He disregarded Yi's actual condition in his quest to sell his medicines, forcefully administering treatment that led to her high fever. "I am merely employing an emetic method to expel the substances from her stomach." As he spoke, Chen Yang once again inserted silver needles into various acupoints along Yi's foot Julian liver meridian. With the insertion of the needles, Yi, who had been feverish and on the brink of unconsciousness, quickly regained her senses and appeared much more spirited. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yang turned to Yi Qingya and said, "Yi's condition is temporarily stable. However, to achieve a full recovery, we must continue with acupuncture to gradually eliminate the toxins from her body." "Toxins? What toxins?" Yi Qingya inquired, bewildered. Chen Yang shook his head. "I cannot specify the exact toxins, but it seems to be a type of neurotoxin. By using acupuncture, I stimulated Yi's liver's detoxification capabilities, which is why her condition has improved. However, a complete cure will likely take about a month." Su Wei interjected, pointing at Chen Yang. "This is sheer nonsense. The hospital has already diagnosed her with leukemia. You insist it's poisoning, which makes you a fraud." He moved closer to Yi Qingya, indignantly stating, "Qingya, you must be cautious of this low-level employee. He is deceitful and full of lies, making him utterly untrustworthy." At that moment, a commotion of footsteps approached. The expert team from the hematology department of Qingzhou Central Hospital rushed in. "What happened? What is wrong with Yi?" inquired Director Meng Ping, leading the group. Yi Qingya quickly replied, "Yi suddenly developed a high fever, and we are unsure of her current state." Su Wei, standing beside her, mockingly added, "Let it be known that it was that scoundrel Chen Yang's acupuncture that caused Yi's distress, not Professor Lu's medication." Meng Ping furrowed his brow, moving to Yi's side and pressing a button on the nearby machine. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at the monitoring device, exclaiming, "Yi's condition has improved significantly. Her hemoglobin levels are rising rapidly, and both her blood oxygen saturation and white blood cell count are returning to normal. This is inconceivable. How did Yi suddenly recover?" Chen Yang addressed Director Meng Ping, stating, "Director, Yi's blood disorder stems from the accumulation of toxins in her body, which is why eliminating these toxins will naturally restore her health." "Toxins?" Meng Ping pondered thoughtfully. "I shall conduct an analysis for neurotoxins. Xiao Wu, quickly obtain a sample for me." Before long, the expert team became engrossed in their work. An hour later, the test results were revealed. Meng Ping gazed at the test results, incredulously exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you are indeed correct. There are remnants of a peculiar neurotoxin within Yi's body. However, the complexity of this toxin renders us unable to ascertain its precise composition, and thus we cannot identify an appropriate treatment." Chen Yang smiled gently and replied, "It is of no concern. Traditional Chinese acupuncture can provide a remedy without the need to know the exact nature of the toxin. By administering acupuncture daily, we can stimulate Yi's innate detoxification abilities, and she will gradually recover." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya was overwhelmed with excitement. She looked at Chen Yang, astonished that this seemingly ordinary individual possessed knowledge of acupuncture. "Chen Yang, thank you," Yi Qingya expressed sincerely. "I will need your assistance with Yi's acupuncture treatments in the future." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. I hold a fondness for Yi and feel a special connection with her. Just look, her nose and eyebrows bear a resemblance to mine," he chuckled. "Yeah, Uncle Chen, I like you too," Yi exclaimed, springing from the bed to embrace Chen Yang's neck. Chen Yang twirled her around in delight as she giggled uncontrollably. Yi Qingya stood frozen, watching the scene unfold before her, her heart suddenly racing with anxiety. A sense of urgency arose within her. No, her daughter belonged solely to her. No one could take her away. With a stern expression, Yi Qingya swiftly pulled Yi from Chen Yang's arms, coolly stating, "Chen Yang, our business at the hospital is concluded. You should return to work. I will contact you for treatment tomorrow." Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, observing Yi Qingya with a furrowed brow. "Ms. Yi, I did save Yi after all. What harm is there in a simple embrace? Is your attitude truly necessary?" "What attitude?" Yi Qingya retorted. Yi is my daughter, and you are a stranger. Is it not entirely reasonable that I would not permit you to hold her? Furthermore, I am your employer, and I am instructing you to return to work. She held Yi tightly, her voice firm. Chen Yang, taken aback by Yi Qingya's unyielding demeanor, muttered under his breath, "What a neurotic," before turning to exit the hospital room. Upon leaving the hospital, Chen Yang scoffed, surprised by Yi Qingya's contemptuous nature. Forget it. I won't be going to work, he thought, discontented. With the inheritance of the witchcraft, why would he need a job that paid a meager 3,500 a month? Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yi clung to Yi Qingya's neck. Mommy, I want to play with Uncle Chen. His embrace feels so warm, she expressed innocently. Yi Qingya shook her head. Listen to me, Yi. Uncle Chen still has to work. For now, you must wait patiently in the hospital room while I handle your discharge paperwork. No matter the circumstances. Yi Qingya felt a profound happiness at the prospect of Yi's recovery. As for Chen Yang, she resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring that her daughter did not grow too close to him. Once the treatment was complete, she would make certain that Chen Yang would no longer see her daughter. Upon returning home, Chen Yang found the house eerily empty. The entrance bore the chaotic marks of tire tracks. Mom, where are you? Chen Yang exclaimed, suddenly engulfed in panic. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. The ringing echoed from beneath the bluestone slab near the entrance. Chen Yang rushed over and discovered his mother's phone lying on the ground, its case cracked from the fall. Mom, he shouted, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. His mother, frugal by nature, cherished the Xiaomi phone she had used for 7 or 8 years. Now, with the phone having fallen, it was clear that she had been forcibly taken away. Chen Yang clenched his teeth, a surge of anger igniting within him. He had already received the inheritance of the witchcraft, no longer an ordinary person, yet his mother was still suffering. The torment she was enduring was unbearable. With a roar, he struck the graphite in the courtyard with his fist. The grinding stone shattered, bursting into fragments. Wait, Bema Financial Company? Luchang? Yes. It must be the people from Bema Financial Company. Chen Yang's eyes glinted with cold fury as he hopped onto a shared bicycle and sped toward his ex-wife Liu Yu's home. The more he thought, the angrier he became. After a year of marriage to Liu Yu, his once stable family had fallen into such disarray. If anything were to happen to his mother, he would be the first to eradicate Liu Yu and her ungrateful family. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the bicycle seemed to fly beneath him, swiftly overtaking car after car, soaring over the flower bed and veering into the Buyuan community. Passers-by and drivers were left astonished. By the time they reached for their phones to capture the spectacle, Chen Yang and his bicycle had vanished without a trace. Arriving at Building 15, he dismounted and hurried to Liu Yu's door. Bang! He kicked it open with a forceful kick and strode inside. Inside the house, Lu Chang was engrossed in a game while enjoying ice cream. Chen Yang seized Lu Chang by the hair and demanded, "Where's my mom?" Lu Chang snapped back to reality, enraged. "Chen Yang, have you lost your mind? How did you get into my house? You and my sister are divorced. Yet you still have a key? What do you want?" With little patience for words, Chen Yang slapped Lu Chang across the face. Lu Chang stood frozen in shock. Chen Yang raised his hand again, delivering several more slaps. In an instant, Lu Chang's face was swollen, teeth scattered on the floor, and he collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. The 700,000 was a trap I set up. It was the Bema company who forced me to deceive you. They covet your family's old residence. Please, don't hit me again. Where's my mom?" Chen Yang gritted his teeth, inquiring, I really don't know where Aunt Huang is." Lu Chang trembled in fear. Observing Lu Chang's demeanor, Chen Yang deduced he was indeed unaware of his mother's abduction. "Lu Chang, tell me, where is the Bema company located?" Chen Yang pressed. Lu Chang quickly replied, I know. The Bema Financial Company's stronghold is at Night Dream Bar. It's both a bar and their base of operations. Chen Yang kicked Lu Chang away and turned to leave. Lu Chang lay on the ground, weeping bitterly like a roasted pig, writhing in pain. Meanwhile, in the office above the Night Dream Bar, Huang Zihua found herself bound tightly to a chair with duct tape. Opposite her sat Baishan, his face marred by a long scar. Puffing on a cigarette, Baishan regarded Huang Zihua with a cold smile, declaring, "You old hag. No matter how tough you think you are, it's of no use. You will sign this contract today, whether you like it or not. Moreover, your son has harmed my brother-in-law. Just look at how Ma Liang has been rendered a mere shell of a man for the rest of his life. If you don't come up with 5 million, this matter will remain unresolved." Huang Zihua trembled in fear. She could never have imagined that after a lifetime of hard work and timidity, she would find herself so threatened and humiliated in her old age. Overwhelmed by dread, she wished to avoid any conflict between her son and these thugs. The demolition of their old house could indeed yield a substantial sum, far exceeding 700,000. Yet, what good would all the money be if her son lost his life? With tears streaming down her face, Huang Zihua implored, I will sign. I am willing to give you the old house. I only ask for your mercy to spare our lives. Now you're being obedient, aren't you? Ha. Bai Shan laughed heartily as he placed the property transfer contract before Huang Zihua, urging her to sign. Trembling, she affixed her signature and pressed her palm onto the paper. Stuttering, see, can I go now? Let you go? Ha. Bai Shan erupted into laughter, joined by his 6 or 7 companions. Ma Liang approached Huang Zihua and struck her across the face, exclaiming, You old hag, your son crippled me. Do you think you can escape? Let us just toss her into the river to feed the fish. Though she has aged, she has still quite the catch. Perhaps we could sell her to Master Hu. I think it's a splendid idea. Ha. The group roared with laughter. Ma Liang then took a plastic bag and placed it over Huang Zihua's head, taunting. Don't worry, old woman, your son will soon join you in hell. Huang Zihua struggled to breathe, realizing that even after signing the contract, she was still unable to escape their clutches. 1 minute passed, then 2. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. Qin Yang burst in. Upon seeing his mother unconscious beneath the plastic bag, his eyes turned crimson with rage. He glared at Ma Liang and Bai Shan. In that moment, Qin Yang was engulfed by regret. He regretted letting Ma Liang go that morning. He regretted his moment of weakness that led to his mother enduring such torment. He regretted underestimating the vindictive nature of these scoundrels. Rushing to his mother's side, he tore the plastic bag away, and with a cold voice, he addressed Bai Shan and his cohorts, You are courting death. Ha. It seems you are the one who is about to meet your end. Ma Liang laughed, pointing at Qin Yang and exclaiming, It's him. This little brat is the one who ruined me. Attack. Bai Shan commanded without hesitation. Qin Yang clenched his fists and charged forward with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Puffed. With a single punch, Qin Yang shattered the heart of the approaching thug. In the blink of an eye, 7 yellow-haired ruffians lay motionless on the ground. The cigarette in Bai Shan's mouth fell with a thud as he regarded Qin Yang with the eyes of one who has encountered a demon. Ma Liang trembled in fear, succumbing to a puddle of his own making. Thud. Bai Shan knelt on the ground, pleading, I'm sorry, Sir Qin. I truly had no idea you were a martial artist. Please, spare my life. My uncle is Lord Hu, the most formidable figure in the eastern part of the city. He is also a martial artist. You must know him. I implore you, Sir Qin, have mercy on me. Even if your father were the Jade Emperor, you would still meet your end. Qin Yang retorted, charging forward and delivering 2 swift kicks that caused Ma Liang and Bai Shan's heads to explode. The Bai Ma Financial Company was utterly annihilated. Qin Yang approached his mother, assessing her condition. Fortunately, she was merely in a temporary state of shock and unconsciousness. In a fit of rage, Qin Yang overturned all the drinks in the night dream bar, igniting a fierce blaze that consumed the establishment. The bar housed high-concentration alcohol for mixing, which ignited violently upon contact with the flames. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qin Yang prepared to carry his mother to safety. Suddenly, amidst the firelight, a flickering yellow glow caught his attention. Could it be volcanic red sapwood? Qin Yang was taken aback. This type of wood could only be found near volcanic craters, nurtured by the Earth's fire. Naturally fire-resistant and imbued with potent yang energy. It was highly regarded in traditional Chinese medicine for its remarkable efficacy in enhancing vitality and dispelling cold. It was a precious find. Setting his mother down, Qin Yang dashed into the flames. Within the inferno, he spotted a palm-sized pai-sho wooden carving resting on a table, crafted from the very volcanic red sapwood he sought. Were it not for the raging fire, he would have never discovered it. He seized the statue and tucked it into his pocket. With his unconscious mother cradled in his arms, he leapt from the blaze, vanishing like a phantom. The night dream bar, saturated with alcohol, was rapidly engulfed in flames. Within mere minutes, the entire establishment, along with any remnants, was reduced to a pile of ashes. By the time the fire brigade arrived, the flames had already spread to adjacent shops. Qin Yang returned home, carrying Huang Zihua in his arms. He gently massaged the acupoint between her nose and upper lip. Soon, Huang Zihua stirred back to consciousness. Upon seeing Qin Yang, she grasped his hand tightly, urging him to flee, to escape Qinshou forever. Mother, it's all right, Qin Yang reassured, patting her back. The bad people have all been apprehended by the police. You are safe now. We will be safe from now on. Hearing this, Huang Zihua finally relaxed and drifted back to sleep. Qin Yang tenderly covered her with a blanket, his heart heavy as he gazed at their dilapidated home. Although it was slated for demolition, he had no idea how long they would have to wait. He could not allow his mother to remain in such squalor. They needed money. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yi Qingya. Glancing at the screen, Qin Yang decisively hung up. At this moment, he required a substantial sum, and Yi Qingya's meager monthly allowance of 3,500 was utterly insufficient. Contemplating his next move, he made his way towards Wenhua Street in Qizhou. In the office of the president of Natural White Cosmetics, Yi Qingya was infuriated to find that Qin Yang had cut her off. What was he thinking? Just because she had spoken to him sternly in the hospital, he had ceased attending classes and ignored her calls. What was this man scheming? She paced the room in frustration before a sudden realization struck her. Could it be about the medical expenses? Yes, it must be because she had not given him any money. Although she had not utilized his hematopoietic stem cells this time, he had still treated Yi. He must be using Yi's illness as a pretext to demand the 700,000. Yi Qingya huffed, her disdain for Qin Yang deepening. She picked up her phone and dialed the finance department. Hello, Xiao Wang. I need to withdraw 700,000. Please prepare a check for me. I require it this afternoon. Wenhua Street is a renowned place in Qizhou, dedicated to the sale of various antiques and treasures. The volcanic red marrow wood in Qin Yang's possession is not only a rare medicinal material but also a precious collectible, valued far beyond agarwood and golden silk nanmu. The street was bustling with a considerable crowd. Many were scavenging for bargains while discussing the recent devastating fire in Qizhou. It seemed that a bar had caught fire. The flames overwhelming, leaving no time for the staff to escape. I also heard that firefighters deduced the rapid spread of the blaze was due to the substantial storage of high-concentration alcohol within the bar. Thus, those venturing to the bar for a drink were deemed foolish. The beverages there were cheap, many being mixed concoctions. Ha ha ha, what serious drinker would frequent a bar? Those patrons were not drawn by the allure of alcohol, but rather by the legs of women. Qin Yang's ears perked up, capturing the surrounding conversations. He felt relieved, evidently. The deaths of Baishan and others had not stirred significant trouble. The largest treasure store on Wenhua Street is the Dragon King Pavilion. Qin Yang stepped inside, where a considerable number of customers were present. Without hesitation, he approached the counter and placed the volcanic red marrowwood before the proprietor. The owner, a plump man named Zhao Jianshan, was well known among familiar patrons, who often dubbed him Zhao the Merchant. Zhao Jianshan, unfazed, acknowledged that time reveals true character. Observing the Pai Xiu statue before him, he expressed surprise, saying, This material, it must be volcanic wood. It is indeed remarkable, though slightly flawed from fire damage. If you're looking to sell, I can offer you 500,000. The surrounding customers, upon hearing the offer for the wooden sculpture, gathered around with interest. Qin Yang responded, Boss, this is not merely volcanic wood. It is the finest among them, volcanic red marrow wood. Although it has been singed, this type of wood is not easily deterred by flames. Surely, 500,000 is a tad insufficient? Volcanic red marrow wood. What is that? I've never heard of it, queried an intrigued onlooker. It is a premium medicinal material, reputed to enhance vitality and bolster the kidneys, particularly beneficial for men. Is that true? If wearing it could ensure nightly vigor, I would accept 500,000. 60,000. I'll take it for 60,000, exclaimed a bald man, evidently suffering from kidney deficiency. The surrounding customers promptly began to bid. 120,000. I bid 120,000, declared a robust elder nearby. Qin Yang turned to regard the elder, nodding slightly. The elder smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Qin Sihai, and I have a fondness for this type of wood carving. At this moment, Zhao Jianshan, tapping his table in exasperation, remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to purchase or to disrupt my business? How about this, handsome? I will offer 150,000 for your carving. Moreover, should it sell for more than 150,000 in the future, we shall split the profits equally. What do you say? I am quite generous, am I not? The surrounding individuals, upon hearing Zhao Jianshang's offer of 1,500,000, unanimously raised their thumbs in approval. Old Zhao's price, however, seemed rather exorbitant. A figure in the hundreds of thousands would suffice for volcanic wood. 1,500,000 appeared unjustifiable. Qin Sihai, who stood beside Qin Yang, sighed and kindly remarked, Young man, Zhao's offer of 1,500,000 is indeed a remarkable price. You can sell it to him without any regret. Qin Yang hesitated, casting a glance at Qin Sihai. Though Qin Sihai appeared robust, undoubtedly a regular at the gym and a consumer of protein supplements, perhaps even a martial artist, His visage bore a pallid hue and dark spots lurked beneath his eyes. This was indicative of malevolent energy's intrusion, with cold evil coalescing within him, posing an imminent threat to his vitality. The only reason Qin Sihai seemed unperturbed was due to his strong constitution and the consumption of numerous precious herbs. Yet, should the cold and sinister energy erupt, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Gazing at the wooden sculpture in his hand, Qin Yang contemplated that while selling it to the shop owner would yield 1,500,000, selling it to Qin Sihai could potentially save a life. Qin Yang hesitated slightly. He then handed the wooden carving to Qin Sihai, saying, "Esteemed elder, I shall sell this to you for 1,200,000. But you must not resell it. It must be kept close to you. Should you ever feel unwell, simply crush this volcanic wood and swallow it." What? Qin Sihai was taken aback, and then furrowed his brow. "What do you mean, young man? I am in excellent health and have no need for this to enhance my vitality. However, if you sell it to me, I shall gladly accept it." With a chuckle, Qin Sihai immediately paid, fearing Qin Yang might change his mind. Qin Yang shook his head, knowing that Qin Sihai would not believe the truth of his illness, and chose not to elaborate further. Upon seeing the 1,200,000 transferred into his mobile banking account, Qin Yang was filled with exhilaration. At last, he could provide a better life for his mother. With the money in hand, Qin Yang joyfully returned home. Huang Zihua was tidying up the yard. "Mom, no need to clean any longer. Tomorrow I will take you out to stay in a big rental house. Once I have the means, I will buy you a villa to live in." Qin Yang approached, smiling broadly. Huang Zihua quickly waved her hand. "What do you mean renting? This place is just fine. We shouldn't waste money." Just as they were speaking, the sound of brakes screeched outside. The door was suddenly slammed open. Lu Yu entered, dragging her brother Lu Chong, who was wrapped up like a mummy. With hands on her hips, Lu Yu pointed at Qin Yang and Huang Zihua. "Qin Yang, you scoundrel! Do you have no conscience? Even after our divorce, you should not come to my home and assault my brother. For a year of marriage, I worked tirelessly in your household and received nothing in return. Now that we are divorced, you still harass and beat my family. Are you even a man?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a surge of anger and coldly laughed. He could not fathom how he had married such a shrew and how he had endured her tyranny for an entire year. Striding over, he declared, "Get out of my way." Lu Chang knew well what he had done. Lu Chang patted his head and said, "Qin Yang, I am severely injured. Let me be clear. Your unprovoked assault is against the law. Not only will you face imprisonment, but you will also owe at least 500,000 in medical expenses. My sister and I do not wish to extort you. Just give us our share of the family estate, and we will consider it settled. Otherwise, prepare for jail. Get lost." Qin Yang kicked Lu Chang in the stomach. Seeing her brother assaulted again, Lu Yu angrily lunged at Qin Yang. He swiftly slapped her aside. Amidst the chaos, a Mercedes-Benz sped up and halted at their doorstep. Then, the tall and strikingly elegant Yu Qingya stepped out of the car. Casting a glance at Lu Yu and her brother without acknowledging them, she walked directly towards Qin Yang and coldly remarked, "Qin Yang, why are you not at work? What do you intend to do?" Qin Yang did not expect Yu Qingya to track him down to his home. He felt somewhat speechless. "Ms. Yi, I have been absent from work for half a day. It shouldn't be a problem, should it? If you wish to deduct my wages, I will accept it." "Humph. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions." Yu Qingya wore a frosty expression as she retrieved a check from her bag, presenting it to Qin Yang. It was a check for 700,000, and she informed him that he could withdraw the funds at any time. "Now, come with me to see Yi." Qin Yang cast a disdainful glance at the arrogant Yu Qingya, scoffed, and with a swift motion, tore the check to shreds, discarding it on the ground. Lu Yu and her brother, who stood nearby, were utterly bewildered by the scene. Lu Yu hastily bent down to pick up the remnants of the check, her heart racing. After all, it was a sum of 700,000. With a forced smile, Lu Yu implored, "General Manager Yi, please do not be upset." Qin Yang acted impulsively. "If you could write another check, I assure you, he will do anything you ask. Get out." Qin Yang frowned, casting an impatient glare at Lu Yu. Undeterred, Lu Yu clung to Qin Yang's arm, saying, "Please don't be angry. Our divorce a month ago was also a rash decision. I believe our marriage can still continue. Apologize to the boss quickly and retrieve that check. Get out." Qin Yang kicked Lu Yu out the door. Furious at his cold-heartedness, Lu Yu gritted her teeth and vowed, "Just wait. I will make you regret this." Her envy was palpable. She could not fathom how, after a year of marriage during which Qin Yang was utterly ineffectual, lacking income, skills, and courage, he had now suddenly become the recipient of such fortune. Their old house was set for demolition, promising at least $1 million in compensation. And now a boss was offering him 70,000. Why had none of this occurred while they were still married? Moreover, the formerly timid Qin Yang now dared to confront her. The more Liu pondered, the angrier she became, and she pulled Lu Cheng away, determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Tomorrow, she would enlist her cousin's husband to deal with Qin Yang and retrieve the money. Yi Qingya, taken aback, glanced at the departing Lu Yu and inquired, "You've divorced?" "General Manager Yi, you really do meddle in others' affairs," Qin Yang retorted, his demeanor unfriendly. "Your daughter is precious, and even holding her is a desecration. I do not require your 70,000, so please leave." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya understood that Qin Yang was still upset about the incident at the hospital. After contemplating, she asked, "What do you want?" "Yi may fall ill again at any moment. What must I do for you to continue her treatment? 1 million? 5 million? Qin Yang let out a cold laugh, stating, "First, I want a sincere apology. Secondly, you must not interfere the next time I hold Yi. Those are my two conditions." Yi Qingya was surprised that Qin Yang desired an apology rather than money. Her expression softened somewhat as she nodded, saying, "Very well, I apologize. I was overly anxious during our time in the hospital." She bowed deeply to Qin Yang, pleading for him to continue treating her daughter. Qin Yang, taken aback by her earnest gesture, felt his anger dissipate. "All right, let us go. I also feel a special connection with Yi. Even if you hadn't apologized, I would have shamelessly sought to continue her treatment." Haha. Yi Qingya cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yang and gestured to Huang Zihua, saying, "Auntie, we must take our leave." Huang Zihua, her voice laced with concern, implored, "President Yi, please do not dismiss Qin Yang. This child, despite his stubbornness, harbors no ill intentions. He is a diligent and earnest employee. Auntie, I assure you, he will not be dismissed," Yi Qingya replied, waving her hand dismissively. She dared not linger, her heart entangled with conflicting emotions. After all, the elderly woman before her was Yi's biological grandmother. Once they were in the car, Yi Qingya took Qin Yang to Fengming Community. Upon reaching the entrance, she informed him, "My home is on the 5th floor. The access code is 1213. My parents are abroad, leaving only Yi at home. Please, go ahead. I need to fetch some materials from the property management." As Qin Yang exited the vehicle, he gazed enviously at the low-density community, which boasted only villas and expansive flats not exceeding 18 stories. The lush lawns, ornamental hills, and serene scenery filled him with admiration. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would seek residence in a similar community. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Qin Yang entered the code and opened the door to the room. Just then, a woman rushed out from the bathroom, her hair damp and her body entirely unclad, droplets cascading from her. She was tall, with skin as pale as snow and a figure that was nothing short of exquisite, her bust proudly accentuated. However, her hair obscured her face, rendering her features unseen. Upon hearing the door, the woman exclaimed, "Qingya, hurry." Yi just screamed in the room. Could she be having another episode? Clearly, this woman emerging from the bath mistook Qin Yang for Yi Qingya. Suyin wiped her face dry, forgoing a towel as she dashed towards Yi's room. Qin Yang intended to offer a warning, but upon hearing Suyin mention Yi's condition, he quickly followed suit. Inside the room, Yi lay on the bed, breathing heavily, her face flushed as she suffered from a high fever. "Yi, are you all right?" Suyin exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Yi managed a weak smile, teasing, "Auntie Su, aren't you a bit shameless? Hee, Uncle Chun is still here, and you run out like that." "What Uncle Chun?" Suyin remarked, placing her hand on Yi's forehead. "Oh dear, Qingya, you must come quickly. Yi seems to be running a fever again. We must take her to the hospital." Standing behind them, Qin Yang cleared his throat and interjected, "Indeed, her condition appears serious, but fear not. I can provide treatment." "Ah." Suyin nearly jumped at the sound of a male voice from behind and turned to see Qin Yang, her expression one of sheer terror. Qin Yang quickly averted his gaze, saying, "I apologize. I saw nothing. You may proceed to bathe. I will tend to Yi. Flustered, Suyin dashed towards the bathroom but tripped over the sofa and fell onto the carpet with a yelp. Yi, still in bed, erupted in laughter. Qin Yang too chuckled softly, bending down to stroke Yi's head as he assessed her condition. It appeared that her state had worsened since their visit to the hospital. Clearly, Yi had come into contact with something toxic, which exacerbated her condition. "Do not be afraid, Yi, your uncle will provide you with acupuncture treatment, and you will soon feel better," Qin Yang said with a gentle smile. Yi sat up and embraced Qin Yang's neck, exclaiming, "Uncle, as long as I hold you, I feel so much better. Could you stay at my house? I want to cuddle with you while I sleep." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang felt as if his heart was melting. For some reason, at that moment, he felt he would do anything for Yi. No one would ever harm this little girl again. Qin Yang replied, "All right, I will do my best to convince your mother to let me stay overnight. But for now, we must proceed with the acupuncture." Yi obediently nodded, her sparkling eyes fixed on Qin Yang as he took out the acupuncture needles to treat her. 10 minutes later, Yi's fever subsided. She closed her eyes and peacefully drifted off to sleep. In the living room, Su Yin had dressed and sat on the sofa, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. She never anticipated that her friend Yi Qingya's home would be invaded by a stranger. What was she to do? Her reputation was at stake. That man even claimed he had seen nothing, which was absurd. He had clearly seen everything from the doorway. Just then, the room door opened once more, and Yi Qingya walked in. Seeing her, Su Yan's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance as she rushed over and hugged Yi Qingya tightly. "Qingya, why did you allow a stranger to come and go in your room?" "Huh?" Yi Qingya was taken aback, observing Su Yan's distressed expression and the lingering scent of her freshly washed hair, which made her immediately alert. Grabbing Su Yan's arm, Yi Qingya furrowed her brow and asked, "Xiao Yan, did Qin Yang take advantage of you?" Upon hearing the term take advantage, Su Yan quickly waved her hands. She felt quite troubled, after all. Qin Yang had seen her in the nude, but she couldn't blame him. Just then, Qin Yang emerged from the bedroom. Yi Qingya approached angrily and glared at Qin Yang, saying, "Qin Yang, did you bully Su Yan?" "Su Yan?" Qin Yang recognized the name and instinctively looked at Yi Qingya's friend. She had a round face, a delicate nose, and enchanting eyes beneath her willow-like brows. A beauty that was both striking and adorable, with a figure that was exceptionally graceful and tall. In contrast to Yi Qingya, who exuded a cool and sensual allure, Su Yan radiated purity and sunshine, making her irresistibly charming. Qin Yang waved his hand, saying, "I did not bully her, Miss Yi. Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. When I entered, I happened to hear Su Yan calling out that Yi was in trouble, so I rushed over. Nothing inappropriate occurred." Su Yan, realizing the misunderstanding, nodded in agreement. Yes, nothing happened. We should check on Yi first." Yi Qingya hurried towards the bedroom, where Yi was already asleep. She gently touched Yi's forehead and sighed with relief, saying, "She is already asleep." Su Yan was somewhat taken aback and softly remarked, "Previously, Yi suddenly experienced another high fever seizure, and I thought we would have to take her to the hospital." To my surprise, Qin Yang's medical skills are quite impressive. The three of them made their way to the living room. Yi Qingya introduced them, saying, "Su Yan, my best friend. Qin Yang, an employee at my company. But he is skilled in acupuncture. It was he who saved Yi in the hospital." Su Yan blinked her beautiful eyes and extended her hand toward Qin Yang, saying, "Hello, you are indeed a hidden healer. I am quite impressed. Would you be able to assist me with some treatment when you have time?" Qin Yang smiled awkwardly as he shook hands with Su Yan, saying, "Hello, actually, I know you. You are the campus belle from the 2018 class of Jinling University. Are you also a student at Jinling University? How strange. I don't believe I have seen you before." Su Yan replied with a smile. Qin Yang shrugged helplessly. "I am merely an ordinary student at the bottom of the social ladder. It is no wonder you do not recognize me. Furthermore, I noticed you have some health issues, primarily irregular menstruation and dysmenorrhea. I could help you with that when I have the opportunity." "Wow, you truly are a miraculous healer. Just from shaking my hand, you already know my ailments?" Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, she cast aside her previous embarrassment of having been seen naked by Qin Yang. Su Yan pulled Qin Yang down to sit beside her and inquired, "Qin Yang, how did you learn your medical skills? I am quite interested in traditional Chinese medicine, especially during the pandemic when practitioners could effortlessly prescribe remedies that healed people. Everyone I know has been treated by traditional Chinese medicine." Qin Yang could only fabricate a few experiences. Standing by the couch, Yi Qingya observed Su Yan and Qin Yang engrossed in conversation, feeling a strange pang in her heart. This man had taken her first time and fathered her child. Now, he was casually chatting with her closest friend. Yi Qingya frowned and interjected, "Qin Yang, let us not dwell on this for now. You mentioned that Yi was poisoned. Can you determine what toxin she was exposed to?" Qin Yang stood up and replied, "Ms. Yi, I am now quite certain that Yi has indeed been poisoned. Moreover, her condition was stable upon discharge, but just now, her condition has worsened, indicating that she must have encountered the toxin again after leaving the hospital." "What? Qin Yang, can you identify the source of the poison?" "Yi has been at home since returning from the hospital, and she has only eaten the egg noodles I prepared. She hasn't interacted with any strangers or outside objects." Yi Qingya expressed her concern. Chen Yang walked around the living room and said, "Let me investigate. I hope to find some clues." Yi Qingya and Su Yin waited in the living room while Chen Yang meticulously searched room after room. Upon entering the bedroom, he opened the closet and was met with a waft of fragrant incense. Inside the closet were numerous intimate garments belonging to Yi Qingya, including many with cartoon patterns. Chen Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I didn't expect Ms. Yi to appear so reserved, yet her choice of clothing is quite bold. Moreover, she usually seems so aloof, yet here she has so many whimsical undergarments and youthful pink designs." Chen Yang chuckled softly, then continued to rummage through the closet, using his sense of smell to search for potential sources of the toxin. The incense, though ethereal, possessed an air of peculiarity. Chen Yang's expression shifted as he brought Yi Qingya's garment to his nose, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, Yi Qingya recalled that she had left her intimate apparel unattended on the sofa. She hastily retreated to her bedroom. Upon entering, she discovered Chen Yang holding her undergarment, sniffing it inquisitively. Overcome with indignation, she reprimanded, "Chen Yang, what are you doing? Leave at once." Turning to glance at Yi Qingya, Chen Yang recognized her misunderstanding. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Yi, did you purchase the incense in your wardrobe?" Yi Qingya, her face flushed with fury, approached and snatched the garment from his grasp. The thought of it having been handled by Chen Yang only intensified her ire, prompting her to toss it onto the floor. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him. Chen Yang initially intended to clarify the situation, but upon seeing the disdain and disgust in her eyes, he sighed and remarked indifferently, "Yi, the source of the toxin originates from the incense in your wardrobe." Yi Qingya scoffed. This incense was brought back by a classmate from a duty-free shop in Southeast Asia, with annual sales in the millions. If it were toxic, the world would be in chaos. Moreover, I wear these scented garments without issue. While only Yi has fallen ill, Chen Yang approached the bed, retrieving a sachet from Yi's neck, stating, "The incense contains curcumin." While curcumin itself is non-toxic, when combined with the contents of this sachet, complications arise. Yi Qingya paused, perplexed. "What about the sachet?" "I have tested it. It is beneficial to health, certainly not harmful. It was also a gift from my classmate." Chen Yang responded, "The sachet contains eugenol. Both clove and curcumin are traditional remedies beneficial to the body. Yet their combination produces toxins, which constitutes a contraindication in herbal medicine. This toxin poses little danger to adults, but for a child like Yi, prolonged exposure can lead to blood poisoning. Dispose of Yi's sachet immediately. Additionally, investigate your classmate. She may be implicated." Though skeptical, Yi Qingya promptly discarded both the sachet and the incense into the trash. Standing at the bedroom door, Su Yin could not contain her applause, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, you are incredible. The cause of the poisoning was so deeply concealed, yet you uncovered it effortlessly. I almost wish to become your apprentice to learn about traditional medicine." Chen Yang, flattered by the schoolbell's praise, felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks and scratched his head awkwardly. Su Yin continued, "Stay for dinner. Let Qingya prepare a few more dishes. You may not know, but Qingya's culinary skills are exceptional." Clearing her throat, Yi Qingya interjected, "Well, it's already dark. It would be inconvenient for a man like Chen Yang to remain here. Besides, he has a mother at home who needs to eat. Chen Yang, please head home now, and remember to arrive at work on time tomorrow." Hearing these words, Chen Yang felt even more disheartened. With a huff, he thought to himself, "Were it not for Yi's sake, I would truly consider blocking you, my boss." Turning on his heel, he strode toward the door. Su Yin, perplexed, shook Yi Qingya's arm, asking, "Qingya, what is going on?" "Chen Yang saved Yi's life, and you can't even invite him for a meal?" Yi Qingya waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Although Chen Yang had rescued Yi, a lingering resentment towards him remained in Yi Qingya's heart. More importantly, she wished to prevent Chen Yang from having excessive contact with Yi and Su Yin. She simply wanted to hasten the conclusion of the treatment and swiftly remove Chen Yang from her life, treating him like a stranger, allowing them to coexist without interference, each finding peace in their own lives. Fuming, Chen Yang exited. Just as he stepped out of Yi Qingya's room, he encountered Su Wei, who, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a large bouquet, emerged from the elevator. Upon spotting Chen Yang leaving Yi Qingya's apartment so late, Su Wei's expression shifted. He frowned and inquired, "Chen Yang, what were you doing at Yi Qingya's place?" "None of your business," Chen Yang retorted, seething with anger. Su Wei seized Chen Yang by the collar, warning, "Listen here, kid. Don't aspire to reach beyond your grasp. Even if you possess some medical knowledge, you ought to weigh your own status. As a mere entry-level employee, keep your distance from General Manager Yi. With a swift motion, Qin Yang slapped Su Wei across the face, exclaiming, "Get lost. You trash." Su Wei stumbled to the ground, scattering flowers everywhere. Qin Yang then stepped into the elevator, striding away. Hearing the commotion outside, Yu Qingya and Su Yin emerged from the room. Upon witnessing Su Wei struck by Qin Yang, Yu Qingya coldly thought to herself, "Indeed, Qin Yang is a barbarous individual devoid of decorum. Once Yi recovers, he must be completely removed from her life to prevent any negative influence." Su Wei, rising with indignation, exclaimed, "Qingya, that employee of yours, Qin Yang, has gone too far. I kindly warned him to be cautious, and he retaliated by striking me. Such a worthless employee should be dismissed immediately. Moreover, Qingya, I regret the incident with Professor Liu. I never anticipated that a nationally renowned expert would turn out to be so inadequate. It's in the past. Su, you need not apologize. Your intentions were good. Please, take your leave." Yu Qingya did not allow Su Wei into her room and promptly locked the door. Inside, Yu Qingya expressed her frustration that Qin Yang is utterly outrageous. He is nothing short of a brute. Thank goodness Su Wei did not retaliate. Otherwise, his unwarranted violence alone would be enough to land him in prison. Su Yin chuckled, saying, "Qingya, I actually find Qin Yang impressive. He is genuine and unpretentious, truly remarkable. I didn't expect such talent to exist within your company." The following morning, Qin Yang practiced a set of Tai Chi in the courtyard. Having inherited the Taoist martial arts, his prowess had surpassed that of a grandmaster. The simple movements of Tai Chi, as executed by Qin Yang, stirred up swirling winds, causing the air around him to hum. From a distance, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. After practicing Tai Chi and attending to his personal grooming, Qin Yang leisurely prepared to head to work, intending to also seek a rental home to provide a comfortable life for his mother. Suddenly, the rumble of engines echoed from outside the courtyard. With a loud crash, the courtyard gate was forcefully flung open by a Dongfeng warrior off-road vehicle. The door swung wide, and 5 men clad in suits leapt out, brandishing steel rods. Following the Dongfeng warrior, several vans trailed behind, from which more than 50 individuals emerged, all wielding steel rods and kitchen knives, exuding a terrifying aura. Amidst the crowd, Liu stood smugly, proclaiming loudly, "Cousin-in-law, it's this guy. He crippled Lu Chang and owes me 700,000, refusing to pay." The leader, a bearded man in a suit named Zhao Gui, was Lu Yu's distant cousin-in-law. Such familial ties were tenuous at best, and normally, Zhao Gui would not intervene. However, with Lu Yu now a lonely divorcee, upon hearing her plea, he rushed over not merely to discipline Qin Yang, but also to seize the opportunity to win her over. Swishing the steel rod in his hand, Zhao Gui approached Qin Yang menacingly, warning, "Hand over the 700,000 to Xiao Yu, or I shall break your arms and legs today." Qin Yang furrowed his brow, uninterested in further dialogue, and delivered a resounding slap that sent Zhao Gui tumbling to the ground. "Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs first." Qin Yang scoffed. He was no longer a target for these petty thugs. Taken aback by Qin Yang's audacity, Zhao Gui clutched his face and roared in fury, "You're seeking death. Brothers, attack." Just then, the sharp honking of a car horn pierced the air. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt before the dilapidated courtyard. Everyone stop. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a burly figure, Qin Sihai, stepped out, wiping the sweat from his brow in haste. Following him were several stoic and professional bodyguards. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qin Sihai turned to his right-hand man, instructing, "Xiao Wu, assist Mr. Qin in dealing with these individuals." "Yes, Master Qin." Xiao Wu replied without hesitation, striding purposefully towards Zhao Gui. Xiao Wu's demeanor was steady, betraying his experience as a hardened warrior on the battlefield. Zhao Gui, recognizing Xiao Wu, froze momentarily before forcing a smile. "Master Wu, what brings you to this place? It's quite a coincidence to see you here in this rundown urban village." With a swift motion, Xiao Wu delivered a sharp slap, commanding, "Get lost. Otherwise, you won't see the moon tonight." "Why yes, Master Wu, I'll leave right away." Zhao Gui stammered, his face drained of color, fully aware of Xiao Wu's formidable reputation as the infamous blood-soaked Yama of Qizhou City. Hastily, he and his men scrambled into their vehicles. Lu Yu, witnessing this turn of events, grasped Zhao Gui's arm and implored, "Cousin-in-law, what is happening? We haven't yet taught this dog of a man a lesson." Zhao Gui, pale with fear, struck Lu Yu across the face several times, exclaiming, "Silence. Don't drag me down with your recklessness. Lu Yu, having endured the blows, dared not utter another word and quietly boarded the van to depart. Qin Si-hai approached, panting heavily. Upon reaching Chen Yang, he suddenly knelt down with a thud, fervently pleading, Mr. Chen, Master Chen, please save me. The bodyguards behind Qin Si-hai looked on in astonishment. They were well aware of his stature. As a wealthy magnate in Qingzhou, commanding the largest investment firm in the region, his influence was formidable. Yet today, he found himself kneeling before a young man from the city's underbelly. Trembling, Qin Si-hai produced a volcanic red coral wooden statue, which was cracked and bore a significant chasm. Sir, thank you, he said. This wooden carving has saved my life. The previous day, Chen Yang had taken the statue to the antique market, ultimately selling it for 1.2 million to Qin Si-hai instead of to a higher bidding shopkeeper, leaving Qin perplexed at the time. He returned to his company, satisfied with the purchase. However, that morning, while reviewing contracts in his office, he was suddenly struck by an icy chill, feeling a crushing pain in his chest that rendered him breathless. A frigid energy coursed through his heart, as if it were solidifying into ice, and in mere moments, he found himself unable to breathe, his heart nearly ceasing. His secretary and personal physician rushed to administer aid, but their efforts were futile. The doctor shook his head in resignation, declaring that Qin Si-hai was beyond saving. In that critical moment, recalling Chen Yang's words, Qin Si-hai mustered the last of his strength to grasp the volcanic red coral wood and bit into it. Instantly, a fiery warmth enveloped him, coursing through his body. And thus, he was granted a second chance at life. Once he regained his composure, Qin Si-hai immediately instructed his aides to locate Chen Yang, hastening to find him. Grateful to be alive, he trembled as he addressed Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, since you discerned my peril yesterday, you must possess a means to save me, correct? Chen Yang helped Qin Si-hai to his feet, nodding. Mr. Qin, though you appear robust, your prolonged exposure to unclean elements has left your body vulnerable to cold and malevolent energies, putting your life at risk. However, your constitution is strong. If we can identify the root of your affliction and eradicate its source, with a month of proper recuperation, you should be free from danger. Thank you, thank you. Master Chen, Qin Si-hai exhaled in relief. But I don't understand. I have always prioritized my health, exercising daily, and I avoid unsavory places. How could I have been afflicted by such malevolent energy? Chen Yang shook his head. I cannot say for certain. I must visit your residence to uncover the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Let us go to my home at once. Qin Si-hai urged urgently. Chen Yang nodded and entered the car alongside Qin Si-hai. Their first destination was Qin Si-hai's residence, an opulent villa nestled on the mountainside. However, the villa exuded an air of cleanliness, devoid of any anomalies. Chen Yang shook his head and remarked, Mr. Qin, your abode is immaculate, and the feng shui is excellent. There seems to be no issue. Do you frequently visit any other places? Qin Si-hai replied, Apart from my residence, I only go to the company. I spend over 10 hours daily in the office reviewing various reports. Let us visit your company, Chen Yang said, nodding in agreement. Chen Yang settled into Qin Si-hai's vehicle, which sped towards the headquarters of Qingzhou's largest investment firm, Si-hai Investment Company. Upon arriving at the VIP parking lot, Chen Yang and Qin Si-hai exited the Rolls-Royce and entered the building through the exclusive entrance. Just behind them, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, from which Yi Qingya, Su Yan, and Su Wei emerged. Clutching a contract, Yi Qingya expressed her confusion. I just saw Chen Yang enter. How could he be here? Su Wei chuckled, saying, Qingya, you must be seeing things. This is the VIP entrance. Chen Yang, that loser, is hardly qualified to walk through here. Yi Qingya nodded, conceding that at this hour, Chen Yang should indeed be at work. Let us proceed. I hope we can secure the investment from Si-hai Company today. Otherwise, my company could be in jeopardy. Su Wei confidently patted his chest and assured her, Do not worry, Qingya. I have already spoken with my cousin. He is a core executive within the company. With him on our side, securing the investment will be a mere formality. Thank you, Su Xiao. Yi Qingya expressed her gratitude once more, realizing that this time, they had to rely on Su Wei's connections to obtain the investment through backdoor means. The three of them then made their way into Si-hai Investment Company. In the chairman's office on the top floor of Si-hai Tower, Chen Yang and Qin Si-hai stepped inside. As soon as they entered, Chen Yang was enveloped by an overwhelming chill. He furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings. Master Chen, what is wrong? Qin Si-hai asked. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, Chen Yang glanced around and inquired, Did you arrange for this office's decor yourself? Qin Si-hai nodded. Yes. It was my uncle who hired a feng shui master from Hong Kong for this specific arrangement. Interestingly, ever since the feng shui was established, my investment company has thrived, with annual profits exceeding 5 billion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang chuckled and said, Mr. Qin, you have been deceived. Deceived? What does that mean? Qin Sihai quickly queried. Having inherited knowledge of the esoteric arts, Chen Yang was well-versed in matters of feng shui and malevolent forces. He pointed to the left and explained, observe. The east represents wood, the west signifies metal, the north denotes water, and the south embodies fire. However, your eastern wall is adorned with a sword. The western side features wooden carvings, the southern area contains an aquarium, while the northern side boasts a fireplace. This office is arranged in a manner that disrupts the elemental balance, creating a chaotic cycle that consumes wealth. Disrupted elemental balance? Is that alarming? Qin Sihai felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Yang nodded, acknowledging the terrifying reality. As he gazed upward, he observed that the ceiling was arranged to resemble mountains and yellow earth. Ordinarily, the element of earth is positioned below, yet here it loomed overhead. I ask you, who would dwell beneath the ground? Ah, the dead, the deceased. Only the departed reside underground. Suddenly, Qin Sihai grasped the implication. Chen Yang affirmed, indeed. The dead inhabit the earth. This entire 5 elements gold-swallowing setup is, in fact, designed for the deceased. While this feng shui arrangement can indeed bring wealth, and a considerable fortune at that, all of this prosperity is exchanged for your lifespan, Mr. Qin. With a thud, Qin Sihai collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Yang shook his head, stating, the designer of this feng shui layout is ruthless. It is evident that their intention is to bring about your demise, ensuring you quietly wither away in your office. However, as a martial artist who prioritizes health and consumes nourishing foods, you have managed to endure until now. Yet, once the malevolent energy erupts, it will be exceedingly difficult to recover. Qin Sihai comprehended the gravity of the situation fully. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed with rage. That wretched woman. I trusted her so deeply, and yet she and her brother conspired against me. If I perish, all of my hundreds of billions in assets will fall into her hands. What a venomous woman. Crawling towards Chen Yang, Qin Sihai implored, Master Chen, please. You must save me. Chen Yang helped Qin Sihai to his feet and reassured him, do not worry, Mr. Qin. We merely need to rearrange your feng shui and consume some revitalizing herbal medicine, and your health will gradually improve. However, given your current condition, you should have lived into your 90s. Unfortunately, you've lost at least a decade of your lifespan, which cannot be reclaimed. Qin Sihai's heart ached. Yet living into his 80s was still commendable. Chen Yang dismantled the detrimental feng shui arrangement in Qin Sihai's office and subsequently set up a nurturing one for his well-being. After completing this task, Chen Yang remarked, Mr. Qin, I shall explore other areas of the company building to see if there are any more harmful feng shui arrangements to eliminate. Qin Sihai expressed his gratitude profusely. As Chen Yang exited the office and made his way to other floors, he reached the 27th floor, where a commotion ensued. Let me go? We are not thieves. My cousin is a senior executive here. His name is Su Yi. The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of Su Wei. Chen Yang moved toward the source of the noise and found several security personnel blocking 3 individuals, Yi Qingya, her friends Su Yan, and Su Wei. Chen Yang frowned, taken aback to encounter them at Sihai Company, especially in a predicament. The head of security, Lu Hong, sneered, regardless of who your cousin is. You 3 improperly entered through the VIP entrance, used the VIP elevator to reach the 27th floor, and attempted to surreptitiously access the director's office. If not thieves, then what are you? Su Wei retorted angrily, nonsense. I possess the credentials my cousin provided me. Why should I not use the VIP entrance? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my cousin's identification, the director of risk control at Sihai Investment. Lu Hong laughed heartily. Sui resigned 2 days ago due to accepting bribes. Using his credentials to enter our company is quite the joke. Bring them to the security department for a thorough search to see if they have stolen any company secrets. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingya quickly interjected. I apologize, dear security officer. We were unaware of the situation. We are truly not thieves, merely here to discuss an investment. Here is my business card. I am the CEO of Natural White Cosmetics. Lu Hong scrutinized the attractive and alluring Yi Qingya, a sly smile creeping across his face as he inwardly anticipated a thorough search of her. With a wave of his hand, he declared, regardless of who you are, you must submit to our security department's investigation. Take them away. Wait. Chen Yang strode forward, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Hong. They are my friends, not thieves. Chen Yang? What are you doing here instead of at work? Yi Qingya instinctively inquired upon seeing him. Su Yan's eyes lit up at Chen Yang's arrival, and she cheerfully exclaimed, Chen Yang, you arrived just in time. Please explain to this security officer that we are not thieves. Chen Yang nodded slightly at Su Yan, smiling. Rest assured, I am here. Su Wei, seeing Chen Yang's unexpected appearance, felt a surge of indignation and coldly remarked, what use is he here? As a mere low-level employee, what assistance could I possibly offer? Chen Yang disregarded Su Wei's comment and turned his attention to Lu Hong, stating, they are here to engage in business discussions, not to steal. Allow them to proceed inside for their investment talks. Lu Hong scoffed, brandishing the rubber baton in his hand and pointing it at Chen Yang's chest, declaring, you are nothing. This is Sihai Investment Company, and as the head of security, I have the authority to conduct a search. Since you are accomplices, you will come with me. We shall apprehend you all at once. Chen Yang brushed Lu Hong's baton aside and retorted, I am a friend of your General Manager Qin. It would be wise for you to show some courtesy. Ha ha ha, a friend of General Manager Qin? You are utterly amusing. You are merely an employee from a cosmetics company. And now you dare to impersonate a friend of our Director Qin. I am even more suspicious of your intentions. Come with me, or we shall resort to force. Lu Hong spoke coldly. Seeing Lu Hong's fury, Yi Qingya quickly waved her hands in protest, explaining, do not resort to violence. We are willing to cooperate. Chen Yang was merely joking. Lu Hong sneered, a joke? Is this how one jokes? Sneaking into our company while pretending to be a friend of our director? This is theft and fraud, a double offense. Immediately proceed to the security department. Yi Qingya, witnessing Lu Hong's complete rage, felt further exasperated. She turned to Chen Yang, glaring at him with frustration. Chen Yang, why are you here creating chaos when you don't even work at the company? Look at the mess you've made. Now we can't clarify anything. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need for explanations, I will make a phone call. Lu Hong thrust the rubber baton against Chen Yang's neck with a sharp crack, asserting, hand over your phone. We will discuss matters after confirming your innocence. Chen Yang, already incensed by Lu Hong's repeated intimidation, saw Lu Hong's arrogance and instantly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap that sent Lu Hong sprawling to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. The other security personnel, witnessing Chen Yang's retaliation, rushed forward. Chen Yang kicked them away, sending them flying. Lu Hong, terrified, crawled backward on the ground, shouting, not only have you come to steal and commit fraud, but you also assault and rob. Call for backup and the police. None of you shall escape. As he spoke, Lu Hong retreated with his men to a distance of several meters, glaring viciously at Chen Yang and his companions. Observing the situation escalate so rapidly, Yi Qingya opened her mouth in shock, and then in anger, she seized Chen Yang's collar, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? Why did you strike someone when things were fine? We could have clarified everything. Now what shall we do? Not only will my business negotiations be thwarted, but we could all end up in jail. Chen Yang reassured Yi Qingya, do not worry, General Manager Yi. I truly know their director. I can speak to him and resolve this matter. Su Wei chuckled derisively. Chen Yang, you've made a huge mess and still pretend to be impressive. Qingya, there's no need for you to fret. I will call my cousin to inquire about the situation. Rest assured, this is merely a trivial matter. Su Wei produced his phone and dialed Su Yi's number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Su Wei hurriedly said, cousin, we are currently at the Sihai Investment Building, and the security has blocked our way, accusing us of theft. They even claim that you have resigned. What on earth is happening? On the other end, Sui abruptly interrupted Su Wei, saying, Su Wei, I have something to attend to. I will talk to you when I have time. The call was then disconnected. Su Wei stood there in a daze. He had given Su Yi a bribe of 100,000 yuan to assist in finalizing the contract for Yi Qingya. How could he feel so deceived now? Chen Yang glanced at Su Wei, realizing he was unable to handle the situation. Just as he was about to make a call, a flustered female secretary rushed over. I sincerely apologize. It is our company's oversight. We will severely reprimand the security personnel involved. Please forgive us. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, fearful that Chen Yang and his companions might be angered. Yi Qingya stood in disbelief, looking at the secretary. Hello, who are you? Oh, I am the executive secretary to the chairman. If you esteemed guests have any needs, please feel free to discuss them with me. Allow me to take you to the VIP room, the secretary said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya quickly expressed her gratitude and entered the room with the secretary. Chen Yang chuckled, and said, General Manager Yi Si, the matter has been resolved. You can negotiate the contract now. I have some errands to attend to. Yi Qingya, astonished, gazed at Qin Yang, her mind filled with questions. Could it be that Qin Yang truly knew the illustrious and exalted Qin Sihai? The negotiations proceeded remarkably smoothly. In just 3 minutes, Yi Qingya exchanged 10% of her shares for a 50 million investment from Sihai Investment Company. Holding the contract, she exclaimed in disbelief. I never imagined Qin Yang would have such influence. Su Yin giggled and remarked, Qingya, I have always said that Qin Yang is exceptional. Su Wei, with a dark expression, spat disdainfully and said, Qingya, Su Yin, you were truly naive. You believe Qin Yang's bluster? If I hadn't called my cousin, do you think we could have resolved this peacefully? Do you think we could have secured this contract? Qin Yang didn't even take out his phone. What help did he provide? Oh, so it was your cousin who helped. Yi Qingya suddenly realized. Su Wei nodded proudly, of course. Although my cousin has indeed resigned, his influence within the company remains substantial. After I called him, the trouble stirred up by Qin Yang was immediately resolved, and the contract was finalized. Su Yin glanced at Su Wei, slightly pursing her lips, and quietly said, I believe Qin Yang is not a liar. Perhaps he really knows Qin Sihai. Him? Su Wei scoffed. Yi Qingya added, Su Yin, I know Qin Yang very well. How could he possibly know someone of Qin Sihai's stature? Let us go. Now that the contract is settled, I will treat you to a grand dinner tonight. Young Master Su, I am truly grateful this time. Su Wei laughed heartily, replying, Qingya, it is all part of my duty. My father has been quite strict with me lately, but once I take over the family business, I will directly grant you 100 million to expand your ventures. Yi Qingya refrained from responding. Although Su Wei was quite decent, she had lost the desire for romance and marriage. For her, the presence of Yi was sufficient. Holding the contract, Yi Qingya returned to the office. Before long, the funds from Sihai Company were credited to the corporate account. Yi Qingya exhaled in relief. The company's crisis had been averted, and the new project needed to be expedited. Inside the office, Yi Qingya searched around and discovered that Qin Yang had yet to arrive for work. Frustration gnawed at her as she gritted her teeth and dialed Qin Yang's number. When the call connected, she demanded, Qin Yang, where are you? With a chuckle, Qin Yang replied, Director Yi, I am still at Sihai Investment Company. You need not thank me. I haven't done much. Thank you? I have shown you mercy by not reprimanding you. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Qin Yang, stop wandering aimlessly and get to work. Furthermore, we have Yi's treatment today. Do not forget. With that, Yi Qingya angrily ended the call. Qin Yang, holding his phone, was left speechless. He had indeed assisted Yi Qingya in resolving her troubles, yet instead of gratitude, he was met with scorn. The situation was infuriating. Qin Yang took deep breaths, feeling vexed. This Yi Qingya, apart from her beauty, was simply unreasonable. Mr. Qin, what happened? Qin Sihai inquired hurriedly. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just that Yi Qingya. Never mind. Let's not dwell on her. President Qin, your company is now quite secure. You merely need to take your medication regularly, and your health will improve. Qin Sihai quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Please accept this card. It permits unlimited spending on any projects invested in by Sihai Investment Company. Qin Yang waved his hand again. President Qin, you are too kind. It is truly unnecessary. Please, Mr. Chen, you must accept it. Qin Sihai pressed a diamond glass credit card into Qin Yang's hand, stating, You saved my life. No amount of money could repay you. This is merely a token of my appreciation. In the future, should you wish to purchase anything, including cars or houses, you may do so through my invested companies. Really? Houses as well? Qin Yang paused, taken aback. Qin Sihai laughed heartily, nodding, Mr. Qin, I have previously invested in several real estate companies. You may choose freely from those. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. He no longer hesitated. After all, he did indeed need a home for his mother. Even though the statue had sold for 1.2 million yesterday, it was evidently insufficient for acquiring a decent residence. Qin Yang accepted the card, nodding. All right, President Qin, if you experience any discomfort, just give me a call. Of course. Qin Sihai respectfully saw Qin Yang off. As Qin Yang exited Sihai Company, he felt invigorated. Just yesterday, he was under pressure from a loan shark. And now he could afford a life of luxury for his mother. With the supreme card bestowed by Qin Sihai, there was no longer a need to report to the office. He planned to purchase a house first thing in the morning. Qin Yang hailed a taxi and made his way directly to Fengming Community, where he intended to provide treatment for Yi. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Qin Yang glanced up, his expression filled with surprise. To his astonishment, the foaming real estate company was indeed an investment of Qin Sihai. This community appeared quite appealing. He resolved to return tomorrow to purchase a residence here, envisioning a future where he could bring his mother to reside in such a low-density, upscale development. As he whistled cheerfully, Chen Yang reached the doorstep of Yi Qingya's home. This time, he had learned his lesson, instead of entering the premises using the code. He first rang the doorbell and knocked gently. He wished to avoid the awkwardness of encountering Su Yin while she was bathing. "Who is it?" came Yi's voice from within. "My parents are sleeping. May I ask who you are?" Yi, displaying her cleverness, explicitly noted the presence of adults at home, intentionally stating so to deter any potential intruders. "Yi, it is me, your Uncle Chen Yang," he responded. "Uncle Chen," Yi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she flung open the door and leaped into his embrace. Today, her demeanor was markedly improved. It seemed that refraining from exposure to toxins, combined with acupuncture treatment, would soon lead to her complete recovery. Holding Yi close, Chen Yang felt a surge of affection and protectiveness, a sentiment so profound that it stirred within him a willingness to go to great lengths for her well-being. As he carried her into the room, he pondered with curiosity the reason behind his deep fondness for children. Previously, he had held neighboring children without such intense feelings of guardianship. How peculiar. Shaking his head, he gently placed Yi on the sofa. At that moment, his phone rang once more. He picked it up to discover it was a call from Yi Qingya. "Yi, what is it now?" he answered. In an irate tone, Yi Qingya queried, "Chen Yang, why haven't you shown up at the office all day? What are you planning?" Upon hearing her tone, Chen Yang felt a surge of frustration. After all, he had assisted her in overcoming a predicament and secured an investment contract, yet she seemed ungrateful, treating him with hostility akin to a fierce tigress. Impatiently, he replied, "I am currently at your house, preparing to give Yi acupuncture. As for your troublesome company, I have no inclination to visit." Relieved to learn that Chen Yang was with Yi Qingya exhaled and replied, "Oh, stay with Yi for now. And do prepare something for her to eat. I will be going out for dinner tonight." The call ended, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chen Yang marveled at Yi Qingya's temperament. She could be as fierce as a mother tiger, yet there was a sense of trust she placed in him. Did she perceive him as a caretaker for Yi? Knowing that Chen Yang was at home allowed Yi Qingya to feel at ease. She then called upon Su Yin and Su Wei to join her at the Jinrui Club to celebrate the success of today's investment. Turning to Su Wei, Yi Qingya expressed her gratitude, saying, "Su Xiao, I cannot thank you enough. Let us dine at the club, and afterwards, you may stay for a sauna and massage. I will cover all expenses." Su Wei beamed widely, waving his hand in modesty. "Yi, you are too kind. In truth, there is no need for us to dine out. A simple home-cooked meal would suffice. Yi is still awaiting us at home." Yi Qingya shook her head and replied, "It's all right. Chen Yang is currently at my house, so there is no need to worry about Yi. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Su Wei was consumed with jealousy. He had been pursuing Yi Qingya for over half a year and had yet to set foot in her home. Yet, Chen Yang, a mere low-level employee, could stay alone in Yi Qingya's abode. Why should that be? Su Wei, feeling dejected, voiced his concern. "Qingya, that fellow Chen Yang is just a pauper. Who knows what he might do while in your house? You should exercise caution." Su Yin chuckled and said, "Oh, Su, there is no need for your unwarranted worries. True, Chen Yang is somewhat impoverished at present, but he is my schoolmate and a skilled physician. His character is undoubtedly reliable." Su Wei, hearing Su Yin defend Chen Yang, felt an even deeper resentment. Yi Qingya drove the three of them to the Jinrui Club. Upon arrival, they noticed groups of individuals clad in black exiting the establishment. Yi Qingya halted and whispered, "Why are there so many unsavory characters? Is the Jinrui Club not safe?" Su Wei quickly reassured her, "Qingya, fret not. These individuals are associated with Lord Hu from the eastern part of the city. Just yesterday, Lord Hu's nephew, Bai Shan, was killed in his own bar, which was subsequently set ablaze. Lord Hu is now likely searching for the perpetrator. This has nothing to do with us. The Jinrui Club is a legitimate dining establishment. There is no danger here." Su Yin widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Someone dared to kill Bai Shan? I've heard of him. He owned the Bai Ma Financial Company, which is essentially a front for predatory lending. Many unsuspecting individuals have unwittingly become guarantors, accruing debts. He is a ruthless figure. Killing him is only fitting." "Shoo." Su Wei quickly gestured for silence. "Su Yin, we mustn't speak so recklessly. If Lord Hu's men hear us, we're finished. Let us go in and eat." The three of them entered a modest private room on the first floor. during the meal. Yi Qingya felt that Su Wei's cousin had been quite generous, not only treating them to dinner, but also presenting him with a sum of 100,000 yuan. Su Wei hurriedly declined. Qingya, this is too much. There is no need for such formality between us. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. Raising a child alone is no easy task, and I am here to assist you. Yi Qingya lowered her head and sighed softly. She found Su Wei to be quite a decent person, having pursued her for quite some time. However, she simply could not accept him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, she stood up and said, I will go to the restroom. As she made her way out of the private room, she encountered a young man adorned with a gold chain, casually chewing on a piece of candy. Upon spotting Yi Qingya, Du Huaixing abruptly halted in his tracks, gazing at her in disbelief, never having imagined that such beauty could exist in Qizhou. With a tall and slender figure, she possesses an alluringly proud curve. Her appearance is breathtaking, exuding an air of regal aloofness akin to a sophisticated woman of high stature. She is truly a rare gem, a stunning plaything upon the bed. Yi Qingya caught a glimpse of Du Huaixing, feeling the malevolent gaze he cast upon her, and hurriedly entered the women's restroom. Du Huaixing narrowed his eyes and chuckled, puffing on a cigarette as he waited outside. Moments later, Yi Qingya emerged. Du Huaixing extended his hand, blocking her path, and said, Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Let us exchange WeChat, and you can enjoy complimentary services here in the future. I don't need that. Yi Qingya replied coldly, her expression icy, as she strode away. Du Huaixing regarded her graceful silhouette with a sinister smile, following her as she entered box number 3. A server passed by, and Du Huaixing waved his hand, instructing, Bring a pot of fine tea to that room. Yes, Mr. Du, the server complied, not daring to question him. After all, Du Huaixing was the nephew of the formidable Du Hu, with the Tiger Lord currently in a fury, seeking the perpetrator of a murder. Offending him would be akin to extracting a tooth from the jaws of a tiger. Before long, a premium Longjing tea was brought in. Du Huaixing added a powder to it before sending it inside. The server lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Upon delivery, he stated, Ladies, this is our exclusive pre-rain Longjing, which you won't find elsewhere. Please enjoy. Yi Qingya and her companions expressed their gratitude. Yi Qingya and Su Yin each poured themselves a cup, while Su Wei, uninterested in tea, opted for red wine. The trio conversed for a few minutes until Yi Qingya suddenly furrowed her brow, saying, I feel a bit of a headache. Su Yin, could you drive us back later? Su Yin shook her head, helplessly replying, I feel quite tired too. Perhaps it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Maybe we should call for a chauffeur. Yi Qingya pondered for a moment and decided, never mind. I'll call Chen Yang. He didn't show up for work today and even called my company a shoddy one. Let him come in and drive us. Yi Qingya dialed Chen Yang's number, yawning as she spoke. Chen Yang, Su Yin, and I are at the Jinrui Club and feeling a bit worn out. Hurry over and drive my car back home. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless, replying, Yi Zong, don't you think your request is a bit excessive? Excessive? You didn't even come to work today. If you help me drive, I want to deduct your wages for today, Yi Qingya said before hanging up. Su Wei, having overheard the conversation between Yi Qingya and Chen Yang, felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. He chuckled lightly, saying, Yi Zong, it seems you have an unusual level of trust in Chen Yang. You even let him take care of Yi and now drive for you. Yi Qingya paused, shaking her head. How could I possibly trust that guy? He is indeed treating Yi, so it's only fitting he drives us home. Su Wei sighed in relief upon hearing this. The trio chatted for another 10 minutes before Yi Qingya and Su Yin began to sense something amiss. Initially attributing their discomfort to headaches from lack of sleep, they soon felt waves of dizziness wash over them, the effects of the drug surging suddenly, almost rendering them unconscious. Su Wei, what are you planning to do? Yi Qingya swiftly seized her phone and dialed the emergency number with urgency. Su Wei, bewildered, asked, Qingya, what's wrong? I'm in the middle of dinner. At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Du Huaixing strode in, advancing towards Yi Qingya, snatching the phone from her grasp, terminating the call, and hurling it into the hot pot. Du Huaixing laughed boisterously, proclaiming, feeling a bit drowsy. Are we? No worries. I've booked a room at the Jinrui Club, just waiting for the two lovely ladies to come and rest. A wave of terror surged through Yi Qingya upon hearing his words. She hurriedly retreated and clung to Su Yin. Su Wei rose, furrowing his brow as he glared at Du Huaixing. You dare to drug the tea? Do you have any idea who I am? Slap. Du Huaixing struck Su Wei across the face, warning him, if you don't want to die, you'd best get out of here. Su Wei, clutching his face, was consumed by rage. He had pursued Yu Qingya for over half a year. He would not let her go so easily. Yu Qingya, having consumed more tea, succumbed to the poison more severely. In a weakened voice, she implored, Su Xiao, hurry, call the police, With a thud, Yu Qingya collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Su Yin, holding on to Yu Qingya, leaned weakly against the sofa. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she glared at Du Huaixin and declared, Let me tell you, I am from the Su family. If you dare to lay a finger on us, no matter who you are, you will die? Du Huaixin erupted into laughter. The Su family? What Su family exists in Qizhou? I never expected to have such luck today. I've just stumbled upon two stunning beauties, each more exquisite than the last. Su Wei, fuming, shouted, Shut your mouth. This is the Jin Rui Club. I am the eldest son of the Su family. My father is Su Jiang. If you touch my women, you better open your eyes and see. Slap. Before Su Wei could finish, Du Huaixin raised his hand and delivered two swift slaps. Pointing towards the door, he stated, Let me introduce myself. I am Du Huaixin, and Tiger Yi is my uncle. Right now, I am following his orders to investigate the murderer of Bai Shan. These two women are suspects. If you dare to interfere again, you and your father Su Jiang will also be suspects. What? Su Wei trembled upon hearing Du Huaixin's identity, quickly waving his hands. So it's young Master Du. I truly am not the murderer. Neither is Yu Qingya. They are. Get out. Leave the club within a minute, or I will kill your entire family. Du Huaixin sneered. Su Wei, trembling all over, no longer dared to hesitate and fled the private room. Though Yu Qingya was beautiful, his life was far more precious. After all, he was the nephew of the formidable Tiger Yu. He could not afford to intervene. Inside the private room, Du Huaixin laughed heartily. Gazing at the unconscious Yu Qingya and Su Yin on the floor, he swallowed hard, muttering, I never expected Qingzhou to have such stunning sisters. The heavens truly do treat me well. Su Yin's eyes could barely remain half open. Gathering all her strength, she managed to speak. You, wait. I am the legitimate daughter of the Su family in the capital. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall bring ruin upon your entire clan. Du Huaixin erupted into a fit of derisive laughter. A legitimate daughter of the Su family? You think you are worthy? The Su family stands as one of the most esteemed families in the Great Xia. What a delusion you possess. My dear, rest assured. I shall ensure you experience the exquisite pleasures of this world. Du Huaixin's hand reached towards Su Yan's face, caressing her smooth skin, his blood surging with excitement. Stop. A figure strode into the private room. It was Qin Yang, who had come to drive Yu Qingya. Qin Yang surveyed the scene before him, his brows knitting together in concern. Hadn't Yu Qingya and Su Yin come here to dine? Why were they on the floor? Du Huaixin stood up, spotting Qin Yang. He swiftly snatched a fruit knife from the table. Get out, or I will end you right now. Qin Yang scrutinized Du Huaixin. And who might you be? Du Huaixin sneered. I am the nephew of the Tiger Lord from the East City, his successor. The Tiger Lord has tasked me with finding the murderer of Bai Shan. If you do not leave, you shall be the suspect. Searching for Bai Shan's murderer? Qin Yang paused for a moment, then smirked. It appears you are not a good person either. You are courting death. Du Huaixin brandished the fruit knife, lunging at Qin Yang. In a swift motion, Qin Yang grasped Du Huaixin's hair with one hand and delivered a punch with the other. A sickening crack echoed as Du Huaixin's arm shattered. Qin Yang followed up with another punch and kick. Crack, crack. Du Huaixin's legs were utterly destroyed. Damn it. It seems you have drugged Miss Yi. You pathetic scoundrel. Qin Yang kicked Du Huaixin squarely in the groin. With a sickening thud, Du Huaixin collapsed, unconscious. Qin Yang brushed off his hands, uninterested in lingering. He lifted Yu Qingya and Su Yin from the floor. Su Yin, struggling to keep her eyes open, felt a wave of relief upon recognizing Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Thank you. But she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Yang carried them both and exited the Jin Rui Club, entering Yu Qingya's car. With a press of the accelerator, he sped back to Fengming Community. Meanwhile, at a distance from Jin Rui Club, Su Wei wore a conflicted expression. He was frightened and wanted to leave. Yet he felt unwilling to do so. Yu Qingya was the woman he had pursued for over half a year, and he had not even managed to touch her. Now, to think she might be sullied by that scoundrel Du Huaixin. The imbalance in his heart was unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wei located a public phone booth and dialed the emergency services. Hello. I wish to report that there are people gathering to partake in illicit substances at the Jin Rui Club. It is quite brazen. Please dispatch assistance immediately. After placing the call, Su Wei donned a mask and returned to Jin Rui Club, seeking to discover Du Huaixin's whereabouts. However, upon returning to the private room, he was met with a chaotic scene. Du Huixing lay on the ground, unconscious, while Yu Qingya and Su Yin had completely vanished. Where have they gone? Su Wei pondered, bewildered. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Su Wei hurriedly turned and departed from the scene of turmoil. At Foaming Community in Yu Qingya's home, Chen Yang gently laid Yu Qingya and Su Yin on the bed, offering them water. Uncle Chun, what happened to my mom? Is she sick? Yi rushed over, her face etched with concern. Chen Yang gently pinched Yi's nose, assuring her, she is not ill. They are merely exhausted. By tomorrow morning, your mother will awaken. Uncle Chen. I'm scared. Yi clung to Chen Yang's neck. He affectionately tousled her hair, saying, do not fear, for I shall stay with you tonight until your mother wakes. Yi nodded vigorously, planting a quick kiss on Chen Yang's cheek. His heart soared with joy, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Casting a glance at the slumbering Yu Qingya, he mused internally, Yu Qingya, you owe this to your daughter. If it weren't for her, I would have little inclination to care for you throughout the night. The following morning, Su Yin jolted awake. She sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings, and realized she was in Yu Qingya's bedroom, her attire unscathed. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she rubbed her forehead, gradually recalling the events of the previous night. It appeared that, in the final moments at the private room, Chen Yang had rescued both of them, even incapacitating Du Huixing in the process. After some contemplation, Su Yin retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Fu, I am in trouble. She recounted the events of the previous night. The elderly voice on the other end responded, Miss, you have truly put yourself in grave danger. Fortunately, you were saved at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been too late. You should return with me to alleviate any concerns of the master and mistress. Su Yin replied, Uncle Fu, I cannot return just yet. My friend has left Du Huixing severely injured, and I fear for his safety due to potential retaliation from Du Hu. Uncle Fu cautioned, Du Hu is a formidable individual, an accomplished warrior of the Great Zhou, with considerable influence in the eastern part of the city. It is best to avoid provoking him. I will assess the situation. Su Yin felt a wave of relief. With Uncle Fu's presence, Chen Yang's life should be secured. Shortly after, Uncle Fu called back, Miss, Du Huixing remains unconscious, and I have ensured his silence. I have also tampered with the surveillance at the Jinrui Club. I will do my utmost to protect your friend. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Yin said, finally easing her worries. At that moment, Yu Qingya, rubbing her eyes, suddenly gasped and sat up with a start. She looked at Su Yin. Then around her room, confusion etched on her face. Su Yin, what? What is happening? I recall that before I fainted, a scoundrel barged into our private room and struck Su Wei. What transpired afterwards? How did we end up here? Yu Qingya asked anxiously. Su Yin was about to explain when her phone rang once more. Checking the screen, she smiled, saying, Qingya, it's for you. Huh? Yu Qingya looked at the caller ID and saw it was Su Wei calling. Since her phone had been tossed into the hot pot the previous day, Su Wei had reached out to Su Yin's phone instead. Yu Qingya hurriedly answered, asking, Su Xiao, what exactly happened last night? How did Su Yin and I get home? Su Wei was standing downstairs, unaware of what had transpired. However, since Yu Qingya inquired, he vaguely replied, Oh, I called the police yesterday. Qingya, how are you doing now? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingya quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Su Xiao. I truly appreciate it. Su Yin and I just woke up, aside from a slight headache. We are fine. Did you bring us home? Su Wei, neither confirming nor denying, replied, I was at the door. Qingya, could you please open it? Yu Qingya set down her phone, feeling immensely grateful towards Su Wei. Sighing with relief, she said, Su Yin, we owe Su Xiao a great deal. If it weren't for him calling the police, we would have been in serious trouble. Su Xiao called the police? Su Yin was taken aback. Yu Qingya nodded, exclaiming in a tone of survival, if it weren't for Su Xiao, do you think we could have returned? Quickly, get dressed. I will open the door. By the way, where's Yi? Why isn't she here? Yu Qingya dashed into the living room and discovered a note left by Qin Yang on the table. The note read that Qin Yang had taken Yi downstairs for breakfast and would drop her off at kindergarten, returning home in an hour. So there was no need to worry. Yu Qingya furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing that her daughter and Qin Yang were getting closer. This was not a good sign. Yu Qingya opened the door to her room, and Su Wei walked in, carrying a box of supplements. Su Wei asked Yu Qingya, Qingya, are you all right after yesterday? I am fine. Thank you so much, Su Xiao. I truly appreciate it. As Yu Qingya spoke, her eyes reddened. If it weren't for you, Su Yin and I would have been in serious trouble. Su Xiao, who was that person, so arrogant? Su Wei replied, he is Du Huixing, the nephew of Lord Hu. Qingya, you are too polite. It is my duty to do this for you. Su Yin, overhearing Su Wei's words, couldn't help but smirk internally. She then said, Su Xiao, does that mean Du Huaixin was knocked out by you? Huh? Oh. Su Wei nodded, of course. How could I stand by and watch you being bullied? Then thank you very much, Su Xiao, Su Yin said with a smile. Su Wei beamed with pride. He was unsure of the exact events. But seeing Yi Qingya so grateful towards him, he felt no need to elaborate further. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qinyang entered, carrying 2 breakfast plates. Noticing Yi Qingya and Su Yin, Qinyang smiled and said, 2 beautiful ladies, you are awake. Come and have breakfast. Qinyang, what are you doing here? Su Wei frowned. Qinyang shrugged, saying, what do you mean? I rescued them yesterday and slept on the sofa. Why wouldn't I come? What? You saved us? Yi Qingya looked at Qinyang, bewildered. Qinyang, what do you mean? It was Su Wei who called the police and knocked out Du Huaixin. Qinyang paused for a moment, somewhat speechless. He turned to Su Yin and said, when I arrived, Su Yin was not completely unconscious. She knew what was happening. Yi Qingya turned to Su Yin, Xiao Yin, what exactly is going on? How is it that Su Wei and Qinyang both claim to have saved us? Su Yin hesitated momentarily, apprehensive about the potential exposure of Qinyang's brutal assault on Du Huaixin. At this juncture, it was imperative to distance Qinyang from the situation. Drawing a deep breath, Su Yin asserted, it must have been Su Xiao's doing. I didn't see clearly. But the person who entered the private room at that time was certainly not Qinyang. Su Wei exhaled in relief, suddenly pointing an accusatory finger at Qinyang. You are truly repulsive. As a mere subordinate, you have the audacity to masquerade as a hero. Nonsense. Someone like you must be dismissed immediately. Get out. Yi Qingya's demeanor also turned frigid. She snatched the breakfast from Qinyang's hands and hurled it directly into the trash. Shaking her head, she declared, Qinyang, I am utterly disappointed in you. How many times must you lie? Can you not be a bit more honest? I lied? How dare you? All right, I'm truly astounded. Qinyang's face turned pale with rage as he pointed at Yi Qingya and Su Yin. You 2 women are nothing but ample-bosomed fools. Fine. I'll leave. Is that satisfactory? His teeth clenched in anger. He prepared to turn away. At that moment, a deafening crash resounded. Yi Qingya's door was violently kicked down. Du Hu, flanked by more than 20 men, stormed into the room, his face a mask of fury. Du Hu clutched Yi Qingya's phone in his hand and glared at her, his voice icy. Who assaulted my nephew in the private room yesterday? Speak. His murderous intent was palpable, reverberating through the air. Yi Qingya instinctively recoiled, casting a glance at Su Wei. Realizing her unspoken communication, Du Hu strode towards Su Wei. Seizing him by the throat, he lifted Su Wei off the ground, delivering a series of resounding slaps. In an instant, Su Wei's face swelled grotesquely. Du Hu's expression was fierce, his eyes wide with rage. He, the formidable Tiger Lord, the most powerful figure in East City, could not endure such affronts. In a chilling tone, he addressed Su Wei, you dare lay a hand on my nephew. Su Wei, paralyzed with fear, trembled as he pleaded, wait, Tiger Lord. It's a misunderstanding. It was not me. Yesterday, I was dining with Yi Qingya when young master Du Huaixin drugged them and forced me out. What happened afterward? I truly do not know. Du Hu furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Yi Qingya. Is it not him? At that moment, Qinyang, standing by the door, interjected, just now, Su Wei claimed it was his doing. He reported to the police, confronted Du Huaixin, and even escorted the 2 ladies home. We have surveillance cameras in the living room. The footage will reveal the truth. Du Hu, now resembling an irate shark, turned his attention to the living room surveillance camera. Commanding, show me the footage. Su Yin, with no choice but to comply, tremblingly retrieved her phone, unlocked it, and opened the camera application. Du Hu gestured forward. Indeed. The surveillance footage from the living room revealed Su Wei, brimming with pride, confessing to his actions. Du Hu turned, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Thud. Su Wei collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Master Hu, please spare me. I was merely boasting. I truly did not commit the act. Yesterday, young Master Du slapped me several times and drove me away. I later sneaked back into the private room, but all I saw was young Master Du lying on the floor. I witnessed nothing else. I genuinely do not know what transpired. Curse it, he still dares to argue. Du pressed his foot down on Su Wei's arm. Su Wei cried out desperately, Master Hu, I have evidence. My watch has a recording function. I recorded everything while I was in the private room. You can see for yourself. After being expelled, I merely paced outside. I truly did nothing. Feeling the weight of Du Hu's murderous gaze, Su Wei disregarded everything else and disclosed the secret of his watch's recording capability. Du Hu, with a darkened expression, accessed Su Wei's phone, which contained a photography app. Upon opening it, he located the footage from last night. Indeed, after being struck by Du Huixing, Su Wei obediently exited, wandering outside for over half an hour before he finally made a police call and returned to the private room. Inside, Yi Qingya and Su Yan had already vanished, leaving only Du Huixing, unconscious on the floor. Du Hu yanked Su Wei up and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "You wretch, so it was you who called the police." "Just wait." Su Wei, with a sorrowful countenance, pleaded, "Master Hu, I am willing to compensate you, but I swear I did not strike your nephew. Had I known, I would have certainly informed you. My father is Su Jiang. You have dined with him before?" Upon hearing Su Jiang's name, Du Hu snorted coldly, realizing that Su Wei was indeed his offspring. No wonder he was so spineless. "Get out." Yes, thank you, Master Hu." Su Wei, trembling, hurriedly fled. Yi Qingya and Su Yin leaned against the sofa, shivering. At that moment, Qin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and addressed Yi Qingya. "Now you understand who has been deceitful, don't you? It was you who always considered Su Wei a good person, counting money for someone who betrayed you. You believed he was an innocent young master after being secretly filmed." Yi Qingya, gasping for breath from fear, glared at Qin Yang, astonished that he would still dwell on such matters at this critical moment. Du Hu, with a darkened expression, scrutinized Yi Qingya and Su Yan on the sofa. At that moment, he comprehended why his nephew had targeted these 2 women. Indeed, they were exceptionally beautiful. Yet, to lose one's life over 2 women was truly not worth it. Du Hu approached Yi Qingya and declared, "I, Du Hu, have encountered many women in my life, yet not a single son. Du Huixing is my successor. Because of you, he has become a eunuch, lying in a coma, potentially destined to remain a vegetable for life. I do not wish to kill you. If you simply reveal who is responsible, I can grant you both a chance at survival." Yi Qingya shook her head, genuinely unaware of the truth. On one side, Su Yin bit her lip, remaining silent. Du Hu, observing the demeanor of the 2 women, erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, Well, since you refuse my offer, do not blame me for being impolite. Bring in the camera. I shall make a spectacle of you both." As he spoke, he reached for Yi Qingya's shoulder. "Hey, hold on. Are you blind? Can't you see I am still here?" Qin Yang interjected, furrowing his brow, compelled to remind Du Hu. Du Hu abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yang. With arms crossed, Qin Yang stated, "Last night, it was I who went to the private room." "Qin Yang, what nonsense are you spouting?" Su Yin suddenly interrupted, her expression anxious and her voice laced with anger. "Why does a mere lowly employee like you keep visiting President Ye's residence? Are you dreaming of something beyond your reach? Just leave. You are not welcome here." Qin Yang was taken aback, turning to look at Su Yin. In an instant, he comprehended the truth. Su Yin had known all along that he was the one who had entered the private room to rescue them both. Her previous deception was merely to protect herself. Now, she was trying to silence him out of fear that Du Hu would retaliate. She truly was a kind-hearted girl, worthy of being the dream goddess of many students at Jinling University. Qin Yang flashed a grin at Su Yin, saying, "Even if I were a toad dreaming of swan meat, it wouldn't be President Ye's I desire, but yours." "Qin Yang, what are you babbling about?" Su Yin's face flushed, urging him to leave quickly. "Not so fast." Du Hu sneered, realization dawning upon him. It was this insignificant fool who had rescued them from the private room. "So, it was you who injured my nephew in the private room, wasn't it?" "It was I." Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. The 2 women, Su Yin and Yi Qingya, exchanged anxious glances, perplexed by Qin Yang's reckless defiance. The man before them was none other than the formidable Du Hu of East City. Fuming, Du Hu let out a derisive laugh, gritting his teeth as he lunged for Qin Yang's collar. Slap. A sharp sound resonated through the room as Qin Yang delivered a resounding slap to Du Hu's face. The once arrogant Du Hu found himself staggering, falling to the ground. In that moment, Du Hu was bewildered. His subordinates were stunned. Su Yin and Yi Qingya, seated on the sofa, were equally taken aback. As Yi Qingya regained her composure, she hurriedly leaped from the sofa and rushed to Qin Yang's side, exclaiming, "Qin Yang, quickly, apologize to Master Hu." "And, Master Hu, we will certainly cover your nephew's medical expenses. Please, show mercy." Du Hu lifted his head, his mind spinning. He had just been struck by a mere nobody. He was a distinguished warrior of the great Zhou, and yet, how could he have been so easily slapped and brought to the ground? As the room fell into a tense silence, the sound of footsteps approached. A sudden rush of footsteps approached. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman in his 70s. Clad in a traditional Tang suit, none other than Ah Fu. Following closely behind him were fully armed officers, led by Zhao Dei, the chief of the Beijing branch of Qizhou. Ah Fu, you finally arrived. Su Yin exclaimed as she hurried towards the old man. Ah Fu nodded with a faint smile. Although Zhao Dei was unaware of the exact relationship between Su Yin and Ah Fu, he recognized the authority of the provincial department's token held by Ah Fu. With that token, even the director of the Qinzhou headquarters had to comply. Zhao Dei spoke coldly. Du Hu, how dare you intrude upon someone else's home in broad daylight? What do you intend to do? Get out, or I will have no choice but to arrest you. Du Hu's voice was chilling. Zhao Dei, my nephew is dead, and my son has become a vegetable. Am I not entitled to seek revenge? I care not for your grievances. Leave immediately, or I will take action. Zhao Dei replied icily. Du Hu pointed at Zhao Dei, waving his hand dismissively. Today, I shall grant you a favor, but do take care. With that, Du Hu departed with his men. Zhao Dei sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He turned to Ah Fu, saying, Old sir, the matter has been resolved. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Director Zhao. Tonight, I shall treat you. Ah Fu smiled. Soon, tranquility returned to the room. Outside the community, Du Hu's expression was dark. Sir, are we simply going to leave like this? That Zhao Dei is nothing. There's no need to show him any respect, protested his subordinate. Black donkey. Du Hu's eyes blazed with fury as he replied coldly, I certainly do not care for Zhao Dei. However, Chen Yang is somewhat inscrutable. Black donkey, puzzled, responded. But sir, that kid is merely a nobody, an employee at Yi Qingya's company. We've killed countless like him. What is there to be concerned about? You know nothing. If he were an ordinary person, could he have struck me down? Du Hu scoffed. Investigate him further. Discover who he truly is. Understood, sir. Black Donkey immediately set off with his men. Within Yi Qingya's residence, a repairman was reassembling the door. In the western guest room, which served as Su Yin's bedroom, Ah Fu and Su Yin were alone. Ah Fu regarded Su Yin and spoke. Miss, you should return with me. Du Hu is not to be trifled with. He possesses formidable skills. Remaining here poses a constant danger. Ah Fu, is Du Hu truly that formidable? Yet, how could Chen Yang have knocked him to the ground with a single slap? Su Yin questioned, puzzled. Ah Fu paused, then immediately shook his head. That is absolutely impossible. Unless Du Hu was completely unprepared, he could not have been struck down by Chen Yang. Mississippi. Su Yin raised her hand. Ah Fu, I shall not return for the time being. Furthermore, I must trouble you to stay nearby. Should anything happen to me or Yi Qingya, you can arrive in time. Thank you, Ah Fu. I know you're the best. Upon hearing these words, Ah Fu let out a bitter smile and sighed. Very well, very well. Who could resist the charm of the little princess I watched grow up? However, the affairs of the capital are ultimately inescapable. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. In the living room, Yi Qingya glared furiously at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, could you refrain from being so impulsive next time? Someone like Tiger Yi kills without a second thought, and you dare to slap him. What were you thinking? Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived with the officers today, otherwise, you might have lost your life. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Yi Qingya, was it not for your sake that I acted against him? And now you dare to blame me. Truly remarkable. A dog biting El Dongbin, a farmer and a snake, Mr. Dongguo and the wolf. Heartless. You, I worry for you. And you scold me. Yi Qingya's face flushed crimson with anger, her chest heaving, nearly fainting from the intensity of her emotions. Su Yin stepped out with a smile. All right, it's all in the past. Regardless, Chen Yang saved us. Qingya, let us cook lunch together to express our gratitude to Chen Yang. Not doing it. Yi Qingya retorted coldly, he just called me a dog, a snake, a wolf. Chen Yang turned away, scoffing, I wouldn't relish such a meal anyway. Humph. Without further ado, he departed. Upon reaching the community, Chen Yang's brows furrowed in concern. This Du Hu was rather troublesome. At that moment, within the office of the Tiger Transportation Company, Du Hu's stronghold, he held his phone with a dark expression. The investigation by the Black Donkey had revealed that this Chen Yang was nothing but a complete loser, a thoroughgoing failure. In high school, he was a bookworm, bullied at every turn. His college years were even more tragic. He fell for a vain girlfriend, was humiliated, and ultimately, he graduated without a diploma. After graduation, he exhausted all his savings to marry, only to be divorced within a year, having his house taken over and being tricked by his brother-in-law, accumulating a debt of 700,000 to the White Horse Company. To this day, Qin Yang's mother still works as a cleaner, scavenging to repay debts. How dare such a loser slap my face? I'll make you understand the meaning of regret. Someone, bring Qin Yang's mother to my office. I want her to witness how her son is gradually reduced to nothing. Du Hu slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Not long after, Huang Zihua was brought into the office of the Tiger Transportation Company. Trembling, she gazed at Du Hu, bewildered by the injustice of fate. She had just escaped the clutches of a lone shark, enjoying a day of peace, and now she found herself captured by Tiger Yi. Though merely a woman, Huang Zihua had heard of Tiger Yu's notorious reputation. Observing her trembling form, Du Hu could not suppress a hearty laugh. He tossed her a phone and said, "Old woman, there is no need to be overly anxious. Call your son and have him come to my office for a chat." Huang Zihua raised her head and timidly addressed Du Hu, saying, "Tiger Lord, if my son has offended you, this old woman is willing to bow and apologize, pleading for your forgiveness." She knelt down, repeatedly knocking her head against the ground. Du Hu, with a cold expression, pressed his foot down on Huang Zihua, exclaiming, "Old woman, did you not comprehend what I said? Now call your son. Rest assured, I will not harm him. I merely wish to share a cup of tea and have a chat." Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Du Hu, Huang Zihua understood all too well. Trembling, she picked up her phone and dialed Qin Yang's number. Du stood nearby, reveling in the scene before him. He relished the thought of Huang Zihua summoning Qin Yang, only to eliminate him piece by piece. How heartbroken and regretful she would be then. The call connected. Huang Zihua shouted into the phone with all her might, "Son, run. Leave Qizhou City and never return." Du Hu, overhearing her frantic plea, struck her with a swift slap. With a resounding crack, Huang Zihua was sent flying several meters, crashing against the sofa, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. Du Hu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this old woman would dare defy his orders and see through his intentions. Huang Zihua trembled, blood flowing from her eyes as she glared at Du Hu, declaring, "Kill me if you wish. My son will not come. He has already fled. He has already fled." Du Hu picked up his phone and spoke into the receiver. "Qin Yang, your mother is visiting my office. If you wish to see her again, come to Tiger Transport Company without delay. Do not even think of escaping. I can find you anywhere." On the other end, Qin Yang gripped the phone tightly, his lips bleeding from being bitten. Suppressing his fury, he replied, "I will be there in 10 minutes. If anything happens to my mother, I will wipe out your entire company." He hung up and dashed towards Yi Qingya's room. Throwing open the door, he snatched the car keys from the table and quickly said, "President Yi, I need to borrow your car." And with that, he vanished without a trace. Yi Qingya and Su Yin were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's abrupt departure, Yi Qingya gasped and jumped to her feet, calling out, "Qin Yang, come back. I still need to go to work. If you take my car, how will I get to mine?" But Qin Yang had already disappeared. Su Yin covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "That Qin Yang is quite amusing. But didn't something just happen? His eyes look red, and his lips are bleeding. Trouble is what he sought. How reckless to slap Tiger Lord. He must not have thought things through." Yi Qingya retorted with disdain. Su Yin shook her head, replying, "Qingya, I actually think Qin Yang's previous actions were quite manly. After all, he may be a bit poor, but he possesses medical skills, a sense of responsibility, courage, and determination. Whether in the bar or today in the room, he stood up to protect us. He truly is quite commendable and handsome too." Yi Qingya was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. She turned to gaze at her close friend, her heart sinking. Surely, this little girl could not have developed feelings for Qin Yang. This was absolutely unacceptable. Grasping Su Yan's arm, Yi Qingya exclaimed, "Su Yan, Qin Yang is nothing more than a complete loser. Any admiration you hold for him is merely a facade. Moreover, he is hardly handsome. He is quite the eyesore." Su Yin giggled and shook her head, responding, "No, I genuinely think he is quite charming, and his brows and nose bear a resemblance to Yi, which I find delightful." Yi Qingya, taken aback, quickly shifted the topic, her heart racing. At that moment, Qin Yang was driving Yi Qingya's car, speeding recklessly, running through numerous red lights, and driving against traffic through flower beds. In just 8 minutes, he arrived at the base of the Tiger Transport Company. Looking up at the company building, Qin Yang's clenched fist trembled with rage, veins bulging. Why do these scoundrels persist in harming my mother? Mother, wait for me. It is the fault of your son for being powerless and allowing you to suffer. Please, do not let anything happen to you. I have caused you a lifetime of pain, but now that I have the ability, I can ensure your comfort. You must hold on." Qin Yang strode into the company lobby. Inside, more than a dozen thugs adorned with gold chains regarded him with disdainful sneers. Ignoring them, he took the elevator directly to the chairman's office. Within the office, Du was embracing a woman clad in a red dress, smoking a cigar as he observed his subordinates, beckoning Huang Zihua. In front of them, over 20 burly thugs leered at Huang Zihua. "Old hag, stand up and strip," one thug commanded, grabbing Huang Zihua by her hair and yanking her up. Huang Zihua trembled all over. You are inhumane. You are fiends." A thug slapped her across the face. "You should only blame your son for not knowing his place, daring to challenge our young master Du." With a mocking sneer, the thug tore Huang Zihua's outer garment apart. Du laughed heartily, flicking his cigar, and proclaimed, "Old dog, I will not let you and your son die easily. I will make you witness as I slowly carve your son into pieces, ensuring your disgrace spreads far and wide, even reaching your own family." Ha ha. Bang. The office door was violently kicked open. Upon witnessing the torment and humiliation of his mother, Qin Yang felt his heart shatter. "You seek death." Without further ado, Qin Yang charged forward. The 20 or so subordinates immediately drew their steel rods and daggers, preparing to confront him. Huang Zihua, kneeling on the ground, shouted, "Son, run. You are no match for them." Bang, 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 bang. Before Huang Zihua could finish her plea, the gangsters were sent flying. Their chests crushed, necks broken, or skulls shattered. In the blink of an eye, over 20 men lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. Huang Zihua stood in astonishment, his mouth agape as he gazed at his son. On the sofa, Du trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Qin Yang, his cigar slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. You are a master?" Du stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to his knees. "I am truly sorry. I had no idea you were a young master. It is I, Du, who am blind to greatness." He bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. A renowned warrior of the great Zhou dynasty, he was well known in Qingzhou and seldom encountered a rival. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Qin Yang, so young, had already attained the status of a martial arts master. A master cannot be insulted. A master stands effortlessly above the law. The realization that he had offended a master weighed heavily upon him. Qin Yang approached Du, his voice cold as ice. "What is a master worth? Du, you have committed countless atrocities, harming my mother. Today, I shall end your life." With a swift kick, Qin Yang crushed Du's skull, the sound reverberating through the silence of the office. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the sight of lifeless bodies surrounded them. Qin Yang helped his mother to her feet and turned his gaze toward the woman in the red dress seated on the sofa. She was paralyzed with fear. Meeting Qin Yang's eyes, she fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, I am innocent. I was forcibly taken as Du's wife. I never wished to do evil. Please, spare me. I can serve you faithfully, and I will lead the Tiger Gang to honor you. I will follow your commands." Huang Zihua quickly interjected, "Son, please, do not take more lives. We must hold reverence for life." "Yes, mother. I heed your words." Qin Yang replied, his gaze returning to the woman in red. "For my mother's sake, I shall spare your life." Han Hongting, kneeling on the ground, bowed her head repeatedly toward Huang Zihua. "Thank you, esteemed lady. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I promise to honor you both in the future. I will ensure that this matter is resolved. You can rest assured." Qin Yang held his mother tightly as he strode down the stairs. Upon reaching the car, tears streamed down his face. "Mom, please hold on just a little longer. I will take you to the hospital. From now on, I will always be by your side." Huang Zihua shook her head, a look of contentment gracing her features. She gently stroked Qin Yang's hair and said, "Son, you have ultimately embarked on the path of a warrior. Alas, I am fine. However, as you become a warrior, you must possess a sense of reverence and exercise caution. For that is the key to longevity. Do not be like your father. Cough, cough. Mom, please hang in there. We are heading to the hospital now." Qin Yang rushed Huang Zihua to the central hospital. At the Tiger Transport Company, Han Hongting stood up, gazing at the lifeless body of Du at her feet. Unable to suppress a smile, she brushed her hair back, wiped the urine from her legs, and smoothed her skirt, looking into the mirror. The corners of Han Hongting's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, ferocity, and desire. She had been waiting for this day, though she never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. For a long time, Han Hongting had pondered how to eliminate Du and ascend to power. Regrettably, Du was a formidable warrior. Conventional methods could never vanquish him. Now, however, Du Hu is indeed dead, slain by Chen Yang, along with his 20 loyal subordinates. Fortune favors me. Fortune favors me. Han Hongting picked up her phone and instructed, Hey Lu, notify all leaders to convene at the company. I have important matters to announce. Yes, sister-in-law. Han Hongting hung up with satisfaction. From now on, the Tiger Transport Company would no longer have Master Hu, only Hongjie, only sister-in-law. As for Chen Yang, he was a towering figure. If she could curry favor with him, the future of her Tiger Transport Company would be exceedingly bright. After delivering his mother to the hospital for treatment of her external injuries, Chen Yang was relieved to find that her condition was not severe. He advised her to remain at the hospital for observation while he drove back to Fengming Community. This time, Chen Yang vowed to protect his mother diligently, ensuring she could enjoy her twilight years peacefully. First, he needed to purchase a house. He resolved to have his mother reside in Fengming Community, which was far safer. After returning the car to Yi Qingya, he headed straight for the sales office at the entrance of Fengming Community. This community was part of the Sihai Group. Armed with the Supreme Diamond Card gifted by Qin Sihai, he could purchase a house here at will. Upon arriving at the sales office on the left side of the community entrance, Chen Yang walked inside, where a woman in her 50s greeted him with a smile. Hello. Sir, may I ask? What the hell, Chen Yang? What are you doing here? Chen Yang furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the woman, who turned out to be Wang Meili, Lu Yu's aunt. With a look of disdain, Wang Meili waved her hand dismissively and said, Get out, get out. Understand this clearly. We are the sales office of Fengming Real Estate, not a vegetable market. Is this a place for you? Chen Yang, filled with anger, retorted, Get lost. I am here to buy a house. What business is it of yours? Step aside. Buying a house. Here? Wang Meili burst into laughter, exclaiming, You, a penniless fellow whose wife has left him, dare to come here to purchase a house. Let me tell you, the most affordable unit in Fengming Community still costs over 4 million. What do you think you're doing? Chen Yang, uninterested in further explanation, pushed past Wang Meili and strode inside. Ever since his marriage to Lu Yu, this aunt had belittled him in front of relatives. Now that he was divorced, her behavior had only worsened. In the sales hall, a fresh-faced intern, Lu Yuan, approached Chen Yang with a warm greeting. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Chen Yang nodded and replied, I wish to purchase an apartment, preferably one that is ready for immediate occupancy. Ah, we have several available. Our community still has over 10 move-in ready units, as well as 3 villas, all exquisitely decorated and ready for you to move in right away. Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. Really? Then please show me the available properties, Chen Yang responded. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly added, Of course, sir. Let me first take you to see the model, so you can familiarize yourself with the options. If you are interested, I can then take you to view the actual properties. Wang Meili, witnessing this exchange, sneered and called out, Lu Yuan, come here. Puzzled, Lu Yuan approached Wang Meili. Yes. Team leader Wang, how can I help you? Wang Meili coldly retorted, Do you know why you haven't been promoted yet? In sales, having a discerning eye is crucial. Just look at that worthless man. Do you really think he can afford a house? Your actions are nothing but a waste of time. Lu Yuan was taken aback. But she replied, But team leader Wang, the general manager has stated that every visitor is a guest, and we should greet them warmly. I have plenty of time. I'll continue attending to that gentleman. Hearing this, Wang Meili pointed accusingly at Lu Yuan's head, declaring, I see you have no desire for promotion. You are forbidden to assist Chen Yang. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and saying, I'm sorry, team leader Wang, but this is my job, and I believe I should attend to him. Wang Meili's eyes narrowed, and she responded, Very well. You, and in turn, dare to defy me. Prepare for your probationary period to end in failure. Chen Yang observed Wang Meili's arrogant demeanor and chuckled to himself. Lu Yuan approached him, letting out a slight sigh as she said, I apologize, sir. Allow me to take you to see the model. No need, Chen Yang interjected. Tell me about your best properties. The finest options would be the villas on the east side of the community. There are 2 shell units, which offer excellent value, each priced around 18 million. There is also 1 decorated unit, but it lacks value due to its smaller size, priced at 19 million, which is quite steep. Therefore, I recommend considering the 2 shell units, Lu Yuan hurriedly explained, eager to promote the villas since they offered higher commissions. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and produced a diamond card. I'll take that decorated villa. Let us proceed with the payment. Lu Yuan stood frozen in place. Chen Yang frowned and urged, What's the matter? Quickly bring the contract. I intend to purchase that villa. the surrounding employees, hearing about the impending sale of the 19 million villa, quickly gathered around. Is the villa priced at 19 million really about to be sold? The commission on that is an astounding 5%. That would mean a staggering 95,000 in commission. I can't believe it. Lu Yuanyuan must have hit the jackpot. How could this be possible? Standing nearby, Wang Meili couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Chen Yang, you truly know how to put on a show. A villa worth 19 million, and you expect someone to swipe a card for that? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Your wife has run off with someone else. And you're living with your mother in a makeshift dwelling, yet you dare to claim you're buying a villa in Fengming community? This is hilarious. With that, Wang Meili cast a triumphant glance at Qin Yang, fully aware that given his circumstances, he wouldn't be able to afford even a fraction of that price, let alone a 19 million villa. Qin Yang shot a disdainful glance at her and chose to ignore her. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan entered the finance office with her bank card. The next instant, the crisp sound of a successful card swipe resonated through the air. Ding. Transaction successful, special card. Account frozen at 19 million. The other salespeople in the hall were left agape upon hearing this. It was real. She had indeed swiped for 19 million. My goodness. To purchase such an expensive villa outright, there must be so many wealthy individuals. How enviable. Lu Yuanyuan, still in her internship, had landed such a high-profile client. Earning $1 million in a single day, it was truly infuriating. Look at Wang Meili. Her lips are nearly bleeding from biting them so hard. Someone joked. She deserves it. She was the one who tried to chase this client away. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan, the finance staff, and even the sales department manager all rushed out. Excited by the news of the villa's sale, the plump manager grasped Qin Yang's hand, eagerly stating, Sir, please hold on. I will have someone prepare the purchase contract for you right away. Rest assured, when you buy from us, you won't have to worry about anything. You can move in this afternoon. Wang Meili took a deep breath and hurried over, plastering a smile on her face as she said, Yes, Qin Yang. When you buy from us, you won't need to handle a thing. Honestly, you're just joking around with your aunt. We're practically family. And I had no idea you were such a hidden tycoon. Come, let us get you some water. Lu, please attend to Qin Yang. I'll print the contract for him. Oh, how lucky I am today to be serving my first client. And it's you, Qin Yang. Clearly. Wang Meili was determined to snatch that commission from Lu Yuanyuan. Upon hearing Wang Meili's words, Lu Yuanyuan paled. Knowing she was merely an intern while Wang Meili was a seasoned employee and team leader, so she dared not speak up. Qin Yang glanced at Wang Meili, chuckled softly, and said, Ms. Wang, who was it that just said they wanted to drive me away? Who instructed Miss Lu not to attend to me? What is this? Now you're hoping to seize the commission? Standing to the side, the portly manager instantly comprehended Qin Yang's words. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan handed her diamond VIP card to Qin Yang. The general manager's heart sank as he beheld the card in Qin Yang's hand, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. This card appeared to be a VIP card issued by the C-High Group to its elite clients, and every individual possessing a diamond card was among the most esteemed clients of the C-High Group. If he offended Qin Yang and left him dissatisfied with a mere utterance, his managerial position would be at stake. The portly manager swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Meili's face. Pointing at her head, he exclaimed, Is this how you treat clients? Do you dismiss my words so easily? I have repeatedly informed you that every client deserves our utmost courtesy, yet you, Wang Meili, have treated my words and the company as principles as mere trifles. From this moment forth, you need not return to work. Finance, please settle her dues and have her leave immediately. On the other hand, Xiao Lu, you have performed admirably. I will promptly promote you, and your commission will be credited to your account within 3 days. Well done, Xiao Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan beamed with excitement. Nearby, Wang Meili was utterly stunned. She had not only lost the opportunity to earn over 900,000 in commission, but now faced the prospect of losing her proud position as well. As the sales team leader, she had toiled alongside the general manager for over a decade to attain her current status and income. Now, rendered unemployed, she wondered how she would sustain herself in the future. With a thud, Wang Meili fell to her knees, pleading pathetically, Manager, please. You cannot do this. Even if Qin Yang has some wealth, he has already purchased a home. He will no longer be of use to us. I am your most loyal and capable aide. And you cannot dismiss me simply because of this worthless Qin Yang. I know Qin Yang. I am unaware of how he acquired this 19 million. But he is nothing more than a complete loser. During his marriage, his wife cheated on him with a fishmonger, humiliating him, and subsequently cast him aside. He is in debt to loan sharks, and his mother is scavenging to help him repay it. Manager, such a person does not merit your kindness. You cannot expel me for his sake. The portly manager trembled in fear upon hearing Wang Mei's words, his face paling with anger. He understood all too well what it meant for Chen Yang to possess the esteemed diamond card. With a series of sharp slaps, the manager struck Wang Mei's face, declaring, "You have offended our most significant client. All remaining funds for this month will be deducted. Now leave. Security. Come here and remove Wang Mei and all her belongings from the premises." Several security personnel promptly escorted Wang Mei out, casting her onto the street outside the sales office. The portly manager nearly knelt before Chen Yang, bowing repeatedly as he implored, "Mr. Chen, I apologize profusely. It is my failure in managing my subordinates. I earnestly hope you can forgive me." Chen Yang cast a glance at the corpulent manager, merely nodding slightly as he spoke. "That is of no concern to you. Please expedite the processing of all the paperwork for my residence. I intend to move in today." The manager promptly responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, you may await here. Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Ma, cease your other tasks at once and prepare all necessary documentation for Mr. Chen. Today, we must ensure the villa is ready, including utilities, keys, and security systems, and we shall also arrange for Mr. Chen's property certificate." Everyone halted their activities, dedicating themselves to serving Mr. Chen. The staff at the sales office exchanged astonished glances before swiftly attending to the required procedures. Outside the sales office, Wang Mei clutched her file box, despondent and forlorn. At the age of 47, she had unexpectedly found herself unemployed. How would she manage her mortgage? What about the household expenses? The dowry for her son's marriage? All of this was the fault of Lu Yu and her sister, Wang Meihua, those wretched creatures. It was they who disparaged Chen Yang as a loser, which led to her own falling out with him. Consumed by rage, Wang Mei retrieved her phone and immediately dialed her sister Wang Meihua. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's home, her mother Wang Meihua was busily tying her apron in the kitchen, preparing to host Lu Yu's boyfriend, Gao Qiming. Wang Meihua was elated. Her daughter had finally divorced Chen Yang. Now, she could pursue a marriage with the promising Gao Qiming, whom she favored. In the living room, Gao Qiming and Lu Yu sat on the sofa, hand in hand, exuding affection. Gao Qiming produced a box, revealing a gold necklace weighing over 40 grams. He handed the box to Lu Yu with a grin, saying, "Xiao Yu, I spotted this lovely necklace while shopping and decided to buy it for you. It cost over 20,000, though it's not particularly valuable, just wear it casually. When we marry, I'll get you something even more exquisite." Lu Yu joyfully adorned herself with the necklace. Though Gao Qiming was stocky and worked as a fishmonger, lacking Chen Yang's handsomeness, his earnings were substantial. Typically, he made 30 to 50,000 a month, and during peak times, his net profit exceeded 100,000. Thus, despite his dark complexion and the faint odor of fish that lingered around him, Lu Yu felt delighted. Before her divorce, she had been involved with this elementary school classmate. Gently caressing the necklace around her neck, Lu Yu sighed, "Qiming, you truly treat me well. During my year with that good-for-nothing Chen Yang, he never bought me any jewelry." Gao Qiming chuckled with pride, lounging comfortably. "How could you even compare someone like Chen Yang to me? He earns 3,000 a month. While I can make that in a single day, he doesn't stand a chance against me." Lu Yu immediately embraced Gao Qiming's arm, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Qiming, you are far superior to him." I am engulfed in a sense of melancholy. During the divorce, I overlooked the existence of an old and dilapidated courtyard belonging to his family. Now that the courtyard is slated for demolition, it is rumored that the compensation could amount to nearly 1 million. This thought weighs heavily on my heart, as I have not received a share of this sum. Gao Qiming chuckled heartily and reassured me, "Do not worry, Xiao Yu. 1 million is merely a year's income for me. Besides, once we are married, I will enlist a few friends to help you claim it." Wang Meihua emerged from the kitchen, bringing a bowl of fish to the table. Her face illuminated with a blissful smile as she remarked, "Qiming, the fish you brought is simply delightful. It smells so fresh." Just as she was laughing, her phone rang. She picked it up, glanced at the screen, and smiled, saying, "Look, it's your second aunt calling. I'll ask her if she has time to join us for a meal." Placing the phone on speaker, she cheerfully inquired, "Meili, do you have time for lunch? Come over for a meal." On the other end, Wang Mei was seething with rage, exclaiming, "Wang Meihua, how can you still consider yourself a person? You may have deceived others, but to do so to your own sister is unforgivable. Do you realize that you not only cost me 1 million, but also my job? You wretched woman." Wang Meihua was taken aback by the tirade, her own temper flaring as she retorted, "Wang Mei, what madness has overtaken you? Who has deceived you? Wang Meili, gritting her teeth, replied, if you haven't deceived me, then it was your daughter who did. You all claim Chen Yang is worthless. Yet today he purchased a villa for 19 million in cash at the sales office. I have been dismissed from my job because I failed to properly entertain him. The commission from selling that villa should have been mine, and now I find myself unemployed, yet I cannot express my anger? Seated on the sofa. Liu trembled at these words and hurriedly approached, asking, and, what did you say? Are you telling me Chen Yang bought a villa in cash? A villa worth 19 million? How is that possible? That good-for-nothing earns only 3,000 a month. He cannot even afford a Wuling Hongguan. Wang Meili snapped back. You insolent girl, be quiet. This just happened. Do you think I would lie? I am now without a job, all because of you. The villa number 3 in Fengming Community is about to have the property deed finalized, with Chen Yang's name on it. Just wait. I lost my job because of your family's nonsense. Wang Meili furiously ended the call. In the living room, Lu Yu and Wang Meiwa exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts aching with profound sorrow. Wang Meiwa trembled and whispered, Daughter, what is happening? How could that good-for-nothing Chen Yang afford a villa worth 19 million in cash? Lu Yu shook her head. Mother, I do not know. This is impossible. Could it be that during this year of marriage, Chen Yang never spoke the truth to me? Is his family actually wealthy beyond measure? Wang Meiwa, consumed by jealousy, incessantly tugged at her apron, expressing her frustration. Had I known their family was so affluent, we should have treated him well and served him with smiles. Now look at you. After a year of marriage, all you've acquired is a dilapidated house and a mere few $100,000 in savings. You've missed out on the real fortune. I suggest you seek reconciliation with Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Liu glanced at Gao Qiming, seated beside her. In that moment, she realized she no longer found the fishmonger appealing. Even if he toiled for a month earning 100,000, he could not compare in looks to Chen Yang. Moreover, with such scant funds, how could they ever afford a villa worth 19 million? Gao Qiming sensed Liu Yu's and Wang Meiwa's disappointment in him. He declared vehemently, Xiaoya, do not rush to conclusions. This situation is utterly implausible. How could that useless Chen Yang possibly possess such wealth? Come, let us investigate. If he does own a villa, it would be considered marital property, and you deserve half in the event of a divorce. Liu nodded eagerly. Yes. Half of 19 million, that's 10 million for me. But I fear Chen Yang might not agree. Gao Qiming rose, thumping his chest. Disagree? If he does, I'll knock his teeth out. Xiaoya, when you marry me, leave such matters to me. I will gather my employees, and we shall head to Fengming Community immediately. Trust me, Xiaoya. I will be your pillar of support. Liu promptly grabbed her bag and replied, Qiming, you're right. We must go and demand our share. The two hurried downstairs, making their way to Fengming Community. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of Fengming Community, Yi Qingya and Su Yin stood beside a Mercedes-Benz. Yi Qingya surveyed her vehicle, marred by numerous scratches, its front end dented and paint chipped, the rear light shattered. Clenching her fists in fury, she stomped her foot and exclaimed, Is this my car? It was perfectly fine yesterday, and after lending it to Chen Yang this morning, he has turned it into a wreck. Where on earth did that scoundrel take my car? As she spoke, her phone buzzed with a message, 13 notifications from the traffic police. Dear owner, your vehicle has been penalized 6 points for running a red light, with a fine of 500. Dear owner, your vehicle was caught driving against traffic at Imean Road, incurring 12 points and a 2,000 fine. Dear owner, your vehicle was improperly parked, resulting in a 200 fine and a deduction of 2 points. The barrage of violation notifications ignited her fury. Observing the storm brewing on Yi Qingya's face, Su Yin inquired, Qingya, is there a problem? Yi Qingya thrust her phone at Su Yin, her teeth clenched and brows furrowed. Seething, look at what that rascal Chen Yang has done. I lent him my car this morning and now it's damaged, alongside receiving 13 violation notifications. What does he intend to do? Drive my car straight to the junkyard? Su Yin took the phone, glanced at its contents, and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming, Chen Yang certainly knows how to stir things up. Yi Qingya, exasperated, retorted, You're still laughing? A broken car is a trivial matter, as is breaking the law. However, this clearly illustrates Chen Yang's frivolous nature, his lack of composure, and his irresponsibility. He acts without considering the consequences. Such a person should be avoided. Upon hearing this, Su Yin giggled, Qingya, Chen Yang is not as flawed as you portray him. I see this as a manifestation of his innate romanticism, a disregard for convention, and a life filled with passion. Of course, I believe something must have prompted him to drive so recklessly. Yi Qingya shot Su Yin a glare, fuming, At a time like this, you still defend him? What are you even thinking? With that, she picked up her phone and dialed Qin Yang. As soon as he answered, Yi Qingya bluntly asked Qin Yang, "Are you on your way to work now?" Qin Yang replied, "No, Manager Yi, I've encountered a bit of a situation. Moreover, I've resigned and will not be going to work." Hearing this, Yi Qingya's anger intensified. "Resigned? Who authorized your resignation? You cannot resign. Where are you right now?" On the other end, Qin Yang replied, "I'm currently at the entrance of Fengming Community, but I'm being blocked by someone." Yi Qingya huffed. "At the entrance of our community? Perfect timing. I need to speak with you about something. You owe me for my car." With that, she hung up, and she and Su Yin got into the car, heading toward the entrance of Fengming Community. Upon their arrival, they discovered a crowd gathered, with Qin Yang's figure at the center. Yi Qingya and Su Yin pushed their way through the throng. At that moment, Qin Yang wore an expression of anger and disgust. He had just exited the sales office when he found himself obstructed by his ex-wife and a few others, glaring at Lu Yu and Gao Qiming, who stood before him. Qin Yang struggled to suppress the fury rising within him. Although Lu Yu had long since become irrelevant in his life, witnessing her alongside her elementary school classmate, who had engaged in an affair with her, was utterly shocking. Suppressing his rage, Qin Yang addressed Lu Yu. "What business do you have with my money? It has nothing to do with you. Just leave." He continued, "I've known for a while that there was something amiss between you and your elementary school classmate, but I never expected you would have the audacity to confront me for money." With her hands on her hips, Lu Yu pointed at Qin Yang's forehead, declaring, "Qin Yang, stop deflecting. We are legally married, and now, just a month after our divorce, you suddenly have a fortune. It's unreasonable not to share it with me. If you don't produce 10 million today, you won't be leaving." Gao Qiming chimed in with a sneer, "Qin Yang, have a little dignity. Lu Yu is your wife for a year, and this is how you treat her? After the divorce, you're withholding everything, hiding away such a large sum of money. You truly are calculating." Qin Yang was left utterly amused by his own anger, baffled at how he had ever agreed to marry a woman like Lu Yu in the first place. "From this moment on, I would rather remain single for a lifetime than foolishly rush into marriage again." Surrounded by dozens of onlookers, each carrying groceries and eagerly consuming the unfolding drama, Qin Yang took a deep breath and addressed Lu Yu, saying, "Lu Yu, you possess no shame, but I still do. Firstly, during our year of marriage, all my earnings have been in your hands. My mother's savings and our family's home have been seized by you. What more do you desire? Secondly, you engaged in infidelity within our marriage, secretly pursuing this other man, and it was you who initiated the divorce, casting me aside. Furthermore, you and your brother have displayed utter shamelessness, coercing me into becoming a guarantor for your debts, which amount to 700,000 in high-interest loans. Now, you dare to confront me and demand money? Let me make it clear, this money has nothing to do with you. If you do not leave, I will not hesitate to take action." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of gossip. How utterly shameless this woman is. She committed adultery and now has the audacity to approach her ex-husband for money with her lover in tow. Where's her dignity? In just 1 year of marriage, she has deceived him out of their home and savings. Is she not merely a con artist? When it's time for my son to marry, he must be discerning. Indeed, it has become increasingly common for women to prosper through marriage. Lu Yu and Gao Qiming, upon overhearing the murmurs, felt a twinge of panic. Gao Qiming rolled up his sleeves, gesturing to a few employees to surround Qin Yang. He pointed a finger at Qin Yang's face and said, "Qin Yang, stop with the nonsense. In any case, if you don't pay today, I will not let you go." Gao Qiming seized Qin Yang by the neck, attempting to drag him towards his van. With a sharp sound, Qin Yang delivered a resounding slap that sent Gao Qiming stumbling backward. He then raised his foot and, with a series of kicks, sent Gao Qiming's subordinates flying over 20 meters into the wintergreen bushes, leaving them incapacitated. Gao Qiming, taken aback, covered his face and retreated hastily, astonished by Qin Yang's unexpected strength despite his seemingly frail appearance. Qin Yang pointed at Lu Yu, commanding, "Leave now, or I will not hesitate to strike you as well." Lu Yu, startled, hurriedly hid behind Gao Qiming. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Gao Qiming spat, "Fine, Qin Yang, you are indeed ruthless. But what does your wealth matter? What does your strength matter? You are still the man who was cuckolded. Your wife remains steadfastly by my side. In the end, you are nothing more than a green-hatted turtle without a woman." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. Such words are the most brutal of curses for a man. Even though he no longer holds any regard for Lu Yu, hearing Gao Qiming utter those words ignited a surge of anger within him. Just then, a stunning figure approached with swift grace. It was Su Yin, clutching a small handbag and adorned in a green dress. Her exquisite features and graceful figure were nothing short of breathtaking. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Chun Yang's, radiating warmth and intimacy. With a playful tone, Su Yin nestled closer and asked, "Darling, what are you doing here? Who are they?" Lu Yu and Gao Qiming stood frozen at the scene before them. Gao Qiming's gaze was fixed on Su Yin, momentarily rendered speechless by her stunning beauty. Qin Yang was taken aback, having not anticipated Su Yan's bold gesture. But he quickly realized that it was Su Yan's way of boosting his confidence. A subtle smile crept across his face as he casually draped his arm around Su Yan's shoulders, saying, "It's nothing. Just a brief chat with my ex-wife and her new partner." Su Yan exclaimed, addressing Lu Yu and Gao Qiming. "So, you are the ex-wife. I must truly thank you for divorcing Chen Yang and you, sir, for allowing him to remain single. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to be his girlfriend or marry him." Her words were met with gasps from the crowd, as many men could not help but wipe the corners of their mouths, consumed by envy and jealousy. After all, Su Yin was breathtakingly beautiful, and it was astonishing that such a woman had chosen a divorced man. Was Chun Yang truly the luckiest of souls? Lu Yu and Gao Qiming exchanged incredulous glances, and Lu Yu burst into laughter, pointing at Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, you scoundrel, you've learned to put on a fade. It's merely because you were cuckolded and kicked to the curb that you felt compelled to bring a woman here to play pretend, isn't it? Don't waste your efforts. A man like you is destined to remain a solitary bachelor." Gao Qiming, coming to a realization, chuckled, so this woman was deliberately brought in by him. Qin Yang truly is a hypocrite. Su Yin flashed a playful smile at Lu Yu and Gao Qiming, waving her hand, "Regardless of what you two think, I am genuinely grateful to both of you." With that, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Chun Yang's cheek. Wrapping her arm around his, she said, "Darling, let us head back." Chun Yang's heart raced wildly. He could hardly believe that, in the name of acting, Su Yin had truly kissed him. She was the campus belle of Jinling University, the goddess of countless male admirers in her time. At that moment, he felt exhilarated and profoundly grateful to Su Yin. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Let us go home." The two of them walked closely side by side toward Foaming Community. At that moment, security personnel rushed forward. Aware that Chun Yang was a property owner and a VIP of Sihai Company, several guards swiftly escorted Lu Yu and Gao Qiming out onto the street. Lu Yu's face flushed with anger, her hands trembling as she struggled to comprehend why, after merely a month of their divorce, Qin Yang could suddenly afford to purchase a villa outright. Why was such an enchanting woman eager to marry him? Previously, his stunning boss had even come to their home, handing him a check for 700,000. How could this happen? Why? How could this useless fellow possibly turn his fortunes around? Gao Qiming, enviously watching the figures of Qin Yang and Su Yin, previously thought Lu Yu to be quite attractive, but now, in comparison to Su Yin, she seemed utterly lacking. What kind of extraordinary fortune had Qin Yang encountered? Having gone through a divorce, he had managed to find such a stunning girlfriend, one even more beautiful than a celebrity. In that moment, Gao Qiming felt that his arduous pursuit of Lu Yu had lost its allure. Meanwhile, Lu Yu harbored an immense disdain for Gao Qiming. Despite his fish-selling endeavors earning him several thousand each month, he paled in comparison to the current Qin Yang, merely a laborer in her eyes. With a darkened expression, Lu Yu declared, "I am leaving." Ignoring Gao Qiming, she stormed home in a huff. In her heart, she vowed to extract what she was owed from Qin Yang. Since he had once married her, surely he would eventually find himself enamored with her once again. Within the community, Su Yin and Qin Yang strolled side by side towards a pavilion, the audience having dispersed. Su Yin released Qin Yang's arm and, her head lowered, softly murmured, "I apologize. Qin Yang, I saw you being insulted by those two earlier, so I decided to step in and help. I hope I didn't frighten you." Qin Yang hastily waved his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude as he replied, "The one who should apologize is me. Thank you, my esteemed school beauty. I am truly grateful. You not only assisted me but also bestowed upon me a delightful kiss. My heart is still racing." Upon hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, replying, "It's not that exaggerated. You were the one who saved me and Yi Qingya first." The two shared a laugh. As Qin Yang gazed at the breathtaking Su Yin before him, he couldn't help but reminisce about their first encounter in Yi Qingya's apartment, when Su Yin had dashed out of the bathroom, completely unadorned. In that moment, Qin Yang's heart raced, and he blushed deeply, suddenly overwhelmed by the desire for Su Yin to truly become his girlfriend. Su Yin, noticing the fervent gaze of Qin Yang, paused for a moment before her face flushed as well, and she quickly looked away, saying, "Qin Yang, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm getting shy. Chun Yang swallowed hard, preparing to confess his feelings, when suddenly, Yi Qingya approached briskly. She seized Su Yin by the side and pointed at Chun Yang, exclaiming, "Chun Yang, what do you think you are doing? Acting inappropriately, are you? Su Yin has already helped you, so you need to leave our community at once. Aside from treating Yi, you are barred from entering here again. And now, go to work immediately." With a stern face, Yi Qingya shouted a few orders before taking Su Yin away. Chun Yang was left speechless. His previously joyous mood had been shattered by Yi Qingya's intervention. He exclaimed, "Boss Yi, aren't you being a bit overbearing? This community isn't yours. I can come and go as I please. And why are you so upset? Could it be that you felt jealous of my interaction with Su Yin just now? Oh dear, you wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you? I'm truly sorry, but I'm not interested." Chun Yang said this half-jokingly. Yi Qingya abruptly turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Chun Yang. Her teeth clenched as she declared, "Chun Yang, do not delude yourself. My ire is not born of jealousy. Rather, it stems from my desire to protect my dear friend. You are simply unworthy of her." With that, she grasped Su Yin's arm and strode away. Once in the car, Su Yin, seated in the passenger seat, observed the ashen expression on Yi Qingya's face with curiosity. "Qingya, what is troubling you?" Su Yin inquired, perplexed. "You were quite uncharacteristic just now. What could have provoked such fury?" Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Yang did save Yi, and he has previously aided both of us. It is only right that I extend him some assistance. Your treatment of him feels rather unjust. You are not a narrow-minded woman who repays kindness with malice. Yet your reaction was truly bewildering. Could it be that you harbor feelings for Chun Yang? Were you genuinely envious just now? Su Yin turned to gaze earnestly at Yi Qingya. In response, Yi Qingya shot a glare at Su Yin and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in him? He is merely an employee in my company, a lowly staff member with no discernible talents, having worked here since his graduation. I could never find him appealing. My only concern is that you become too entangled. Henceforth, you are to cease all contact with him." As she spoke, Yi Qingya pressed down on the accelerator and sped away. Her mind was a tempest of confusion. After all, Chun Yang was Yi's father, and Su Yin was her closest confidant, the type of friend with whom one could share life and death. She could not allow the two to continue their association. Meanwhile, Chun Yang stood in the pavilion, watching Yi Qingya's fierce retreat, miffed as he muttered under his breath, "Interfering married woman, robbing me of another chance to confess." Just then, his phone rang, and he quickly answered it upon seeing who was calling. Chun Yang picked up his phone. It was a call from Qin Sihai. Having recently charged 19 million with that card, he naturally felt a twinge of anxiety. Once the call connected, Chun Yang hastily spoke, "Mr. Qin, today I purchased a villa. And the price is rather steep, so..." Before he could finish, Qin Sihai, filled with trepidation, respectfully interjected, "Mr. Qin, Master Qin, please do not feel embarrassed. The fact that you can use that card and spend from it indicates your regard for me. Without you, my life would have been forfeit. What is 19 million? Please, indulge in whatever you desire." Seeing Qin Sihai's politeness eased Chun Yang's mind, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Sihai quickly continued, "Mr. Qin, I have a favor to ask. A dear friend of mine has fallen gravely ill and has been bedridden for the past month. He has sought treatment in renowned hospitals worldwide, but to no avail. You were able to discern and remedy my ailment. So I wonder if you could kindly examine my friend?" Chun Yang smiled and replied, "Of course. Where is he?" Qin Sihai promptly said, "Mr. Qin, I will take you there. Where are you currently located?" Chun Yang provided his location. 20 minutes later, a stretched Lincoln pulled up at the entrance of the Fengming community. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Sihai eagerly introduced, "Mr. Chun, you might know my friend. He is Wang Lin, the CEO of Qianda Group." Chun Yang chuckled, "Mr. Qin, you have a wide circle of acquaintances. I never expected you to know the former billionaire Wang Lin." Qin Sihai laughed heartily in the beginning. His funds were less than mine. However, he capitalized on the real estate boom and ascended to wealth. Oh, that villa halfway up the hill is his residence in Qingzhou City. Before long, Qin Sihai led Chun Yang into the villa. A few bodyguards acknowledged Qin Sihai with respectful bows and did not impede their entry into the bedroom. Inside, numerous medical instruments surrounded a man in his 50s lying on the bed, connected to oxygen tubes and covered with various devices, utterly motionless. Qin Sihai guided Chun Yang to the bedside, addressing the man, "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Chun Yang, the miraculous doctor I mentioned to you. He was the one who healed me. Without him, I would have perished at the hands of my wife and brother-in-law." You can trust Mr. Chen. The bedridden Wang Lin made an effort to nod and said, I appreciate your help, Mr. Chen. Chen Yang felt a surge of astonishment. Just a month prior, he had seen Wang Lin on television and in interviews, and now he appeared in such dire straits. Chen Yang gently touched Wang Lin's pulse and examined his eyes. He was quite taken aback, exclaiming, what is this? Both the pulse and the facial features indicate that Mr. Wang's health seems to be quite intact. Qin Sihai introduced, Indeed, Mr. Chen, a month ago, Wang Lin was in excellent health, frequently engaging in hiking and swimming, surpassing his peers in vitality. Just a month prior, while trekking through Qinglong Mountain in Qingzhou City, after completing a circuit, he suddenly found himself unable to move the following day, as though paralyzed, with limbs unresponsive and even struggling to breathe. Yet, his mind remained remarkably clear. Over the past month, he has visited various hospitals. Yet no discernible cause for his condition could be identified. All medical facilities suspected a cerebral hemorrhage, but despite employing the most advanced equipment, the source of the bleeding remained elusive. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and said, Let me give it a try. He extended his hand and placed it upon Wang Lin's chest. Having received the Taoist inheritance, which inherently included medical knowledge, Chen Yang's palm channeled mystical energy into Wang Lin's center of vitality. The energy coursed through Wang Lin's body along the pathways of the lung meridian. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, attentively sensing, and soon his eyes brightened with astonishment. He distinctly perceived that several spiritual cores were obstructing the most delicate pathways at the Dazhui point on Wang Lin's neck. The human body's meridians serve as channels for the flow of vital energy and blood, although current technology cannot directly map the configuration of these channels. It is universally acknowledged that meridians and acupoints indeed exist within the body. They function as conduits for energy, enabling one to feel invigorated and agile. Presently, however, Wang Lin's Dazhui point was blocked by spiritual cores, leading to a disruption in the flow of energy and blood, which rendered his entire body immobile. Most crucially, Chen Yang did not anticipate discovering spiritual cores within Wang Lin. In truth, spiritual cores are not toxins. Rather, they are vital energies of great significance to martial artists. They can only form in areas rich in spiritual energy. When a martial artist absorbs a spiritual core, they can rapidly enhance their strength. Conversely, ordinary individuals, unable to assimilate this potent energy, find it lodged within their meridians, resulting in paralysis. Chen Yang raised his hand, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, I have discerned the nature of your ailment, and I am capable of providing treatment. The process may be somewhat painful, so I ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Wang Lin's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he tremulously uttered, Mr. Chen, please save me. Chen Yang nodded and then placed both hands on Wang Lin's neck, while his internal mystical energy surged into Wang Lin's governing meridian. The energy swiftly began to dissolve the spiritual cores, and after 5 minutes, the cores dispersed, transforming into a gentle aura that flowed throughout Wang Lin's body. In the next moment, Wang Lin gasped deeply, suddenly sitting upright, removing his oxygen mask in disbelief as he glanced at Chen Yang and then at those around him. He leaped from the bed, moving his limbs, astonished to discover that he had fully recovered. Wang Lin suddenly knelt before Chen Yang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master Chen. I thought I would spend my life as a vegetable, but unexpectedly, in my moment of despair, I have made a complete recovery. Chen Yang promptly assisted Wang Lin to his feet. Beside them, Qin Sihai laughed heartily, boasting, Mr. Wang, do you see? The miraculous doctor I recommended is truly reliable. Ha ha ha. Filled with excitement, Wang Lin embraced Qin Sihai, his body trembling with emotion. Soon after, Wang Lin invited Chen Yang and Qin Sihai to the living room. Pouring a glass of water for Chen Yang, he respectfully inquired, Mr. Chen, what exactly is the nature of my strange illness? Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, opting to conceal the matter of the spiritual core. He looked at Wang Lin and said, Mr. Wang, it appears that during your mountain climbing, you were paralyzed by a specific type of pollen toxin. Additionally, could you please provide me with a detailed account of your climbing route? I intend to find a time to eradicate that toxic pollen to prevent others from falling victim. The spiritual core is of great significance to martial artists, which is why Chen Yang chose to keep it a secret. Listening to Chen Yang, Wang Lin and Qin Sihai praised him repeatedly. Wang Lin gave a thumbs up, stating, Mr. Chen not only possesses remarkable medical skills, but also a noble spirit. You must be cautious when climbing. Do not let the same pollen incapacitate you. Chen Yang nodded slightly, responding, Rest assured, Mr. Wang. Such toxins are trivial to me. However, you must meticulously map out your route across Qinglong Mountain for me. Leaving no detail unmentioned, Wang Lin nodded in agreement, pulling out his phone. My phone has a location function. The route I took through Qinglong Mountain is recorded here. Soon, Wang Lin sent the route map to Chen Yang. Upon receiving the map, Chen Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Since Wang Lin had encountered the spiritual core along his path, it indicated that somewhere underground in Qinglong Mountain, there must be a rich source of spiritual energy, which would greatly aid his own advancement. Wang Lin glanced at the time and remarked, Mr. Chen, there is no need to delay any longer. I will have the servants prepare a meal for the three of us. Chen Yang quickly waved his hand, saying, No, Mr. Wang, you are too kind. I still need to go to the hospital to pick up my mother this afternoon, and I just purchased a house today. So I should settle in as soon as possible. Since you have recovered, I will take my leave now. Wang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Yang would make no requests. Surprised, he eagerly grasped Chen Yang's arm and said, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I have some antique paintings and calligraphy to gift you. Chen Yang immediately waved his hand, insisting, Mr. Wang, there is truly no need. Healing you is merely a matter of convenience. You need not feel burdened. I really must go to the hospital. With that, Chen Yang took out his phone and opened the ride-hailing app to summon a car. Seeing that Chen Yang had no means of transportation, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. This young man had saved his life and asked for no reward in return. Wang Lin promptly exclaimed, Mr. Chen is indeed a man of great righteousness. Thus, I shall refrain from mentioning the matter of remuneration. It is quite inconvenient for you to lack a means of transportation, and fortuitously, there is a vehicle in this villa that I seldom use. I shall generously offer it to you for your convenience. Without granting Chen Yang an opportunity to decline, Wang Lin immediately addressed the butler, instructing him to bring the Bentley Mulsanne from the garage. Chen Yang, taken aback by Wang Lin's enthusiasm, had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, a silver-gray SUV came to a halt at the entrance. The butler respectfully placed the keys in Chen Yang's hand, paying little mind to it. Chen Yang waved goodbye to Wang Lin and Qin Sihai before embarking on his journey to the hospital. Inside the villa, Wang Lin watched the vehicle depart, letting out a deep sigh. He turned to Qin Sihai and remarked, Old Qin, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. If it weren't for your acquaintance with such an extraordinary individual as Mr. Chen, my latter years would have been utterly bleak. Qin Sihai nodded in agreement, replying, It is not only you who should be grateful. I share your sentiment. Were it not for Mr. Chen, I might have lost my life. Wang Lin laughed heartily, raising his arm and declaring, I am in splendid spirits today. Therefore, I shall host a rehabilitation banquet in Qingzhou City tomorrow, which will serve as an official announcement to the world that I, Wang Lin, have made a full recovery. There will be no issues with Qingda Group, reassuring our investors and boosting our stock. Additionally, we shall invite merchants from all corners of Qizhou City to gather, invigorating the commercial atmosphere. Qin Sihai nodded in agreement, saying, That is indeed a splendid idea. We should also extend an invitation to Mr. Chen, giving him a grand reception. Wang Lin laughed heartily, exclaiming, We are of one mind. Most importantly, we must invite Mr. Chen to join us, taking the opportunity to forge a connection. The two cunning old foxes exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Chen Yang arrived at Qizhou Central Hospital. His mother had been humiliated by Du Hu, but fortunately, she sustained only superficial injuries. After a brief cleaning and dressing, she was no longer in serious condition. Chen Yang entered the ward, assisted his mother out, and helped her into the Bentley. Huang Zihua was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the car, exclaiming, Son, this vehicle is quite expensive. Where did you acquire it? With a smile, Chen Yang replied while driving, It was a gift from a CEO named Wang Lin. By the way, Mom, I was curious to ask how you were acquainted with martial artists. When you witnessed me defeat Du Hu in his office today, you did not seem overly surprised. Have you had previous encounters with martial artists? At Chen Yang's inquiry, Huang Zihua instinctively lowered her head, revealing a hint of panic in her eyes. She quickly shook her head, saying, Son, I have never had any dealings with them. However, I did hear your father mention them long ago, though I never realized they possess such formidable strength. Regardless of how powerful you may become or whether you identify as a martial artist, always maintain a reverence for life and respect for the law. One must not trample upon them recklessly. Only then can one live longer and happier. Chen Yang nodded, responding, I understand, Mom. I shall heed your teachings. Huang Zihua turned her gaze to the window, letting out a faint sigh within her heart. Ultimately, Her son had indeed embarked upon this path. 10 minutes later, Huang Zihua realized that they were not on the way home. She turned to her son Qinyang and asked, "Son, have you lost your way?" Qinyang chuckled and replied, "Mom, we have moved to a new house. During your hospital stay, I purchased a villa, and from today onward, we will reside in our new home. I will never let you face danger again." Upon hearing this, Huang Zihua's tears streamed down her cheeks, and she nodded, saying, "Good, my son has made something of himself." At that moment, Qinyang's phone rang. He answered, and a clear, anxious voice came through. "Uncle Qin, where are you? Can you come pick me up from kindergarten?" Qinyang, puzzled, inquired, "Where is your mother? Did she not come to pick you up?" Yi did not respond but continued to plead, "Uncle Qin, please come get me. Want tea?" Hearing her earnest request, Qinyang smiled and said, "Of course, I will head over right now." After hanging up, he drove towards Guizhou Kindergarten, which was not far from Foming Community. At the entrance of the kindergarten, a group of children with backpacks awaited dismissal. Among them, surrounded by 7 or 8 others, stood Yi, who was the target of their laughter. "The poor little one without a father, how embarrassing," they taunted. "Yi is just a wild child, ha ha ha. A wild child without a dad." Yi clenched her fists and shouted back defiantly, "I have a dad. He will come to pick me up soon." The laughter continued, and a chubby boy pointed at Yi, mocking her, "You're lying. Yi is just a wild child, a pitiful little thing without a dad, still bragging here. You might as well go home." Enraged, Yi charged at the chubby boy, and the 2 children immediately began to tussle. The female teacher at the kindergarten observed the commotion and approached. She forcefully separated Yi, saying sternly, "Yi, why have you resorted to fighting again? Do you not understand that this behavior is inappropriate?" With tears welling in her eyes, Yi responded, "Teacher, Ning Hao called me a wild child without a dad first." Lu Xiaoyan, the teacher, furrowed her brow and said, "You do not have a father. They are speaking the truth. You started the fight, which is wrong." The surrounding children cheered at Lu Xiaoyan's words, all pointing and laughing at Yi, chanting, "The wild child without a dad. The wild child without a dad." Just as Chun Yang emerged from his car and witnessed this scene, seeing all the children pointing at Yi and mocking her, even the teacher joining in the bullying, his heart shattered in that moment. He strode over and bellowed, "What is going on here? How can you all be so disrespectful?" Chun Yang, with a swift motion, stepped beside Yi and lifted her into his arms. The surrounding children, upon seeing Chun Yang, instinctively recoiled, while Yi clung to his neck, sobbing softly. "Uncle Qin, are you my daddy? You are my daddy, aren't you?" Embracing Yi, Chun Yang replied, "Yes, I am your father. If anyone bullies you again, tell daddy, and I will make it right." As he spoke, his gaze turned towards the chubby boy, Ning Hao, who had been tormenting Yi. Ning Hao looked up, meeting Chun Yang's fierce eyes, and instinctively shrank back, bursting into tears. He was the most frequent bully of Yi, and now, confronted by Chun Yang's intimidating glare, he felt a pang of guilt and, compounded by his timid nature, began to cry incessantly. Nearby, teacher Lu Xiaoyan hurried over, gently patting the boy's head and soothing him. "It's all right, don't cry." She then shot a cold glare at Chun Yang, demanding, "What are you doing? You scared our student into tears." Chun Yang's eyes narrowed, his anger boiling within him. He had no intention of frightening the chubby boy. After all, these were merely children, barely over 4 years old, who knew little of right and wrong. However, the true disgrace lay with the kindergarten teacher. She had witnessed the bullying and, rather than defending Yi, had chosen to protect Ning Hao while blaming Yi. With Yi still in his arms, Chun Yang strode forward, his warrior aura bearing down on Lu Xiaoyan. In a chilling tone, he declared, "You are their teacher? A woman like you is unworthy of such a role. Apologize to Yi immediately." The command resonated like thunder, enveloping Lu Xiaoyan in a palpable wave of intimidation. Startled, she trembled, feeling as if the very air around her was heavy with dread. With a thud, Lu Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, her voice quivering as she stammered, I'm sorry. It was my failure to handle the situation properly. I apologize." Her terror was evident, and Yi, still clinging to Chun Yang's neck, couldn't contain her delight at the sight of her formerly dreaded teacher genuinely apologizing. She joyfully exclaimed, "Oh look, I was right. The teacher apologized to me. I am not a wild child without a father. He is my daddy." Yi cheered, her spirit lifted. The other children, witnessing their teacher kneeling before Chun Yang, felt an increased fear towards him and Yi, knowing they could no longer bully her without consequences. Chun Yang, with a dismissive huff, addressed Lu Xiaoyan, "Get up." Should you ever show bias again and bully my daughter, you will have to face me. Lu Xiaoyan gasped for breath as she rose, internally chastising herself for how easily she had been intimidated into submission by Chen Yang's words. How had she allowed herself to be so frightened as to kneel and apologize? Little chubby Ning Hao is indeed the son of the third master. It is only natural to protect him. Why should one apologize to an illegitimate child who has no father? Lu Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and spoke, Sir, let me inform you that Ning Hao is the third master's son, so your daughter should avoid provoking him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang let out a cold laugh and directed his gaze at Lu Xiaoyan, saying, It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Just then, a plump middle-aged man rushed out from the office behind, the kindergarten principal. Upon witnessing the scene before him and glancing at the nearby Bentley Mulsanne, his heart sank. The principal swiftly approached, pointing a finger at Lu Xiaoyan's forehead, and scolded, Teacher Lu, what is going on here? You were hired to teach at our kindergarten, and you can't even handle such a trivial matter? Where is your professional competence? Seeing the principal arrive, Lu Xiaoyan quickly lowered her head and replied, Principal, please listen to me. It's Yi and Ning Hao who got into a fight. As you know, Ning Hao is the third masteress. Before Lu Xiaoyan could finish her sentence, the principal pushed her hard and reprimanded, Lu Xiaoyan, as a kindergarten teacher, you should be able to resolve disputes between children. Let me tell you, if such incidents occur again, you can consider this your last day on the job. Subsequently, the principal turned to Chen Yang, smiling as he bowed and said, Sir, I sincerely apologize. This is entirely our kindergarten's responsibility, and we will handle it properly. You can rest assured to leave your child in our care. Our kindergarten is the finest in the vicinity. Chen Yang nodded in response, that's more like it. All right. I shall take my daughter home now. The principal nodded eagerly. Yi cheered excitedly, wrapping her arms around Chun Yang's neck and exclaiming, By the way, Daddy, our kindergarten is organizing a camping trip in 3 days. The teacher said it's best if parents accompany us to the great outdoors. Daddy, will you and Mommy come with me? Hearing Yi's words, Chen Yang's heart felt shattered, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Of course, I have plenty of time. I will definitely accompany you along with your mother. Daddy can take you to enjoy many fun activities. He affectionately ruffled Yi's hair as they walked toward the Bentley. Placing her in the back seat with his mother, Huang Zaihua, Chen Yang drove away, accelerating towards Fengming Community. Meanwhile, within the kindergarten, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes were red with grievance as she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and addressed the principal, Principal, you used to say that we must take good care of the third master's child. Just now, why did you show such favoritism towards Yi? The principal shot her a glare and replied sharply, Are you blind? Did you not see that man driving a Bentley Mulsanne? Let me tell you, there are no more than 10 Bentleys in the whole of Qingzhou City, and that one he just drove off and cost 9 million. Do you dare offend a man who drives a 9 million yuan car? Have you lost your mind? The principal scoffed, whether it's the third master or the man in the Bentley. We cannot afford to offend either. Be more prudent in your actions moving forward. Lu Xiaoyan opened her mouth, finally grasping the reason. At that moment, the Bentley had entered the Fengming Community, where Huang Zaihua cradled Yi, his eyes ceaselessly surveying the little girl before him. Huang Zhanhua's hands trembled almost uncontrollably. She swallowed hard and inquired of Chen Yang, seated in the driver's seat, Son, when did you give your mother a granddaughter? Why have you never mentioned this before? Huang Zaihua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Chen Yang, driving, replied with exasperation, Mother, what are you talking about? She is not my daughter. She is the daughter of our boss, Mr. Yi. Huang Zaihua was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Impossible. This child. Her eyes, nose, and mouth are exactly the same as yours when you were young. As Chen Yang drove, he laughed heartily and remarked to Huang Zaihua, Mother, I can tell you are eagerly anticipating grandchildren. Your eyes are practically glazed over with longing. Rest assured, I will hasten to remarry and bless you with a multitude. Huang Zaihua chuckled at Chen Yang's words, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yi, puzzled by how strikingly similar the child was to her son at that age. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of Villa Number 3. Though modest in size, the villa boasted an enviable location. Nestled beside the central lake of Fengming Community, flanked by mountains at the rear and bordered by bamboo groves and pavilions nearby, serene yet conveniently situated. Chen Yang maneuvered the car into the courtyard, and Huang Zaihua, taking Yi by the hand, alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing Yi's adorable visage, her heart melted. She embraced Yi and asked, My dear child, are you hungry? Grandma will prepare something delicious for you. Upon hearing this, Yi clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh, There will be tasty food. Yi will help Grandma cook. Huang Zihua beamed widely as she carried Yi into the villa. Inside, the villa was outfitted with all necessary amenities, and even the refrigerator was brimming with fresh vegetables, rice, meat, and eggs, courtesy of the manager and real estate personnel. Without delay, Huang Zihua ignited the stove and prepared layered pancakes and egg drop soup for Yi. As Yi savored the pancakes, her eyes sparkled with delight, and saliva dripped from her mouth as she bounced with excitement. Grandma, your cooking is so delicious. How can it be this good? Huang Zihua, hearing this, smiled broadly, her joy reaching her ears as she ruffled Yi's hair and said, Is Grandma's cooking tasty? This is what your Uncle Chen loved most when he was little. If you enjoy it, you can come over every day after school and Grandma will make it for you. Yi clapped her hands enthusiastically and nodded, saying, That is wonderful, Grandma. I will visit often. My mommy is always busy with work. She only cooks one meal a day. You are the best. Yi's sweet words sent Huang Zihua into fits of laughter. Chen Yang, observing this heartwarming scene, felt immense comfort. If only Yi were truly his daughter, it would be even better. Over the years, he had indeed let his mother down, and now being able to provide her with familial joy was his greatest aspiration. However, after the tumultuous experience with Lu Yu, he understood that he must approach his next marriage with utmost caution. Lost in thought, Chen Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Yi Qingya. Answering, he said, Hello, Ms. Yi. There's no need for concern. I have picked up Yi, and my mother is currently preparing her a meal. She is quite delighted, and you need not thank me. I genuinely enjoy having Yi around. On the other end, Yi Qingya's reaction was explosive. Her voice was icy as she retorted, Chen Yang. Who do you think you are? On what grounds did you collect my daughter from kindergarten? And what gives you the right to bring her to your home? What if you feed her junk food? Return her to me immediately. Chen Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yi Qingya's vehement response. With a heart full of goodwill, he went to fetch her daughter and even took her home to care for her. Yet, this woman failed to utter a word of gratitude and instead unleashed a torrent of abuse upon him. Is this what it means to be human? Chen Yang suppressed his anger and spoke into his phone. Yi Qingya, have you lost your mind? Do you even know that Yi was bullied at kindergarten? She called me in tears, begging me to pick her up. You, as her mother, are utterly useless. And now you have the audacity to accuse me of feeding her junk food? That was home-cooked by my mother. How is it junk food? You, a negligent mother, dare to reprimand me? If it weren't for Yi, I would have blocked you by now. On the other end, Yi Qingya's fury ignited as she listened to Chen Yang's words. She retorted angrily, Yes, I didn't take good care of my daughter, but that's not solely my fault. It's her irresponsible father who has failed in his duties. He's nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Now, return Yi immediately. With that, she hung up the phone forcefully. Chen Yang stared at his phone in disbelief, a mix of anger and amusement bubbling within him. Was Yi Qingya going through a midlife crisis? She could vent her frustrations at her husband, but why direct her ire at him? He was even Yi's father. Turning around, he saw the cheerful Yi, which eased his irritation considerably. He approached her, lifted her into his arms, and said, Come on, Yi, it's time to go home. Mommy is back from work. Together, they made their way toward Yi Qingya's residence. Although both lived in the Fengming community, Chen Yang resided in the villa area, while Yi Qingya's home was on the opposite side, necessitating a detour around the lake within the community. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of the building. Yi clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, Uncle Chen, will you be living in that big house from now on? Since we are in the same community, I can come to play with you. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Whenever you have time, come over to Uncle Chen's house. Grandma will make delicious food for you. Yi clapped her hands again, saying, I want to live in a super big house too. They ascended the stairs together. At that moment, Su Wei hurriedly approached with a man clad in a suit. The remnants of his recent altercation were still visible on his face. And upon seeing Chen Yang with Yi, his expression darkened. He scowled and said, Chen Yang, you scoundrel, how dare you return with Yi? Chen Yang glanced at Su Wei and replied lazily, I picked her up from kindergarten. What is it to you? Su Wei, now seething with rage, shouted. Who do you think you are? You have no right to pick up Yi. If anyone should be picking her up, it should be me. You are merely an employee at Yi Qingya's company. Know your place. Unable to contain a chuckle, Chen Yang retorted, Su, my dear, I truly admire your audacity. Last time, you boasted in front of Ms. Yi and even resorted to secretly photographing Yi Qingya and Su Yan. Yet, you still have the gall to confront us regarding Ms. Yi. The thickness of your skin could rival the walls of an ancient city. Yi chuckled and, taking Chun Yang's hand, said, Uncle Chun, let us hurry into the elevator. Embracing Yi, Qin Yang stepped into the elevator. Su Wei clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fury, his entire body trembling with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to retort. Qin Yang, standing in the elevator, gazed at Su Wei, who remained outside, and inquired, What is the matter, young Master Su? Aren't you joining us? Su Wei, his chest heaving with anger, coldly replied, I refuse to enter. I am not on the same level as a lowly worker like you. With that, he turned away, disregarding Qin Yang. Qin Yang merely chuckled and closed the elevator door. Ascending to the upper floors. Outside the elevator, Su Wei, infuriated, clenched his fists and struck the wall, cursing, That bastard Qin Yang dares to compete with me for women. He is worthless. How can a mere low-level employee think he is worthy of pursuing Yi Qingya? He has no right. Standing beside Su Wei was his cousin, Yu Lijin. Adjusting his suit, Yu Lijin smiled at Su Wei and said, Cousin, how is it that the esteemed young Master Su is being bullied by a lowly worker? Moreover, I am quite curious to see the woman you have pursued for over half a year. What is it about her that has so thoroughly captivated you? Su Wei, exasperated, shook his head and replied, Cousin, you have not seen Yi Qingya. If you did, you would understand. She is no ordinary woman. Even if she has a child, I would not mind. I wish to marry her. Hearing Su Wei's words, Yu Lijin could not help but laugh heartily. To have captured the heart of the illustrious young Master Su, she must be extraordinarily beautiful. Come, cousin, let us go and meet her. Su Wei nodded. And together with Yu Lijin, they entered another elevator, heading towards Yi Qingya's residence. Inside Yi Qingya's room, Qin Yang escorted Yi inside. Upon seeing Qin Yang, Yi Qingya swiftly grabbed her daughter and pulled her behind her. Pointing at Qin Yang, she exclaimed, Qin Yang, you have gone too far. It would have been one thing to privately pick up my daughter, but to take her to your home? What are your intentions? Yi, sensing her mother's anger, quickly clasped her mother's arm and pleaded, Mom, please don't scold Uncle Qin. He saved me, picked me up, and even had the teacher apologize to me. The other children no longer dare to bully me. Uncle Qin is really wonderful. Hearing her daughter's words, Yi Qingya's heart sank further in dread. She had feared this outcome might occur. However, Yi still required Qin Yang's acupuncture treatment. She could not completely drive him away or sever his connection with her daughter. Yet, the pace at which Qin Yang and her daughter's relationship was developing was alarmingly rapid. Yi Qingya's face paled with anger as she pointed at Qin Yang and demanded, Leave, immediately. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yang retorted, Are you out of your mind? Fine. I will go, but let me tell you, the bullying Yi faced at school is due to your negligence as a mother. It is sheer foolishness. Qin Yang turned around and stormed out in a huff. As he stepped through the doorway, he encountered Su Wei and Yu Lijin. Su Wei, initially feeling quite dejected, thought that Qin Yang had begun to take on the responsibility of picking up Yi Qingya's child. However, upon overhearing the heated argument from within the room, he realized that the two were at odds with each other. Su Wei let out a smug whistle and remarked to Qin Yang, Some people have such thick skin. Qingya has even asked you to pick up the child, yet you still insist on getting involved. Serves you right. In response, Qin Yang kicked Su Wei in the stomach, retorting, Get lost, you big fool. With annoyance, Qin Yang headed towards the elevator, while Su Wei collapsed onto the floor, seething with rage. Yet, he dared not pursue him, fully aware that he was no match for Qin Yang. Inside the room, Su Yan was taken aback by Yi Qingya's furious outburst. She quickly embraced Yi and gently nudged Yi Qingya, saying, Qingya, what on earth is going on? Are you perhaps experiencing a midlife crisis? Qin Yang meant well. Why must you insult him like that? Look, you frightened Yi to tears. Yi, resting her head on Su Yan's shoulder, sobbed, Uncle Chun is a good person. I want him to be my daddy. If he is, the kids at kindergarten won't dare bully me. Plus, I've already talked to my teacher and classmates about our field trip. Uncle Qin and Mommy will come with me. You mustn't scold Uncle Chun. He has to come as my daddy on the trip. Yi Qingya, already on edge, was taken aback to hear her daughter refer to Qin Yang as daddy and assert her desire to go on an outing with him. The more she contemplated it, the more agitated she became. Noticing Yi Qingya's distressed expression, Su Yan quickly suggested, Qingya, are you perhaps under too much work pressure? You should try to relax a bit. A business setback is just that, a setback. The market has been tough for everyone these past 2 years. Don't take it too personally, and certainly, don't let your work-related stress spill over into your home life. At that moment, Su Wei and Yu Lijin entered the room. Su Wei, with a smile, said, Qingya, you needn't worry about the business aspect. I've brought my cousin along. You mentioned wanting to promote your product in the Qingda Group's department store, right? My cousin, Yu Jin, is a supervisor for Qingda Group in the Qingzhou area. He was classmates with me while studying abroad and can certainly assist you. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Yi Qingya welcomed the two of them to sit down. Deciding not to dwell on Su Wei's previous boastfulness and his earlier inappropriate behavior. Once seated, she began. Our Naturally White Cosmetics company has just launched a new line of natural cosmetics. However, it lacks recognition, making sales quite challenging. Therefore, I wish to place this product in the cosmetics section of the Qingda Group's department store, but their approval process is quite stringent. If you two could assist, I would be immensely grateful and would ensure you are well compensated. Su Wei immediately responded, Qingya, you're being too formal. Your matters are my matters. My cousin will definitely help, right, cousin? Yu Jin gazed at Yi Qingya, his eyes occasionally drifting towards Su Yin, who stood behind her. In that moment, he finally comprehended why his cousin, the esteemed young master of the Su family, was so fervently enamored with a married woman. Indeed, both of these women possessed the beauty that could captivate nations. More importantly, they exuded an ineffable charm. One was an alluring and aloof goddess, while the other was a pure and delightful maiden. Yu Jin adjusted his collar and confidently declared, Ms. Yi, leave this matter to me. As you are a dear friend of my cousin, I shall certainly exert my utmost efforts. Presently, the highest authority of Qingda Group in Qingzhou is named Fang Yihang, who happens to be my classmate from my studies abroad. He will undoubtedly accommodate my request. You can count on me. Allow me to make a call to him right now. Upon witnessing Yu Jin's unwavering determination, Yi Qingya hastily expressed her gratitude. He dialed Fang Yihang's number. Chuckling as he said, Old Fang, you are still the supervisor for Qingda Group in the Qingzhou region, correct? Fang Yihang replied with a smile, Indeed, old Yu. I have yet to receive a promotion. What can I do for you? Yu Jin promptly conveyed Yi Qingya's request. He continued with a smile, Old Fang. Given your position in Qingda Group, securing a marketing and sales opportunity for this cosmetic product in our Qingzhou Qingdao Mall should be quite manageable. Wouldn't you agree? Fang Yihang laughed and responded, Not a problem at all. However, our chairman is currently in the Qingzhou region, so I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Here's what we shall do. Tomorrow evening, there will be a significant commercial gathering at Qingdao Mall, hosted personally by our CEO, Wang Lin. Bring the head of this cosmetic company along to the gathering, and I will simply present the product and proposal to our CEO for his review. Yu Jin expressed his gratitude, placing his phone down with a triumphant smile as he turned to Yi Qingya, stating, It's all set. Tomorrow evening, there will be a business gala at Qingda Group, so bring the product and its accompanying documentation, and a decision will be made. Yi Qingya was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him. Su Wei quickly waved his hand and remarked, Qingya, there is no need for such formality. Your connections are my connections. There is no reason to hesitate. Excessive politeness between us would be rather insincere. Noticing the time, he added, It's getting late, so my cousin and I will take our leave now. We shall meet tomorrow evening at the Qingda Group banquet. Yi Qingya expressed her thanks once more. As Su Wei and Yu Jin departed from her room and exited the community, they entered their vehicle. Yu Jin could not help but give a thumbs up and said, Cousin, I now truly understand why you are so infatuated with Yi Qingya. She is indeed deserving of the title of Qingzhou's most beautiful married woman. Her beauty is simply unparalleled. There are no signs of motherhood. Instead, it enhances her allure and carries an air of sophistication. Keep striving, cousin. With your distinguished status as the young master of the Su family, you are certain to win her over. Su Wei sighed and remarked, Alas, cousin. I once thought the same, but I have come to realize that Yi Qingya is impervious to persuasion. Moreover, my father has consistently provided me with little tangible support, making the pursuit of her quite challenging. Yu Jin laughed heartily and replied, Cousin, you are simply too emotionally invested, which has rendered you lacking in confidence. Furthermore, that friend of Yi Qingya's, Su Yin, is equally beautiful. If you manage to win over Yi Qingya, I shall take Su Yin. Thus, we would achieve a most delightful outcome for both of us. Su Wei and Yu Jin shared a lewd laugh inside the car. Within Villa Number 3, Xinyang returned home, seething with frustration. His mother, Huang Zihua, approached him as soon as she saw him and said, Son, tomorrow I will buy some groceries. Please invite Yi and her mother over for dinner. I find that Yi's child is particularly fond of you and is quite close to me. It would be beneficial for our families to interact more. Chan Yang waved his hand dismissively, responding, Mom, Stop thinking about inviting her for dinner. She is undeserving. Our General Yi at the company is a veritable menopausal tigress, a lunatic. Were it not for Yi's sake, I would have long since blocked her. Huang Zihua found this puzzling. Son, when I last met that General Yi, she was not only beautiful but also quite polite. Although she doesn't smile much, I had a very favorable impression of her. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, saying, Mom, you are mistaken. Anyone who marries that woman would truly be cursed for 8 lifetimes. Let's focus on dinner. I am weary today and wish to rest early. After sharing a meal with his mother and familiarizing himself with the villa, Chen Yang retired for the night. Lying on the comfortable bed and listening to the steady sound of his mother's breathing from the nearby room, he felt a surge of peace and joy. At last, he had brought his mother into a life of comfort. The following day, Chen Yang practiced Tai Chi in the villa's courtyard. Not long after, he received a call from Qin Sihai, who insisted that he attend the evening banquet at the Qianda commercial building. Unable to decline, Chen Yang acquiesced. At 5:30 p.m., he arrived at the Qianda commercial building in his Bentley Mulsanne. As one of the landmark buildings in Qingzhou City, it was bustling with a steady stream of visitors. And the parking lot was almost full. Chen Yang found a corner spot to park and proceeded to the lobby of the building. Upon entering the lobby, a voice resembling that of a duck echoed, "Oh, Chen Yang, you are here too?" He turned to see a group of over 10 men and women chatting on the sofas in the lobby. The speaker was a young man in his 20s. Sporting a middle-part hairstyle and clad in a flashy Armani tracksuit, it was Yulayin, the class monitor from high school. Surrounding Yulayin were his high school classmates. To his left stood a tall girl wearing a floral dress, glasses, and a ponytail. Though simply dressed, she was quite attractive. It was Wu Qian, Chen Yang's deskmate and the class beauty from high school. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback and waved at them, exclaiming, "What a coincidence!" Upon seeing Chen Yang, Wu Qian was equally astonished. She hurried over and exclaimed, "Old deskmate, it really is you. I thought you wouldn't come. This is wonderful." Chen Yang nodded, gazing at his exquisite old classmate, feeling a surge of joy. After all, during their high school years, he had harbored a secret admiration for the enchanting Wu Qian. Even when Yulayin had attempted to swap seats with him several times, even resorting to veiled threats, Chen Yang had steadfastly refused. He had scarcely engaged socially. Throughout high school, the person he conversed with the most was the school beauty seated beside him. With a grin, Chen Yang extended his hand for a shake. "What a coincidence to run into you here." However, Yulayin, observing the handshake, felt a pang of annoyance. Rising from his seat, he remarked, "Look, Chen Yang, you're still pretending. You're here for our class reunion, aren't you? Even though we didn't invite you, here you are, uninvited." Haha. Other classmates began to gather around, chattering animatedly. "Chen Yang, we haven't heard from you since graduation. You must be doing well now, right?" They continued, "Of course." Chen Yang was the top student in our class, getting into Jinling University, a prestigious 985 and 211 institution ranked among the top 20. Now that he is doing well, he has forgotten about his old classmates, hasn't he? A group laughed and teased Chen Yang. Hearing their remarks, Chen Yang offered a wry smile. His relationship with these classmates was not particularly close. During high school, he had been serious about his studies and rather reserved, seldom attending gatherings. Moreover, since Wu Qian was his deskmate, Yulayin had often sought reasons to switch places with him, which Chen Yang had consistently declined. This minor incident had led Yulayin, the class monitor, to harbor ill feelings towards Chen Yang, and other classmates had also begun to view him unfavorably, intentionally isolating him. However, these were trivial matters. After 6 or 7 years apart, they were now all adults, likely having long forgotten any past grievances. Chen Yang smiled and nodded at the surrounding classmates, saying, after graduation, "I've been working in Qizhou City, not doing particularly well. I honestly had no idea you all were gathering here. I'm actually here for a banquet at the Qingdao Plaza upstairs." A nearby female classmate, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned before incredulously exclaiming, "What? Chen Yang, did you just say you received an invitation to the Qingda Group's banquet on the top floor?" Chen Yang nodded, puzzled. "Yes, what is the matter?" The girl quickly moved closer to him and said, "Chen Yang, I never imagined you were doing so well. This banquet is attended by some of the most renowned executives in Qingzhou City. Indeed, I've heard that although tonight's event is informal, it's hosted by General Manager Wang of the Qingda Group, so it must be of high caliber. My goodness, it turns out we have a big shot among us. Chen Yang, you must take me with you in the future." The surrounding classmates encircled Chen Yang, playfully bantering and feigning familiarity. Beside him, Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled and said, "Old deskmate, it seems you've been doing quite well. Are you intentionally avoiding our gathering?" Chen Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere invitation to a dinner would elicit such enthusiasm from his classmates. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of denial, exclaiming, "Hold on, everyone. Please don't misunderstand. It's merely a friend who invited me to this dinner. I am not a successful individual." "Oh, come now. Don't be so modest," a female classmate chimed in with a grin. "Chen Yang, we are all old classmates. You mustn't forget us just because you found some success. Indeed, today is our high school reunion. Let us head to the private room." A throng of people surrounded Chen Yang as they made their way to the nearby booth. At the back, Yulain watched Chen Yang basking in popularity, and his expression darkened instantly. He turned to a plump individual beside him and remarked, "Shirley, has Chen Yang really become that impressive? He is attending a dinner hosted by the Qianda group?" Shirley scratched his head and replied, "That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of this guy doing particularly well. Hold on a moment. Let me make a few inquiries." After making several phone calls, Shirley soon hung up and said to Yulain, "Brother, you've been deceived. This guy has no right to attend a Qianda group dinner. He is nothing more than a complete loser. Yes, he did attend Jinling University, but he never even obtained his diploma. After returning to Qishou, he worked as a mere clerk in a cosmetics company. I heard he recently got divorced and is living a miserable life. Do you think someone like that could possibly qualify for a dinner invitation?" Upon hearing this, Yulain could not help but scoff. This Chen Yang. Who would have thought he learned to put on airs after not seeing him for a few years? It's utterly amusing. He had me fooled for a moment. I genuinely believed he was there for the dinner. Let us go inside. I want everyone to know what a pretentious fool he is. Shirley chuckled and said, "Absolutely. Among our classmates, you, brother, you are the most successful. Although we weren't great students back then, look at how little that matters now. Everyone still relies on you." Yulain laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Gritting his teeth, he added, "That Chen Yang has always annoyed me. He, the bookworm, insisted on sitting next to the class beauty, Wu Qian. I tried several times to switch seats with him, but he refused. Today, I will make him understand the true meaning of disparity." Shirley's eyes gleamed with mischief as he said, "Brother, I noticed Wu Qian seems to have a good attitude towards Chen Yang. There is no hidden agenda between them, is there?" Yulain laughed heartily and replied, "What hidden agenda could there possibly be? Wu Qian is facing some troubles. Her father has run off after accumulating a mountain of debt. This time, she will have to come to me for help." Upon hearing this, Shirley immediately grinned and said, "Congratulations, class monitor. This means you'll be able to win Wu Qian over today." Yulain chuckled heartily and nodded, saying, "Of course. The woman I have my eyes on could never escape my grasp. Back in high school, Wu Qian often criticized my academic performance, but now, I shall demonstrate to her that excelling in studies is of little consequence. Ultimately, she will find herself in my palm." Yulain and Shirley burst into laughter as they made their way toward the private room. Inside, Chen Yang wore a smile while engaging in superficial conversations with his classmates. In truth, he was not particularly close to most of them, the only familiar presence being his former deskmate, Wu Qian. This reunion stirred a myriad of emotions within him. In their previous encounters as desk partners, their discussions primarily revolved around academic matters, and they both felt shy discussing topics beyond that. However, this time, their bond appeared to have deepened significantly. Upon entering the room, Yulain noticed Chen Yang and Wu Qian engrossed in conversation, which fueled his irritation. Concealing his expression, he laughed heartily and announced, Come, everyone take a seat. Chen Yang, since you received an invitation to the Qianda Group's banquet, I wonder what business you are engaged in now and how many billions you possess." Chen Yang glanced at Yulain and replied calmly, "I am currently not involved in any business and have little money. As I mentioned, I received the invitation merely because a friend asked me to join for a meal." Yulain laughed even louder, retorting, "Enough already. Chen Yang, even now you still pretend. We are old classmates. Is there any point in your pretense? You are merely a low-level employee in a small company. Not long ago, your wife left you for lacking financial stability, and you got divorced. Tell me, what good is all that studying if it leads you to such a pitiful state? You were a good student, but now you have become a complete failure in life. Don't take offense at my words. If you find yourself truly struggling in the future, feel free to seek me out." Shirley chimed in with a laugh. Look at how magnanimous our class monitor is. Although Chen Yang came here lying and pretending, our monitor chooses not to hold it against him." The surrounding students were taken aback by Yulain's remarks, casting puzzled glances at Qin Yang. Could it be true? Has Qin Yang really become such a braggart? That would be unexpected. He was never like this before. After so many years since graduation, people do change. I also find it hard to believe that Qin Yang is a successful individual. Perhaps his claim of attending the Qianda Group's banquet is merely an exaggeration. Yu Lian lounged casually, a subtle smile on his face. Shirley approached Qin Yang, looking down at him with a grin, saying, "Qin Yang, stop dawdling and quickly raise a toast to Brother Yin." Qin Yang furrowed his brow, sensing the animosity emanating from Yu Lian and Shirley. However, he had no intention of staying for the reunion. Since Yu Lian and Shirley were unwelcoming, he decided to leave. Rising from his seat, he turned and walked away. Shirley seized Qin Yang's arm, furrowing his brow as he said, "Qin Yang, you truly are quite inept, aren't you? You boast, we expose your falsehood. And in a fit of embarrassment, you wish to leave? Did you not understand that I asked you to toast Brother Yin? Hurry up and fulfill that request. You are a complete failure. Brother Yin has granted you an opportunity to ingratiate yourself, yet you fail to appreciate it. It is no wonder that a person like you remains a complete loser." Standing beside Qin Yang, Wu Qian quickly stepped in front of him, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. "Class monitor, Shirley, please calm down. I believe Qin Yang is not the sort to boast. We are all old classmates. Let us maintain harmony." Yu Lian, seeing Wu Qian defending Qin Yang, felt his anger intensify. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Wu Qian, do you still wish to resolve your issues? The truth is now clear, and you continue to speak on behalf of this fraud. If you think Qin Yang is so capable, let him resolve your troubles for you. I shall not inquire further." Qin Yang had initially wished to avoid entanglements with these individuals, but upon hearing Shirley's words, he looked at his old classmate in surprise. He turned to Wu Qian and asked, "What is it, old classmate? Do you require assistance?" Wu Qian's face flushed slightly, and with a resigned sigh, she replied, "It's my father. He has encountered some difficulties." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang smiled and said, "I recall you mentioning that your father was involved in the stone business. Quite a substantial one at that. What has happened?" Wu Qian sighed again. "Indeed, my father once had a thriving business, and our family situation was quite favorable. However, a year ago, he suddenly became infatuated with gambling on stones and antiques, and as he delved deeper, he lost everything and accrued a staggering amount of debt. He has since fled abroad to evade his creditors, and a bank loan of 500,000 has gone into default, with the bank demanding repayment within 7 days. If I fail to repay, they will seize our home. Our house is valued at over 5 million in the market, but if the bank takes it, it would likely sell for only 3 million, resulting in a loss of 2 million. I am utterly at a loss. Which is why I must implore the class monitor to help me gather 50,000 to settle the overdue loan, in hopes of gaining a few months to sell the house." Upon hearing Wu Qian's plight, Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Is that all? You should have mentioned it sooner. You were so hesitant earlier. 50,000 is no issue. I will assist you." As Qin Yang's words fell, Wu Qian and the classmates nearby were momentarily taken aback. Wu Qian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she instinctively grasped Qin Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Qin Yang, do you truly possess such wealth? Can you genuinely lend me 500,000? The predicament lay in the current real estate market, which was dismal. Selling their house had become an arduous task, and it was uncertain how many months it would take to find a buyer. Qin Yang gazed at his old desk mate, unable to suppress a smile. During their high school days, she had been his desk mate, the class beauty, and the object of his secret affection. Back then, he had faced isolation and alienation, struggling with poor social ties, while Wu Qian had always promised to support him. Now, just when he was on the verge of a conflict with Wu Lei, she stood before him, fiercely protective like an eagle. She truly was a kind-hearted girl, although his heart no longer fluttered with the innocent feelings of youth. And he felt no romantic stirrings for Wu Qian now. She remained his desk mate and a cherished friend. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality, old desk mate. You needn't sell your house to repay me. Just pay me back when you've earned the 500,000 through your work. Let us at each other on WeChat. Send me your account details, and I'll transfer the money to you right now." Wu Qian felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude, nodding repeatedly as tears welled in her eyes. Since her father became infatuated with gambling, the family's financial situation had plummeted, transforming their once prosperous life into a state of disarray. Her father had accrued significant debts and fled abroad to escape the consequences. All the burdens fell upon her shoulders, and her friends had distanced themselves, fearing she might ask them for financial help. In desperation, she had turned to the wealthiest classmate from high school, Yu Lian, for assistance. Yet, although he had verbally agreed to help, his demeanor suggested he expected some advantage in return for his generosity. Now, encountering Chen Yang, who without hesitation offered 500,000 with no time constraints or additional conditions, revealed the true essence of camaraderie and friendship. Wu Qian bit her lip and replied, "Thank you. Thank you so much, Chen Yang." They exchanged WeChat details, and without further ado, Chen Yang transferred the 500,000 to Wu Qian. Witnessing Chen Yang's generosity, the surrounding onlookers quickly gathered around him. "You've indeed struck it rich, Chen Yang." One exclaimed. "Yes, Chen Yang. Do tell us where you are working now, and what you do. Can you lend us a hand?" Another added. "We're all old classmates, Chen Yang. Please don't forget about us." Seated nearby, Yu Lian seethed with indignation. He had initially viewed the opportunity to borrow 500,000 as a means to win Wu Qian's affection, hoping to fulfill his high school dreams. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Chen Yang, who so generously bestowed the money upon Wu Qian, rendering his aspirations considerably more challenging. As he observed his classmates ingratiating themselves with Chen Yang, Yu Lian slammed his hand onto the table and sneered, "Chen Yang, your pretense is truly remarkable. I suspect that money you flaunt is likely from the demolition of your old house. I've heard that after your wife kicked you to the curb, you and your mother lost your home and now reside in a dilapidated area. You gifted money to Wu Qian, so how do you plan to afford a house? You seem to revel in projecting an image that is far from your reality." Shirley chimed in, "Exactly, Chen Yang. If you're financially strained, don't put on a fayade. That meager amount you possess, all given to a female classmate, is it truly worth it? Your actions resemble those foolish individuals who squander their fortunes on female streamers. Look at our class monitor, whose family is worth millions, and whose second uncle is the well-known tycoon Su Jiang from Chizhou City. What do you even amount to? How dare you flaunt your wealth in front of brothering?" Chen Yang cast a glance at Shirley and Yu Lian, choosing to ignore them. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a woman clad in high heels and a revealing short dress entered. It was Zhao Qing, an old classmate. Unlike her previous attire during school, which was rather plain, she now sported large waves in her hair and fashionable, eye-catching clothing, making her surprisingly attractive. The boys in the class were instantly captivated, astonished by Zhao Qing's transformation. "Is that really our Zhao Qing? Has she undergone cosmetic surgery?" One exclaimed. "Zhao Qing, how did you suddenly become so beautiful? I declare my intent to pursue Zhao Qing. Don't you dare compete with me, as she was my deskmate back in high school." Laughter ensued among the boys. Zhao Qing adjusted her hair and said, "I dressed up specially for this reunion. However, let us not jest just yet. While parking downstairs, my high heels caused me to accidentally shatter a car's headlight. What should I do? The car I'm driving belongs to my uncle, and it only has basic insurance without any commercial coverage. I have no idea how much it would cost to repair." Yu Lian's eyes lit up at the sight of Zhao Qing. He never anticipated that the once plain Zhao Qing could transform so dramatically. Although she might not be as stunning as Wu Qian, her attire suggested she could easily be won over. He quickly stood up and smiled. "Don't worry, Zhao Qing, I will handle this matter. Since I organized this gathering, there is no way I would let you pay for the repairs. By the way, what kind of car did you hit?" Upon hearing Yu Lian's assurance, Zhao Qing beamed and moved behind him, massaging his shoulders as she said, "Class monitor, you truly are the best. Thank you so much. The car I hit looked quite luxurious, but I'm not sure what it was, only that the emblem had a bonnet." Yu Lian chuckled. "An emblem with a indicates it's either a Buick or a BYD. Even if it were a BMW, it wouldn't matter. With me here, you need not worry." With a playful smile, Zhao Qing expressed her gratitude to Yu Lian. She scratched her head and said, "However, class monitor, I recognize the 3 car logos you mentioned. The vehicle is neither a BMW nor a Buick. Its emblem is simply a capital B. By the way, I even took a picture." As she spoke, Zhao Qing pulled out her phone and displayed the photo, revealing a Bentley with its left headlight completely shattered. Yu Lian gasped at the sight, his complexion turning pale as he stammered, "Oh my, Zhao Qing, you crashed a Bentley, and it's a Mulsanne at that. This car costs over 10 million, and its parts are all imported. You've shattered the headlight. The repair costs could easily amount to hundreds of thousands." Overwhelmed by Yu Lian's words, Zhao Qing collapsed onto her chair, her voice trembling. "Class monitor. Class monitor, you must help me. You said you organized this gathering. You're responsible for everything. Please, you have to assist me." Yu Lian, darkening his expression, quickly replied, "Zhao Qing, don't pin this on me. Yes, I organized the gathering, but it was you who crashed the car. If it were another vehicle, it might be manageable, but this one is beyond my means to compensate. We must be reasonable in our dealings. Despair washed over Zhao Qing's face. She had dressed beautifully and borrowed her uncle's car for the reunion. Yet before the gathering even commenced, she found herself burdened with a debt of hundreds of thousands. Her classmates looked at her with sympathy, but there was little they could do, as the repair costs were exorbitant. In her moment of hopelessness, Qinyang stood up and said, "Zhao Qing, let me see the photo." Zhao Qing's eyes lit up as she hurried over to him. "Qinyang, you're smart and capable. You must have a solution, right?" Qinyang took Zhao Qing's phone, glanced at the image, and confirmed that it was indeed his car. Although the headlight was damaged, it did not impede its operation on the road. He smiled and reassured her, "It's all right. You won't have to compensate for this vehicle." Zhao Qing was overjoyed upon hearing this, shaking Qinyang's arm in gratitude. Thank you, Qinyang. I'm so fortunate to have met you today. I can't express my gratitude enough." At the table, Yulayin, witnessing Zhao Qing's admiration for Qinyang and the respect from their classmates, slammed his palm on the table and pointed at Qinyang. "Qinyang, stop pretending. Do you even know what kind of car this is? Do you have any idea how much the repair costs are? It infuriates me just to see you here boasting." Qinyang glanced at Yulayin, chuckling lightly. "What is the matter? This car is mine. It's merely a broken headlight, which doesn't affect its drivability. Naturally, I want to let an old classmate bear the cost. Even if the front end were to be smashed, it wouldn't matter." The surrounding students gasped in astonishment at Qinyang's declaration. "What? Qinyang, that Bentley Mulsanne is your car? Oh my goodness, just moments ago, Yulayin remarked that that car cost a staggering 10 million. Qinyang, what on earth are you doing? How could you possibly be driving a vehicle worth 10 million? How many individuals in our entire Qingzhou city can afford such a luxurious car? My distant uncle, with a fortune of 50 to 60 million, still only dares to drive a $2 million Maybach." Zhao Qing, brimming with excitement, raised her glass and said animatedly, "Qinyang, thank you so much. I toast to you." With that, she downed a large glass of beer in one go. Yulayin, noticing his classmates gathered around Qinyang, gritted his teeth in frustration and pointed at Qinyang, exclaiming, "Damn it, Qinyang, your claims are becoming increasingly absurd. You, a mere nobody. Do you even understand the caliber of a Bentley Mulsanne?" Qinyang, frowning, could no longer contain himself. He approached Yulayin and declared, "I have stated that the vehicle is indeed mine. If it is not, I shall kneel before you and beg for your forgiveness. If it is mine, you must immediately bark like a dog and leave this private room. Do you dare to take this bet?" Yulayin, through gritted teeth, replied, "Fine. I cannot believe that you, a worthless scoundrel, could afford such a luxury vehicle. Moreover, there are no more than 3 Bentley Mulsannes in all of Qizhou City. And I have certainly never heard of one belonging to you, Qinyang. Even if you are driving it, it must surely be rented." Qinyang chuckled softly and pulled the keys from his pocket, tossing them to Zhao Qing. "The vehicle's documentation is in the car. Zhao Qing, you may go down and take a look." Although the car was a gift from Wang Lin, he had meticulously ensured that all the paperwork had been properly transferred. Upon seeing Qinyang produce the Bentley keys, Yulayin's face drained of color, and he stammered, You. Meanwhile, Shirley suddenly pushed Qinyang aside, furiously declaring, "Qinyang, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to our brother Yin? Do not forget that Su Jiang is our brother Yin's second uncle, and the illustrious master Su Wei is his cousin. What are you anyway? Even if you drive a Bentley Mulsanne, so what?" Qinyang, hearing Shirley's words, sneered and, without further ado, stepped forward and slapped Shirley across the face. Weighing over 200 pounds, Shirley fell to the ground with a crash, unable to rise. Qinyang then stepped closer, pointing at Yulayin, and said, "Since you have lost the bet, quickly bark like a dog and get out." Yulayin, filled with fury, realized that if Shirley, a robust figure, could not withstand a single blow from Qinyang, he stood no chance. Feeling utterly humiliated, Yulayin gritted his teeth and barked 3 times. Zhao Qing and Wu Qian erupted in laughter. Hearing their laughter only fueled Yulayin's anger, and he turned to leave, teeth clenched. On the ground, Shirley scrambled to his feet and chased after him, calling, "Brother Yin, wait for me." The two fled in embarrassment. With Yulayin gone, Qinyang felt a great sense of relief wash over him. He nodded towards Wu Qian and said, "I apologize for interrupting your gathering." Wu Qian shook her head and approached him, her eyes sparkling like little stars. "Old deskmate, you are incredibly handsome now, far more so than you were in high school." Zhao Qing also came over and remarked, "Indeed, Qinyang, you are now both charming and imposing, truly my Prince Charming." The surrounding students continued to shower him with compliments. Chen Yang waved his hand with a resigned smile and said, "All right, enough teasing me. I genuinely have matters to attend to today. Enjoy yourselves. I must head to a banquet." He waved to his classmates and promptly turned to leave. He held little interest in the reunion, aside from Wu Qian. He felt no deep connection with the others. As Chen Yang exited the private room, the classmates erupted in a flurry of chatter. Chen Yang is doing incredibly well. Indeed. Driving a car worth 10 million, making Yu Lian bark like a dog. How impressive. Oh, Wu Qian, I believe you still have a chance. You should pursue Chen Yang. After all, you were old deskmates, and it seems he harbored a crush on you back in high school. Yes, Wu Qian, you must act quickly. If I were a woman, I would seize Chen Yang tonight. Laughter filled the room, and Wu Qian felt her cheeks flush. Her heart brimming with gratitude and affection for Chen Yang. Who could have imagined that the timid, bookish deskmate from years ago would transform into such a charismatic and formidable figure? Chen Yang stepped into the elevator, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the Qianda commercial building. The top floor had been transformed into a venue for an evening gala. As Chen Yang exited the elevator and made his way towards the event, he overheard two individuals engaged in a heated exchange. One of them was Yu Lian, his former class monitor from high school, while the other, standing beside him, was Su Wei. Yu Lian appeared utterly frustrated, wiping his eyes as he addressed Su Wei. "Cousin, you must help me avenge this. That brat from our class has gone too far. He forced me to bark like a dog. My meticulously arranged gathering turned into a farce, and I cannot swallow this humiliation." Su Wei, patting Yu Lian on the shoulder, reassured him, "Do not worry, cousin, leave this matter to me. Just send me your classmate's details shortly, and I will handle him." Yu Lian nodded appreciatively. "Thank you so much, cousin. It would be best if you could utterly ruin him." As Yu Lian continued to vent his anger, Chen Yang approached with purposeful strides. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Yu Lian gasped in fright and quickly hid behind Su Wei, exclaiming, "Cousin, it's this guy." Su Wei turned around, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Chen Yang, and asked Yu Lian, "The classmate you mentioned is him? Chen Yang?" Yu Lian nodded. "Cousin, you know this fellow as well." Su Wei scoffed. "Know him? This pathetic frog dreams of courting a swan. He has been pursuing the same woman as I am." Chen Yang glanced at Su Wei and then at Yu Lian, chuckling. "Oh, how amusing that you two misfits have formed a pair." Su Wei, seething with anger, retorted, "Chen Yang, what are you doing here? This is not a place for someone like you. Do you not understand that entry requires an invitation? What makes you think you belong at the Qianda Group's gala?" In response, Chen Yang lifted his foot and delivered a sharp kick to Su Wei's abdomen, impatiently declaring, "Mind your own business and get lost." He then strode confidently into the venue, flashing his phone at the security personnel at the entrance, and walked in unimpeded. Yu Lian, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. He was well aware that his cousin, Su Wei, was the scion of the Su family, a lineage with deep roots in Qingzhou. How could Chen Yang dare to strike someone of Su Wei's stature? Who exactly was he? Hastily, Yu Lian helped Su Wei to his feet and inquired, "Cousin, is Chen Yang truly that formidable? He dared to hit you. What is his background? Could he be a newly emerged mysterious magnate?" Su Wei, clutching his stomach in irritation, replied, "He is no magnate, damn it. This fellow is nothing but a complete loser, working as a salesman at Yi Qingya's company, with his wife having run off with someone else. He merely acquired a bit of medical skill, gaining Yi Qingya's favor. Were it not for her influence, I would have dealt with him long ago. Ouch, my stomach. This bastard is getting too comfortable with hitting me. It infuriates me." Yu Lian, astonished, swallowed hard and suggested, "Cousin, since he is a worthless individual, why tolerate him? Why not call the police and have him arrested?" Su Wei shook his head. "That won't do. If I call the police on him, Yi Qingya will surely resent me even more. Moreover, I cannot directly confront him. However, you need not worry, for this fellow is truly a worthless individual. Cousin, I entrust this matter to you. I shall grant you 200,000 to find someone to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Yu Lian eagerly nodded and said, "All right, cousin, with your assurance, I feel more confident. I will ensure he is utterly disgraced and thoroughly expelled from Qizhou City." Chen Yang entered the venue and surveyed the surroundings. Yet he did not spot Qin Sihai or Wang Lin. Shaking his head, he ceased his search. The venue was replete with delectable dishes, and the aroma of fine wine wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of the food. Chen Yang retreated to a corner, donned gloves, and began to indulge in an array of bread, lobster, and abalone with great fervor. Others mingled in small groups, clinking glasses and engaging in business discussions. Being invited by Wang Lin was indeed a privilege. In stark contrast, Qin Yang felt no pressure, for his sole purpose here was to eat. After just a few bites, a voice of confusion arose beside him. Qin Yang, what are you doing here? Turning in surprise, Qin Yang was taken aback to see Yi Qingya approaching with a wine glass in hand, her face flushed with intoxication. Initially intending to greet her, he recalled her irritable demeanor from the previous day, and his anger still simmered. With a huff, he ignored her and continued to eat. Yi Qingya reached Qin Yang's side. Noticing his ravenous consumption, furrowing her brow, she remarked, Qin Yang, how did you sneak in? Surely you haven't come here merely to pilfer food? I must warn you. The security here is quite stringent. You should be more discreet. Qin Yang glanced at Yi Qingya with impatience and retorted, you needn't concern yourself with me. Mind your own affairs, ungrateful woman. Taken aback by his immediate reproach, Yi Qingya pouted and then produced a set of car keys from her bag. Handing them to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, regardless of everything, it's truly good to see you. If I happen to get drunk later, you must drive me home. With a resigned expression, Qin Yang lifted his gaze and replied, Yi Qingya, let me make this clear. I have decided to resign. I am no longer your employee, nor your chauffeur. Do not command me around. Furthermore, I am Yi's family doctor, so you ought to show me some respect. Recognizing the hurt she had caused Qin Yang the previous day, Yi Qingya felt a pang of regret, but found herself unable to explain her actions. She sighed, all right. Qin Yang, you're a grown man. Don't be so petty. I was in the wrong yesterday. I was just too anxious about some other matters, which led to my harsh words. Besides, you have not formally resigned. You haven't submitted a resignation letter, and I have not approved your resignation. So you remain an employee of our company, and I am still your boss. Therefore, you are responsible for driving me home. Understood? Also, I want to hold it against you for the scratches all over my car or the 26 points deducted from my license. With that, she placed the keys into Qin Yang's hand. Upon hearing Yi Qingya's apology, Qin Yang let out a dismissive grunt and remarked, I am only assisting you once more out of respect for Yi and Su Yan. Moreover, this is a banquet. Why have you indulged in so much alcohol? Yi Qingya sighed, nibbling on a piece of bread, and replied, I have no desire to drink, but circumstances compel me. You are aware that our company has been facing challenges recently. Previously, we secured $50 million from the C-High Investment Group, intended for the production and promotion of our new product, the Natural One Cosmetics set. Unfortunately, sales of the Natural One line have been underwhelming, and I plan to place it in the cosmetics section of the Qingda department store. If we can secure a presence there, our sales will undoubtedly thrive, which is why I brought the materials and products tonight. I had hoped that with my cousin Su Wei's connections, we could smoothly finalize the deal. But it turns out that the director of Qingda, Fang Yihang, is quite the drinker. Given his demeanor, it seems that without indulging in alcohol tonight, a successful contract is improbable. Qin Yang, listening to Yi Qingya's words, responded nonchalantly, is that all? General Manager Yi, you are truly overcomplicating matters. It is quite simple for our products to enter Qingda. I can merely speak with Wang Lin, and it will be settled. Yi Qingya shot him an irritated glare, exclaiming, Qin Yang, could you please be serious? Gaining access to Qingda is a matter of life and death for our company. Stop joking around and boasting. If you truly know Wang Lin, I would instantly promote you to head of the marketing department. Qin Yang scoffed, I have no interest in boasting, and knowing him is hardly a challenge. Furthermore, I have no desire to take on any supervisory role. I have already resolved to resign. I cannot endure your capriciousness. You single woman, out of sight, out of mind. Once I leave, I will find peace and joy. Yi Qingya's anger flared at his words, particularly when he referred to her as a single old woman. With a swift motion, she grasped his shoulder firmly, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Qin Yang, you will regret this. And remember, I've told you before, should I become inebriated, you must ensure I make it home. With that, Yi Qingya grasped her wine glass and stormed away, the atmosphere thick with tension. The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became at Qin Yang's mockery. Yes, she was older than him, but had it not been for that scoundrel 5 years ago, would she have found herself an unwed mother, still unmarried and alone? Feeling a sense of injustice, Yi Qingya wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and headed towards a private office in the corner. Inside the office, Su Wei's cousin, Yu Lai Jin, was seated on a sofa, engaged in conversation with a greasy middle-aged man wearing glasses, who was none other than Fang Yihang, the supervisor of Qingda department store. Yu Lai Jin addressed Fang Yihang, saying, Old Fang, considering our relationship, what is there to deliberate? Directly sign the products of Yiqingya and place them in your Qingda department store's cosmetics counter for sale. Why make it difficult for her? Let her come and drink? Fang Yihang glanced at Yu Jin and said, Old Yu, tell me, is Yiqingya beautiful? Yu Jin immediately nodded. Of course she's beautiful. If she weren't, would my cousin Su Wei, the young master, chase after her like a lovesick puppy for so long? He pursued her for half a year without even touching her hand. Fang Yihang chuckled and whispered, So, Old Yu, this is an opportunity. I am doing this for Su Xiao's benefit. Yu Jin looked at Fang Yihang with confusion. How is this for my cousin's good? If you truly want to help him, you should quickly secure her products so that he can save face. Fang Yihang grinned slyly. Leaning closer to Yu Jin, Old Yu, you're over 30. How can you not see through this? You cannot indulge a woman like her. The more you pursue and flatter her, the more indifferent she becomes. Even if I bring her products to our Qingda department store. Do you think Yiqingya would agree to your cousin's affection? That's impossible. Therefore, I must challenge her a bit. Make her aware of the world's harshness. And then let your cousin come to her rescue. Only then will she be devoted to him, realizing the benefits of marrying a young master like Su Wei. Upon hearing this, Yu Jin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. All right, old Fang, it's been years, and your methods for wooing women are quite impressive. Fang Yihang chuckled. Women are just like that. After years of working as an executive at Qingda department store and encountering numerous beautiful women, I've gradually gained experience in dealing with them. Of course, you must not mention this to your cousin. Tonight, we'll get Yiqingya drunk. And while we're at it, we can indulge a little. I can't believe, Old Yu, that you wouldn't be moved. Such a beautiful woman. You have no thoughts in your heart? Yu Jin paused at Fang Yihang's words and then couldn't help but laugh. Old Fang, I certainly have thoughts about her. But after all, she is my cousin's pursuit for half a year. It feels a bit wrong for us to do this. Moreover, my maternal family has some influence. If we truly offend my cousin, there could be consequences. Fang Yihang waved his hand. Don't worry. We don't truly intend to do anything to Yiqingya. We simply want to take the opportunity to get her drunk, satisfy our desires, and give your cousin a chance to be the hero who saves the beauty, allowing him to take her to his car. By tonight, the deed will be done, and Yiqingya will become Su Xiao's woman. Yu Jin slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. Wow, old Fang, you're brilliant. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Now that you mention it, I can hardly contain myself. Wait a moment, I'll go find a camera. After we get Yiqingya drunk, I must capture this moment for posterity. The two old men in the office chuckled excitedly. At that moment, Yiqingya entered the room, clutching a stack of documents. Yu Jin scrutinized her, his heart racing. Although she was the object of affection for his cousin Su Wei, he couldn't help but seize the opportunity presented before him. Beside him, Fang Yihang discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth. As a senior executive at Qingda Commercial Plaza, he frequently found himself in the company of various women at social gatherings, often entertained by business magnates who brought along meticulously chosen companions to curry favor with him. However, encountering a beauty as stunning and ethereal as Yiqingya was a first for him. Fang Yihang rose, extending a formal invitation for her to take a seat. He spoke earnestly. General Manager Yi, I have reviewed your materials and tried your product. It is quite commendable. Yet there remains a gap to meet the revenue requirements of our cosmetics counter at Qingda Commercial Plaza. Upon hearing this, Yiqingya felt a surge of anxiety and quickly replied, Manager Fang, while the initial effects of our cosmetic may not be striking, it is entirely natural and poses no harm to the skin. The long-term results are assuredly favorable. Fang Yihang waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need to emphasize that so much. In this fast-paced era, which customer would repeatedly try your product? Nevertheless, despite the product not fully meeting our standards, I can still grant it passage, considering my old classmate Yu Jin's reputation. Yiqingya breathed a sigh of relief and promptly expressed her gratitude to Yu Jin. Fang Yihang then retrieved several bottles of red wine from beneath his desk, skillfully uncorking one as he continued, General Manager Yi, I prefer to be straightforward. For your product to enter Qingda Commercial Plaza is akin to taking a shortcut. I only extend such favors to friends. After this drink, we shall be friends. And you may approach me directly for any challenges your natural whitening cosmetic company may face. Friends ought to support one another. As he spoke, Fang Yihang filled a glass to the brim, pouring himself a generous serving as well. He raised his glass and declared, To friendship, let us drink. Yiqingya lifted her glass, internally lamenting the daunting volume of wine before her, 3 taels, to be precise, given her usual abstinence from alcohol. Consuming this would surely leave her inebriated. However, declining would spell trouble for her company. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at Fang Yihong and said, "In that case, Manager Fang, I shall drink to honor you." Resolved to secure this deal, she closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and downed the entire glass of wine in one swift motion. In that instant, Yi Qingya realized that having Qin Yang around wasn't so bad after all. At least she could indulge in the festivities without fear of repercussions. Had another man been tasked with escorting her, she would have felt a lingering sense of unease. Across from her, Fang Yihong and Yu Laijin exchanged glances, both revealing a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. This bottle of dry red wine appears quite similar to ordinary red wine. However, it is a blended dry red with an alcohol content nearing 30%. More significantly, it induces inebriation rapidly, even swifter than aromatic white spirits. Having just finished her drink, Yi Qingya was promptly served another by Fang Yihong. With a smile, Fang Yihong remarked, "Ms. Yi is indeed forthright. Our collaboration will surely be delightful. Henceforth, we shall be friends, and friends share 3 cups of wine upon meeting. Come, let me drink with you, Ms. Yi." As he raised his glass to his lips, he did not swallow the wine. Initially hesitant, Yi Qingya reconsidered upon hearing Fang Yihong's words. After all, she had already consumed 1 glass. 2 more wooden tea pose a significant issue. Let it be, she thought. If it leads to revitalizing the company. She lifted her glass and downed 2 more cups. Setting her glass down, she smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, regarding the contract for our company's natural product entry into Qinda department store, what do you think?" Fang Yihong interjected, "Ms. Yi is indeed straightforward and articulate. The contract will pose no issues at all. Old Yu, shouldn't you raise a toast to this beautiful lady?" Yu Laijin immediately rose, acknowledging, Right. My apologies. I should have toasted Ms. Yu first." Without allowing Yi Qingya a moment to decline, he drank a glass himself. Observing this scene, Yi Qingya could only stand and reciprocate. After several cups, Yi Qingya suddenly realized her head was spinning. She was astonished by the potency of the red wine and its swift effect. She attempted to broach the subject of the contract again, but both Yu Laijin and Fang Yihong, seasoned in the business realm, quickly diverted her attention elsewhere. 5 minutes later, Yi Qingya was quite tipsy, her mind solely fixated on the contract, oblivious to her inebriation. At that moment, Yu Laijin and Fang Yihong exchanged sly smiles. Realizing that subduing a mere woman was exceedingly facile, in just 2 minutes, Yi Qingya would be completely unconscious, failing to remember the events of the day. Fang Yihong gently placed his hand over Yi Qingya's small hand. At this juncture, she had forgotten to evade, her eyes glazed and her head heavy. Fang Yihong's heart fluttered with excitement as he gazed at the intoxicated Yi Qingya. He promptly poured her 2 more glasses, signaling to Yu Laijin. Understanding the cue, Yu Laijin hurriedly rose and walked toward the door to secure it, transforming the office into a sanctuary for 2. After locking the door, he returned to Fang Yihong, inquiring, "Old Fang, do you think what we're doing is illegal?" Fang Yihong chuckled, "Old Yu, your courage has diminished over the years. She's already inebriated. What is there to fear? As long as we ensure her clothing remains intact, we can do as we please. As long as they could give her a bath at the end, wash her clean, and redress her, everything would be splendid." The 2 chuckled mischievously, their hands reaching toward Yi Qingya's collar. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the office door. Yu Laijin and Fang Yixing were momentarily taken aback. With the beauty before them, how could they possibly relent? Fang Yixing quickly asserted, "Don't panic. I'll see who dares to disturb us." He approached the door, slightly ajar, revealing Chen Yang standing outside. Having received Yi Qingya's car keys, he was aware that she intended to engage in negotiations and drinking inside. Thus he had been attentively monitoring the office's activities. Although Chen Yang held a disdain for Yi Qingya, the capricious widow, she was nonetheless his superior, and her entrusting of the keys to him clearly indicated she expected his oversight. Initially, all seemed well within the office, but upon witnessing the door suddenly close, Chen Yang's instincts heightened, prompting him to knock. Fang Yixing merely cracked the door open, scrutinizing Chen Yang, and, finding him unfamiliar, impatiently inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Chen Yang glanced at Fang Yixing and called out loudly, "Yi Zong, it's time to return." He shouted her name twice, but the office remained unresponsive. Recognizing Chen Yang as one of Yi Qingya's subordinates, Fang Yixing immediately assumed a stern demeanor, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Zong is conducting business with us. Wait outside. If you interrupt our dealings, you will bear the consequences. Get lost." Fang Yixing barked impatiently, furrowing his brow at the lack of a response from Yi Qingya. Chen Yang sensed trouble. With sudden determination, he forcefully pushed the office door open, only to find Yi Qingya sprawled across the desk, utterly intoxicated. Seeing Chun Yang disrupt the office, Fang Yixing shouted, "Someone! Where are the security guards? Get rid of this intruder." Chun Yang narrowed his eyes, delivering a swift slap that struck Fang Yixing's face, followed by a powerful kick that sent him flying. He then strode purposefully toward the desk. "You lie, Jean." Noticing Chen Yang's approach, froze momentarily before hastily standing to point at him, declaring, "Chen Yang, what are you doing here? This is none of your concern. Leave at once." Chen Yang responded with a cold smirk, swiftly delivering a slap that sent Yu Lai Jin sprawling as well. Reaching the edge of the desk, he looked at the inebriated Yu Qingya, shaking his head in exasperation and muttering, "Yi Zong, you truly are a fool." With that, he lifted her in his arms. On the floor, Fang Yixing rose, fury igniting within him as he realized his carefully laid plans had been thwarted by Chen Yang. The audacity of this lowly employee to strike him and send him flying was utterly intolerable. Fang Yihang swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the security department of the mall. "Come here at once. There is a troublemaker causing a disturbance. Apprehend him immediately." As the supervisor of Qiantai Mall, Fang Yihang held the highest authority within the establishment. Upon hearing his command, the security personnel, naturally, did not dare to delay. With a rapid and synchronized movement, dozens of security guards rushed towards the banquet office. A formidable wall of guards assembled at the office door. Fang Yihang smirked, pointing at Chen Yang, and declared, "You dare to create chaos in my Qiantai? You possess quite the audacity. Seize him." The guards at the back brandished their batons and swiftly closed in. Chen Yang embraced Yu Qingya, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he beheld Fang Yihang accompanied by a multitude of security personnel. Meanwhile, Yu Lai Jin stood nearby, reveling in the spectacle, exclaiming, "Charge! Beat this scoundrel to a pulp. How dare he act so arrogantly in the Qingda shopping plaza? A mere employee of a cosmetics company, who grants him such audacity?" Upon hearing that Chen Yang was just a lowly staff member, the surrounding security guards instantly relaxed. Over 30 of them brandished rubber batons and charged forward. Chen Yang, however, wasted no words. Cradling Yi Qingya, he soared into the air. And in the blink of an eye, all 30 security guards lay sprawled on the ground. Fang Yihang and Yu Lai Jin stood in stunned silence, while more than 10 additional security guards outside the office hastily drew their weapons and rushed in. Just as they were about to engage, a commanding voice rang out from the doorway. "Stop right there. What on earth is happening?" The security personnel parted, revealing Wang Lin and Qin Si-hai, accompanied by their secretary, storming into the room in a fit of anger. Wang Lin had organized this gala and was engaged in business discussions with Qin Si-hai when he noticed the guards rushing towards this location, which irked him greatly. Upon spotting Chen Yang in the office, Wang Lin paused momentarily before striding over and inquiring, "Mr. Chun, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Yang merely scoffed, replying, "Our general manager Yi came here to negotiate business but was intoxicated by your associates, who intended to act inappropriately. I came to escort her home, only to be encircled by your security." Wang Lin, upon hearing Chen Yang's account, abruptly turned to Fang Yihang. Fang Yihang hurriedly approached, saying, No, Mr. Wang. "Let me explain. It's not as it seems. I merely invited Missy for a business discussion, and her inebriation is entirely due to her poor tolerance for alcohol." Wang Lin, however, had little patience for Fang Yihang's defense, for he instinctively knew that Chen Yang would not fabricate such a tale. He waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Seize him and his accomplice. Separate them and detain them. We shall call the authorities. I am infuriated that such unlawful behavior could transpire in our Qingda shopping plaza. It shall not be tolerated." Yu Lai sprang up, protesting loudly. "Wait, this has nothing to do with me. I am not affiliated with your Qingda group. On what grounds do you arrest me? Let me go?" Yet, the surrounding security guards promptly separated Fang Yihang and Yu Lai Jin, dragging them away. Wang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Chen Yang, expressing, "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea my subordinates would dare to engage in such actions." Observing Wang Lin's demeanor, Chen Yang merely nodded, responding, "It is of no consequence, fortunately. Nothing severe transpired today, or I would have been at a loss in front of General Manager Yi." Wang Lin hastily reiterated his apologies, saying, "Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. By the way, what business was Miss Yi here to discuss?" "Ah, you are excessively courteous. Since this pertains to your company, you need only to give me a call directly. There is no need to negotiate through Fang Yihang." Chen Yang glanced at the contract on the table and remarked, "It is merely a trivial matter. It pertains to our company's cosmetics, which are to be promoted and sold at the Qingda department store's cosmetics counter. I did not wish to trouble General Manager Wang. Wang Lin immediately replied, such matters hardly constitute a trouble at all. Just give me a call, and it will be resolved with a mere word. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will take care of the cosmetic affairs. I shall have someone stamp it now. It is effective immediately. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude towards Wang Lin, saying, Our General Manager Yi has had too much to drink. I shall escort her home. We will gather again when time permits. Wang Lin hastily responded, Yes, Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. Next time, I will certainly invite both General Manager Yi and you to dinner. Chen Yang, cradling Yi Qingya, departed from the soiree with the contract in hand. In the VIP room, Wang Lin gazed in shock at the security guard sprawled on the floor. He turned to Qin Sihai and exclaimed, Old Qin, it seems Mr. Chen is not only adept in medicine but also possesses remarkable physical prowess. Qin Sihai nodded in admiration, saying, It appears Mr. Chen is also a martial artist. Chen Yang carried Yi Qingya down the elevator and headed towards the parking lot. Upon opening Yi Qingya's car door, he secured her in the passenger seat and, while fastening her seatbelt, inadvertently brushed against her chest. Chen Yang swallowed hard, muttering to himself, I never expected this woman to be quite so captivating. He entered the vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and drove Yi Qingya towards the Fengming community. After a few minutes, Yi Qingya, in a drowsy state, extended her hand and sleepily exclaimed, Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Startled by her accusation, Chen Yang thought she had discovered his earlier indiscretion and hastily replied, General Manager Yi, I was merely fastening your seatbelt. I assure you it was unintentional. Yi Qingya, showing no reaction, continued to mumble incoherently, Chen Yang, you scoundrel, do not think of embracing Yi. Yi belongs to me. And only to me, Chen Yang, you shall not have her. After a while, Yi Qingya resumed her muttering, berating Chen Yang for his sharp tongue, arrogance, and shamelessness. As Chen Yang drove, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Yi Qingya was indeed inebriated and utterly unaware. Yet, he felt a twinge of injustice. He had done nothing wrong, yet she was cursing him while intoxicated. Was her heart truly so petty? What had he done to offend her? Shaking his head, he chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at the Fengming community, Chen Yang carried Yi Qingya back to her room. Inside, Su Yin was tending to Yi's evening routine, preparing her for bed. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter with Yi Qingya, Su Yin hurried over, Chen Yang, what has transpired? Why have you returned with Qingya? How did she end up in such a state? Chen Yang shook his head, helplessly explaining. General Manager Yi was deceived by someone during a business meeting and was subsequently intoxicated. Fortunately, she encountered me. Otherwise, she would have been taken advantage of tonight. As Chen Yang spoke, he gently tossed Yi Qingya onto the bed in the bedroom. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Su Yin felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She picked up a blanket and carefully tucked Yi Qingya in for a good rest. Afterward, she encouraged Yi to sleep as well. Once these tasks were completed, Su Yin returned to the living room and thanked Chen Yang, saying, Chen Yang, I truly appreciate your help today. Chen Yang, seated on the sofa, shook his head with a smile and replied, It's nothing. It's the least I could do. Speaking of which, it's not easy for Director Yi, raising a child alone. Thankfully, she has you as a close friend. Otherwise, she would truly struggle. By the way, whose child is Director Yi's? Su Yin, upon hearing Chen Yang's inquiry, shook her head and, with a hint of exasperation, responded, I have asked Qingya this question several times. But she has never disclosed the answer. I have never even seen the man. He is truly despicable if I ever find out who he is. I will make sure to have his head severed and used as a ball for kicking. Su Yin spoke with palpable disdain. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her last remark, saying, I never imagined the esteemed campus belle could be so fierce. Realizing her outburst, Su Yan's face flushed slightly, and she quickly waved her hand, laughing, Haha, I was just too angry. By the way, Chen Yang, are you really an 8th level student? Chen Yang nodded, of course, I am in the same cohort as you, both students of Jinling University. Su Yin pondered for a moment and said, but that is strange. I specifically checked the list of graduates from our university yesterday and didn't find your name. A flicker of melancholy crossed Chen Yang's eyes as he let out a soft sigh. You were looking at the list of students who graduated normally and received their diplomas and degrees. During my senior year, I encountered some issues, which prevented me from obtaining my diploma and degree. It's natural that you couldn't find me. What? Su Yin, you don't suspect that I am trying to get close to you on purpose, do you? Su Yin covered her mouth and laughed, shaking her head. Of course not. I just wanted to look up your information. At this point, she quickly averted her gaze, as if her words had inadvertently revealed something. Qin Yang, however, thought little of it and sighed. Some events occurred during my university years that hindered my graduation. After returning to Qizhou from Jinling University, I found it challenging to secure a good job without a diploma and degree. Fortunately, Director Yi took me in, and I began working as a staff member at her cosmetics company. Reflecting on it, I feel I have brought shame to our university. After all, a graduate from a prestigious institution earning less than 3,000 a month is quite embarrassing. Su Yin laughed, covering her mouth. You are not a disgrace. You bring honor instead. By the way, Qin Yang, I truly wish to learn about traditional Chinese medicine from you. Also, you mentioned helping me with my health issues. Every time I have my period, I endure excruciating pain and can hardly manage anything. Even drinking brown sugar water offers no relief. Qin Yang nodded and said, "Oh, you are referring to coldness in the womb. Your uterus has suffered from cold due to exposure to chilly water in your childhood or consuming excessively cold foods, resulting in stagnation and pain during your menstrual cycle. Medication can alleviate this, but consider it a minor issue. I can assist you with acupressure to dispel the cold energy within your body." Su Yin immediately replied, "Really? Can you treat me now?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "Of course, it is my honor to treat the esteemed campus belle." Su Yin bounced with excitement and asked, "What should I prepare?" After a moment of thought, Qin Yang's face turned slightly red as he replied, "You don't need to prepare anything. Just expose your navel and abdomen." Without hesitation, Su Yin responded, "All right. Wait for me, I will change into something else." She hurried to her bedroom. Before long, she emerged. Qin Yang glanced at Su Yin and was momentarily stunned. She had changed into a yoga-style sleepwear set, with black pants that clung snugly to her legs, accentuating their contours. The upper part featured a short sports tank top that barely covered her chest, revealing her delicate, slender waist and an adorably elongated navel. Qin Yang's heart raced, and his face flushed as he quickly averted his gaze. Su Yin casually reclined on the sofa and said, "Qin, can you help me with my ailment now?" Qin Yang nodded repeatedly, stammering, Yes, I shall begin now." He placed his palm over Su Yan's navel, channeling his internal mystical energy through his hand into her body. This mystical energy was quite precious. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yang would hesitate to use it for a typical patient, opting instead for acupuncture, which could suffice to heal. However, he was generous in treating Su Yin. As she lay on the sofa, Su Yin initially intended to discuss traditional Chinese medicine with him, but soon she was taken aback. She felt a warm sensation enveloping her abdomen, and she distinctly sensed the coldness within her dantian gradually melting away. Simultaneously, Qin Yang's hand felt like a great heater. Wherever his palm moved, her abdomen felt as if it were being warmed by flames. "Qin Yang, this is truly remarkable. Is this what traditional Chinese medicine feels like? Oh my, it feels so comfortable. I've endured this coldness in my belly for over 20 years. Just a hint of cold drink or a gust of chilly wind would lead to abdominal pain. Now, I feel incredibly at ease. You are truly amazing." Hearing Su Yan's praise, Qin Yang chuckled and applied himself even more diligently to her treatment. After half an hour, Qin Yang withdrew his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "All done, esteemed campus belle. From now on, you shall no longer suffer from menstrual cramps." Su Yin sat up, caressing her abdomen, utterly astonished. She gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Qin Yang, you are incredible. How about I take you as my master?" "Yes, it's settled." Qin Yang swiftly waved his hand, saying, No need. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in due time." Su Yin giggled and replied, "That simply won't do. I have already decided to recognize you as my master." The two shared a hearty laugh. Glancing at the clock, Qin Yang noted it was already past 8 in the evening. He rose and said, "Su Yin, I must take my leave for now. We shall continue our conversation tomorrow." Su Yin nodded in agreement, then hurried to the kitchen, where she opened the refrigerator and retrieved a small cake. Emerging with the cake, Su Yin handed it to Qin Yang, saying, "Please try this. I made it especially for you." Upon hearing that it was made for him, Qin Yang's heart raced with excitement, sweetness enveloping him like honey. He looked at Su Yin and suddenly felt that the illustrious campus beauty was not so distant after all. Perhaps he truly had a chance to win her heart and make her his girlfriend. Realizing that her last remark might have been a bit too forward, Su Yin quickly added with a smile, "Please don't misunderstand. I meant this as a token of gratitude for your medical assistance, since you helped me recover." Qin Yang chuckled, clutching the cake with a broad smile as he left Yiqingya's room. As he strolled through the neighborhood, gazing at the cake in his palm, a renewed yearning for love and companionship blossomed within him. To marry the kind-hearted Su Yin would indeed be wonderful. Upon returning home, he carefully placed the cake in the refrigerator. Huang Zihua, noticing her son's return, remarked, "Son, why aren't you eating the cake you bought? Come, let me have a taste." Qinyang quickly waved his hands, saying, "Mom, this cake is not for eating, it's for contemplation. It's made especially for me by your future daughter-in-law, ha ha ha." The following morning, Qinyang awoke early to find that his mother had prepared breakfast. The table was laden with a delectable spread: fried eggs, soybean milk, youtiao, dry mixed noodles, flaky pastries, and roasted cumin bread. Qinyang, eyeing the sumptuous breakfast, wiped away some drool and remarked, "Mom, you've made far too much." Huang Zihua took a seat at the table and smiled. "I know you're a martial artist and have a hearty appetite. Eat well. Besides, I'm not busy with any work at the moment, so I might as well prepare more food. You can take some to Yi as well." Thinking of Yi, Qinyang nodded eagerly, saying, "All right, Mom. I'll pack some breakfast to bring to both President Yi and Su Yin." Huang Zihua looked up with a smile, asking, "Son, is this Su Yin the future daughter-in-law you mentioned yesterday?" Qinyang felt his cheeks flush as he nodded. "Something like that, but it's still too early to tell. She and I are both students at Jinling University, and she was quite renowned back in our day. The campus belle, beautiful, academically gifted, and genuinely kind with a bright and pure spirit. Oh, I can hardly fathom what sort of man would be worthy of her. For now, I shall strive to do my best." Huang Zihua chuckled, encouraging, "Good, son. I will also put in my effort. I'll prepare delicious meals every day for you to take to her. To win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Once her appetite is tantalized, she will find it hard to part from you." Qinyang laughed heartily, his joy evident in every chuckle. At that moment, he realized that his cheerful and kind mother had finally returned. Reflecting on the year of his marriage to Lu Yu, he recalled how his mother had endured the torment inflicted by her daughter-in-law in silence, bowing her head and remaining mute. To avoid disrupting his relationship with Lu Yu, she had swallowed all her grievances. Qinyang stepped forward, embraced his mother, and said, "Mom, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, in any future marriage, I will certainly seek your opinion. If you disapprove, I shall resolutely refrain from marrying. Furthermore, Mom, we will lead a better life from now on." After packing breakfast, Qinyang made his way to Yi Qingya's residence. Inside, Su Yin was helping Yi wash up, preparing to take her to kindergarten. Meanwhile, Yi Qingya, with a slight headache, groggily rose from her bed. She sat on the sofa, glanced at the signed contract, then looked around in confusion and asked Su Yin, "Su Yin, how did I get back yesterday? My goodness, what on earth happened? I can't recall a thing." Su Yin emerged with a smile, reassuring her. "It was Qinyang who brought you back. You need not worry. You were well dressed when you returned." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya sighed in relief and remarked, "So, it seems I ultimately relied on Qinyang to come back. Although I find him quite irritating, I must admit he is indeed a commendable employee." Just then, the door swung open, revealing Su Wei standing at the entrance with a bouquet of flowers. Spotting him, Yi Qingya promptly invited, "Young Master Su, please come in. I was just about to call you. I had too much to drink yesterday and forgot to express my gratitude." Su Wei beamed at her words, placing the flowers by the door as he entered, saying, "Qingya, you are too polite. As I mentioned, there's no need for such formalities between us. Your network is my network. By the way, have you finalized the contract?" Yi Qingya retrieved the agreement from the table, its conclusion stamped with the seal of Qingdao Mall. "The contract is ready. I just forgot how it was signed yesterday," she replied. Su Wei laughed heartily, saying, "How it was signed is trivial. The product can now enter Qingdao Mall. As I promised, with my cousin involved, there are absolutely no issues." Yi Qingya hurriedly expressed her thanks. At that moment, the door swung open once more as Qinyang entered, carrying several bags of breakfast. Seeing Qinyang arrive so early, Su Wei abruptly stood up, his demeanor turning furious. "Qinyang, what are you doing here? Why are you rushing into President Ye's room so early? What do you mean by this?" Qinyang placed the breakfast on the table, exasperatedly replying, "What do you mean? I came to deliver breakfast to President Yi. Is that not perfectly normal? However, how dare you show your face here after your cousin deliberately got President Yi drunk last night, attempting to take advantage of her? Honestly, people like you disgust me." Su Wei's face turned pale with rage as he pointed at Qinyang, exclaiming, "Nonsense, Qinyang, what are you babbling about? Did you see that? The contract has been signed. My cousin sought out his old classmate, Fang Yihong, and they have managed to finalize General Manager Ye's contract. How dare you slander me? Do you really think I, Su Wei, am someone you can easily bully? Yi Qingya quickly stood up, furrowing her brows as she addressed Qin Yang, saying, Qin Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for young Master Su, our company would be in peril. Qin Yang scoffed, saying, General Manager Yi, your mind must be muddled. Yesterday, your cousin and Fang Yihang got you intoxicated, intending to commit a crime against you. It was I who intervened just in time to report it to the authorities. And your cousin was arrested. Do you truly believe it was his connections that facilitated the signing of the contract? Su Wei was infuriated upon hearing this. Despite having been unable to reach Yu Lai Jin, he refused to believe the accusation. Pointing at Qin Yang, he retorted, All right, Qin Yang, you are truly a master of fabrication. Just wait a moment. I will call my cousin right now. Su Wei picked up his phone and dialed Yu Lai Jin's number. The phone rang for over 50 seconds without an answer. Su Wei remarked, Perhaps my cousin is simply exhausted from last night. Yi Qingya glared at Qin Yang in fury, exclaiming, Qin Yang, leave. The contract has already been signed, and yet you continue to humiliate young Master Su. This is too much. At that moment, Su Yin, standing to the side, spoke up, Qingya, I think what Qin Yang said could be true. After all, he was the one who brought you home last night. We can easily confirm this by calling. The customer service number for Qianda Group is readily available. Qin Yang added, Yes, Su Yin is right. A quick inquiry will clarify everything. Indeed, Su Yin possessed a sharp mind and a kind heart, believing in herself. Su Yin picked up her phone, located the number for Qianda Commercial Building, and made the call. Hello, may I ask if the supervisor at Qianda Commercial Building is Fang Yihang? She inquired. The customer service representative on the other end responded, I'm sorry, but Fang Yihang was arrested last night on suspicion of criminal activity. How may I assist you? Su Wei's mouth fell open in disbelief as he hastily grabbed Su Yan's phone, asking, Wait a moment, miss, please do not speak carelessly. Fang Yihang is not the supervisor at your establishment? I had a matter to discuss with him last night. The customer service representative replied, Sir. He was indeed our supervisor yesterday, but he is now in custody. The operations of our establishment are currently overseen directly by General Manager Wang from the group. With this definitive answer, Su Wei collapsed onto the sofa in shock. Su Yin ended the call and smiled at Yi Qingya, saying, Qingya, see? We almost wronged Qin Yang. I told you before, he would never lie. Yi Qingya's face turned pale as she looked at Su Wei, suppressing her anger, and said, Young Master Su, I misjudged you. Please leave immediately. Su Wei had not anticipated that his cousin would collude with his old friend to engage in such actions. He opened his mouth, seeking to apologize to Yi Qingya. At this moment, Qin Yang seized Su Wei by his hair and forcefully kicked him out. Su Wei tumbled on the ground, his head bleeding from the impact. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Qin Yang and cursed, Qin Yang, just you wait. Qin Yang raised his fist, causing Su Wei to turn and flee in terror. In the room, Qin Yang turned to Yi Qingya and said, Did you see that? I told you this guy is trash, yet you didn't believe me. Yi Qingya looked at Qin Yang, frowning, and inquired, Qin Yang, if this contract wasn't facilitated by Su Wei's cousin, how was it signed yesterday? Why did Qianda Group still stamp it? Qin Yang shrugged and replied, I've already told you. I know Wang Lin. It was a simple matter for him to finalize the contract. Yi Qingya, incredulous, exclaimed, You really know Wang Lin? Qin Yang responded, What is there to lie about? A smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Qingya's face as she said, Qin Yang, as we discussed yesterday, if you truly know Wang Lin, then I will entrust you with the position of head of the marketing department. We'll go to the company shortly to complete the handover. Qin Yang plopped down on a chair and set out his breakfast, saying to Yi Qingya, No need, General Manager Yi. I've already stated my intention to resign. I have no interest in remaining at the company, regardless of whether it's as a lowly employee or a supervisor. Yi Qingya huffed, That's not acceptable. I will not approve your resignation. At least until Yi is fully recovered, you must continue working at the company. Qin Yang was left speechless. Yi and Su Yin, lured by the delicious aroma, rushed over. Su Yin wiped her mouth and exclaimed, What a delightful breakfast, it's wonderful. Yi clapped her hands, saying, Uncle Qin, these are made by Grandma, right? They're so delicious. I wish I could have Grandma's breakfast every day. Qin Yang chuckled, All right. As long as Yi enjoys it, I'll bring it to you every day. Su Yin eagerly nodded, Me too, me too. Qin Yang, you have to bring some for me as well. Laughter filled the room. Standing by the table, Yi Qingya, initially in good spirits, began to worry upon seeing her daughter and best friend grow closer to Qin Yang. She found it difficult to accept this situation. Frowning, she ultimately refrained from expelling Qin Yang, considering the contract. Outside the community, Su Wei was seething with rage, finally realizing why his cousin, Yulai Jin, had not answered his calls. It was because that rascal had been apprehended. Breathing heavily, he had initially intended to leverage Yulai Jin's favor with Yu Qingya to pursue her. But now all of that had been ruined by that scoundrel. Just as his anger peaked, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his cousin. Yulain. Seething, Su Wei answered the call, cursing, Yulain, how dare you call me? Do you believe I won't deal with both of you brothers? On the other end, Yulain responded, bewildered, cousin, what on earth are you going on about? I wish to convey that I have acquired information regarding Chen Yang. He divorced a month ago. His ex-wife is named Lu Yu, a woman who epitomizes materialism. Su Wei, initially fuming, became invigorated upon hearing Yulain's words, exclaiming, what? You have located Chen Yang's ex-wife? Quickly, extract any incriminating details from her regarding Chen Yang's misdeeds. The more detailed, the better. Yulain chuckled and replied, cousin, I believe I can not only glean Chen Yang's secrets from Lu Yu, but I could also ensnare this woman, which would serve as a humiliation for Chen Yang, effectively putting a green hat on him. Su Wei, exhilarated by this prospect, responded, by heavens, Yulain, if you can accomplish this, I would be immensely grateful. As we agreed yesterday, I will provide you with 200,000 in funds, ensure you secure his ex-wife. Ha ha ha, Chen Yang, you scoundrel. I shall not let you off the hook. Su Wei set down his phone and promptly transferred the funds to Yulain. At that moment, Yulain stood outside a CAF. Inside Starbucks, Lu Yu sat at a table, anxiously awaiting. She seldom frequented such establishments, as her lifestyle rarely afforded her the luxury of dining in such extravagant venues. After making a phone call, Yulain pushed open the door to Starbucks and took a seat across from Lu Yu. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her heart racing. Yulain exuded the carefree charm of a scion from a prominent family, a caliber of individual she had never encountered before. Extending his hand towards Lu Yu, he introduced himself. Hello, I am the one who invited you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yulain, a high school classmate of Chen Yang. My family primarily deals in construction materials and stones, with assets amounting to several tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed, he was a young heir from a wealthy family. She quickly responded, hello, hello. What brings you to seek me out? Yulain smiled slightly and explained, it is the case that I have had some disagreements with Chen Yang, hence I wish to inquire about him. Lu Yu, relieved by this revelation, smiled and said, you gave me quite a scare. I thought you were a friend of Chen Yang. It's splendid to hear you have grievances with him. That good-for-nothing hid a sum of money from me after just 1 year of marriage, discarding me to indulge himself in purchasing a villa and living lavishly. I wish I could break his legs. Yulain laughed heartily at her words, taking her small hand in his and stating, it appears we share a common goal. Lu Yu, thrilled at his bold gesture, nodded with a smile. Of course. We are allies and friends, young Master Yu. Feel free to express any desires you have, and I shall agree. Lu Yu shyly lowered her head as she spoke, having already made up her mind that this young gentleman before her was her current objective, and she must not relinquish it. In contrast, her elementary school classmate, Gao Qiming, seemed utterly inadequate. Lu Yu tightly grasped Yulain's hand, and the two shared numerous amusing anecdotes about Chen Yang. At this moment, Yulain was thoroughly convinced that Chen Yang was nothing more than a complete loser, and that the Bentley Mulsanne he drove was certainly acquired through dubious means. With a mischievous grin, Yulain rose and proclaimed, Xiaoyu, we are like old friends. Be my woman. Lu Yu immediately nodded in a fluster. All right, young Master Yu. From now on, I shall be your woman. Yulain laughed heartily, pulling out his phone to capture a photo of their embrace, which he proudly posted in their high school classmates group chat. Subsequently, he boasted, Dear classmates, can you guess who this woman beside me is? Haha. She is none other than Chen Yang's wife. You have all been deceived. Chen Yang is simply a pitiful loser, abandoned even by his own wife. Filled with self-satisfaction, Yulain finally vented his frustrations. He took several more intimate photos with Lu Yu and shared them in the group chat, chuckling with glee. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, as he was not part of the high school group. After having his meal, he returned home, showing no interest in working at Yu Qingya's company. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wu Qian. After answering, Chen Yang laughed. Old deskmate, what's the matter? Hearing Chen Yang's cheerful voice, Wu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, Chen Yang, please don't take it to heart. It's all in the past. Some women are simply not worth your affection. Completely bewildered by Wu Qian's words, Chen Yang inquired, Wu Qian, What are you talking about? Wu Qian hastily responded with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, really. By the way, do you have time today? To thank you for your help. I would like to cook for you and serve some fine wine I have treasured for over a decade. Qianyang chuckled. That sounds good. I'll come find you. There were too many people yesterday, and many things were not convenient to discuss. Just the two of us today will allow for a proper catch-up. Wu Qian giggled. Oh. Qianyang, your words sound almost like a confession. Hurry over. Who knows, I might accept you right away. Qianyang replied with a smile. Old deskmate. You're much bolder now than you were in school. After ending the call, Qianyang drove directly to Wu Qian's home. The neighborhood where Wu Qian lived was a relatively old upscale community. After all, her family had been well off over a decade ago. Were it not for her father's obsession with gambling on jade and collecting, they would not have fallen into such decline. Upon arriving at Wu Qian's residence, Qianyang surveyed her home. The space was quite large, spanning over 200 square meters, a standard flat. However, the furnishings were quite simple, consisting only of the most basic tables and chairs. Qianyang smiled as he remarked, Old deskmate. You live in a house worth 5 million, yet furnish it with worn-out furniture worth merely 500. Wu Qian chuckled bitterly, approached Qianyang, poured a glass of water, and handed it to him, saying helplessly, all the furniture in my home has been taken away by creditors. This house remains untouched by the court solely because it is our family's only residence. Our once happy family has been shattered due to my father's addiction. And now we are burdened with a debt of 20 million. As she spoke, Wu Qian herself laughed, shaking her head. It doesn't matter anymore. My parents have fled abroad. I cannot repay the debts he incurred. Once I sell this house, I will vanish completely, adopting a new identity to live my own life, ensuring those creditors can never find me. This is how my life will be. At that moment, Qianyang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed. It was his ex-wife, Lu Yu. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped aside to answer, coldly asking, What do you want? Lu Yu's triumphant laughter echoed from the other end. Qianyang, I never expected that a loser like you would have a wealthy classmate. I owe you a thank you. It is thanks to your connections that I am now dating Yulayin. Qianyang, incensed, retorted, Lu Yu, have you lost your mind? Weren't you with that fishmonger from elementary school? How did you end up with Yulayin? Lu Yu snapped back, who I associate with is none of your concern. I just want to thank you for giving me the chance to be the girlfriend of a rich heir. Don't think just because you bought a villa. You're impressive. One day, my wealth will surpass yours. With that, she triumphantly hung up the phone. Qianyang seethed with anger. Observing his reaction, Wu Qian quickly approached him and said, Qianyang, your ex-wife is truly despicable. Don't let such a worthless woman affect you. There is no need to stoop to her level. Qianyang turned to Wu Qian, puzzled, and inquired, Old deskmate, how do you know about this? Did Yulayin inform you? Wu Qian hesitated before reluctantly opening their high school classmates' WeChat group. Qianyang, please don't be upset. You're not in the group. But Yulayin, in a bid for revenge, shared some private photos of him and Lu Yu, Wu Qian explained. Qianyang took Wu Qian's phone, opened the group chat, and was met with images of Lu Yu holding hands with Yulayin, as well as one of her embracing him and kissing him, truly shameless behavior. Moreover, it was evident from the timestamps that Lu Yu had only met Yulayin the very first day. Seeing these photos, Qianyang's face turned ashen. Although he was already divorced from Lu Yu, witnessing her being wielded as a weapon of humiliation against him stirred deep anger within. He began to reflect on why he had ever chosen to marry her. Perhaps, often, being single is far more joyful, uncomplicated, and fulfilling than being tied down by marriage. Upon noticing Qianyang's gloomy expression, Wu Qian promptly remarked, Qianyang, everyone encounters misfortune at times. You mustn't take it to heart. That scoundrel Yulayin has gone too far, humiliating you in such a manner. Qianyang's countenance darkened as he waved his hand dismissively, stating, There's nothing to be done. It is entirely my fault. I was blinded by foolishness, insisting on marrying her. Wu Qian gently patted his hand and encouraged, Dear old classmate, cheer up. Look. Now that you are divorced, isn't it rather splendid? You are single and can pursue more beautiful girls. Truth be told, had I not been burdened with 20 million in debt, unable to live a normal life, I might have even pursued you. Qianyang chuckled and replied, Do not jest. I harbored a secret crush on you for over 2 years in high school, and yet you never accepted. Wu Qian laughed, retorting, Who told you to only have a secret crush and not write me love letters? See, you missed your chance. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, their spirits lifted. Wu Qian then said, Qianyang, let me show you the remnants of my father's reckless spending, leading Qianyang into the adjacent room. Wu Qian revealed an array of stones, both large and small. Pointing to the collection, she lamented, "These are the gambling stones my father squandered millions on. Mere waste." His collection of antiques has already been seized by creditors, leaving only this heap of unwanted rubble. Every time I see these stones, my heart sinks. Qin Yang could only comfort her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Qin Yang's eyes brightened as he approached a wooden rack in the east corner. There rested a jade stone, roughly the size of a rice cooker, slightly translucent and marred by cracks. Upon seeing it, Qin Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, this stone feels rather special." As he placed his hand upon it, Wu Qian remarked, "Qin Yang, your eye for detail is commendable. The stone you were touching was purchased by my father for 15 million, only to be revealed as worthless once cut." As Qin Yang's hand rested on the stone, he distinctly felt it as a vessel, capable of absorbing the mystical energy within him. With a subtle concentration, he channeled his inner energy through his palm into the stone. Soon, the slightly translucent jade began to emit a soft green glow. Indeed, the mystical energy was being stored within the stone. Meanwhile, Wu Qian continued to chatter away in complaint. Turning her head, she was taken aback upon witnessing the stone's transformation, exclaiming, "Qin Yang, what did you just do? How did the stone change color? This is utterly impossible. It was supposed to be worthless." Startled, Qin Yang quickly withdrew his arm and sheepishly asked, "Wu Qian, what's wrong? Did I break it?" Wu Qian shook her head in disbelief as she approached, pointing at the stone and asking, "No, Qin Yang, what just happened? How did it change color?" "It absolutely cannot be. It was merely a piece of scrap." Wu Qian's voice trembled with excitement, her delicate white hands resting on the stone, fingers quivering in disbelief. Yang inquired, "What's wrong, old classmate? Why are you so agitated?" Wu Qian swallowed hard and replied, "Qin Yang, this stone. It has astonishingly transformed into exquisite imperial green jade. How can this be? It was merely a piece of scrap." Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Qin Yang understood. He chuckled and said, "I see now. Just a moment ago, I infused my internal energy into this stone, and its color changed. If you say it is now imperial green, perhaps what you refer to as imperial green is indeed a spirit stone." Wu Qian looked at Qin Yang in confusion, perplexed. Qin Yang patted the stone and remarked, "Old classmate, this stone possesses some peculiar qualities. Although it is a piece of scrap, it belongs to the category of spirit stone remnants. Spirit stones can provide spiritual energy to martial artists. This stone bears some resemblance to the imperial green you mentioned, as it can store spiritual energy. Coincidentally, my Dao Wuxian power is quite pure, so once infused into this stone, it began to store the Dao Wuxian energy, thus altering its color and texture." Wu Qian, still bewildered, realized one thing: Qin Yang's infusion of internal energy had transformed the stone into premium imperial green. She hastily exclaimed, "Qin Yang, quickly, check if there are other stones in this room that can also accept internal energy. My heavens, do you know how much this stone could sell for now?" Qin Yang shook his head. Wu Qian extended 5 fingers and declared, "This stone, after you infused it with internal energy, is worth at least 50 million. Qin Yang was taken aback and began to search the rest of the room. However, the other stones were rather ordinary and could not store his Dao Wuxian energy. He shook his head and said to Wu Qian, "The other stones in the room won't work. Only this one can. Moreover, old classmate, you are celebrating too soon. Although this stone can store internal energy, it cannot do so indefinitely. I estimate that in 3 to 5 days, once the internal energy is depleted, this stone will revert to its previous transparent state." Wu Qian, who was initially elated, suddenly grasped the implication of Qin Yang's words. She forced a smile and said, "Right, I almost overlooked that. Let us eat first. And after a few hours, we can observe the changes in the stone before making any decisions." Qin Yang and Wu Qian returned to the living room. Wu Qian tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Qin Yang stroked his chin, contemplating. It seems that the rumors about some prime jade mines concealing spirit stones are indeed true. Furthermore, the Dao Wuxian power within me is remarkably unique, far purer than the internal energy of ordinary martial artists. After all, a typical martial artist's internal energy would not alter the color of this stone, while my Dao Wuxian energy has transformed it into a premium spirit stone. This sufficiently demonstrates that the purity and richness of one's own mystical energy far surpass that of spirit stones. Before long, Wu Qian prepared a meal. Qin Yang and Wu Qian dined together, indulging in a bit of wine while reminiscing about their high school days. They could not help but burst into laughter, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, they had graduated from university. As they transitioned from academic life to the societal realm, It felt as though the world had changed dramatically, devoid of the innocence and joy of their student days. After 5 or 6 hours, Wu Qian and Qin Yang returned to the room, examining the piece of jade. Indeed, its color had faded somewhat. Wu Qian's face fell as she caressed the stone, exclaiming, "Alas, it truly is futile. I had hoped, Qin Yang, that you possess some magical prowess to transform this ordinary stone worth a few thousand into a magnificent imperial green valued at 50 million. Ultimately, it was merely a dream." Ha ha ha, I should never have entertained such fantasies. Wu Qian sighed, shaking her head in resignation. At that moment, Wu Qian's WeChat notification chimed. And upon glancing at her phone, her expression turned to one of disdain. Qin Yang leaned in to see. Discovering that Yu Lian had shared a video of his date with Lu Yu in the group chat, Yu Lian smugly proclaimed, "Now you all understand that Qin Yang, that useless fool, is utterly worthless before me, right? As a well-off second-generation heir worth tens of millions, I can have any woman I desire with just a wave of my hand. What is Qin Yang even worth? Tonight, his wife will be mine." Upon reading Yu Lian's words, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Wu Qian quickly interjected, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Ignore him. Let him gloat. There's no need to stoop to the level of such scum." Qin Yang huffed, his gaze fixed on the stone, and suddenly an idea struck him. "Old deskmate, how about we sell this stone to Yu Lian? He claims to be worth tens of millions. He should be able to afford it." Wu Qian, at a loss for words, replied, "Qin Yang, this stone is ultimately fake. Yu Lian is no fool. How could he possibly spend a large sum on such a counterfeit jade?" Qin Yang chuckled, "That may not be the case. As long as we stage a little performance, he will surely take the bait. Now that he is with Lu Yu, who has worked in a jade shop. You mentioned that when I infuse my inner energy into this stone, it will appear as the finest imperial green, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. In that case, let us sell this counterfeit stone to Yu Lian for 30 million and see how he continues to boast." Wu Qian's eyes brightened at this, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, although the stone is fake, it can pass for genuine. Let it be decided. Qin Yang, quickly infuse your inner energy into the stone. Let us commence at once. Once Yu Lian has lost his money, I am eager to see if Li Yu will continue dating him." Qin Yang and Wu Qian wasted no time in their endeavors. Qin Yang channeled the mystical energy within him into the jade, transforming it into a vibrant, translucent emerald green. Even as a novice, Qin Yang could discern the substantial worth of this exquisite piece. Wu Qian seized her phone, capturing several photographs of the jade stone and sharing them in her classmates' group chat. She exclaimed, "Class monitor, you should cease your mockery of Qin Yang. He possesses remarkable abilities. Moreover, he has assured me that he will repay my debts, claiming these stones are worth 30 million. Once sold, he will settle my obligations." The chat erupted with excitement. What? 30 million? Is Qin Yang's stone truly that valuable? It became evident that Qin Yang's ostentatious display of wealth stemmed from his dealings in jade. I gazed at the image of the stone. It was undeniably beautiful, yet I found it hard to believe that such a piece could fetch 30 million. The discussions flourished. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Yu Lian and Lu Yu were preparing for a bath, eager for an intimate exchange. Yu Lian, upon glancing at the group chat on his phone, burst into laughter and remarked to Lu Yu, "Little Yu, your ex-husband is indeed a gem. To impress our class beauty, he claims his stone is worth 30 million. How absurd. The best part is, our class beauty actually believes him. How gullible can she be?" Lu Yu joined in the laughter. "Qin Yang possesses no such stone. If he had a 30 million jade, I would have known by now." As she spoke, Lu Yu glanced at Yu Lian's phone. Upon seeing the photograph of the jade stone, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped, "How is this possible? Where did Qin Yang acquire such an exceptional imperial green jade?" Yu Lian, taken aback, turned to Lu Yu and inquired, "What? Is this stone truly valuable?" Lu Yu, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. I previously worked in a jade shop. This is an extraordinary imperial green jade, worth a fortune. The size is remarkable. A piece of this magnitude could easily sell for 50 million, perhaps even more. During a favorable market, it could reach 70 or 80 million with ease." Yu Lian, upon hearing this, swallowed hard, his heart racing with envy and disbelief. How could that useless Qin Yang possess such a precious stone? Where on earth did he procure it? This fool clearly remains oblivious to the true value of the stone, still claiming he will sell it for 30 million to repay Wu Qian. Lu Yu, realizing the immense profit at stake, felt her hands tremble with excitement. She grasped Yu Lian's arm and urged, if we can acquire this stone for 30 million, we would make a tremendous profit. Please, have your classmates send more photographs and consult an expert swiftly. We must act quickly. If others discover the stone's true value, or if Chen Yang realizes the jade's worth, the opportunity will vanish. Yu Lion's heart raced with anticipation. At this moment, he disregarded the prospect of spending the night with Lu Yu and promptly picked up his phone, brazenly sending a message to Wu Qian. Wu Qian, could you take a few more photos of Chen Yang's jadeite and send them to me? Upon receiving Yu Lion's message, Wu Qian couldn't help but chuckle and turn to Chen Yang, saying, Chen Yang, it seems this fellow has indeed taken the bait. Chen Yang laughed heartily, responding, I knew it. As long as Lu Yu is by his side, he would never pass up such an opportunity. All right, let us proceed according to plan. Wu Qian then took several photographs of the jadeite and sent them to Yu Lion. After sending the images, she followed up with another message. Class monitor. Your family's influence is formidable. Could you also inquire if there are any buyers willing to pay 30 million for this jadeite? I wish to sell it swiftly. In case Chen Yang has a change of heart, he might refuse to repay my debts. Yu Lion, elated upon receiving Wu Qian's message, quickly replied, All right, don't worry. Class beauty, leave this matter to me. Moreover, I assure you that I will help you sell it. Please refrain from asking anyone else. He promptly forwarded the photos to his father, urging him to consult a jade expert for appraisal. Within approximately 5 minutes, Yu Lion's father, Yu Feng, called, stating, Son, this stone is of exceptional quality. I consulted several experts, and they all confirmed it to be top-grade imperial green jadeite, quite valuable. However, our family's assets cannot afford it, so don't dwell on it. Yu Lion excitedly interjected, No, Dad. Listen to me. This stone is currently in the hands of a classmate who is only asking for 30 million. The key is that he is unaware of its true value. If we act swiftly, we can acquire it. Upon hearing the 30 million price, Yu Feng's voice brimmed with excitement. Is that true? This stone could easily sell for 60 or 70 million. Is there really such a fool? I feel like it might be a trap. Yu Lion quickly replied, Father. Regardless of whether it's a trap, we should prepare the funds and bring an expert for appraisal. If it's genuine, we stand to gain significantly. If it's counterfeit, we can simply withdraw without any financial loss. Our priority is to act quickly before my classmate realizes the stone's worth. I suspect the jadeite's photos have already circulated in the group. It won't be long before other experts also take notice. Upon hearing his son's reasoning, Yu Feng hesitated no longer, stating, All right, son, I will contact Uncle Zhou immediately. You arrange to meet with your classmate. Our family has just received a substantial sum of over 20 million. I can borrow a bit more to gather the 30 million. Draft a contract that is airtight. Once the transaction is complete, it's final and non-negotiable, ensuring your classmate cannot back out. Yu Lion, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Dad, I understand. Leave it to me. Half an hour later, Yu Lion has successfully enlisted the experts, gathered 30 million, and finalized the contract. He picked up his phone and dialed Wu Qian's number, cheerfully stating, Wu Qian, look, you asked me to find a buyer for that stone, and I have. When can we arrange to meet? Wu Qian hesitated and replied, So soon? I just sent it to other classmates. How about we wait until tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yu Lion grew anxious and quickly exclaimed, Wu Qian, this isn't right. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't tell anyone else? Look, I've put my reputation on the line to secure a buyer, and now you're introducing complications. We absolutely must meet today. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone again. Wu Qian feigned distress and said, All right then. Let us meet in half an hour at the CAF. I'll have Chen Yang bring the stone. Yu Lion immediately replied, Agreed, it's settled. Half an hour later, Yu Lion, Yu Feng, and the bespectacled jade expert Zhou Wenbo impatiently awaited in a Starbucks CAF. After a full 10 minutes, Chen Yang and Wu Qian finally entered, cradling the stone. Chen Yang, visibly reluctant, grumbled, Wu Qian, I asked you to find a buyer, not to summon Yu Lion. I really don't want to do business with him. His motives are questionable. Upon hearing Chen Yang's complaint, Yu Lion's heart sank. He dreaded the notion of Chen Yang backing out at the last minute. He forced a smile, adopting a flattering demeanor, and laughed heartily. Chen Yang, we've been classmates for 3 years. We may have our minor disagreements, but those are just trivialities among old friends. When it comes to business and money, you must trust us, your old acquaintances. Wu Qian, please help me persuade Chen Yang. After all, jade stones possess no standardized pricing and are difficult to sell. I've finally found a buyer. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we will encounter another suitable buyer. Wu Qian nodded and addressed Chen Yang, now that we're here, Let us not dwell on who the buyer is. Qin Yang sighed and conceded. Fine. He then placed the stone on the table, opened the cloth bag, and revealed a deep green, lustrous, and pure blue jade stone. The trio of Yufeng, Yu Laiyin, and Zhou Wenba instantly held their breath. Although they had seen photographs of the jade, witnessing it in person left them utterly astonished. Zhou Wenba was particularly exhilarated. He touched it and examined it through a magnifying glass, then discreetly pinched Yufeng under the table, conveying a simple message: secure this stone at any cost. Yufeng coughed lightly and turned to Yu Laiyin, saying, Son, since you're all classmates, I believe there's no need to haggle. We'll take this stone for 30 million. Yu Laiyin nodded and then turned to Qin Yang, asking, What do you think? Qin Yang feigned a semblance of hesitancy. While beside him, Wu Qian urged him on, saying, Qin Yang, did you not declare that you wished to sell this stone for 30 million? Since Uncle Yu has not haggled, is it not in accordance with your desires? Let us finalize the sale promptly. With a sigh, Qin Yang acquiesced, Very well. But I require full payment. It must be a case of cash on delivery. Yu Laiyin, brimming with excitement, swiftly produced the prepared contract for both parties to sign, and the 30 million promptly transferred to Qin Yang's account. Upon receiving the funds, Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he handed over the stone to Yu Laiyin. He then rose, took Wu Qian's hand, and turned to leave. Seated, Yu Laiyin, aware the transaction was complete, could not contain his boisterous laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, Qin Yang, you absolute fool, you have me in stitches. Qin Yang ignored Yu Laiyin's jibes and continued walking with Wu Qian. At that moment, Lu Yu approached, having realized the transaction had concluded. With her arms crossed, she pointed at Qin Yang and remarked, Qin Yang, you truly are a great fool. After a year of marriage, I had no idea you possessed such a remarkable jade stone. However, you deserve to be poor for life. Such a fine stone, and you only ask for 30 million? It is utterly laughable. If you had any sense, you would know this stone could easily fetch 70 to 80 million. Gazing at Lu Yu, Qin Yang felt a surge of disdain. He chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then why not sell it yourself? He and Wu Qian hastily departed. Lu Yu, gritting her teeth, felt a pang of annoyance as she observed Wu Qian's beauty, hand in hand with Qin Yang. The previous incident with Su Yin, who had affectionately clung to Qin Yang's arm, claiming to be his girlfriend, now seemed to repeat itself with another striking woman. What luck this man had with the fairer sex. Were these women blind to his insignificance? With a huff, Lu Yu made her way into the CAF. Inside, Yu Laiyin and his companions were euphoric. Zhou Wenba, caressing the jade stone, excitedly proclaimed, Old Yu, you have struck gold this time. This stone, it is not merely imperial green. It possesses an unparalleled smoothness. When in proximity, one can feel the blood flow becoming unimpeded. Do you know what that signifies? Yufeng eagerly inquired, Old Zhou, what does it signify? Can this stone truly be worth even more? Zhou Wenba nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the finest among imperial greens. Known as Spirit Qi Imperial Green, this stone not only holds immense aesthetic value but also possesses health benefits. Once on the market, it could potentially sell for 100 million. Yufeng and Yu Laiyin leaped for joy. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, having overheard the potential valuation of the stone, felt a rush of happiness. She approached and took Yu Laiyin's arm, saying, Darling, congratulations. You've suddenly made such a fortune. If Qin Yang were to discover this stone could sell for 100 million, he would likely be infuriated to the point of hemorrhaging. Yu Laiyin laughed heartily. Wrapping his arm around Lu Yu's shoulders, Xiaoyu, you have played a part in this as well. Rest assured, I shall not overlook your contributions. Yu Laiyin could hardly contain his joy. He pulled out his phone and, brimming with pride, posted on his social media. Today, he had encountered a fool, effortlessly acquiring a windfall of 70 million. Ha ha ha, I shall soon be a person worth over 100 million. Yu Laiyin promptly instructed Zhou Wenba to seek potential buyers. Qin Yang and Wu Qian returned to the house, where Qin Yang handed 2 million to Wu Qian. Overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money, Wu Qian looked up at Qin Yang and said, Qin Yang, this is far too much. The success of selling the stone is entirely your achievement. Besides, I am certain Yu Laiyin will trouble you again. I truly cannot accept such a sum. Qin Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is what you rightfully deserve. After all, the stone originally belonged to you. Keep the 2 million. Pay off your family's debts and start anew. Do not allow the hardships of the past to bind you. Wu Qian bit her lip and nodded, filled with immense gratitude. After all, this was 2 million, freely given to her by Qin Yang without any ulterior motives. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Wu Qian said, Qin Yang, thank you. I I have been wanting to muster the courage to ask you, do you currently have a girlfriend? If not, perhaps consider me. Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Qin Yang's face flushed, and he chuckled awkwardly. Old classmate, please do not jest. I have just divorced and have no plans to seek a girlfriend at the moment. Additionally, I might already have a girlfriend. Qin Yang thought of Su Yan. Although their relationship had yet to fully materialize, it was undeniable that Su Yan's appearance and figure surpassed those of Wu Qian. More importantly, Qin Yang felt a certain connection with Su Yan. Hearing this, Wu Qian felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but she raised her head and laughed, saying, "Oh dear, I never expected my first confession to a boy would end in rejection. You better not regret this in the future." With that, Wu Qian laughed and, on tiptoe, embraced Qin Yang, saying, "Qin Yang, my old classmate, I am truly grateful. I thought my life would be mired in despair forever, but now, you have saved me." Lu Yu was elated to assist Yu Lian in his financial gain of several million. Yu Lian expressed his intention to take Lu Yu as his mistress. Lu Yu beamed with joy, realizing she was about to become a wealthy woman. She shared this news with her mother, Wang Meihua. Upon learning that her daughter had become Yu Lian's girlfriend, Wang Meihua was overjoyed. By the time dinner arrived, all of Wang Meihua's relatives were aware of her daughter's fortune, having married into a wealthy family worth over 100 million. Everyone congratulated Wang Meihua, eager to curry favor with her and Lu Yu. The relatives gathered to first curse Qin Yang for delaying Lu Yu's prospects, then congratulated Wang Meihua on finally becoming a wealthy woman. Lu Yu, naturally, was also thrilled. She could hardly wait to go shopping with Yu Lian, spending over 500,000 in a single afternoon. During dinner, Yu Lian had already brought Lu Yu back to the Yu family estate. As Lu Yu entered the yard, she gently waved at Uncle Yu, exclaiming, "Uncle Yu, we have returned." At that moment, Yu Feng wore a grim expression, his face darkened with fury. He glanced at Lu Yu, and then at his son, Yu Lian. Puzzled, Yu Lian approached and inquired, "Father, why do you look so distressed? We just made several million. Why do you appear as though our family is facing bankruptcy?" Yu Feng snorted derisively and, raising his hand, struck Yu Lian across the face with a resounding slap. Through gritted teeth, he admonished, "You foolish pig, you have been deceived. The jade stones you purchased are all counterfeit." Taken aback, Yu Lian exclaimed, "Impossible. We inspected them. And Uncle Zhou did as well. Those were top-grade imperial green jade. How could they possibly be fake?" Yu Feng seized Yu Lian by the ear and dragged him into the living room, pointing at the stones. "Come and see for yourself. Observe how this stone fades in color. This is nothing but a worthless imitation." It was then that Yu Lian noticed the jade he had bought at noon had transformed into a pale green. He dropped to his knees before the stone, frantically pounding it and lamenting, "This cannot be. How could it lose its color?" It was undeniably deep green, undeniably imperial green. Lu Yu rushed over, touching the stone in disbelief. Could it truly be a counterfeit? The forgery technique was astonishing. How had that scoundrel Qin Yang managed it? Yu Feng, in a cold tone, remarked, "I have already had Zhou Wenbao appraise it. He stated that although he could not ascertain how it was faked, this jade stone will likely completely lose its color by tomorrow, rendering it mere worthless scrap valued at only a few thousand. Our 30 million has vanished just like that. Thanks to you, the prodigal fool." In a fit of rage, Yu Feng kicked Yu Lian away. Infuriated by his father's words, Yu Lian felt his blood boil. Nearly choking on his fury, he turned to Lu Yu, and in that moment, he found her utterly repugnant. Grasping her hair, he shouted, "It's you, you wretched woman. You conspired with Qin Yang to deceive me. Give me back my money." As he berated her, he struck her face repeatedly. Lu Yu knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. After enduring the beating for over half an hour, Yu Lian finally ceased his assault. Lu Yu, her face battered and bloodied, wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "Darling, I truly am not with Qin Yang. I genuinely did not know the stone was fake. We must retrieve the money. I know where he lives. He resides in Fengming community." Yu Lian, gritting his teeth, seized her hair and warned, "You better help me get it back. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Fuming, Yu Lian turned to his father and declared, "Father, rest assured, I will reclaim the money. That bastard Qin Yang thinks he can swindle me out of 30 million. He is sorely mistaken. I have long harbored disdain for him, and this time, I will ensure his downfall." Without delay, Yu Lian made a call, summoning his workers and distributing 2,000 yuan to each. Soon, Yu Lian, accompanied by more than 30 individuals, drove towards Fengming community under the guidance of Lu Yu. At the entrance of Fengming community, the security guard halted Yu Lian and his entourage. However, Yu Lian's tempestuous temperament could not tolerate such an obstruction. A throng of individuals pushed past the guard and made their way directly to Villa Number 3. In the courtyard, Qin Yang was tending to his flowers. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, he surmised that Yulayin must have discovered the jade stones were counterfeit and had come seeking trouble. He approached the villa's entrance as Yulayin leaped from the car, striding towards him with the hapless Lu Yu, whose visage resembled that of a battered pig. Observing Lu Yu's woeful appearance, Qin Yang chuckled and remarked, "Oh dear, Lu Yu, it seems you've been dealt a harsh blow by your new boyfriend." Lu Yu, incensed to the point of nearly grinding her teeth, pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Yang. "You shameless scoundrel. You deceived young master Yu with fake stones. Refund the money immediately." Qin Yang merely smiled, eschewing any further dialogue. He picked up a wooden stick and charged towards Yulayin and his cohorts. With a series of resounding thuds, Qin Yang wielded the stick with deftness, sending Yulayin and his 30-plus workers flying into the nearby lake in the blink of an eye. Pointing at Yulayin, Qin Yang declared, "I will count to 3. Depart at once, or I shall break your legs." Terrified, Yulayin gazed at Qin Yang, utterly unprepared for such formidable combat prowess. A single individual had effortlessly dispatched his entire entourage. In a panic, Yulayin dashed back to the vehicle, and in a mere moment, they vanished from sight. Upon returning to the Yu family residence, Yulayin lamented, "Father, that Qin Yang is truly formidable in combat. Despite our numbers, we were no match for him." Enraged, Yu Feng slapped Yulayin 3 times, gritting his teeth as he said, "What can we do if we are not his match? Are we to simply watch 30 million slip away? That is all our family's cash, and over 5 million was borrowed from various sources. If we cannot retrieve this money, our family will undoubtedly face bankruptcy within a month." Yulayin, with a pained expression, helplessly replied, "Father, what can we do? We have a contract. But we cannot win against Qin Yang in court. We are unable to fight him, nor can we reason with him. What are we to do?" Yu Feng, gritting his teeth, spoke with a grim countenance, "Damn it, if that classmate of yours seeks destruction, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Enough. I will handle the remaining matters. You need to send this woman back immediately." Yulayin turned to Lu Yu, his heart swelling with resentment. Grasping her hair, he exclaimed, "You wretched woman! You've caused me such loss. This afternoon, you squandered over 500,000 on various luxuries. Now, return the money to me and compensate me with 1 million. If not, I will make you pay dearly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu burst into tears. "Darling, I do not have 1 million. Yulayin delivered a resounding slap across Lu Yu's face, declaring, "I won't tolerate this. If you do not bring forth the money tonight, I shall ensure that you and your brother remain confined to your beds for eternity. Wretched creature, begone." With that, Yulayin expelled Lu Yu, demanding that she procure the funds. He returned to the house alongside Yu Feng, his hands still trembling with rage and frustration. Feeling utterly powerless against Qin Yang, gritting his teeth, Yulayin asserted, "Father, we absolutely cannot suffer this indignity in silence." Yu Feng replied coldly, "Indeed. A powerless individual like him dares to swindle 30 million from me? He must be dreaming. I will contact San Yi immediately, offering him a sum to have Qin Yang apprehended. We must reclaim those 30 million tonight." Yulayin hurriedly inquired, "Father, who is this San Yi? Can he truly handle Qin Yang?" Yu Feng scoffed, "San Yi is a subordinate of Hu Yi. I've heard that Hu Yi has recently isolated himself for cultivation, and the helm of the Tiger Gang has now passed to his sister-in-law, Han Hongting. San Yu happens to be her cousin, and he is currently quite influential within the Tiger Gang. Seeking his assistance should pose no issue, though the cost has risen significantly. Previously, he could be engaged for a few 100,000, but now it may well require 1 to 2 million. Yulayin promptly declared, "As long as we can recover the money, even if it costs 1 to 2 million, it is worth it." Yu Feng nodded, "Of course. I shall make the call right away." He swiftly dialed Ning San Tai's number. Once connected, Yu Feng hurriedly stated, "San Yi, this is Yu Feng. We met last month at a banquet where I raised a toast to you." On the other end, Ning San Tai had long forgotten who Yu Feng was and impatiently murmured, "Ah yes, little Yu. What brings you to me?" Yu Feng quickly responded, "San Yi, I wish to teach someone a lesson. The price is negotiable." Upon hearing this, Ning San Tai recognized a job opportunity and chuckled, "Ah, so you seek to discipline someone. Speak, do you want his hands, his legs, or shall I take his life?" "Of course, if it's a life, that complicates matters." Yu Feng promptly replied, "Let us forego the life. I want his legs and hands, rendering him incapacitated for life. His name is Qin Yang, residing in the Fengming community, and he works for a cosmetics company." Upon learning that it was merely a small employee he sought to discipline and that there was no demand for his life, Ning Santai laughed heartily, dismissing it as trivial. He stated, "Very well, my rates have increased, to ensure he cannot get back on his feet. The fee is 3 million. The moment the funds are received, I shall take care of it." Yufeng winced at the steep price of 3 million. Feeling a pang of regret, yet he recognized that bringing a larger contingent would not suffice against Qin Yang. He quickly replied, "San Yi, the money will be transferred immediately. However, be warned, that rascal is quite formidable. Previously, I brought a dozen brothers to confront him, and they were all beaten back by a stick. Exercise caution." Ning Santai chuckled. "Once the money is in place, you needn't concern yourself. What nonsense is this about a mere petty thief?" Yufeng nodded. And after ending the call, he sighed deeply, reluctantly borrowing 3 million once more. Originally, the family had a modest business, possessing a fortune of several tens of millions, living without worry. However, due to a misfortune involving a jade stone, not only was their wealth lost, but they also found themselves indebted by several million. Yufeng transferred money to Ning Santai's account, and subsequently sent Qin Yang's photograph and address to Ning Santai's phone. At that moment, within the upscale sauna of a residential complex, Ning Santai glanced at the 3 million that had appeared in his account, letting out a hearty laugh. He rose, gesturing to his companions, and declared, "Brothers, it's time to get to work. Tonight we will teach someone a lesson, and later, I will take you all to a more luxurious venue to revel." With a boisterous laugh, Ning Santai, accompanied by over 20 subordinates armed with various steel rods and knives, made their way towards Fengming Residential Complex. The security at Fengming Residential Complex, upon seeing Ning Santai's vehicles, dared not intervene as 5 cars sped directly toward Qin Yang's villa. Qin Yang, reclining on the sofa and watching television, felt content with the extra 10 million in his account. Yet, he was acutely aware that this sum would not come easily. The Yu family would certainly not relent. As he pondered, the sound of approaching vehicles broke the tranquility, prompting a wry smile from Qin Yang. He picked up a wooden stick from behind the door and stepped outside the villa. Outside the villa, Ning Santai and his men jumped out of their vehicles. Ning Santai appraised Qin Yang from head to toe, feeling at ease, and casually remarked, "So, you are Qin Yang?" Qin Yang beckoned with a finger, cutting through the pleasantries. "All right, I assume Yu Lian sent you. Let us get on with it. I don't have much time to entertain you." With that, Qin Yang charged at Ning Santai wielding the stick. Ning Santai was taken aback. He had always been the one to initiate confrontations, never having encountered someone more audacious than himself. Nonetheless, he and his subordinates advanced toward Qin Yang. The clash of sticks echoed as Ning Santai and his 20-plus men were sent sprawling back into the lake. Standing at the shore, Qin Yang pointed at Ning Santai and declared, "Go back and inform Yu Lian that if he dares to attempt this again, it will not merely result in a dip in the water." With that, Qin Yang turned and walked back toward the villa. Ning Santai, rising from the ground, seethed with rage, wiping the mud from his face as he exclaimed, "Damn it, this kid fights remarkably well. What kind of person has Yufeng provoked?" One of his subordinates spoke up, "Third Master, what should we do now? We are no match for him. Even if we summon another 20 brothers, we might still not prevail. This man is likely a martial artist." Ning Santai nodded, acknowledging the truth in his subordinate's words. "Of course, I can see he is a martial artist. But let us not forget, I am Ning Santai, the third cousin of the eldest sister. Few dare to tread over me in Qizhou." After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone and dialed Han Hongting, forcing a smile as he said, "Hongting, I have encountered a formidable opponent. This guy looks down on our tiger gang, injuring me and my brothers and tossing us into the lake, while threatening the complete dissolution of our gang." On the other end, Han Hongting, upon hearing her cousin's plight, responded with indignation, "Where are you? I will come with reinforcements immediately." Ning Santai sent his location to Han Hongting. Shortly thereafter, 10 black Audi cars formed a long line, halting outside the villa. The central Audi opened, and Han Hongting, adorned in a crimson dress, descended from the vehicle, flanked by martial artist bodyguards from Xiaoshu Tian. Following the demise of Lord Hu, Han Hongting had ascended to the leadership of the Hu gang. She concealed the news of Lord Hu's passing, asserting instead that he and his 20 most loyal subordinates were in seclusion for cultivation, with all matters henceforth entrusted to her care. Naturally, the others held Han Hongting in high regard. Within the Hu gang, there were indeed martial artists stationed. Han Hongting, cigarette pinched between her fingers, approached Ning Santai. Noticing her cousin's disheveled appearance, she smirked coldly and declared, "What audacity you possess to bully my people. Burn this villa to the ground." No sooner had Han Hongting's words left her lips than the villa door swung open, revealing Chen Yang, who emerged wielding a wooden stick. Ning Santai pointed at Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Cousin, it is he. It is this scoundrel who assaulted me." Upon recognizing Chen Yang, Han Hongting was taken aback. Collapsing to her knees with a thud, Ning Santai, momentarily stunned by her sudden submission, rushed to assist her, asking, "Cousin, what has happened? Are your legs weak?" In response, Han Hongting swiftly slapped Ning Santai across the face, before hurriedly donning a smile and approaching Chen Yang. Chen Yang, too, recognized her as the woman who had previously stood beside Lord Hu in the office. All others present had perished at his hand, leaving her the sole survivor. It was unexpected that she had now truly taken command of the Hu gang, her status having soared. Standing beside Chen Yang, Han Hongting trembled, saying, "Mr. Chen, my subordinates failed to recognize your stature. I apologize profusely. Allow me to handle this matter, and I implore you to quell your anger." Chen Yang nodded slightly. Choosing not to dwell on the incident with Han Hongting, he stated, "Very well, it is getting late. Quickly take your people and leave, so as not to disturb my mother's rest." Hearing his words, Han Hongting felt as though a weight had been lifted and responded eagerly, "Yes, yes, Mr. Chen. We shall leave at once." Turning around, she delivered 3 sharp slaps to Ning Santai's face once more. She pointed at Ning Santai's head and commanded, "Everyone, return immediately. Do not disturb Mr. Chen's rest any further." Some of Han Hongting's subordinates were displeased, puzzled as to why their elder sister treated this seemingly ordinary man, Chen Yang, with such deference. Han Hongting coldly remarked, "Mr. Chen is Lord Hu's benefactor. He once saved Lord Hu's life. From now on, anyone who dares to disrespect Mr. Chen in my presence disrespects me and Lord Hu. Do you understand?" The surrounding individuals promptly acquiesced. Han Hongting and her entourage swiftly departed. Ning Santai, sweating profusely, never anticipated that Chen Yang was indeed Lord Hu's benefactor. Han Hongting turned to Ning Santai, stating, "Ning Santai, I offer you an opportunity to atone for your sins. Who sent you to deal with Mr. Chen? Resolve this matter for me, ensuring that Mr. Chen has no lingering concerns. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Prepare for your demise." Han Hongting swiftly departed with her entourage, leaving the villa in a state of calm. Shortly thereafter, Su Yan approached, holding Yi Yi's hand. Yi Yi pressed the doorbell and called out loudly, Uncle Chun, please come open the door. I've brought Aunt Su Yan to visit." Chen Yang opened the door and emerged, his face lighting up at the sight of the two. "Esteemed guests, please come in," he exclaimed. Su Yan, her mouth agape, turned to Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, you truly live in a villa?" "When Yi told me, I thought she was jesting. I never imagined we lived so close." Chen Yang chuckled heartily. "I only recently acquired this house and haven't had the chance to inform you and General Yi." Su Yan's lips curled into a smile as she remarked, "Living so nearby means I can indeed come over for meals." The 3 of them made their way toward the villa. Su Yan, however, did not seem overly awed by the villa. She leaned towards Chen Yang and whispered, "Chen Yang, I just noticed some of Lord Hu's men have been in our neighborhood. We need to be vigilant, especially you. After all, Du Huixing is still in the hospital, a mere vegetable. Lord Hu is still fuming, and I fear he may strike again." Chen Yang shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Su Yan. Lord Hu will not trouble us again." Su Yan, shaking her head in disapproval, replied, "Chen Yang, please do not be complacent. I have heard that Lord Hu has been in seclusion recently, and now his wife, Sister Hong, is in charge. If Lord Hu emerges with even greater strength, we will be in serious trouble." A sigh escaped Su Yan, revealing her genuine concern. After all, Du Hu had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Zhou Heaven. Should he break through to the Master Realm, even with Uncle Fu's protection, both she and Chen Yang could be in peril. Chen Yang merely shrugged and said to Su Yan, "Rest assured, Du Hu is dead. I have told you before. He will not seek us out again, so ease your mind." He then called upstairs, Mom, we have guests." Huang Zihua descended from upstairs. She first embraced Yi, then turned her attention to Su Yan. Observing Su Yan's beauty and grace, with her round face exuding a fortune-attracting aura, Huang Zihua's heart blossomed. "Chen Yang, is this your good friend Su Yan that you often mention?" she inquired. Chen Yang nodded. "Yes, Mom, this is Su Yan. Isn't she lovely?" Huang Zihua immediately agreed. "Even more beautiful than you described. Please, sit down. Have you both eaten dinner yet?" Su Yan blushed and quickly expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Yi tugged Huang Zihua towards the kitchen in search of food. Laughter filled the villa as the 4 enjoyed their time together. After dinner, Suyin packed a portion to take home, cheerfully stating, "Recently, Yiqingyao has been returning home later and later. I'll bring her something for a late-night snack." At this moment, Yi lifted her head and said to Chen Yang, "Uncle Chen, don't forget that you promised to accompany me on our outing tomorrow. We're going to Qinglong Mountain to gather herbs, roast meat, and enjoy a bonfire evening." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang exclaimed, "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Uncle Chen will not forget, and I have the time." Yi beamed with joy, extending her pinky finger and declared, "Then let us make a pinky swear. And no backing out. I've already told my classmates that my parents will be joining me. I want everyone to see that I have a dad too." Chen Yang affectionately patted Yi's little head and then took Su Yin and Yi home. The next day, Chen Yang packed some warm clothes and the necessary picnic provisions and headed towards Yiqingya's residence. Upon arriving at the foot of her building, he found Yi already dressed and ready. Her backpack slung over her shoulders as she descended with Yiqingya. Yiqingya carried a large bag, and upon seeing Chen Yang, Yi was overjoyed. She tugged at Yiqingya, saying, "Mom, hurry up. We're going on an outing with Uncle Chen. We're going to have a bonfire dinner and sleep in a tent. It's so wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day for so long." Yiqingya frowned as she observed her daughter's excitement, feeling a deep pang of sorrow and a hint of guilt. What other children took for granted was but a distant wish for her daughter. The desire for a family outing was beyond her means to fulfill. Looking up at Chen Yang, resentment surged within her. The root of this was all due to that scoundrel, Chen Yang. If it hadn't been for him 5 years ago, she wouldn't be in this predicament, but never mind, for after all, Yi is a little angel bestowed upon her by heaven, a precious gift. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, who was oblivious to Yiqingya's inner turmoil, he waved to her and inquired, "Hey, Ms. Yi, shall we gather at the kindergarten first?" Yiqingya shook her head, responding, "No, we're going directly to Qinglong Mountain. The teachers and other parents will meet at the camping area there." Chen Yang suddenly realized, "Then let us take my car." Yiqingya shot him a glare. "When did you buy a car? And when did you secretly move into our neighborhood? I'll tell you, you can forget about seeing Yi on ordinary days." Chen Yang looked at this middle-aged woman with exasperation. Just then, a Mercedes Maybach pulled up beside them. The door swung open, and Su Wei jumped out. Waving to Yiqingya and Yi, "Qingya, I'll drive you to the kindergarten for the outing today." Yiqingya was taken aback by Su Wei's unexpected arrival. Chen Yang chuckled and remarked, "Su, your audacity is remarkable. After your cousin's disgraceful behavior last time, you still have the nerve to show your face." Su Wei pointed at Chen Yang, fuming, "My matters have nothing to do with you, you loser." He then quickly turned to Yiqingya, saying, "Qingya, just give me a chance to make amends. Furthermore, I have completely severed ties with my uncle's family and will no longer associate with them. The previous incident was indeed my oversight. I never anticipated that my cousin could behave so atrociously. Today, upon noticing the list of the A kindergarten at the Qingshan Mountain camping site, I made a special trip to fetch you. The Qingshan Mountain campsite is an investment of the Su family, and by taking you there, not only will the cost be alleviated, but Yi will also receive better care and have a more enjoyable experience. It is all for the sake of the children. Please do not refuse my offer." Yiqingya nodded and replied, "Thank you, young Master Su. Moreover, I believe the previous matter has no bearing on you. It was solely your cousin's wrongdoing." Upon hearing Yiqingya's words, Su Wei eagerly nodded and smiled, saying, "Qingya, you possess such profound understanding. Please, let us get in the car." Yiqingya helped Yi into Su Wei's vehicle. Chen Yang, observing this scene with a furrowed brow, remarked, "We have our own car. Why should we ride with this fellow? Yi, our family of 3 is going on an outing. What purpose does this extra person serve?" Yiqingya shot him a glare. "Get in the car. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Chen Yang, rendered speechless, occupied the passenger seat. Su Wei, grinning, turned to Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, your audacity is remarkable. You dare to speak of a family of 3? With your character, Qingya should exercise utmost caution." As Su Wei spoke, he pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Qingshan Mountain campsite. Yiqingya, seated in the back, held Yi's hand, feeling a slight sense of relief. The reason she chose Su Wei's car was not merely due to his family's investment in the campsite, nor was it a desire to engage with him. Rather, it was a precaution against Chen Yang and Yi's relationship progressing too rapidly. Yi was insistent on having Chen Yang accompany them, wanting him to play the role of her father, and Yiqingya found it difficult to refuse. However, she was apprehensive that their bond might deepen to an inseparable level. Yiqingya had resolved that once her daughter's health improved, she would ensure that Chen Yang exited her life entirely, wishing to sever any lingering ties. With Su Wei's involvement, the situation became considerably easier. His presence would prevent Yi and Chen Yang from being inseparably attached at all times. The journey to Qingshan Mountain was not short. It was only by midday that they arrived at the foot of the mountain. After winding along the mountain road for another half hour, they reached a vast camping site at the summit. The site was bustling with people, as it was the weekend and many chose this time to gather with friends for outdoor cooking and festivities. They would partake in a bonfire party that evening, sleep in tents, gaze at the stars, and experience a life unlike their usual routine. Yi was overjoyed. With her left hand clasping Yi Qingya's and her right hand holding Chen Yang's, she introduced them to her kindergarten classmates with pride, exclaiming, "Look, look, this is my mother. And this is my father. We are here to have fun together." She repeated this with each classmate she encountered, radiating happiness and pride. Yi Qingya observed the scene. Letting out a faint sigh, her eyes slightly reddened with a sense of guilt towards her daughter. Chen Yang, equally pained, sighed heavily and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qingya, reproachfully stating, "Yi, who is the father of this child? He is utterly irresponsible. Tell me where he resides, and I shall confront him on your behalf." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Yi Qingya rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Shut your mouth. You are even more odious than our father." Chen Yang, feeling thoroughly disheartened, grasped Yi's hand and said, "Yi, we must speak with integrity. Indeed, it was your company that took me in after graduation, yet the salary you offered was hardly generous. I have diligently worked for over a year, contributing significantly to the company's profits. Now, I am not only attending to Yi's medical needs, but also accompanying her for leisure. I do not seek accolades, yet my efforts have been substantial. Could you refrain from cursing me like a madwoman?" Yi Qingya huffed softly. She longed to reveal the truth and chastise Chen Yang thoroughly. However, the thought that this scoundrel might seize Yi for himself should she divulge it filled her with dread. Turning away, she merely let out an irritated snort, choosing not to complain further. The picnic site was quite expansive, with the kindergarten children gathering in the northwest corner. Su Wei clung to Yi Qingya like a shadow, ensuring she and Chen Yang did not grow overly familiar. Although Yi Qingya harbored disdain for Su Wei, her greater concern was the closeness between Yi and Chen Yang. Thus, she reluctantly allowed Su Wei to remain by her side and even encouraged Yi to play with him. After all, Su Wei was also a shareholder of the picnic site, granting him privileges for priority access to various attractions. Yi seemed to be enjoying herself immensely with Su Wei. Chen Yang distinctly sensed Yi Qingya's wariness towards him, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. What could she possibly be thinking? Could it be that Yi Qingya had developed an interest in Su Wei, prompting her to foster a bond between Yi and Su Wei to eliminate any obstacles? If she were to pursue a romantic relationship with Su Wei in the future, would Yi readily accept him as her father? The notion unsettled Chen Yang. With a sardonic smile, he directed his words towards Yi Qingya. "Yi, if you have your sights set on Su Wei, why do you insist on dragging me into this? The three of you could enjoy this picnic site without me. It seems rather unnecessary, humph." Yi Qingya turned back to him, perplexed, and frowned as she replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Go enjoy yourself. Yi has already introduced her friends to her father. Your task is complete, and you need not linger." At her words, Chen Yang felt a pang of heartache. He found it peculiar that, despite his indifference towards Yi Qingya, her cutting remarks still affected him. Was it possible that her beauty had ensnared his heart? No, that couldn't be it. Shaking his head, he replied, "Very well, you treacherous woman, I shall not hold this against you. I will find my own amusement." With that, he turned and made his way deeper into Qinglong Mountain. Previously, when he treated Wang Lin's spiritual core, he speculated that beneath the Qinglong Mountain, there likely lies a place rich in spiritual energy. Now, with nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to investigate. Qinglong Mountain stretches across the entirety of Qingzhou City, extending towards the distant Yangtze River. Although not particularly lofty, its vast expanse is characterized by a complex array of vegetation and dense trees, with many areas shrouded in perpetual shadow, inhabited by various venomous insects and snakes. Due to such an environment, Qilong Mountain is home to some rare wild medicinal herbs. And every year, herbalists lose their lives within its depths. Locals are well aware of the dangers here, thus few dare to venture deep into the mountain for leisure. Chen Yang retrieved Wang Lin's previous traversing path on his phone. With a leap, he swiftly ran along the route Wang Lin had taken. In this secluded area, Chen Yang reveled in the freedom to run and leap. His prowess had long surpassed that of an ordinary master. At this moment, as he sprinted with all his might. He resembled a flying monkey, his figure darting through the trees like an ethereal specter. Approximately an hour later, he reached the innermost part of Qinglong Mountain, slowing his pace as he followed Wang Lin's previous hiking trail. Arriving at a valley, Chen Yang reduced his speed. He gazed towards the right side of the valley, where a veil of mist enveloped the area, and an array of unfamiliar trees and shrubs blanketed the deep gorge. Simultaneously, a faint aura of spiritual energy wafted from within. Chen Yang's spirit lifted. He recognized that this place was indeed the source of the concentrated spiritual energy he sought. Only in such rich environments could spiritual energy coalesce to form a spiritual core. Clearly, the source of this energy lay beneath the valley. With a gentle leap, Chen Yang descended into the gorge. The valley was exceedingly steep. Not even seasoned mountaineers could navigate it. Additionally, the dampness fostered a habitat for various venomous creatures lurking beneath the leaves. A single misstep could result in severe injury or even death. Even Chen Yang had to tread carefully. He maneuvered skillfully among the branches, and after 10 minutes, he reached the valley floor, where the spiritual energy enveloped him. Satisfaction flickered across Chen Yang's face, yet he rubbed his chin in resignation, murmuring to himself, "It seems that indeed, there are spiritual veins or treasures hidden below. Alas, the energy is buried deep, and unearthing it will be a monumental endeavor." Shaking his head in dismay, he acknowledged that he alone could not excavate the spiritual veins below. Marking the location in his mind, he began to scale back up from the valley. Meanwhile, at the Qinglong Mountain picnic site, Su Wei was enjoying an exhilarating outing with Yi. Upon witnessing Yi Qingya directly dismiss Chen Yang, Su Wei could hardly contain his delight. Previously, he had thought he had lost all hope of catching up with Yi Qingya, believing that a secret affair had blossomed between her and Chen Yang. Thus, he had mustered the courage to join Yi Qingya on this trip, fully prepared for whatever might transpire. Su Wei carried a unique fragrance, one that subtly induced relaxation and engendered affection towards the opposite sex, commonly referred to as an aphrodisiac perfume. As for Chen Yang, Su Wei had meticulously arranged for his subordinates to ensure that, even if Chen Yang was not driven away by Yi Qingya's reprimand, an opportunity would arise for them to forcibly remove him and abandon him in the woods of Qinglong Mountain. This would create an intimate space for Su Wei and Yi Qingya to share a night together in the tent, inevitably fostering her affection towards him. With the aid of the perfume, he was confident that tonight would yield fruitful results. However, Su Wei was taken aback to discover just how much Yi Qingya detested Chen Yang. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Beside him, Yi was brimming with excitement, joyfully proclaiming to all the other children that she had a father, and not just any father, but also an Uncle Su. The kindergarten teacher, Lu Xiaoyan, observed Yi's exuberance with gritted teeth. Ever since she had been compelled by Chen Yang to kneel and apologize to Yi a couple of days prior, her heart had been consumed with resentment towards Yi and fury towards Chen Yang, though she dared not act recklessly. Today, however, the moment she had been waiting for had arrived. Lu Xiaoyan glanced around and then picked up her phone to dial a number, saying, "Sanyi, have you not arrived at the campsite yet?" On the other end, Ning Santai's voice came through, "Teacher Lu, I'm still on my way and will be there shortly. Has that scoundrel who bullied my son arrived at the campsite?" Lu Xiaoyan quickly replied, Yes, they are already here." Ning Santai snorted, "All right, I see. How dare he bully my son and scare him to tears? He must be seeking his own demise." He then hung up. Not long after, an Audi pulled up at the picnic site, and Ning Santai emerged with Ning Hao in tow. The chubby boy instinctively shrank back upon spotting Yi in the distance, whispering, "Dad, let us go play somewhere else. I'm scared of Yi." Ning Santai looked at Yi and Su Wei from afar, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he seized his son's hand and said, "Son, you are truly a disgrace, frightened by a little girl." He marched determinedly towards Yi. Su Wei, brimming with pride as he prepared to gather supplies for the evening bonfire, was suddenly met with a resounding slap across his face. Stunned, he staggered back, clutching his cheek as he glared at Ning Santai. "You bastard, why did you hit me? Are you seeking death?" Ning Santai smirked coldly and pointed at Su Wei. "You've got quite the audacity, bringing your daughter to bully my son. Do you even know who I am?" Su Wei, incensed by Ning Santai's words, retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Subsequently, Su Wei picked up his phone and declared, "Bring me someone to teach this scoundrel a lesson." He had already prepared his men, initially intending to deal with Chen Yang by throwing him into the woods, thus granting Su Wei the opportunity to share a tent with Yi Qingya and enjoy a night together. However, he did not anticipate that an unwise individual would appear before him instead. In no time, 8 bodyguards clad in work uniforms rushed over. All robust subordinates, chosen by Su Wei for the purpose of confronting Qin Yang. Su Wei pointed at Ning Santai and commanded, "Attack. This rascal dares to strike me. Make him unrecognizable." The 8 bodyguards, dressed in outdoor camp attire, charged towards Ning Santai without hesitation. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed as they ruthlessly pummeled Ning Santai, reducing him to a pitiful state. With a triumphant sneer, Su Wei taunted, "Kid, do you not inquire who I am before provoking me?" Ning Santai lay on the ground, his chest heaving with anger. Beside him, Ning Hao trembled in tears, crying out, "Please, don't hit my father anymore." Su Wei, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Ning Santai and Ning Hao, saying, "Get out of the way. And let me tell you, in the future, when you see Yi at kindergarten, you'd better steer clear of him. Understood?" Ning Hao, frightened and shaking, clutched Ning Santai and sobbed as they retreated. Ning Santai was seething. Just yesterday, he had been beaten by Chen Yang and then reprimanded by his cousin. Little did he expect to be bullied again today at the kindergarten. Was he not the renowned third master? Where was his dignity and authority? Spitting blood and rage, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, furiously stating, "Inform the brothers around Qilong Mountain to arm themselves and come immediately. I want at least 50 of them here within 20 minutes. I shall have that scoundrel's head." Before long, a convoy of motorcycles, vans, and Santana cars stirred up a cloud of dust as they sped towards the Qilong Mountain camping site. Soon, over 40 individuals armed with machetes and steel rods gathered around Ning Santai. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Grab your weapons and follow me. Today, I shall avenge myself." At that moment, Su Wei stood beside Yi Qingya with Yi. With a sense of pride, he said, "Qingya, rest assured that I will protect you, and Yi. I will ensure that no harm befalls him at kindergarten. It is indeed challenging for a woman to raise a child alone, but with me around, you shall always bask in sunny days." Yi Qingya frowned, expressing her disapproval. "Su Xiao, you acted too impulsively just now. The children are classmates. How could you resort to violence?" Su Wei shook his head, insisting, "It was not I who struck first. He attacked me. In any case, you need not worry about this matter. Qingya, I shall resolve it." As soon as he finished speaking, they beheld Ning Santai approaching with over 40 men, brandishing an array of weapons, advancing towards Su Wei with a fierce determination. Su Wei's face turned pale at the scene before him, and he immediately shouted loudly to his bodyguards, "Come here, quickly." The 8 elite bodyguards he had hired from a professional security firm rushed to his side. One of them, frowning, suggested, "Young Master Su, I advise you to retreat. Those individuals seem to be desperate criminals." Su Wei scoffed. "I've paid a handsome sum to hire the 8 of you, and you can't even handle these petty thugs? They are merely a bunch of ruffians. What is there to fear?" Hearing Su Wei's words, Ning Santai burst into laughter, crossing his arms as he declared, "Well, you're the first to dare call me a thug. Brothers, attack." His subordinates charged at Su Wei and his bodyguards. The ensuing brawl was fierce. With knives and steel rods crashing down, one swing could slice off a chunk of flesh. In the blink of an eye, the 8 bodyguards lay on the ground, reduced to mere whimpers, blood gushing from their wounds. Su Wei was utterly dumbfounded, his legs trembling. At that moment, he could no longer spare a thought for Yi Qingya beside him. He turned and fled, fearing for his life. Ning Santai watched Su Wei escape, pursuing him for a few steps before stopping. He shouted after him, "You think you can run? Don't forget your wife and child are still here. Go ahead. I'll count to 3. If you don't return, your wife will be mine today, ha ha ha." Ning Santai was consumed with fervor. He had initially intended to break Su Wei's legs out of anger. However, upon setting eyes on the stunningly beautiful Yi Qingya, he instantly lost interest in pursuing Su Wei any further. Such a rare beauty was hard to come by. As he called out to Su Wei, the latter dared not look back and fled, disappearing in an instant. Yi Qingya watched Su Wei's retreat with a sense of incredulity, yet she felt no anger. After all, there was little connection between them. Turning to face the imposing Ning Santai, she quickly offered an apology. "Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize. My daughter had a conflict with your son in kindergarten, but those are merely children's disputes." Ning Santai turned to Yi Qingya, wiping his mouth and chuckling. "Indeed, it was merely a children's quarrel, but your husband struck me and insulted both me and my son. My son has suffered significant emotional distress. How do you propose to compensate for that?" As he spoke, Ning Santai took deliberate steps toward Yi Qingya, smiling softly. "I see no need for you to explain compensation. I am quite magnanimous. Since our children are in the same kindergarten, I won't press you too hard. How about this? Come with me to my car, and we can discuss it calmly. With that, he grasped Yi Qingya's wrist firmly. Yi Qingya shook him off with all her might, exclaiming loudly, "What are you trying to do, sir?" "Wait a moment," she exclaimed. "That man is not the child's father. He is merely a friend of mine. Please, let me go." Yi Qingya forcefully shook off Ning Santai's grip and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, other parents and teachers from the kindergarten rushed over. Lu Xiaoyan stood aside, witnessing the scene with a smug smile. She directed her words at Ning Santai, third master. It was this little girl and her father who bullied Ning Hao last time at the kindergarten. Ning Santai nodded in satisfaction before turning to Yi Qingya and stating, "What do you have to say now? Having bullied my son, shouldn't you offer an apology? Come with me." He seized Yi Qingya's hand and bellowed at the surrounding parents, "What are you all staring at? Get the hell out of here." The parents of the students quickly dispersed, especially upon seeing the 8 bodyguards on the ground, battered and bleeding. Who is this person? What is his intention? In broad daylight. Is he truly willing to break the law? Keep your voice down. Do you know who he is? He is the infamous third master, the cousin of the Tiger Gang's matriarch. What? He is the cousin of the Tiger Gang's matriarch? No wonder he is so arrogant. It seems Ariai's mother is in for a rough time today. A woman raising a child alone has it tough. She is certainly going to face humiliation at the hands of this man. The crowd receded, unwilling to intervene. Lu Xiaoyan was filled with delight. Beside her, Ariai was weeping incessantly, clutching Yi Qingya tightly. Lu Xiaoyan grabbed Ariai's arm and scolded, "Why are you crying? Be quiet. Third master will release your mother soon. No crying, just wait here." She then turned to Ning Santai and said, "Third master, please go about your business. I will take care of Ning Hao here." Ning Santai nodded in approval, pulling Yi Qingya along with a smile. "Let us go discuss the compensation in the car." Yi Qingya struggled desperately, a wave of despair washing over her. She never anticipated that trouble would arise at such a public outing. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. Rushing towards them, it was Chen Yang. Chen Yang rushed from the depths of Qinglong Mountain to the picnic site, intending merely to greet Yi Qingya before departing. It was evident that Yi Qingya harbored disdain for him, and Chen Yang had no desire to impose himself upon her. After all, he had already fulfilled Yi's wish. However, upon his arrival at the campsite, he was taken aback to see Ning Santai brazenly gripping Yi Qingya's arm, while Lu Xiaoyan stood nearby, forcibly restraining the trembling and tearful Yi. No one dared to intervene. Fury surged within Chen Yang as he sprinted toward them. At that moment, Yi Qingya was desperately trying to retreat, her despair palpable, further exacerbated by her daughter's heart-wrenching sobs. Turning her head, Yi Qingya saw Lu Xiaoyan tightly gripping Yi's arm, who was now quaking with fear, utterly terrified, consumed by a mix of anger and hopelessness. Yi Qingya felt powerless to resist. Just then, a figure dashed to Yi's side, Chen Yang. Upon witnessing Yi's condition, his heart shattered. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Xiaoyan, sending her flying through the air, tumbling over a dozen times before landing at Ning Santai's feet. Chen Yang scooped Yi into his arms, tenderly patting her back, whispering, "Yi, do not fear. Daddy is here." When Yi recognized him, she burst into tears, clinging desperately to his neck, pleading, "Daddy, please save Mommy. They want to take her away." Chen Yang looked up at Ning Santai. The latter, startled to see Chen Yang, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Yi refer to him as Daddy. The realization struck him. After all the commotion, Chen Yang was indeed Yi's father, and he had dared to provoke the man associated with such formidable connections. Bullying his daughter. Ning Santai's thoughts raced as he contemplated the aftermath of this confrontation, trembling as he instinctively released Yi Qingya from his grasp. She immediately ran to Chen Yang and Yi, enveloping her daughter in a protective embrace. In that moment, Yi Qingya had forgotten her own safety, repeatedly assuring Yi, "Do not be afraid, Mommy is here." Watching Yi Qingya, Chen Yang felt a surge of compassion. This woman was not only a mother, but also had to embody the role of a father, standing resolutely before her daughter in the face of danger. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Ning Santai. Ning Santai gulped nervously, hastily proclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. Truly, I had no idea they were Mr. Chen's wife and daughter. It was merely a conflict among children." His voice trembled as he spoke. The brothers behind Ning Santai remained perplexed, brandishing their weapons and advancing toward Chen Yang and the others. Ning Santai promptly shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Get back." His comrades exchanged bewildered glances at his command. Chen Yang let out a cold snort, pointing at Ning Santai, "You too, leave." Upon hearing this, Ning Santai's heart soared with joy, as if granted a reprieve. He quickly replied, yes, I was about to leave anyway. It's all the fault of that kindergarten teacher. She instigated this. It was merely a child's matter, yet she encouraged it. Mr. Chen, please continue. We shall take our leave. Saying this, Ning Santai seized Lu Xiaoyan by her hair and dragged her towards the parking lot. The onlookers were astonished, unable to comprehend how the previously formidable Ning Santai so readily capitulated before Qinyang. Yi Qingya, who had been contemplating calling the police in despair, suddenly noticed that Ning Santai and everyone else had vanished. Perplexed, she turned to Qinyang. Qinyang, preferring to avoid a conflict, chose not to elaborate further. He gently patted Yi's back, saying, do not fear, Yi. Daddy will take you to forage for mushrooms, gather herbs. And we shall also go fishing and enjoy a campfire dinner. Upon hearing these words, Yi nodded excitedly and embraced Qinyang's neck. Together, they walked towards the distant stream, while the other parents made way, understanding instinctively that Yi Qingya's family was not to be trifled with. As Ning Santai departed, Su Wei's 8 bodyguards were also taken away by an ambulance. Soon, the picnic site returned to tranquility. The kindergarten principal, accompanied by a professional team, prepared for the campfire evening with the children, roasting food. Yi was filled with joy, having never experienced such happiness before. She followed Qinyang, not only gathering mushrooms and catching fish, but also discovering a wild polygonatum worth several $1,000s in the forest. That evening, the central campfire blazed brightly, with a group of children dancing around it, while each small fire nearby cooked fish and simmered soup, wafting a medley of enticing aromas. Laughter and joy permeated the air, as the children reveled until past 9 o'clock, yawning from exhaustion before finally retreating to their tents for sleep. Qinyang had already set up the tent when Yi rushed over, taking one of his hands and the other of Yi Qingya's, cheerfully exclaiming, Mommy and Daddy, let us go to sleep. Qinyang ruffled Yi's hair, saying, you and your mother go ahead. Daddy is not sleepy yet and will watch over you outside the tent. Yi shook her head vigorously, insisting, no, Daddy, you must come sleep too. All the other children are sleeping with their parents. Qinyang, caught off guard by her plea, glanced at Yi Qingya, who merely hung her head, offering no objection. He found it strange that she would remain silent at such a moment. After all, they were to sleep in a tent. The tent was rather small, leaving little room for privacy with 3 people inside. Yi Qingya has always been renowned as a frigid beauty, maintaining a considerable distance from men, and she often criticizes herself. Now, as they prepare to sleep in a tent, she has chosen to remain silent. Qinyang, observing that Yi Qingya has not provided a reason for refusal, feels compelled to acquiesce to Yi's request. The 3 of them crawl into the tent together. Yi yawns and settles herself between Qinyang and Yi Qingya. With her tiny hands, she grasps both of theirs and brings them to rest upon her chest. As their hands inadvertently touch, both Qinyang and Yi Qingya instinctively recoil. Yi, with a playful smile, exclaims, Mommy and Daddy, why are your hands trembling? She then offers to warm them. Gently, Yi pulls Qinyang's and Yi Qingya's hands together, enveloping them within her small embrace. This time, neither Qinyang nor Yi Qingya withdraws their hands. Within moments, Yi drifts off to sleep, her face adorned with a sweet smile, while Qinyang's and Yi Qingya's hands remain intertwined. Qinyang's heart raced with fervor. Although Yi Qingya, this tempestuous middle-aged woman, often inexplicably berated and despised herself, she had undeniably earned her title as the most beautiful woman in the company over the past year. The aloof female CEO was the goddess of nearly all male employees. Many talented and highly educated job seekers, along with affluent scions, sought employment at Natural White Cosmetics, not merely for financial gain but for the allure of Yi Qingya, the most exquisite young matron of Qizhou. Presently, Yi Qingya's hand rested in his palm, and Qinyang could feel the warmth of her delicate, soft hand. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. After a moment, Yi Qingya's fingers stirred gently, and she quietly withdrew her hand from his grasp. In unison, they turned away from each other, their backs to one another, separated by Yi. Yi Qingya opened her eyes. In the dim confines of the tent, she could sense her own heartbeat. The scenes from this afternoon flickered before her once more. At her most desperate hour, Qinyang had suddenly appeared to rescue her and her daughter. She felt a profound gratitude, even a flutter of emotion. In that moment, he had indeed granted her immense security. Even now, under the stars in this remote wilderness, she felt a sense of safety brought by Qinyang. Yet, soon after, recollections of 5 years prior surged forth amidst the flames. Qinyang had pressed her into the ground, disregarding her pleas for mercy. For 5 years, she had borne the burden of hardship, gossip, and disdain, suffering in silence. A wave of resentment washed over her anew. A tear escaped from the corner of Yi Qingyao's eye, and after a long sigh, she spoke. "Qinyang, let us consider it settled." With these words, she signified that she no longer held resentment towards him for what had transpired 5 years ago. After all, the grievances of the past had been repaid. And although Qinyang had caused her much pain, slander, and disdain, he had also given her the most precious gift, her beloved daughter. Once she uttered those words, Yi Qingya closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Beside her, Qinyang appeared bewildered, muttering, "Yi Zong, what do you mean? What do you mean by settled? I must inform you that although I haven't been to work these past few days, it's already the end of the month. And I've still worked over 20 days this month. You still owe me wages. How can you declare it settled? You are quite stingy." Qinyang pouted in annoyance. Yi Qingya, once calm and serene, felt her irritation towards Qinyang rekindle upon hearing his complaints. At that moment, Yi nestled between them, sleepily turned and clung to Qinyang's arm, nuzzling her little head under his armpit, before sweetly falling asleep while clutching his collar. Two individuals are akin to koalas, inseparable in their intimacy. Qinyang sensed Yi's affection and warmth, unable to suppress a smile as he embraced her, his heart blooming with joy. He found himself perplexed. Unable to comprehend the source of his happiness, with Yi by his side, he felt that even the most despicable traits of Yi Qingya could be tolerated. Yi Qingya turned her head and was taken aback to see her daughter nestled in Qinyang's arms. Her heart constricted sharply. In that moment, she realized the situation had escalated to a perilous level. Her daughter had evidently formed a bond with Qinyang. Despite their brief acquaintance, the depth of their connection surpassed her expectations. Could this be the instinct born of blood, the bond shared between father and daughter? No, this was intolerable. Yi was hers. And what claim did that scoundrel Qinyang have to her? How dare he attempt to steal her daughter away? Yi Qingya inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of jealousy as she perceived that her daughter was being taken from her by Qinyang. She closed her eyes. Aware that the time for decision had come, she could no longer allow Qinyang to remain in the lives of her and Yi. This man had exceeded her expectations in every way. Once, for over a year, he had been a mere inconspicuous employee in her company, an ordinary man, timid and lacking ambition, who had failed to meet her standards. Yet, in truth, upon interacting with him, Yi Qingya discovered that Qinyang exuded a remarkable sense of security, fostering an intense attachment in Yi. This simply could not continue. Now that Yi's health was improving, and the treatment period was shortening, it was time for Qinyang to exit their lives. Upon returning to the office the following day, she would dismiss him, after all. He no longer wished to work there. Once Yi was fully healed, she would ensure they never crossed paths again. With this thought, Yi Qingya felt a sense of relief, closing her eyes and soon drifting into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Yi Qingya sprang up, only to discover that the tent was empty. Both Qinyang and Yi had risen early and ventured outside to play. She felt invigorated, surprised, and scratched her head in bewilderment. As a single mother managing a company valued in the hundreds of millions at such a young age, she bore immense pressure and often struggled with sleep. In the wilderness, resting on a hard sleeping bag, she had braced herself for a night devoid of rest. Yet, reflecting on the previous night, she realized she had fallen asleep within mere minutes, without dreams or interruptions, sleeping soundly until dawn. How peculiar. In the presence of a man, amidst the discomfort of the wilderness, she had enjoyed such restful sleep. It was astonishing indeed. Yi Qingya shook her head, exited the tent, and stretched lazily. Outside, Qinyang and Yi were frolicking on the grass, their laughter ringing bright and joyous in the morning sun, a sound that signified a happiness she had long been deprived of. Yi Qingya took a deep breath and silently turned away, her resolve strengthening. It was imperative that she sever ties with Qinyang and establish clear boundaries. Qinyang was running on the grass with Yi when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, puzzled, for it was only 6:30. What could this person possibly want? Qinyang answered the call, and an urgent voice immediately came through. Mr. Chun, help. Upon hearing the trembling voice of distress emanating from his mobile phone, Qinyang felt an unusual sense of urgency and promptly inquired, Mr. Qin, is something amiss? The caller was none other than Qin Sihai. In a quivering tone, Qin responded, Mr. Qin, someone is attempting to take my life. It must be that master who previously arranged the chaotic 5 elements formation in my office. He has come to Qizhou to kill me. Last night, I narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, I returned home just in time. My driver and secretary perished before my eyes. I have summoned Master Wu, yet an unsettling dread lingers in my heart. Mr. Chen, do you have a moment? Could you come to my residence? Upon hearing the quaking voice of Qin Sihai, Chen Yang felt it inappropriate to decline and replied, very well. I shall head over now. I am currently atop Qinglong Mountain, not too far from your home. I anticipate arriving at your villa in approximately 20 minutes. Qin Sihai expressed his gratitude fervently. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang turned to find Yi Qingya standing pensively by the tent. He approached her with a smile, saying, Ms. Yi, I must say, despite your disheveled appearance, you still exude beauty. Yi Qingya paused, suddenly recalling that she had not freshened up after rising, her hair left unkempt. She hastily lowered her head, attempting to tidy her hair. With a hint of annoyance, Chen Yang remarked, Ms. Yi, are you aware that you were talking in your sleep last night? It was rather unkind of you to accuse me of being a beast. As if I had ill intentions towards you. I must clarify that I behaved impeccably last night. Additionally, on a previous occasion when you were inebriated, I escorted you home. Yet you rambled on about me wanting to steal Yi from you. Your assumptions are quite baseless. I am merely trying to do good. While you continuously interpret my actions through a lens of malice. Yi Qingya lifted her head, shooting him an exasperated glare. Enough of that. By the way, I need to discuss something regarding our company. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Not now. I have pressing matters to attend to. Please take Yi to play. I must go save someone. With that, he strode towards the nearby parking lot, entering a shared taxi and departing swiftly. Yi Qingya had intended to discuss her resignation with Chen Yang, offering him a severance package, but to her surprise, he left before she could broach the topic. She let out a slight sigh of relief, yet as she observed his retreating figure, she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, albeit a fleeting one. She understood all too well that she needed to dismiss Chen Yang, to distance herself from him and sever all ties between Yi and Chen Yang. Yi Qingya made her way to Yi, waving her hand. Yi, Mommy will accompany you to catch fish. Yi, smiling brightly, ran over and exclaimed, What about Uncle Chen? We should all go together. Yi Qingya brushed her hair back and replied, Uncle Chen has urgent matters to attend to. He has already spent the day and night with you, and must now attend to his own affairs. Yi nodded understandingly, and together they set off to play. Chen Yang drove swiftly towards Qin Sihai's villa. In the courtyard of the villa, 8 sturdy men stood watch, while inside, Qin Sihai huddled on the sofa, trembling in fear. Opposite him sat a man in his 40s, sporting a goatee, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a 7-star sword. He was of modest height yet exuded an imposing presence. It was precisely his presence that lent Qin Sihai a semblance of security. This man was none other than Master Wu Bei, renowned in Jiangbei. With trembling hands, Qin Sihai extracted a cigar, taking a reluctant puff, yet failing to quell the terror within. The previous night, upon returning to the villa, he had delayed by a few paces due to a shoelace coming undone, allowing his driver and bodyguard to enter first. That mere distance had saved his life. As they pushed open the villa door, a black flame suddenly engulfed them within a heartbeat. His bodyguard, a seasoned mercenary and a martial artist of minor realms, had been a costly hire, a true expert. Yet, even he had no time to react, consumed by the black fire, his anguished cries echoing until he was reduced to ashes within mere moments. Qin Sihai watched helplessly as his bodyguard and driver perished, stumbling into a muddy flower bed in the courtyard. Hiding amidst the muck, he beheld his wife and brother-in-law emerge from the villa, accompanied by a gaunt, pallid old man, Zhuomu, the master who had previously arranged his office. Upon seeing his wife and brother-in-law brazenly appear in his villa, Qin Sihai realized his doom was sealed. Clearly, they had been captured, and their escape indicated that Zhuomu had intervened on their behalf. The depth of Zhuomu's power was unfathomable. Even calling the police would not ensure his safety. Zhuomu and the 2 others surveyed the surroundings before retreating back into the villa, evidently waiting for Qin Sihai's return. Terrified and losing control of his bowels, Qin Sihai remained concealed in the flower bed. Once the trio had re-entered the villa, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Master Wu's number, pleading for assistance while offering a fee of 50 million. Half an hour later, the bearded Wu Bei, at the pinnacle of martial prowess, arrived at Qin Sihai's villa with 8 disciples in tow. Upon entering, they discovered the villa deserted. Neither Zhuomu nor his wife and brother-in-law were anywhere to be found. After a meticulous search, Wu Bei assured Qin Sihai that the villa was secure, advising him to rest assured within its confines. Wu Bei remained vigilant, personally guarding the premises. Qin Sihai spent a restless night, fraught with anxiety, though nothing transpired during those hours. However, as the sun ascended, he nestled deeper into the sofa. Increasingly aware of the lurking dangers surrounding him, he understood that his wife and brother-in-law had not yet departed. They would not relent until he was eliminated. Thus, he retrieved his phone and called Qin Yang, requesting him to inspect the villa. After all, it was Qin Yang who had previously disrupted Zhuamu's feng shui array. Taking a few puffs from his cigarette, Qin Sihai's body finally ceased its trembling. Observing Qin's demeanor, Wu Bei stroked his goatee with his left hand and chuckled, "Mr. Qin, I've assured you that with me present, you are entirely safe. There is no need for such trepidation. By the way, the distress call you just made was to Mr. Qin? Who is this Mr. Qin? When did Qin Zhou acquire another master like him?" Qin Sihai mustered a smile in response, saying, "Qin Yang is a young man, not widely known, and I'm not entirely certain of his capabilities. However, he was the one who rescued me last time. Discerning that I was ensnared by Zhuamu's array, it was his timely intervention that allowed me to be here today. This time, I can't shake the sense of unease. I feel that Zhuamu won't depart so easily and is surely lurking in the shadows, preparing to confront me." Wu Bei shook his head, chuckling lightly. "Mr. Qin, if he dared not show himself in the darkness, he certainly wouldn't dare to confront you now that the sun is shining. Since you have sought my assistance, there is no need to squander your efforts on those who merely seek fame and fortune at your expense." Qin Sihai merely smiled weakly at Wu Bei's words, refraining from further comment. After all, Wu Bei was a renowned figure in Qizhou, a master of Jiangbei, ranked among the top 10 extraordinary experts in the city. Someone even the infamous Tiger Lord would hesitate to offend. Nonetheless, Qin Sihai felt a greater sense of security with Qin Yang's presence. Before long, the sound of an approaching car echoed at the villa entrance, and soon after, Qin Yang strode towards the villa. In the courtyard, Wu Bei's 8 disciples swiftly appeared, blocking Qin Yang's path. These 8 individuals were robust and formidable, each possessing the strength of the minor Zhoutian realm. The ranks of martial artists are classified into 3 stages: body refinement, Zhoutian, and master. The Zhoutian realm is further divided into minor and major Zhoutian. In Qizhou, those who attain the minor Zhoutian realm are exceedingly rare and hold significant status. Remarkably, all 8 bodyguards before him were of the minor Zhoutian caliber. As they obstructed Qin Yang's advance, their expressions were cautious. 3 of them brandished specially crafted firearms, while the other 5 revealed an array of poison-concealed weapons and blades. Qin Yang hurriedly clarified, "I was summoned here by Mr. Qin. You must be his bodyguards, right?" There has been a misunderstanding. The 8 bodyguards furrowed their brows, and one burly bald man shouted towards the interior of the villa, "Mr. Qin, there is a brash young man claiming to seek you. Did you summon him? I suspect he poses a threat." Qin Sihai reclined on the sofa, and upon hearing the bodyguard shouts from outside, he hurriedly opened the villa door. Upon seeing Qin Yang, he exclaimed, Yes, that's Qin Yang. I invited him here. Mr. Qin, please come in." The 8 disciples, upon hearing Qin Sihai's words, finally sheathed their weapons. The bald man extended his arms to block Qin Yang's path and stated, "It is our duty to ensure that no dangerous items have been concealed by the enemy." Qin Yang, unfazed, extended his arms. The bald man patted Qin Yang's pockets and body, detecting no abnormalities, and nodded, "You may enter." Qin Yang proceeded into the villa. In the living room, Wu Bei observed this scene, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that the so-called helper Qin Sihai had summoned would be a mere youth, clearly an insignificant figure lacking any real ability. If a significant individual were to enter, would they willingly allow their disciples to search them? After all, the dignity of a martial artist is inviolable. However, Wu Bei was unaware that Qin Yang had only recently become a martial artist and had yet to grasp the essence of such dignity. Upon entering the house, Qin Yang surveyed the surroundings of the villa, his brow instantly furrowing. Qin Sihai promptly urged Qin Yang to sit on a stool, exhaling in relief as he spoke, "Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. If it weren't for a twist of fate last night, I would have been reduced to ashes by now." The master of the Leftwood, who had arranged the reversed 5 elements formation in my office, managed to rescue my wife and brother-in-law. I cannot comprehend how he accomplished this. You must understand, I had already sent my wife and brother-in-law to the largest detention center in Qizhou. Furthermore, although nothing occurred last night, I have an unsettling feeling that scoundrel Leftwood has not ventured far. I sense there is still danger lurking in my villa. Qin Yang placed a reassuring hand on Qin Sihai's shoulder and replied, "Mr. Qin, your instincts are indeed accurate. Fortunately, you summoned me. Otherwise, within half an hour, you would have met your demise." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Sihai gasped. his expression growing increasingly anxious. At that moment, Wu Bei, seated on the opposite sofa, suddenly burst into laughter, stroking his goatee. He looked at Chun Yang and then at Qin Sihai, saying, "Mr. Qin, I never imagined you could be so easily deceived. I have always regarded you as a master of business, meticulous and highly intelligent, yet here you are, duped by such a young lad. It seems your hundreds of billions in assets were merely a stroke of luck." Taken aback by Wu Bei's remarks, Qin Sihai quickly waved his hands and insisted, "Master Wu. He is indeed a person of genuine skill. He would not deceive me." Wu Bei chuckled at this, retorting, "He is a person of genuine skill? This young lad? Any of the disciples in my courtyard could easily beat him to a pulp. The crux of the matter lies in his audacity to boast that if he were absent, you would undoubtedly meet your demise within half an hour. With my presence in the villa, how could that Zhuomu inflict even the slightest harm upon you?" Qin Sihai was momentarily taken aback by Wu Bei's words. He had not anticipated such intense animosity from Wu Bei towards Qin Yang. Hastily, Qin Sihai shook his head at Qin Yang, hoping he could endure the situation. Qin Yang glanced at Wu Bei but chose to ignore him, instead addressing Qin Sihai. "Mr. Qin, do you have any peachwood furniture in this room?" Qin Sihai promptly nodded. Pointing to the bedroom on the second floor, "There is a peachwood cabinet in my bedroom, Mr. Chun. Would that suffice?" Qin Yang acknowledged with a nod. "That will do. I shall take a look." He then made his way towards the bedroom on the second floor. In the living room below, Wu Bei said to Qin Sihai, "Mr. Qin, you have always been astute. How is it that you have been deceived by such a brash young man this time? He arrives, conjuring up a facade, claiming danger one moment, and then seeking peachwood furniture the next. His tricks are merely child's play." Qin Sihai quickly shook his head and replied, "Master Wu, I implore you to refrain from such statements. Mr. Chun is exceptionally formidable, and I cannot shake the feeling that this villa is not secure. Even though the sun has risen, my sense of unease only deepens." Wu Bei laughed heartily, rising and placing his hands behind his back. "Mr. Qin, you have been utterly misled by that boy. As you mentioned, Zhuomu is a master of formations, practicing malevolent arts. Such individuals thrive on the cover of night, employing dark energies to inflict harm. Now that the sun has ascended and the yang energy pervades the world, even if he is a master of formations and malevolent arts, his power wanes significantly in daylight. He cannot stir up any major commotion, let alone my personal presence here. Even one of my disciples could easily handle Zhuomu in this villa." Wu Bei spoke with unwavering confidence, for he was not only a peak martial artist of the Great Zhou, but also a genuine practitioner of Taoist arts. Based on Qin Sihai's description, Zhuomu was clearly a master of sinister feng shui formations, known for their stealthy nocturnal activities. Now, with the rise of the yang energy, such scoundrels would hardly dare to show their faces. Earlier, when Qin Yang warned of imminent peril within half an hour, it was evident that he was merely a charlatan, resorting to alarmist rhetoric to extract wealth from Qin Sihai. A mere fledgling attempting to deceive my discerning eyes." Wu Bei scoffed disdainfully before settling onto the sofa to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Sihai, upon hearing Wu Bei's remarks, found no solace. A lingering sense of anxiety prevailed, as if something malevolent was afoot. At that moment, not far from Qin Sihai's villa, 3 individuals stood by an incense altar in an underground parking garage. Before the altar lay a blood-red circular engraving, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, inscribed with intricate runes and incantations. At the edge of this blood-soaked circle lay 5 coffins. Crimson in hue, their presence in the eerie underground garage rendered the atmosphere particularly chilling and terrifying, evoking a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. The 3 individuals before the incense altar were Zhuomu, along with Qin Sihai's wife, Du Mei, and her younger brother-in-law. Du Mei, nestled affectionately against Zhuomu, whispered, "My dear, how much longer must we wait for that scoundrel Qin Sihai to meet his end?" Zhuomu wrapped his arm around her waist, a smug smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It is happening now. With the dawn's first light, the yang energy rises, infusing my Yin Fire Blood Corpse array with its final surge of power. Rise, Yin Fire Blood Corpse array." With a sudden, emphatic slap of his palm, a blood-red radiance soared into the air. Instantly, the entire circular array ignited with an eerie black flame, while the 5 crimson coffins positioned within the array cracked open with a resounding pop. Pleased with the unfolding spectacle, Zhuomu nodded and declared, "Let us proceed to the villa to collect Qin Sihai's remains." Upon hearing this, Du Mei eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "At last, the day has come. That wretch Qin Sihai has truly been fortunate. The last time, he was on the brink of death, yet somehow He received guidance to dismantle the reversed 5 elements array in his office, thwarting my efforts to seize his fortune. This time, luck will not favor him again. Zhuangmu laughed heartily, stroking Du Mei's hair as he said, Xiao Mei, you have endured so much over the years. Qin Sihai is unworthy of you. Ha ha ha. Unfazed by Zhuangmu's age, Du Mei took his hand, and the trio ascended towards the upper levels of the garage. Meanwhile, at Qin Sihai's villa, which had previously basked in the tranquility of dawn, a sudden surge of blood-black smoke enveloped the premises. The foul stench of the smoke shrouded the entire villa and its courtyard. Simultaneously, the ground at 5 points around the villa unexpectedly sank, and 5 blood-red corpses emerged from the depths below. Flames of black fire flickered atop the corpses, and with each step they took, the wooden floorboards cracked underfoot. In the courtyard, the bald man and 7 other disciples of Wu Bei were vigilantly patrolling. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the 5 blood-red corpses, all 8 immediately heightened their alertness. As practitioners of the minor Zhou Tian realm, their reflexes were swift. At the very moment the blood corpses appeared, the bald man shouted urgently, Master, trouble. There are malevolent beings in the courtyard. No sooner had his words left his lips than the 5 blood corpses surged forward like lightning towards the 8 men. The sound of necks snapping echoed in rapid succession. In an instant, the 5 minor Zhou Tian warriors lay lifeless on the ground, crimson handprints marring their necks. Their faces turned ashen, foam escaping their mouths, clearly poisoned beyond recovery. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the bald man was struck with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the villa. He was acutely aware that although his strength surpassed that of the 5 individuals, it was only marginally so. The fact that these blood corpses could effortlessly slay his junior disciple indicated that he was far from being their match. With a resounding crash, the bald man smashed through the door, charging into the villa. Inside, Wu Bei had already risen to his feet. Witnessing his eldest disciple in such a flustered state filled him with embarrassment, prompting him to scold, You fool, why are you in such a panic? However, scarcely had Wu Bei finished speaking when 2 bodies thudded to the floor of the villa's living room, his other 2 disciples. Subsequently, 5 blood corpses emanating ominous flames appeared at the entrance. Wu Bei's expression changed drastically at this scene, and he trembled as he exclaimed, These are indeed Yin Fire blood corpses. Someone has set up a Yin Fire blood core formation nearby. Boss Qin, you must flee. As he spoke, Wu Bei kicked the sofa with force. With a loud bang, the massive piece of furniture collided with the blood corpse before him. With a resounding crash, the sofa disintegrated. Yet the blood corpse remained unfazed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Bei turned to escape. Another blood corpse swiftly appeared to his right, and the 5 blood corpses lunged fiercely towards him. With a clanging sound, Wu Bei drew his 7-star longsword and slashed at the advancing blood corpse. Though he possessed the peak cultivation of the great Zhou Tian, and his sword struck true, severing the blood corpse's shoulder, the blow, fatal to a human, had no effect on the creature before him. The blood corpse retaliated with a fierce swipe, unleashing black flames laced with acrid smoke towards Wu Bei. As he inhaled even a trace of the smoke, dizziness engulfed him, and a wave of blood surged to his head. Alarmed, he realized the dire situation. The corpse poison was overwhelmingly potent. These 5 blood corpses were not only swift and powerful but also possessed bodies impervious to blades, rendering them virtually indestructible. Moreover, they were saturated with insidious corpse poison, which even his peak great Zhou Tian cultivation could not withstand. Wu Bei lamented internally, roaring in despair. Never could he have anticipated that after braving countless storms, he would meet his demise within this villa. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a figure suddenly leaped down from the 2nd floor. It was Chen Yang. Upon entering the villa, Chen Yang immediately sensed the presence of the Yin Fire blood core formation surrounding the premises. Aware that the formation was now complete and irreparable, he promptly inquired of Qin Sihai where he could find peach wood. At that moment, he ascended to the 2nd floor, shattering wooden furniture to craft a rudimentary peachwood greatsword. As Chen Yang descended, he wielded the peachwood sword and, with a mighty swing, struck fiercely at the 5 approaching blood corpses. The peachwood board in Chen Yang's hands was not sharp. However, in his grasp, it resembled a colossal sword of immense weight. With a resounding crack, the board swiftly cleaved a blood corpse in half. Following the dismemberment of the first corpse, the board's velocity remained unabated. Crack after crack echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 audacious blood corpses, teeming with toxic miasma, were completely reduced to 10 pieces by Chen Yang's deft strikes. As the peachwood severed the corpses, the ethereal flames upon them began to extinguish. soon followed by a series of crackling sounds. Subsequently, the 5 blood corpses transformed into pools of blood, saturating the entire living room. In the corner, Qin Sihai witnessed this scene and collapsed to the ground with a thud, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he gasped for air. At that moment, he finally found the ability to breathe. When the 5 blood corpses had burst in, he had been so terrified that he had momentarily ceased to draw breath. Meanwhile, Master Wu Bei lay in a pool of blood, his face ashen and foam escaping his lips, gazing incredulously at Qin Yang. In that instant, regret washed over Wu Bei. He deeply regretted underestimating this young man and his own arrogance. He realized he would not survive this ordeal. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he addressed Qin Yang. Mr. Chun, you are indeed a master. I was blind to your prowess. I possess a bank card. Please accept it, and I implore you to look after my daughter. I would be eternally grateful. I am willing to bequeath my entire fortune and the resources I have accumulated throughout my life as a token of gratitude. Wu Bei felt that death could come at any moment, yet he knew he had to convey his final wishes clearly. He understood that his previous arrogance had offended many adversaries. Now, if he were to perish here, not only would his wealth be irretrievable, but his daughter would undoubtedly face retaliation from his enemies. Although one of his 8 disciples, a bald-headed lad, had survived, that boy had already fled through the window, making it impossible to rely on him to protect his daughter. There was a real possibility that the bald youth would be the first to seize his resources and harm his family. Qin Yang listened to Wu Bei's words, his expression one of bemusement. He approached Wu Bei and remarked, "Old man, why are you inexplicably offering me a bank card? As for your daughter, you ought to care for her yourself. I have no desire to wade into such murky waters." As he spoke, Qin Yang pressed his fingers on Wu Bei's chest at the Danzhong point and the Yin Tang point, swiftly activating the Taoist mystical energy within Wu Bei's body. This pure and radiant energy surged through him, akin to waves of fire, swiftly purging the toxic remnants within. Standing up, Qin Yang walked towards Qin Sihai in the corner. With a smile, he said, "Fortunately, you still have this peachwood cabinet in your home. Otherwise, dealing with those 5 blood corpses would have posed quite a challenge." Qin Yang chuckled as he helped Qin Sihai to his feet. For Qin Yang, even without peachwood, the task of vanquishing the 5 blood corpses was achievable, albeit with considerable effort. After all, blood corpses are indestructible and replete with lethal toxins, requiring an immense expenditure of one's mystical energy to deal with them. Now, with the peachwood in hand, the endeavor became remarkably effortless. Qin Sihai, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Qin Yang's arm, tears streaming down his face. He felt that the wisest decision he had ever made was to trust his instincts and summon Qin Yang. Indeed, the renowned master Wu Bei had faltered, and without Qin Yang's intervention, he would have long since met his demise. Lying in a pool of blood, Wu Bei wore an expression of disbelief. He was acutely aware of the horror that the corpse toxin posed and understood that even a mere wisp of the toxin emanating from the blood corpse could extinguish his life. The removal of such toxins is notoriously arduous, achievable only by highly skilled Buddhist monks or Taoist masters adept in talismans, who would expend great effort to gradually suppress and eradicate the poison. Yet now, Qin Yang merely tapped his forehead and chest twice, and in the blink of an eye, the chilling toxin within him vanished, leaving him devoid of dizziness or weakness, as though he had suddenly returned to normalcy. How could this be possible? Who exactly is Qin Yang? His strength and miraculous abilities are astounding. As Wu Bei remained in a state of panic, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Zuomu confidently led Du Mei by the hand, striding into the courtyard and heading straight for the villa. Upon seeing the bodies of Wu Bei's disciples, Du Mei burst into laughter. She exclaimed, "My dear, that old ghost Qin Sihai actually dares to resist, having summoned some nonsensical Master Wu for protection. Haraha. Do you see it now? No one stands a chance against you, my dear." Zuomu wore a smug smile as they entered the villa. Du Mei and her brother were equally exhilarated. With Qin Sihai's demise, his vast fortune would soon be theirs. They envisioned selling off the assets discreetly and living lavishly in the South Seas for the rest of their lives. The trio, brimming with excitement, entered the villas. But Zuomu's expression suddenly shifted as he realized that the situation was not as he had anticipated. The villa was awash in blood. Yet Qin Sihai was very much alive, holding onto a young man's hand and speaking fervently. As for Master Wu, he sat on the ground, looking utterly bewildered, as though afflicted by senility. Zuomu glanced at the 3 individuals before his gaze settled on the seated Wu Bei, for in Zuomu's eyes, this old man was the only threat. With a mocking tone, Zuomu remarked, "Ah, it seems I underestimated you. I never expected you, old man." to withstand the assault of my Fire Blood Corpse formation without being reduced to mere mush. However, I trust the taste of the corpse toxin is unpleasant. Athaha. Wu Bei lifted his head, scrutinizing Zhuomu, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. So it is the elder from the South Sea corpse refining sect. I was too careless. Unexpectedly, you wretched scoundrels, while it is one thing to commit nefarious deeds across the regions of the South Seas, how dare you run rampant within our great Xia? Do you truly believe that our realm is without guardians? As Wu Bei spoke, he suddenly leapt, propelling himself towards Zhuomu with remarkable speed. Zhuomu's expression shifted drastically. He had never anticipated that Wu Bei, seated amidst a pool of blood, appearing pained and astonished with a countenance as dark as iron, could still possess such unfaltering strength despite seemingly being afflicted by corpse poison. Caught off guard, Zhuomu could only watch in horror as Wu Bei's longsword, with a swift crack, cleaved him from shoulder to waist, severing him in twain. Wu Bei, a master at the pinnacle of the great Zhou realm, though unable to breach the Fire Blood Corpse formation, found it effortless to eliminate Zhuomu in close combat with his formidable prowess. With a decisive stroke, he bisected Zhuomu, and without hesitation, the sword in his hand severed Zhuomu's head from his body. Behind Zhuomu, Du Mei and her brother collapsed to their knees with a thud. Wu Bei glanced at the pair before turning to Qin Si Hai, inquiring, what shall be done with these two? Du Mei immediately prostrated herself, fervently pleading, Old Qin, spare us. We have shared many years as husband and wife. I implore you, do not forsake us. My brother and I vow never to return to this land. Qin Si Hai narrowed his eyes. As a seasoned veteran in the business realm, he was well aware of the necessity to eradicate threats at their root. Turning his back to Du Mei and her brother, he stated, let them be executed. Wu Bei wasted no time. The sword fell, and in an instant, Du Mei and her brother became lifeless corpses. Qin Si Hai let out a deep sigh and bowed deeply to Chen Yang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life once again. Chen Yang waved his hand with a smile, replying, it is but a trifling matter. With your troubles resolved, I shall take my leave. As Chen Yang turned to depart, Qin Si Hai, momentarily taken aback, grasped his arm, exclaiming, Mr. Chen, please do not leave just yet. If you depart in this manner, I shall truly feel remiss. You must stay. I insist on treating you and Master Wu to lunch as a token of my gratitude. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such thanks. I truly have matters to attend to. But I have just thought of something I must inquire of you. Upon hearing this, Qin Si Hai smiled broadly and urged, Mr. Chen, please speak freely. Whatever you need, my old self will certainly accommodate. Chen Yang chuckled lightly and replied, you are too kind, Qin. I wish to ask how one might go about utilizing a stone crusher and an excavator to excavate a valley in Qinglong Mountain. It is imperative that it be done reasonably and legally, without attracting undue attention. Qin Si Hai was taken aback. Excavate Qinglong Mountain? That place is rife with venomous insects and possesses no mineral resources. Truly, no one would venture to dig there. Mr. Chen, had you posed this question a week ago, I would have had no answer. Indeed, while Qinglong Mountain is not a protected area, it is still inappropriate for indiscriminate excavation. However, if you inquire about methods, I can assure you there are indeed ways. Upon hearing Qin Si Hai's words, Chen Yang's expression brightened, and he eagerly asked, Mr. Qin, how can we excavate it lawfully and reasonably? Qin Si Hai smiled and replied, a week ago, the head of the business bureau of Qingzhou approached me. He wishes to develop Qinglong Mountain in a manner that preserves its ecological integrity, primarily focusing on sustainable tourism, hot springs, and herbal cultivation. He asked me to consider ways to contract Qinglong Mountain without requiring rent, but with an annual tax guarantee of 5 million, along with the creation of at least 100 job opportunities. I had not taken this matter seriously before, but if Mr. Chen is interested in reasonable development, it presents an opportunity. You work in a cosmetics company, do you not? Such companies typically possess licenses for herbal cultivation. You could submit an application for a plan to cultivate herbs on Qinglong Mountain, and I assure you, you will succeed in the bidding. As long as the area does not exceed 500 acres, Mr. Chen, it is yours for the taking. Once you secure Qinglong Mountain, you may proceed as you wish. Transporting excavators and crushers is permissible, as long as you refrain from blasting the mountain. Upon hearing Qin Si Hai's words, Chen Yang could not help but feel elated. He quickly responded, all right, old Qin, we have a deal. I want that section in the middle of Qinglong Mountain. I will return now to discuss with my boss the establishment of a herbal cultivation company to secure the rights to Qinglong Mountain. I wonder if that menopausal woman will agree to my proposal. Qin Sihai firmly grasped Chen Yang's arm and said, "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Zhang, our Sihai company previously invested 50 million in natural white cosmetics. Please transfer those shares to Mr. Chen Yang's name immediately. You have 2 hours to complete this." After hanging up, Qin Sihai smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm transferring this 10% share to you. Does this not resolve our issue? With these shares, you will no longer need to be beholden to your boss. And establishing a herbal company will be effortless. Have your team draft a business plan for cultivating herbs on Qinglong Mountain and submit it to me. You need not worry about the rest. Within 3 days, that land will be yours, and you may proceed however you wish." Chen Yang laughed heartily and gave Qin Sihai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Qin, your foresight is remarkable." At that moment, Wu Bei approached and continuously expressed his gratitude to Chen Yang. Curiously, Wu Bei inquired, "Mr. Chen, your capabilities are so formidable that you must rank among the top 3 in Qingzhou. Why have I not heard of your reputation before? Which school or sect did you come from? You must surely be a master cultivated by one of the prominent families in the capital." Chen Yang waved his hand towards Wu Bei and remarked, "I am but an inconspicuous figure. It is entirely normal for you not to have heard of me. Master Wu, you must have lingered at the pinnacle of the great Zhou celestial realm for quite some time, haven't you?" Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Wu Bei sighed heavily, expressing his frustration. "Please do not mock me, Mr. Chen. In the early days of my cultivation, I made rapid progress, and everyone regarded me as a prodigy. Within 5 years, I ascended to the great Zhou celestial level. However, after more than 40 years of cultivation, I remain at this same level. For over 30 years, I have been stymied at the pinnacle of the great Zhou, unable to break through despite exhausting every method, consuming various herbs, and practicing different techniques. It seems I am destined to remain here for the rest of my life." Chen Yang chuckled softly and replied, "Master Wu, your talent for cultivation is indeed commendable. However, beneath the subcutaneous layer at your spinal kidney acupoint lies a fibroma. I discovered this tumor while removing the corpse poison from your body. While it does not affect your overall health, it obstructs the flow of energy in that area. Prior to reaching the Great Zhou, this blockage did not hinder your rapid advancement, but to transcend from the Great Zhou to the Master Realm, one must clear all meridians and acupoints throughout the body. It appears you have reached an impasse at this juncture. If you visit a hospital for a laser surgery to excise this fibroma or pursue other methods to remove it, you may soon find yourself able to advance to the master level." Wu Bei, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, gaped in astonishment, his face contorting as his body trembled violently. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Chen Yang, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Chen, your kindness is something I, Wu Bei, shall never forget." At that moment, Wu Bei's gratitude was heartfelt. He had believed himself forever trapped at the pinnacle of the Great Zhou. Yet now Chen Yang had unexpectedly bestowed upon him the hope of advancing to the master level. Achieving this status would not only elevate his strength and standing, but also significantly extend his life by at least 30 years. By midday, the equity transfer contract had been finalized, and Chen Yang successfully acquired a 10% stake in the Natural White Cosmetics Company. Eagerly, he bid farewell to Wu Bei and Qin Sihai and made his way swiftly to the Natural White Cosmetics Company, where Yi Qingyao awaited. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he encountered the portly senior manager, Gao Hongtao, who was approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. As Gao Hongtao caught sight of Chen Yang, he strode over with purpose, pointing at Chen Yang's head and demanding, "Chen Yang, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you shown up for work? You youngsters are becoming increasingly undisciplined. The company pays you a salary, not to have you come in sporadically. What is the meaning of this? No leave, no attendance. And you haven't even answered my calls? Are you thinking of quitting?" Chen Yang cast a brief glance at the rotund manager, disinterested, and proceeded to walk away. Gao Hongtao was taken aback, his anger surging. He had not anticipated Chen Yang's audacity to become increasingly insolent. He has been with the company for over a year, always meek and diligent, never daring to refuse any tasks assigned to him. What has instilled such audacity in him now? Gao Hongtao raised his hand to strike Chen Yang on the back of his head. However, before his hand could land, Chen Yang swiftly seized his wrist and delivered a resounding kick to Gao Hongtao's backside. Gao Hongtao tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before scrambling to his feet, astonished that Chen Yang had the audacity to retaliate. Chen Yang, looking at Gao Hongtao with an unhurried demeanor, remarked, "Manager Gao, it's time to recognize your place. You often struck me in the past, but from now on, I shall be your superior. Should you dare to treat me disrespectfully again, I will not hesitate to terminate your employment. With that, Qin Yang turned and strode towards the elevator. Gao Hongtao stood frozen, his face turning crimson with anger as he stomped his foot and cursed. Has Qin Yang gone mad? After a few days' absence, he actually fantasizes about becoming the boss of the company? Qin Yang proceeded directly to Yi Qingya's office, where she had just returned and was reviewing the sales performance of the company's products from the previous day. Upon seeing Qin Yang, she rose and gestured to the sofa, saying, Qin Yang, please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. Qin Yang smiled slightly and replied, President Yi, I also have something to discuss with you. Yi Qingya waved her hand and said, let me speak first. Qin Yang, you were previously insistent on resigning, and after some consideration, I find your resignation acceptable. I will process your departure and ensure you receive the maximum severance pay. Furthermore, Yi's health has improved significantly, and I am grateful to you for that. Name your price for her medical expenses, and I will cover it. As she spoke, Yi Qingya lowered her gaze to the table, her expression cold. At that moment, she felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, this man before her was Yi's biological father. Yet, precisely because he was Yi's father, she could not allow him to remain. She had to harden her heart. For the sake of a peaceful future for herself and Yi, she needed to be resolute. Qin Yang sat on the sofa, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Yi Qingya to bring this up. Was there something amiss in her reasoning? Just yesterday, he had rescued her and Yi, and they had spent the night together in a tent. Now, she wished to cast him aside. Was it due to their night spent in the tent? With this thought, Qin Yang rose and addressed Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya, are you being unreasonable? Previously, when I wanted to leave, you wouldn't let me. Now that I wish to stay, you want to dismiss me. What does this mean? We shared a tent last night, and that was not my doing. You acquiesced. Now, after spending the night together, you wish to deny me and cast me out. Is this your way of punishing me for your own mistakes? Yi Qingya abruptly lifted her head, glaring at Qin Yang as she retorted, what do you mean by denying you? Speak more civilly. Qin Yang, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and declared, I cannot be civilized. It is you who have gone too far. I am fully aware that your decision to dismiss me stems from our shared night together. However, do you truly believe I am to blame? You did not refuse me last night either. Yi Qingya glared at Qin Yang, her eyes filled with fury. At that moment, a low sound echoed from the office door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Qin Yang promptly opened the office door to peer outside, spotting the portly Gao Hongtao rushing towards the elevator. Qin Yang shouted, Gao Hongtao, what on earth are you doing? Gao Hongtao turned around, his expression a mix of envy and resentment as he looked at Qin Yang. Like a servile puppy, he hastily bowed and said, Qin Yang, please continue your conversation with Manager Yi. I will return this afternoon. You two carry on. With that, Gao Hongtao entered the elevator, flustered as he descended. Inside the elevator, he felt a pang of bitterness gnawing at him. Previously, he had been bested by Qin Yang, leaving him feeling quite dejected. He had intended to consult with Yi Qingya about having Qin Yang dismissed. Yet, upon reaching the office door, he overheard the heated argument between Qin Yang and Yi Qingya. Qin Yang accused Yi Qingya of being ungrateful and recounted their night spent together in a tent, pointing out that she had not objected. In an instant, Gao Hongtao comprehended the implications. Qin Yang and Yi Qingya were indeed entangled. Recalling Qin Yang's earlier proclamation that he would eventually be her boss solidified Gao Hongtao's suspicions. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that Qin Yang had successfully won Yi Qingya's affection and had ascended to the status of the company's husband. A wave of jealousy surged within Gao Hongtao, who sighed heavily, lamenting, how could this underachiever, Qin Yang, manage to capture Yi Qingya's heart? With so many affluent young men and highly educated talents in the company, it is infuriating that Qin Yang has gotten ahead of them all. Feeling disheartened, Gao Hongtao left the building. Upon stepping outside, he happened to see Su Wei parking a Porsche at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers as he prepared to enter. Su Wei spotted Gao Hongtao and called him over. Old Gao, come here and deliver these flowers to Manager Yi for me. Also, check on her well-being and ask her if she still harbors any resentment towards me. Understanding Su Wei's status, Gao Hongtao approached him like a subordinate, whispering, young Master Su, perhaps it would be better to forego the flowers. Su Wei frowned at this and asked, what? Do you also look down on me? Do you think I am unworthy of pursuing Yi Qingya? Gao Hongtao quickly shook his head, letting out a sigh as he replied, young Master Su, it is not that Yi Qingya is unworthy of you. Rather, she spent the night with Qin Yang. Su Wei, who had been smiling, felt the bouquet slip from his grasp and crash to the floor, leaving him frozen in shock. Soon, a wave of anger and frustration surged within him. He seized Gao Hongtao by the neck and bellowed, "What the hell are you saying? Repeat that to me." Gao Hongtao hurriedly pushed Su Wei's hand away, his face a mask of sorrow. "Su, calm down. I just heard it outside the office. If I utter a word of falsehood, may I be struck by a car." Su Wei clenched his teeth, fury coursing through him. He never anticipated that after pursuing Yi Qingya for over half a year, he wouldn't even get to touch her hand, only to find that she was entangled with a mere low-level employee, sharing intimacy with him. How could he endure such a betrayal? Su Wei's anger surged like a tempest. At this moment, the affection he once held for Yi Qingya transformed into profound resentment. He turned and slammed his fist against the car window, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. With a swift motion, he flung open the car door and pressed the accelerator, his Porsche crashing through the parking barrier and speeding away. Gao Hongtao rubbed his neck, a frown of discontent on his face. He had intended to curry favor with Su Wei, hoping for a closer association. Yet he had gained nothing but nearly suffocated at Su Wei's hands. He spat disdainfully, muttering to himself, "No wonder we can't catch up with CEO Yi. He lacks the social acumen. Damn it, can't he at least reward me for my efforts?" Shaking his head in frustration, Gao Hongtao left in a huff. Inside the office, Yi Qingya furrowed her brows as she addressed Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, I've stated my position. It's not about what happened last night. I simply believe you should leave the company. You know, despite being a student from Jinling University, you lack a degree or diploma. I initially hired you out of pity. Now that you're doing well, you needn't fear starvation. Seek opportunities elsewhere." Qin Yang scoffed, asserting, "I refuse to comply. You think dismissing me is so simple?" With that, he slammed a document onto Yi Qingya's desk. She frowned deeply and retorted, "As the company's CEO, it's my prerogative to terminate my employees." Just as she was about to elaborate, her words faltered. Her gaze fell upon the equity contract on the desk, and she quickly flipped it open, only to discover that Qin Yang had become the third largest shareholder of the company. Yi Qingya's mouth fell agape, incredulous as she stared at Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Qin Sihai transferred that 10% of shares to me, meaning I am now a co-owner of this company. If you disagree, you can present 50 million to buy back my 10%. If you cannot, I shall be a member of the board and one of the owners." Yi Qingya's mind whirled in confusion. She had thought it would be straightforward to dismiss Qin Yang, yet now not only had he remained, but he had also become a board member. The company, naturally, was under her control with 51% of the shares, granting her absolute voting rights. The second largest shareholder was her grandfather, Yi Qishan, representing the entire Yi family with 39% of the shares. Qin Yang held a 10% stake in the company. Yi Qingya placed the equity contract on the table and took a deep breath, fully aware that she could not easily dismiss Qin Yang at this moment. She turned to him and said, "Qin Yang, I didn't expect your relationship with Qin Sihai to be so close." Qin Yang, looking somewhat incredulous, replied, "Did you not know this before? I have already told you that I know Qin Sihai. When you and Su Yin approached the Sihai Investment Company to seek funding, do you think you would have effortlessly secured 50 million in investment without my intervention? Thus, I consider myself a benefactor of the company, having brought in such a substantial amount during its most perilous times." Yi Qingya's mouth fell open, her brows furrowing as she exclaimed, "What? So it was truly you who helped during that time. I had thought it was Su Wei's cousin who facilitated it." She plopped down onto a chair and looked at Qin Yang once more. This man had completely surpassed her expectations. Not only did he know Wang Lin, the chairman of Qianda Group, but now he also had such a strong rapport with Qin Sihai of Sihai Investment Group. How did he possess such magnetism? How did he come to know so many influential figures? Yi Qingya spoke. "Well then, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you. The company has turned its fortunes around thanks to your assistance on 2 occasions. I will now call a high-level meeting to announce this matter." Qin Yang nodded in agreement and added, "Additionally, I have another proposal. I intend to lease Qinlong Mountain to cultivate some precious herbs. Therefore, we need to establish a subsidiary of Ziranbai Company dedicated to herbal cultivation, utilizing this subsidiary to secure the Qinlong Mountain plot." Yi Qingya listened, utterly bewildered. After a full 5 seconds, she skeptically responded, "Qin Yang, are you out of your mind? Firstly, our company does not have surplus funds. It is impossible for us to engage in any additional ventures. Secondly, cultivating herbs is a laborious endeavor that offers little reward, and we lack the necessary technical personnel to execute such a project. Most importantly, Qinlong Mountain is a treasured site in our city. How can it be casually developed? What you propose is utterly impractical and devoid of sense. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "You need not concern yourself with these details. Your sole responsibility is to announce the establishment of the Xiranbai Herbal Company. I will take care of the rest. Leasing Qinglong Mountain requires no financial investment or personnel from the company. Moreover, today the company is being established, and within 3 days, I can secure Qinglong Mountain. Ultimately, you should appoint me as the head of the herbal company, and you need not worry about anything else. Although this herbal company may not yield immense profits, it will certainly enhance our total assets. Our company is currently valued at 5 billion, with the establishment of the subsidiary and the acquisition of Qinglong Mountain. The valuation could reach at least 7 billion. Yi Qingya immediately nodded and said, "Qin Yang, if you are so confident, then let us proceed with this endeavor." I promptly informed the executives of the company and instructed the secretary to apply for the subsidiary's license. We do possess the necessary permits for herbal cultivation, and arrangements will be made this afternoon. Yi Qingya, with her decisive demeanor, would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. Although she harbored concerns regarding the rapidly progressing relationship between Qin Yang and Yi, the company's expansive growth demanded her full attention. She could afford to worry less, planning to simply limit their meetings in the future. In the afternoon, within the core conference room of Natural White Cosmetics Company, Qin Yang stood beside Yi Qingya. She announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Qin Yang, who holds 10% of the company's shares and is our third largest director. We are establishing a new subsidiary, Natural White Herbal Company. Qin Yang will serve as the general manager, responsible for all affairs of the subsidiary." The office was filled with astonished expressions from over 20 executives, who instinctively turned their gazes toward Gao Hongtao. They vaguely recognized that Qin Yang had previously been a mere junior staff member in Gao Hongtao's department, and now he had suddenly ascended to the position of shareholder and general manager of a subsidiary. Such a rapid elevation was astonishing. Gao Hongtao felt a mix of envy and resentment. He believed that Qin Yang's rise was solely due to his relationship with Yi Qingya, which had granted him this meteoric advancement. Gao Hongtao took the lead in applauding, smiling respectfully at Qin Yang. "Congratulations, Qin Yang. I hope you will remember to promote me." His grin was almost servile, prompting the other executives to join in the applause. Yi Qingya, maintaining her composure, stated, "That will suffice. These are the main points. The company will soon issue a formal announcement to celebrate the establishment of our herbal subsidiary. The public relations and marketing departments should follow up and release the statement within an hour. Once our herbal company grows strong, it will enhance our overall company valuation. Everyone present here, being esteemed executives and veterans, will undoubtedly benefit from the company's future success and potential listing." The applause grew even more fervent. After the meeting, Qin Yang prepared to finalize the project proposal for Qinglong Mountain, intending to submit it before nightfall. In the conference room, the executives began to depart in small groups. What was happening? How could a cosmetics company, which was thriving, suddenly decide to establish a herbal subsidiary? I couldn't make sense of it. Wasn't Qin Yang just a junior staff member in the business department? How did he suddenly become a shareholder with a 10% stake? Surely that was excessive. Let us inquire with Gao Hongtao. He seems to be privy to the inside scoop. Several executives converged around him. Noticing their curious expressions, Gao Hongtao sighed in resignation. "Please stop speculating. Qin Yang was not promoted due to any romantic involvement with our general manager Yi. Let's disperse. It would be wise to curry favor with this new general manager Qin." With that, Gao Hongtao ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. The individuals surrounding him were astute, and upon hearing Gao Hongtao's remarks, it became abundantly clear to all. Although Gao claimed his rise was not due to a romantic involvement with President Yi, it was evident to everyone that his ascension to the position of company president was a direct consequence of Qin Yang's successful courtship of Yi Qingya. The young executives, upon absorbing Gao's words, felt a rush of indignation, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Many among them had joined the company, lured by Yi Qingya's beauty, and had diligently contributed to the firm over the past 2 years, all in hopes of capturing her attention and advancing their relationship with her. Yet now, they found themselves outpaced by an inconsequential junior employee, an affront they could hardly bear. Sue shared in their frustration, seated within the Night Rose bar, where before him lay an array of over a dozen bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, each priced between 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. The drink, though costly, was hardly palatable. Nevertheless, Sue was indifferent to the price, for he possessed wealth, yet he pondered its limited value. He took another sip, his mood darkening. The barmaids, noticing the lavish display of expensive liquor, were drawn to him, eager to curry favor with the affluent young man. However, Su Wei dismissed each one, finding them overly adorned and lacking allure. Not a single one could compare to even a fraction of Yi Qingya's beauty. The more he contemplated, the deeper his discontent grew. At that moment, Su Wei's phone buzzed with a notification, a local news update from Qizhou City. It announced the establishment of a new herbal subsidiary by the Natural White Cosmetics Company, with none other than Qin Yang appointed as its head, and furthermore, he had become the third largest shareholder of the company. Seething with rage, Su Wei hurled a bottle to the floor, the glass shattering beneath him. He could not comprehend how he had suffered such a humiliating defeat to someone he regarded as a mere nobody. To make matters worse, Qin Yang had not only won Yi Qingya's affection, but had also secured a 10% stake in the company and the title of general manager. Su Wei cursed vehemently, prompting the bar staff to hurriedly clean up the remnants of the shattered bottle. They dared not offend him, for he was a valuable patron. Clenching his teeth, Su struggled to find an outlet for his fury. At that moment, a woman in a floral dress approached and settled beside him. Su turned to glance at her. Her face was flushed and round, reminiscent of a pig's head. With a frosty demeanor, he retorted, "Get away. Your face is larger than a pig's. How dare you sit here beside me?" The woman was Lu Yu. Upon hearing Su Wei's harsh words, she felt a pang of distress and instinctively touched her face. The surrounding barmaids stifled laughter, amused by the sight of someone so unattractive daring to approach Su Wei. Their group had been shooed away by him, and this woman clearly lacked any self-awareness. Indeed, one cannot help but notice her visage, resembling that of a charred pig's head. What audacity does she possess to ingratiate herself with the illustrious young Master Su? Lu Yu, undeterred by the derisive laughter surrounding her, was not truly overweight nor unattractive. Rather, her face bore the marks of a violent encounter with Yulayin. Previously, the Yu family had suffered a grave loss of 30 million at the hands of Qin Yang, while simultaneously incurring the wrath of the Tiger Gang. In his fury, Yulayin unleashed all his rage upon Lu Yu, transforming her visage into that of a pig and robbing her of over 1 million, leaving her not only on the brink of disfigurement, but also in dire financial straits. However, following her ordeal with Yulayin, Lu Yu's spirit had become wild and untamed. She found herself no longer interested in ordinary men. Instead, her heart fixated on a singular ambition to seek a superior partner and trample Qin Yang beneath her feet. From Yulayin, she had gleaned valuable information about Su Wei. Cognizant that the Su family once ranked among the top 3 illustrious families in Qingzhou City, she was also aware that Su Wei had been pursuing Yi Qingya, a true scion of a prominent family. At that moment, spotting Su Wei sulking alone in a bar, she recognized her opportunity and boldly approached him. Despite his scornful remarks, Liu did not retreat. Instead, she reached out and gently grasped Su Wei's large hand. "Young Master Su," she began, "please do not be disheartened. I am Chun Yang's ex-wife, and I have come to alleviate your troubles." Initially inclined to dismiss her, Su Wei's interest piqued upon hearing her identity, and he turned to scrutinize her incredulously. "What did you say? You are the ex-wife of that scoundrel Qin Yang?" he inquired, his brows furrowing as he appraised her. Lu Yu nodded eagerly, asserting, "Young Master Su, Qin Yang is a common adversary of ours, and I can assist you in dealing with him." Su Wei remained skeptical, furrowing his brow in disbelief. How could that be? Even if Qin Yang is a waste, he would never set his sights on you. Feeling vexed, Lu Yu hastily retrieved her phone to clarify. "Young Master Su, I did not always appear this way. It was your cousin Yulayin who inflicted this upon me. Look, here are my previous photographs." She opened her album, revealing several heavily edited pictures showcasing her former beauty. Upon glancing at them, Su Wei's comprehension dawned, and he pulled her closer, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. I am brimming with pent-up rage, and you shall serve as my outlet." With that, he forcefully tore Lu Yu's skirt. She quickly shielded her body, maintaining a smile as she replied, "Young Master Su, there is no need for such haste. Moreover, I can not only accompany you but also assist you in achieving your desires. The reason for your current setbacks in competition is your excessive infatuation with Yi Qingya. To pursue a woman, one must employ unscrupulous means. That waste of space, Qin Yang, managed to win her over through sheer audacity and shamelessness." Upon reflecting on Lu Yu's words, Su Wei paused, pouring her a drink as he remarked, "You are indeed a woman of engaging conversation. Come, let us share a drink." Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief, unable to suppress a sense of triumph within her. She understood that her first step had been successfully executed. All she needed was to draw closer to Su Wei, ingratiate herself with him, and before long, she would truly become his woman. At that moment, she would have ascended to unimaginable heights. What was Qin Yang, after all? Her desires far exceeded anything he possessed. The women in the bar, witnessing Su Wei pouring a drink for Lu Yu and observing their animated conversation, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. How could it be? The illustrious Su had chosen this foolish woman over them? It was utterly perplexing. Did Su Wei have some peculiar preference for women with fuller faces? They were indignant, astonished that such a shameless woman had managed to latch onto a golden opportunity. As the realization dawned upon them that winning Su Wei's favor was futile, many of the ladies began to depart. Lu Yu shared several drinks with Su Wei, and then she spoke up. Su Xiao, acquiring Yi Qingya is quite simple. To win her heart, you must first secure her presence. Previously, you had the sequence reversed, aiming to win her affection before deepening your relationship with her. However, a woman like Yi Qingya does not merit such efforts. Su Wei clapped his hands in delight, wrapping an arm around Lu Yu and exclaiming, Xiaoyu, you are like a worm in my belly, my strategist. If only you had appeared sooner. Lu Yu giggled and replied, Su Xiao? It's never too late to make an entrance. Do not be misled by Yi Qingya's current closeness with Qin Yang, granting him shares and appointing him as the general manager of her branch. Deep down, Qin Yang is still unworthy of her. Only you, Su Xiao, are truly deserving of Miss Yu. Thus, she continued, what you need to do next is stage a heroic rescue, starting with her daughter. You can effortlessly win Yi Qingya's heart. Su Wei's body stiffened in surprise as he turned incredulously to Lu Yu, asking, is that true? Lu Yu nodded, affirming, of course. I understand women far better than you do, Su Xiao. Yi Qingya is a woman with few desires, her sole concern being her daughter. If you approach her through her child, everything will proceed smoothly. Su Wei struck his palm in realization, gritting his teeth in anger. Indeed, that scoundrel Qin Yang managed to win her over through her daughter, taking advantage of their outings together. How could I have overlooked this? He turned to Lu Yu. What should I do next? Lu Yu shrugged. It's simple. Have someone kidnap her daughter, then swoop in to rescue her, thereby winning Yi Qingya's heart. Once that is achieved, she will no longer harbor any resentment towards you and will truly become your woman. Just remember, Su Xiao, once you have Yi Qingya, do not forget about me. I am willing to be your maid, your strategist, the woman behind you, supporting you always. One day, wearied by Yi Qingya, you decided to assist Su Wei in finding other women. Su Wei chuckled heartily, taking Lu Yu's hand. He proclaimed, all right, Xiaoyu, from now on, you shall be mine. Su Xiao. He agreed with a laugh. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. Although that scoundrel Qin Yang had first won Qingya's affection, I have now acquired his ex-wife, which is not without its merits. Henceforth, I shall make it evident to Qin Yang what it truly means to be a distinguished gentleman. As Lu Yu supported Su Wei, they strolled toward the bar's exit, a gleam of triumph sparkling in her eyes. She understood that from this day forth, her life would be irrevocably altered. The Su family represented a genuine prestigious lineage, once regarded as the pinnacle of influence in Qizhou City. While the Su clan may have fallen into decline and adopted a more subdued existence, Su Wei remained a true scion of Qizhou, and at last, she could ascend to greatness. Upon returning to Su Wei's residence, they found it devoid of family, save for servants and security personnel. Su Wei's parents, grandfather, and other relatives had all traveled abroad. After making a few inquiries via his phone, he turned to Lu Yu and said, Xiaoyu, I have discerned that the most notorious gangs in Qingzhou are, apart from the Tiger Gang, the Blood Knife Society and the Black Wolf Alliance, with the Blood Knife Society being the most ruthless and domineering among them. Its leader, Su Te, known as the Knife King, is not only a master of the Grand Zhou Tian realm, but also commands over 20 martial artists. I shall contact Su Te to arrange the abduction of a girl and simultaneously eliminate that scoundrel Qin Yang. Subsequently, I will rescue the girl and win Yi Qingya's heart. With that, our plan will be complete. Su Wei retrieved his phone and dialed Su Te's number. Once connected, he respectfully addressed, Greetings, Master Knife King. I am Su Wei. We are of the same lineage. You may not be familiar with my name, but... At this juncture, Su Te chuckled on the other end and interjected. Su Xiao, no need for introductions. I recognize you as the son of Su Kunlun. Su Wei was taken aback, elated that even the illustrious leader of the Blood Knife Society knew of him. It is an honor, Master Knife King. I wish to enlist your assistance in abducting a young girl and eliminating a certain individual. Please name your price. Su Te merely laughed and replied, We share the Su surname. 3 centuries ago, we hailed from the same ancestor. Su Xiao, I require no payment for this task. I can assist you. However, I seek that black statue of Buddha belonging to your family. Hearing this, Su Wei was momentarily stunned, perplexed as to how the leader of the Blood Knife Society could possibly know of the black statue in his home. That statue was not particularly auspicious. Confined to the basement storage, and he had only seen it a few times in his childhood, never giving it much thought. Why would the leader of the Blood Knife Society specifically mention such an object? Su Wei smiled and inquired, Master Su Te, how did you come to know about the black statue in my home? The object in question is not particularly precious. It is merely stored in the Su family's warehouse, with the key held by my father. Should the esteemed president assist me in this matter, I would be willing to clandestinely procure the black statue of Buddha and present it to him. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Su Te, situated across from him, immediately responded, Su De Shao, let us consider it settled. Send me the details of those you wish to bind and eliminate, and I shall fulfill your request today. This evening, I will arrive at your residence to collect the statue. Su Wei promptly agreed, affirming, it is a deal. After hanging up, Su Wei gestured an OK sign to Li beside him, laughing heartily. I never expected that the president of the Bloodblade Society would recognize me. Moreover, he is assisting me without asking for a penny in return, merely desiring a small gift. It seems my family's reputation still holds considerable weight. Liu immediately commended. Su De Shao, the Su family is indeed formidable, and your name resonates throughout Qizhou City. It is merely that Yu Qingya, that woman, is blind to your worth and fails to cherish your genuine affection. She deserves what she gets. Su Wei nodded in agreement, stating, you are right. Had it been a different woman, I, Su Wei, would have already claimed her. Why should I lose to someone as worthless as Chen Yang? Liu quickly added, absolutely. Chen Yang is not worthy to even carry your shoes. The two erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was exceedingly busy with the establishment of the new company. He found himself the sole employee, not wishing to hire anyone in the short term. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed the class flower, Wu Qian. Once the call connected, Wu Qian's cheerful voice greeted him. Chen Yang, you finally remembered to call me. Since you helped me clear my 20 million debt, let me treat you to dinner. It was evident that Wu Qian was genuinely delighted to receive Chen Yang's call, her face lighting up with joy. Chen Yang chuckled and replied, old classmate, let us not rush into dinner. You studied promotional planning, correct? I currently have a position available. Would you be interested in working with me? Wu Qian was taken aback, asking, you want me to work for you? What kind of job? Chen Yang explained the situation at his branch, stating, I am the only one in the company at the moment, and I need an assistant. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian smiled and said, I would be honored. It sounds like you need a secretary, and I have experience in that role. Chen Yang exclaimed, that's fantastic. Come to our Natural White Cosmetics company right away and help me draft a plan for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. I need to submit it today. The sooner we secure Qinglong Mountain, the better. Wu Qian responded happily, all right, wait for me. I'll just put on some makeup and head out. Chen Yang hurriedly interjected. What makeup? We've known each other since high school. No matter how beautiful you look, I know what you really look like. Hurry and come, he urged before hanging up the phone. Not long after, Wu Qian arrived at the Natural Whitening Cosmetics Company, and Chen Yang began collaborating with her on a proposal to secure the contract for Qinglong Mountain. At that moment, at the kindergarten, Su Yan stood at the entrance, waiting for Yi to finish school. Before long, Yi, with her backpack bouncing on her back, joyfully ran towards Su Yan. She was particularly cheerful lately, as her classmates had learned that she had a father. Previously, classmates and teachers had bullied her, calling her a bast child without a father. Now, both her peers and teachers treated her with kindness, and her least favorite teacher, Lu Xiaoyan, was no longer working at the kindergarten. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yi smiled and asked, and Su Yan, why didn't Uncle Chen Yang come with you to pick me up? Su Yan replied with a smile. Your Uncle Chen Yang is quite busy now. He is starting a company, so I came to pick you up instead. Yi tilted her head and inquired, will I be able to see Uncle Chen Yang tonight? Hearing this, Su Yan chuckled and said, you can see him right now. Come on. Let us go to the mall, enjoy some delicious food, and I'll video call Uncle Chen Yang so you can see him. Su Yan picked up her phone and dialed Chen Yang's video call. As the call connected, Chen Yang appeared on the screen, smiling broadly. Su Yan, have you been missing me? Blushing, Su Yan replied, it's not me who misses you. It's Yi. She asked why you didn't come to pick her up from kindergarten, and she wants to video chat with you. Chen Yang laughed at this, saying, so both you and Yi miss me then. Su Yan merely smiled. Beside Chen Yang, Wu Qian felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing his voice on the call. At that moment, she realized that Chen Yang had already found someone he cared for, and it seemed they even had a child together. With a slight sigh, she acknowledged that she and Qin Yang were ultimately fated to be apart. If only Qin Yang had confessed his feelings to her back in high school. Perhaps they would have been married by now. Unaware of Wu Qian's emotions, Qin Yang waved at Yi. Su Yin led Yi to the bottom of the mall. While the three were engaged in their video chat, suddenly, a burlap sack descended from above, enveloping Su Yin and Yi in an instant. Su Yin's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yang froze momentarily, then immediately shouted in anger, Su Yin! Su Yin! What is happening? You scoundrel, do you hear me? However, the burly man with a full beard, after stuffing Su Yin and Yi into the sack, effortlessly lifted them and leapt into a van. In a flash, the unmarked van sped away, leaving Qin Yang shouting into the phone with no response forthcoming. Fuming with rage, Qin Yang abruptly ended the video call, realizing that Su Yin and Yi were in peril. Observing Qin Yang's demeanor, Wu Qian hurriedly asked, Qin Yang, what happened? Qin Yang waved his hand, saying, It's nothing, Wu Qian. You stay here and work on this proposal. I need to step out for a moment. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and promptly captured a screenshot from the recent video, revealing the visage of the bearded kidnapper. He sent the image of the abductor to Qin Sihai. After dispatching the message, Qin Yang made his way out of the company while dialing Qin Sihai's number. Old Qin, this is extremely urgent. Please help me identify the individual in this photograph. How dare he abduct my woman and Yi? At this moment, Qin Yang was indeed consumed by an intense anger, perplexed as to who would resort to such tactics against Su Yin and Yi. As he drove, he rapidly contemplated the situation. Fortunately, he had been video chatting with Su Yin at the time, capturing the appearance of the kidnapper on screen. With Qin Sihai's influence in Chizhou City, uncovering the identity of the abductor would surely not pose a challenge. Within a mere 5 minutes, Qin Yang arrived at the mall where Su Yin and Yi had been kidnapped. A few security guards stood at the mall's entrance, evidently unaware of the abduction, mistakenly believing that a customer had merely lost their phone and were waiting idly. Qin Yang approached them and instructed, quickly retrieve the surveillance footage from 7 minutes ago and call the police. The guards, somewhat taken aback, accessed the nearby video feeds, only to realize that a kidnapping had indeed occurred just moments prior. Upon obtaining the surveillance footage, Qin Yang swiftly extracted several frames featuring the van and the kidnapper, sending them to Qin Sihai to assist in identifying the perpetrator. Before long, Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Qin Sihai calling. After connecting, Qin Sihai addressed Qin Yang, saying, Mr. Qin, I have gathered some information. The man with the bushy beard in the video goes by the name Duan Ming. He has a lengthy criminal record and was notorious in Chizhou City a decade ago. Following a manhunt, he joined the Blood Knife Society, where he has become a core member. Furthermore, since joining, he has undergone rigorous training and is now likely a martial artist. Through clenched teeth, Qin Yang inquired, Where is the Blood Knife Society? I'm going to confront them. Qin Sihai replied helplessly, Mr. Qin, the Blood Knife Society, the Tiger Gang, and the Black Wolf Group are the three most notorious underground factions in Chizhou City. Among them, the Tiger Gang, led by the formidable Tiger Yi, wields unmatched power, thanks to the Tiger Transport Company, making them untouchable in the Eastern District. The Blood Knife Society is known for its ruthlessness and lawlessness. Its leader, Su Te, is also a formidable martial artist, albeit not as strong as Tiger Yi. Nevertheless, he commands a large number of martial artists, with over 20 being at the minor Zhoutian level. As for the Black Wolf Group, while they boast the largest membership and a diverse underground industry, they pose less of a threat. I am not certain of the Blood Knife Society's lair, but I believe Master Wu from Jianbei would know, as they are all martial artists of the great Zhoutian level and likely have some familiarity with each other. Qin Yang immediately responded, Understood, I will consult Wu Bei. After hanging up, he promptly dialed Wu Bei's number. At that moment, Wu Bei was lying in a hospital bed, his emotions in turmoil. He had come to the realization that his stagnation at the pinnacle of the great Zhoutian level was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the presence of a fibroma beneath one of his acupoints. While a fibroma is not classified as an illness and is common among many individuals, typically having no impact on one's life, he could not have anticipated that this small, ant-sized fibroma would have held him back at the apex of the great Zhoutian level for decades. Had it not been for the fibroma, I would have likely achieved my breakthrough by now. In this light, Mr. Qin Yang is indeed my benefactor. He not only saved my life but also instilled in me the hope of transcending into a master. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, my phone rang. Lowering my gaze, I saw it was a call from Qin Yang. Overwhelmed with excitement, I hurriedly answered, saying, Master Chun, I was just about to express my gratitude. I went to the hospital for an examination and discovered a very small fibroma, which has now been eradicated with laser treatment. I hope to make a significant breakthrough into the realm of masters. Qinyang merely replied with a sound of acknowledgement, Master Wu, I need to ask you something. Where is the Blood Knife Society's stronghold? Do you know their leader, Su Te? Upon hearing the urgency in Qinyang's tone, I understood something was amiss. I quickly responded, I can find out the location of the Blood Knife Society's stronghold for you. As for Su Te, he is somewhat deranged, arrogant, and his strength has been advancing rapidly. I don't know him well. What is the matter, Master Chen? Has he offended you? Where are you? I will come to find you and help you deal with Su Te. Qinyang swiftly replied, No need for that. Just tell me their stronghold's address. After hanging up, within a minute, I received the location. The Blood Knife Society's stronghold was situated in a villa 20 kilometers away, northwest of the Third Ring Road. Without hesitation, Qinyang jumped into his car and sped towards the stronghold, his anger igniting like a fire in his eyes. At that moment, he was filled with anxiety and fury, perplexed as to why the Blood Knife Society would dare to target Su Yin and Yi. 20 minutes later, his vehicle crashed into a red villa. This villa was clearly an illegal structure, expansive and towering 5 stories high. It housed numerous rooms and was surrounded by an elaborate courtyard with faux hills, lakes, and lawns. Qinyang pressed the accelerator, crashing through the villa's grand entrance and into the courtyard. Inside, over 20 burly men were exercising on the lawn. Upon seeing Qinyang's car, they all gathered around, some brandishing firearms while others wielded steel rods, their expressions menacing. Stepping out of the vehicle, Qinyang surveyed the group and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Did you just capture a young girl and a woman? The man at the forefront, sporting a buzz cut and holding a gun, erupted into laughter at Qinyang's words. He pointed at Qinyang, mocking, You sure are quick to seek death, aren't you? Just as Meng Ge captured them, you rushed here to meet your end. It seems the captives are your wife and daughter. How delightful. You can wait in hell for your family to join you. The buzz-cut man laughed heartily, and those around him joined in, encroaching upon Qinyang. Noticing Qinyang's luxurious Bentley, the buzz-cut man stroked his chin, saying, Who would have thought a rich kid would drive a Bentley? Perfect timing. I've been meaning to replace my BMW, and you've come to deliver me a new ride. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Qinyang suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance to the buzz-cut man's side, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to his face. With a resounding crash, the crew-cut individual was hurled out, colliding violently against the iron plate in the courtyard. The remaining dozen or so onlookers were momentarily stunned by Qinyang's sudden assault before they instinctively raised their weapons. Among these individuals, even the weakest was on the verge of becoming a martial artist, making them formidable even among ordinary people. In a swift leap, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Qinyang unleashed a barrage of strikes, the sound of his blows echoing through the air. One by one, the group was sent sprawling across the courtyard, incapacitated and left half dead. Seizing the crew-cut man by the collar, Qinyang coldly demanded, Tell me where the 2 captives are. Speak a single lie, and I shall end your life right here. Trembling in fear, the crew-cut man had not anticipated Qinyang's overwhelming strength. Upon hearing the question, he stammered, pointing towards a villa in the distance. It has nothing to do with me. The captives are locked up by Master Meng in the villa. With a swift motion, Qinyang applied pressure, and with a sickening crack, the crew-cut man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qinyang strode purposefully towards the villa. Upon reaching its entrance, he was met by over 20 individuals marching towards him, led by a bearded man, none other than Duan Meng, the one responsible for abducting Su Yin and Yi. Seeing Duan Meng, Qinyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Locating this kidnapper confirmed that Su Yin and Yi were indeed held captive within this lair. Duan Meng frowned as he regarded Qinyang, his voice icy. Who is this little brat? How dare you intrude upon the stronghold of our Blood Knife Society? Chuckling softly, Qinyang replied, At last, I have found you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinyang, and today you shall meet your end at my hands. Duan Meng and his cohorts were taken aback by the mention of Qinyang's name. Then, pointing at him, Duan Meng erupted into a boisterous laugh. I never imagined my luck would be so fortuitous. I was just about to hunt you down, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. How splendid. This saves me the trouble of chasing you down. As Duan Meng guffawed, his companions watched on as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Qinyang surveyed the group, his brow furrowing. Each of them was a skilled martial artist. The strongest among them, Duan Ming, had attained the realm of Great Cycle, while the others were all at the minor cycle level. Such a band of martial artists, reckless and unrestrained, posed a significant threat to ordinary law enforcement. Nodding resolutely, Qin Yang declared, "It is regrettable that you, as martial artists, have chosen to engage in villainy. You shall not be spared today." With a powerful leap, he charged towards Duan Ming. Raising his fists, he unleashed a relentless flurry of blows. The sound of impact resonated through the air as Duan Ming and his followers were sent flying by Qin Yang's might. These minor cycle martial artists stood no chance against this force. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ming and the others lay sprawled on the ground, breathless. With all but Duan Ming having met their end, Qin Yang approached Duan Ming, placing a foot upon his neck, and demanded, "Tell me, where are the people you have captured?" Duan Ming's face turned ashen with terror. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Trembling, Duan Ming pointed upward and stammered, "Please, don't kill me. It was our leader who ordered me to kidnap them. It has nothing to do with me. Spare my life." Before he could finish his plea, Qin Yang's foot descended, crushing Duan Ming's life. Qin Yang then ascended towards the upper levels of the villa, conducting a swift search. The villa was vast, each room exquisitely adorned, befitting the headquarters of the Blood Knife Society. Upon reaching the third and fourth floors, he discovered numerous women imprisoned within, evidently. These women had been forcibly abducted by the Blood Knife Society to serve as their sources of amusement. Many of them were university students. In addition to the women, several rooms contained stacks of illicit goods. Witnessing this, Qin Yang's gaze hardened. The Blood Knife Society truly engaged in heinous acts, unafraid to dabble in any form of depravity. Curiously, these individuals had somehow managed to attain martial prowess, which seemed incongruous. Typically, martial practitioners hone both their bodies and minds. And those who ascend to such a state possess not only innate talent but also a resilient character. While these individuals might commit misdeeds, they usually adhere to some moral compass. However, the martial practitioners of the Blood Knife Society exhibited no such boundaries. Resembling a band of ruffians who had suddenly stumbled upon a treasure, thereby gaining martial abilities without the accompanying ethical fortitude. Their strength had surged. Yet their sense of responsibility had not evolved, rendering them even more depraved and malicious, wreaking havoc upon their surroundings. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang pressed onward up the stairs. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a child's sobs. This sound jolted him to attention, prompting him to rush towards the left room. The left room was devoid of windows, save for a large iron door. Inside, Su Yin held Yi tightly. Though fear gripped her heart, she maintained a semblance of composure. She surveyed the room, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Yet, the absence of windows and the thick sponge covering the walls rendered any notion of escape nearly impossible. This room appeared meticulously designed for those suffering from severe depression or suicidal tendencies. Confined within, escape seemed futile. And even the act of taking one's own life would be thwarted. In her embrace, Yi trembled, clinging to Su Yan's neck as she asked, "And Su Yan, will we ever go home again? Will I see my mother?" Su Yan gently patted Yi's back, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Yi. Someone will come to rescue us. Your mother will come, the police will come, and your uncle Qin Yang will come too." Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes sparkled with hope as she exclaimed, "Uncle Qin Yang will come too?" "Last time, at the camping site, it was Uncle Qin Yang who saved my mother and me. Will he come this time as well?" Su Yan nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, he will definitely come." Within her heart, Su Yan silently prayed for Qin Yang to hasten the arrival of the police and to alert Uncle Fu as swiftly as possible. After all, prior to the abduction, both she and Yi had been conversing with Qin Yang, who would undoubtedly receive news in a timely manner. Su Yan clenched her fists, unable to fathom that despite having gone into hiding in Qingzhou with Uncle Fu, they would still fall victim to such a harrowing kidnapping. Just as a wave of fear and anxiety washed over her, a loud crash echoed as the door lock was forcibly broken, followed by the creaking of the heavy iron door being pushed open. Su Yan instinctively tightened her embrace around Yi, bracing for the worst, fearing that intruders had entered. However, in the next instant, her eyes widened with astonishment as she realized that it was none other than Qin Yang who had arrived. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Yan's heart, disbelief washing over her. They had only been confined for 5 minutes. Yet Qin Yang had managed to track them down so swiftly. "Su Yan, are you all right?" Qin Yang hurried towards her. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Su Yan's face, and Yi, spotting Qin Yang, leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy, you're here." Yi clung to Qin Yang's neck, clapping her hands joyfully. In that moment, Su Yin, forgetting her shyness, buried her head in Qin Yang's embrace and began to weep. The half-hour of captivity had indeed instilled in her a deep sense of terror. Her thoughts spiraled, contemplating how heartbroken her parents would be should anything happen to her, or how she might resort to taking her own life in the face of unspeakable humiliation. But now, witnessing Chun Yang's presence, an overwhelming sense of relief flooded her being. In that instant, she felt as though Qin Yang had completely entered her heart, enveloping her in an immense sense of security. Qin Yang embraced Su Yin's slender waist, gently patting her back as he soothingly remarked, There, you are safe now." Su Yin nodded repeatedly, and after a minute, she lifted her head only to find her tears had soaked Qin Yang's shirt. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily looked down, too shy to meet his gaze. However, Qin Yang remained unfazed. Cradling Yi with his left arm and wrapping his right around Su Yan's waist, he lifted her effortlessly. Su Yan was taken aback, gazing at Qin Yang in surprise. He then declared, "I shall escort you both to the car first, and afterward, I will have a word with the leader of the Bloodblade Society." With one in each arm, he swiftly descended the stairs, placing them in the confines of his Bentley parked in the yard. Upon witnessing the disarray of bodies scattered throughout the courtyard, Su Yin was astonished. She was already aware of Chun Yang's formidable prowess, but she had not anticipated his audacity to infiltrate the very stronghold of the Bloodblade Society single-handedly. Qin Yang reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, "Wait for me in the car with Yi. I shall return shortly." He then turned back towards the villa, ascending rapidly to the top floor. In a vast room on the uppermost level, Su Te, standing at over 1.60 m, hummed cheerfully while enjoying a bath, delightfully shampooing his hair. He had not foreseen that this task of abducting a little girl and eliminating an ordinary clerk would yield such unexpected rewards. Not only had Duan Meng successfully brought the girl, but he also accompanied her with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even with Su Te's stature, he had never encountered a woman as stunning as Su Yin. Elated, he set about grooming himself in the bathroom. As the leader of the Bloodblade Society, he frequently abducted beautiful female students from various locales and schools. Yet, this time, Su Te found himself genuinely enamored. He realized that Su Yin was entirely different from the girls he had previously captured. He yearned to keep her close, even fantasizing about a romantic relationship. Should she choose to accompany him in the future, she would undoubtedly become the matriarch of the Bloodblade Society. Determined to present himself well, Su Te rinsed the foam from his head and spritzed on some perfume, admiring his muscular physique in the mirror with satisfaction. Occasionally, sounds of commotion echoed from downstairs, but Su Te paid them little heed, presuming it was merely his subordinates engaged in their usual roughhousing. After all, outsiders dared not tread upon the stronghold of the Bloodblade Society. However, he found his underlings excessively boisterous. Shaking his head, he mused that their boundless energy was a result of his generosity in sharing the essence of the Bloodblade with them, transforming them into warriors. Yet, their newfound vigor often led to frequent skirmishes among themselves, causing him considerable vexation. With a slight sigh, Su Te envied the members of the Black Wolf Brigade, particularly their leader, Black Wolf. Although the Black Wolf possesses little skill and is in poor health, the Black Wolf Society boasts over 800 staunchly loyal subordinates. These brothers are unwaveringly devoted, filled with camaraderie and loyalty. At this moment, Su Te realizes that after the Bloodblade Society expands, the most elusive treasure will be the unwavering loyalty of his followers. He shakes his head, then smirks, muttering to himself, "What does it matter if that Black Wolf has over 800 loyal brothers? Ultimately, they shall all fall at my hands. Ha ha ha. After all, strength is everything." Chewing gum, Su Te exits the bathroom. Upon reaching his office, he is startled to find a young man seated on his sofa. Su Te is taken aback, frowning and angrily demanding, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where this is? Which newly recruited subordinate are you? Do you have any sense of decorum? Get the hell out. No one is allowed on this top floor except for me." Qin Yang looks at Su Te, rises, and with a cold smile, replies, "Are you the leader of the Bloodblade Society?" Su Te scrutinizes Qin Yang, realizing that he is not a newly recruited member of the Bloodblade Society. Observing Qin Yang's youthfulness, Su Te cannot help but burst into raucous laughter, pointing at him. "Kid, since you've come here to meet your demise, I shall oblige." As soon as Su Te finishes speaking, he lunges at Qin Yang like a whirlwind. His speed is impressive, and his punches are powerful, indicating that Su Te has reached the pinnacle of the great cycle of heaven. Previously, when Qin Yang had inquired about Su Te from Wu Bei, He was told that Su Te was merely at the mid or late stages of the great cycle of heaven, albeit with rapid progress. Yet now, it is evident that he has attained the peak state, and given the presence of many small-time thugs in the Bloodblade Society, it is clear they too have become practitioners of the small and great cycles of heaven. In that instant, Chen Yang comprehends that Su Te and his associates must have acquired some extraordinary treasures, enabling their swift advancement. Nevertheless, despite Su Te's peak prowess, to Chen Yang, he remains nothing more than a novice. With a slight shift of his body, Chen Yang suddenly raises his knee, and with a resounding thud, his knee collides with Su Te's face. A sharp crack echoes as Su Te's facial bones shatter, sending him hurtling backward. With a loud crash, he strikes the wall of the villa. Gasping, Su Te spits out a mouthful of blood, slowly sliding down the wall to sit on the ground. He gazes at Chen Yang in disbelief, terror etched across his face, trembling as he asks, Who are you? Has Lord who sent you to kill me? Chen Yang approaches Su Te and inquires, I want to know why you captured Yi and Su Yin. Why did you take them? Upon hearing Chen Yang's question, Su Te suddenly understands that Chen Yang has come to rescue Yi. Realizing this, a surge of anger wells up within Su Te as he curses internally. That damn Su Wei had clearly stated that Yi was merely the daughter of an ordinary CEO, and that Chen Yang was just a low-level clerk, an ordinary person. However, this time, the kidnapping had brought upon him an overwhelming disaster. Despite the fury burning within him, Su Te understood that he had run out of options. He struggled to prop himself against the wall and spoke, Master, spare me, and I shall reveal the reason. I have offended a formidable presence. And it was under duress that I seized that little girl. As he spoke, he leaned against the table, coughing up blood, and directed his gaze at Chen Yang. The one who sent me to capture that girl is. Before he could finish, Su Te abruptly drew a silver desert eagle from the table. The formidable barrel was aimed at Chen Yang, and with a thunderous bang, the bullet spiraled through the air, hurtling toward its target. A sinister grin crept across Su Te's face at such a close range. Even a martial artist in the early stages of mastery could not evade the might of the Desert Eagle's bullet. Su Te was supremely confident in his marksmanship and in the power of the weapon in his hand. The Desert Eagle's bullets, with a diameter of 8 millimeters, possessed tremendous force and speed. Within such proximity, a martial artist at the initial stage of mastery stood no chance of resistance. Su Te exhaled in relief, raising his pistol to take advantage of Chen Yang's moment of vulnerability to fire 3 more shots. However, in the next instant, the golden bullet reached Chen Yang, who waved his hand, causing the bullet to vanish into thin air. Su Te was momentarily taken aback and hastily fired again, but it was too late. Chen Yang flicked his hand sharply, and the Desert Eagle's bullet was sent hurtling back. With a swift motion, it burrowed into Su Te's neck, clutching his throat. Su Te collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yang. At that moment, Su Te realized that the man before him had indeed attained mastery, and not merely as an ordinary martial artist in the initial stage. His prowess had even reached the late stage of mastery, perhaps at its zenith. How could such a young individual possess such formidable strength? With a thud, Su Te fell lifelessly to the ground. Chen Yang approached, observing Su Te's lifeless form with a slight frown. He had yet to inquire why Su Te targeted Yi and Su Yin, only to find that the man had chosen his own demise. Shaking his head, Chen Yang picked up the Desert Eagle from Su Te's grasp. This firearm was evidently crafted with special care, boasting enhanced power and reduced recoil. Chen Yang tucked the pistol into his pocket, intending to gift it to Su Yin, should she find herself in peril again. This weapon could serve as an unexpected means to vanquish her adversaries. Just as Chen Yang turned to leave, a sudden coughing sound emerged from within the wall to his right. He halted, casting a sharp glance at the wall, astonished to discover that someone was concealed within. As he felt along the wall, he eventually located a button beneath a lamp. Upon turning it, the wall cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. Chen Yang entered the clandestine chamber, where a desk and a safe were situated. Beside the desk stood an iron pillar, to which a middle-aged man was bound. The cough that had just resonated in the room emanated from this man, who bore the marks of severe torment, his body battered and his beard unkempt. Approaching the man, Chen Yang gently patted his face. The man lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with hatred. Despite his grave injuries, his expression remained resolute. The Black Wolf coldly remarked, "Just kill me. Spare me any further effort. You will never seize my brothers or the wealth of the Black Wolf Brigade." Intrigued by the man's words, Chen Yang replied, "The leader of the Bloodblade sect has already been slain by my hand, and nearly the entire Bloodblade society has perished. I am not affiliated with them, so you need not be alarmed. With that, he abruptly severed the ropes binding the middle-aged man. Qin Yang then approached the desk and the safe. As he examined the desk, he found numerous documents but no significant treasures. When he reached the safe, he discovered it was not locked, merely ajar. Opening the safe revealed a blood-red long knife, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy. Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, the aura is so potent. This is indeed a treasured blade." He grasped the blood-red knife, its blade adorned with intricate runes, emanating waves of spiritual energy. However, it was evident that the knife's own aura had nearly dissipated. From the hilt to the spine, it appeared dull, with only the tip retaining a faint crimson glow of spiritual energy. Observing this, Qin Yang shook his head in disbelief. Such a waste. A weapon of this caliber has fallen into the hands of the scoundrels of the Bloodblade sect. No wonder their power has surged so rapidly. He tucked the knife into his cloak and glanced once more into the safe. Inside, he found over 30 gold ingots of high purity, each quite valuable. Estimating the total, he calculated it to be worth at least 20 million. With a grin, he packed the gold into his bag, preparing to depart. The Black Wolf, lying on the ground, gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. He had thought his fate was sealed, but here stood a young man proclaiming the annihilation of the Bloodblade Society. How could this be possible? As the Black Wolf looked towards the office's entrance and spotted Su's lifeless body, he began to believe, indeed, the Bloodblade Society had been vanquished, and Qin Yang was his savior. Struggling to rise, the Black Wolf called out to Qin Yang, "Wait, my benefactor. May I inquire your esteemed name?" He managed a few words before succumbing to a fit of coughing. Qin Yang turned to glance at him and then approached, seizing the Black Wolf's wrist and examining it. "You are a minor practitioner of the small circulatory system. Although you have superficial injuries and have endured considerable torment from the Bloodblade Society, your external wounds are not critical. However, it is apparent that your lungs are compromised, likely due to residual heavy metals affecting your pulmonary meridians." The Black Wolf raised his head in astonishment, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I never imagined my benefactor to be such a divine physician. Indeed, over a decade ago, I worked alongside my brothers in a factory, unaware that the owner was a scoundrel. The factory was rife with toxic heavy metals, yet he never warned us, ultimately leading to my brothers and me inhaling the dust, resulting in lung abscesses." At this juncture, the Black Wolf shook his head in shame. Qin Yang interjected, "That is indeed the case, but it is not a grave illness. You are currently lying on the ground." The Black Wolf cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yang, uncertain of his meaning. Without further ado, Qin Yang pressed the Black Wolf down onto the ground. He raised his palm, and, with a series of swift strikes to the Black Wolf's scapula, he delivered a powerful blow. Simultaneously, the mystical energy from Qin Yang's hand surged through his palm, following the meridian at the lung acupoint near the Black Wolf's scapula, directly entering the channels of his lungs. After 3 strikes, the Black Wolf erupted into a fit of coughing. He coughed heavily a dozen times, and then suddenly expelled several mouthfuls of thick phlegm. The foul, dark mucus fell to the ground, and in an instant, the Black Wolf felt a significant relief in his lungs, the urge to cough dissipating. He looked up in astonishment. Incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded and said, "That should suffice. Although these heavy metals are highly toxic, they are relatively easy to expel." With that, he prepared to turn away. Witnessing this, the Black Wolf fell to his knees with a thud, grasping Qin Yang's ankle tightly, trembling as he implored, "Benefactor, I beseech you, please tell me your name. I implore you to save my brothers as well. I, the Black Wolf, am willing to dedicate the latter half of my life in servitude to repay your immense kindness. As long as you can rescue my brothers from the inferno and relieve their suffering, I beg of you." Qin Yang turned around, gazing at the Black Wolf kneeling before him, and said helplessly, "Please rise. There is no need for such excessive courtesy." The Black Wolf shook his head and replied, "Sir, I implore you, grant my request. My brothers are innocent. I beseech you to save them." Qin Yang sighed and said, very well. However, I have matters to attend to at present. Gather those individuals by tomorrow, and I shall tend to their treatment." Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf was filled with joy. He quickly extended his hand and asked, "Sir, may I have your contact information?" Qin Yang provided his name and phone number. The Black Wolf nodded eagerly, saying, "Master Chun, you may depart with ease. I will handle the aftermath of the Blood Knife Society. Furthermore, all assets and properties belonging to the Blood Knife Society will be organized and placed under your name, Master Qin." Qin Yang paused, looking at the Black Wolf, and inquired, You can indeed secure the assets of the Blood Knife Society? The Black Wolf hastily replied, Master Chen. Our Black Wolf group has been in conflict with the Blood Knife Society for many years. I am exceedingly familiar with their situation and their holdings. As for Su Ti's corpse, it remains, with his fingerprints, phone, and computer password, everything can be resolved. Please rest assured, Master Chen. Chen Yang nodded, saying in that case, I shall not concern myself with matters here. We shall connect tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the courtyard and entering the car, Su Yin and Yi, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang handed the Desert Eagle from his pocket to Su Yin in the back seat, smiling as he said, Su Yin, take this gun. It possesses considerable power, and it may serve as a means of protection in the future. Su Yin nodded. Had this been in the past, she might have hesitated, but after the recent events, she understood the necessity of having the means to protect herself. Chen Yang drove towards Fengming Community. Within Fengming Community, Yi Qingya's mind was nearly blank. She had just received a call from the police and learned that both her daughter and Su Yin had been kidnapped. What troubled her further was the fact that the kidnappers had yet to contact her, leaving her in the dark about their intentions. Yi Qingya trembled all over, enveloped by fear. Yi was an essential part of her life. Without Yi, her existence would hold no meaning. Su Yin stood at the foot of her building, leaning against her Mercedes, momentarily at a loss about where to go, what to do, or how to rescue her daughter. Panic coursed through her mind a blank slate, rendering her incapable of thought. At that moment, a yellow Porsche screeched to a halt beside Yi Qingya. Su Wei emerged from the vehicle, striding quickly to her side and stating, Qingya, I just learned about Yi from a friend. Please, do not panic. I assure you, I will find Yi within half an hour. Yi Qingya stood there, dazed, her mind already clouded, upon hearing Su Wei's words. She abruptly turned her head as if grasping onto the last lifeline in a sea of despair. She gazed at Su Wei with palpable excitement, her voice trembling as she asked, Su Xiao, is what you said truly the case? Can you really rescue Yi within half an hour? Su Wei promptly thumped his chest and reassured her, Qingya, you need not worry. You are well aware of my connections in Qingzhou. Given the status and resources of the Su family, we will undoubtedly resolve this matter within half an hour. Just remain calm. I will handle everything. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, tears streamed down Yi Qingya's face as she nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Su Xiao. If you can save Yi, I will surely repay you. Su Wei, witnessing Yi Qingya's emotional state and her tear-streaked cheeks, felt a surge of excitement within him. He recognized that Lu Yu's approach was indeed correct. Employing this tactic had swiftly ingratiated him into Yi Qingya's heart. Once the Blood Knife Society eliminated Chen Yang and he successfully rescued Yi, it would be nearly impossible for Yi Qingya to resist becoming his woman. With a faint nonchalance, Su Wei took out his phone and dialed several numbers. After placing the phone down, he turned to Yi Qingya and declared, Qingya, there is no need for concern. My friends are dependable. They will surely gather information within 10 minutes. For you, I am willing to expend any amount of effort and resources. Yi Qingya nodded in appreciation. At that moment, a Bentley slowly came to a halt. And as the door opened, Yi emerged from the back seat, calling out, Mama, Mama. Hearing Yi's voice, Yi Qingya abruptly turned and rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace while weeping. Su Yin and Chen Yang also exited the vehicle. Su Wei abruptly turned, incredulity washing over him as he looked at Yi, then at Chen Yang, his eyes reflecting confusion, fear, and anger. He could not comprehend how the Blood Knife Society had abducted Yi only to release her again. Nor could he fathom why Chen Yang, whom he had ordered to be killed, was standing there unharmed, returning with Yi. Chen Yang glanced at Su Wei and remarked with a smirk, Su Xiao, your arrival is quite timely. Did you come here to witness the spectacle of our director Ye's distress, waiting for the moment to console her and perhaps win her affection? Su Wei pointed angrily at Chen Yang, exclaiming, Chen Yang, do not slander. Wasn't Yi kidnapped? How did she return in your car? Are you acquainted with the kidnappers? Chen Yang chuckled, then walked towards Yi Qingya. At that moment, Yi had already wrapped her arms around her neck, excitedly recounting the events that had transpired. Yi Qingya looked up, her eyes misty with tears as she gazed at Chen Yang, joyously exclaiming, Chen Yang, thank you for saving my Yi. To which Chen Yang replied, it was nothing. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur here again. Yi Qingya gently nodded, cradling Yi close to Chen Yang, extending her arms to embrace his shoulders, resting her head against his neck in a gesture of heartfelt gratitude. Chen Yang patted Yi Qingya's back, reassuring her. All right, all right. Miss Yi, Yi is safely back. There's no need for tears anymore. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyao replied, Thank you, Qinyang. By the way, let's head home. I'll prepare dinner today. Qinyang chuckled. That sounds delightful. It's not often one gets to enjoy your cooking. Su Yin, let us go home, he added, taking Su Yin's hand as they ascended the stairs together with Yi Qingyao. On the other side of the car, Su Wei observed this scene with mounting fury. Jealousy consuming him, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Su Ti's number, eager to confront him about the situation. However, Su Ti's phone was utterly unreachable. In a fit of rage, Su Wei slammed his phone against his car, turning to glare at Qinyang and the others as they made their way upstairs, his anger intensifying. Qinyang, a mere low-level employee and a nobody from Qingzhou, did not deserve such intimate relationships with both Yi Qingyao and Su Yin. This was something Su Wei believed only he was entitled to. Grinding his teeth, Su Wei climbed into his car and sped away, intent on unleashing his fury upon Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Qinyang and the three returned home. Su Yin took Yi to bathe, cleansing away any residual misfortune, while Yi Qingyao donned an apron and entered the kitchen. Qinyang, feeling a tad bored, sat on the sofa fiddling with his phone. After a moment's thought, he decided to assist in the kitchen. Upon seeing Qinyang enter, Yi Qingyao immediately shook her head, insisting, You should go out, go out. You are today's hero, just relax on the sofa. She added, Besides, a man like you wouldn't understand the kitchen. Gently pushing him back, she busied herself with her culinary tasks. Qinyang stood at the kitchen doorway, watching her industrious figure, letting out a soft sigh. In truth, Yi Qingyao was quite remarkable, not only beautiful but also possessing an elegant figure. Though she had a somewhat cool demeanor, her kind heart shone through. She managed the kitchen and the living room with grace, embodying the essence of a good woman. If only she weren't experiencing premature menopause and had some psychological quirks. Shaking his head, Qinyang returned to the sofa. Before long, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Yin and Yi emerged, their damp hair glistening. Clad in white bathrobes and slippers, they appeared refreshed and revitalized. Qinyang looked up, momentarily entranced by Su Yin, who was exceptionally stunning at that moment. Her long hair cascaded to her shoulders, her fair complexion radiant, and the steam rising from her skin lent her an ethereal quality. Her bright, expressive eyes captivated Qinyang with every blink, stirring his heart profoundly. Beside her, Yi suddenly shook Su Yan's hand and laughed. Aunt Su Yan, look quickly. Uncle Qinyang is staring at you in a daze. He must have noticed that you're not wearing a bra. Su Yan's face flushed crimson. She quickly covered Yi's little mouth and turned away, saying, Don't say such things. I need to go change my clothes. Her heart raced furiously as she hurried to her room. Although her bathrobe was thick enough to conceal anything, Yi's teasing left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Once in her bedroom, Su Yin changed her outfit, her mind drifting back to the scene in the living room where Qinyang had been staring at her. Her heart raced uncontrollably at the thought. She recalled their first meeting, when she had dashed out of the bathroom, completely unclothed. What expression had Qinyang worn then? Su Yin suddenly covered her face with her hands, unwilling to entertain the thought any further. After donning a nightgown, Su Yin finally emerged from her room. In the living room, Qinyang was drying Yi's hair, their bond appearing as intimate as that of a father and daughter. Su Yin approached them, and Qinyang picked up the hairdryer, saying, Su Yin, sit down. I'll dry your hair too. Su Yin hurriedly shook her head, blushing as she replied, No, I can do it myself. With a playful grin, Qinyang pressed her down onto the sofa, insisting, Whether it's one or two, it's still drying. Just sit back and relax. His fingers gently caressed Su Yan's hair, causing her cheeks to redden further, a sweet sensation blossoming within her that refused to fade. In that moment, she felt that life was exceedingly beautiful, that existence was wondrous, and she wished nothing more than to remain seated there, allowing Qinyang to dry her hair. Meanwhile, Yi hopped around on the sofa, laughing. Oh, and Su Yin is blushing. And Su Yin has a crush on Uncle Qinyang. Su Yin reached out to playfully swat Yi away. Though slightly bashful, she did not distance herself from Qinyang. A smile adorned Qinyang's face, and he too felt waves of happiness surging within him. After drying her hair, Qinyang reluctantly switched off the hairdryer. They sat side by side on the sofa, and Su Yin pointed toward the bathroom, asking, Qinyang, are you going to take a shower? Qinyang shook his head. No need, it's close by. I'll wash up after dinner. Su Yin giggled. You smell a bit fishy. You should really go wash up. Hurry. She pulled Qinyang to his feet and guided him into the bathroom, pointing at the various bottles on the vanity. This is body wash, this is shampoo, and here's the face cream. Oh, and I have a new towel and bathrobe for you, like a thoughtful girlfriend. Su Yin prepared everything for Qin Yang's shower. Under the spray of the showerhead, Qin Yang beamed with joy, suddenly realizing that he and Su Yin truly shared mutual feelings. He had developed a bond with the campus beauty of Jinling University that was unlike any before. After taking a shower, Qin Yang emerged clad in a somewhat snug bathrobe. At that moment, Yi Qingya had already prepared a meal, and everyone gathered around the table. Yi Qingya poured a glass of red wine. Raising it towards Qin Yang as she said, "Qin Yang, I cannot thank you enough. If anything were to happen to Yi, I truly would not know how to carry on. You have saved her twice now, and this toast is for you." With that, Yi Qingya lifted the glass of wine and gulped it down. Qin Yang quickly interjected, all right, Yi Zong, there's no need for such formality. As I mentioned before, Yi and I have a remarkable connection. From our very first meeting, it felt as though we had known each other for lifetimes. For whatever reason, I would always come to her aid. Su Yin, seated opposite Qin Yang, chimed in, indeed, Qingya, there's no need for such niceties. It only makes things seem distant. Come, let us share a drink. I've longed for your culinary skills, after living in your home for over half a year. I've only had the pleasure of tasting your cooking a few times. Tonight is truly a rare occasion. Laughter filled the air as they engaged in conversation and enjoyed their meal. Beneath the table, Su Yan's foot gently swayed, and at that moment, Qin Yang's foot reached out as well, their toes brushing against one another. Both Su Yan and Qin Yang were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing. Yet neither withdrew their feet. Instead, they instinctively began to playfully nudge against each other. Su Yan's heart raced like a fawn, her soul brimming with happiness, as if it would overflow. This dinner brought Su Yin immense joy. She finally comprehended the essence of love. After 23 years of life, today marked her first experience of mutual affection. Once the meal concluded, Qin Yang gathered his old clothes and departed from Yi Qingya's home, heading towards his villa. Within Su Yan's room, Yi Qingya grasped Su Yan's hand and sat down beside her. With a furrowed brow, Yi Qingya remarked, Su Yan, something seems off about you tonight. Have you perhaps developed feelings for Qin Yang? Upon hearing Yi Qingya's sudden inquiry, Su Yan's face involuntarily flushed. She hurriedly shook her head and replied, Qingya, what are you saying? How could I possibly like Qin Yang? We are all merely friends. Yi Qingya pouted and said, do not try to conceal it any longer. Your behavior at the dinner table was far too evident. Anyone could see it. Listening to these words, Su Yan lowered her head in dismay. Pondering, could it truly be that obvious? Yi Qingya, taking Su Yan's hand, spoke earnestly, Su Yan, you and Qin Yang are genuinely mismatched. He is unworthy of you. The feelings you have for him now are merely a fleeting illusion, born from gratitude for his rescue today. You may believe this is love, but it is simply a normal sense of appreciation. You will encounter many better men in the future. They will be your true matches. Moreover, consider your own status. Although you have escaped from your family, you are still the eldest daughter of the Su family. How could your boyfriend be an ordinary person like Qin Yang? Therefore, be cautious not to let yourself fall too deeply, lest you find yourself in pain later on. Yi Qingya gently patted Su Yan's shoulder before rising to depart. Su Yan looked at Yi Qingya in confusion, unable to comprehend why Yi Qingya consistently targeted Qin Yang. Now that she had developed feelings for him, it was perplexing that Yi Qingya opposed it. With a slight shake of her head, Su Yan chose not to pursue the argument further. After all, nothing had yet come to fruition. Moreover, there was a degree of validity in Yi Qingya's words. That night, as Yi Qingya tossed and turned in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, her heart heavy with distress. She never anticipated that Qin Yang not only had such a close relationship with her daughter, but had now also ensnared her best friend. How could this be? Cursing Qin Yang internally, she felt a surge of frustration. If he truly ended up with Su Yan, what would her friend's reaction be upon discovering that Qin Yang was Yi's biological father? Their friendship could very well be jeopardized. The thought sent Yi Qingya into a panic, and she immediately shook her head, pulling the blanket over herself to banish these troubling thoughts. Her grandfather and the others were soon returning to the country. It would be best to focus on how to report the business matters to them. Early the next morning, after waking and freshening up, Qin Yang picked up his phone and dialed Su Yan for a video call. When the call connected, Su Yan was still nestled in her blanket, not yet risen. Qin Yang chuckled. I knew you wouldn't be up yet. I'm heading out to buy breakfast. What would you like? I'll bring you something. Su Yan giggled, shaking her head. No need, no need. I feel like a sloth. Then she added, by the way, Qin Yang mentioned yesterday that I should keep a distance from you. So when we communicate, we should avoid her for a while. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang frowned. Why should we? What business is it of hers if we are dating? She is no longer my boss, and even if she were, she can't control me. Su Yanyan's face flushed, and she quickly retorted, PSH, who said we're dating? Don't jump to conclusions. Besides, Yi Qingyao is my best friend. I wouldn't want to hurt her feelings. We just need to be cautious. Chen Yang, at a loss for words, asked Su Yanyan. Why do you think Yi Qingyao would want to stop us? Does she perhaps have feelings for me? Su Yanyan burst into laughter at this. Oh, please. Yi Qingyao will likely never love another man in her lifetime. She continued, let us keep this under wraps for now. I'm getting out of bed. Let us meet at the Yonghe soy milk shop outside the community for breakfast. Chen Yang nodded eagerly. All right then. I'll wait for you at the shop. Before long. The two met at the Yonghe soy milk breakfast shop. Though they were enjoying the simplest of meals, they could not help but smile brightly, overwhelmed with happiness. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yang's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Black Wolf on the line. Master Chen, do you have time today? I have gathered my brothers, awaiting Master Chen to provide them with treatment. Chen Yang spoke. Oh, that's fine. Please send me the address, and I shall come shortly. Hearing this, Black Wolf expressed his gratitude. Shortly after, Chen Yang received an address on his phone. Su Yan turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, you may go ahead. I need to return home now. Spending too much time out will arouse Yi Qingyao suspicions. Chen Yang could not help but chuckle, remarking, are we in a romantic relationship or clandestine intelligence operation? Why must we be so secretive? Su Yan blushed and laughed, then swiftly departed with her breakfast in hand. Chen Yang entered his car and headed directly to the address provided by Black Wolf. Upon arriving at a warehouse in the outskirts, he parked and surveyed the surroundings. Next to the warehouse stood a facility named the Prosperous Traditional Chinese Medicine Processing Plant, and it seemed this warehouse was part of the herbal medicine factory. Chen Yang was taken aback to discover that the lair of the Black Wolf gang was situated within a traditional medicine factory. As he approached the warehouse, Black Wolf, accompanied by dozens of individuals, hastily came out to greet him. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Black Wolf was exceedingly excited, bowing deeply and announcing to his companions, brothers, this is Master Chen Yang, the one who cured my lung ailment. Let us welcome Master Chen. The crowd responded with applause. Chen Yang nodded and inquired, where are the patients? Black Wolf pointed towards the warehouse and led the way inside. Upon opening the warehouse door, a strong scent of traditional medicine wafted out, followed by a chorus of persistent coughing. Hearing the intense coughs, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. He stepped into the warehouse area, and his eyes widened at the sight before him. Rows upon rows of hospital beds, with 200 to 300 individuals lying on them. Some patients were receiving acupuncture, while others were on intravenous drips. Herbal medicine pots and bowls were placed beside each patient, indicating they had been undergoing traditional treatment. Taken aback by the scene, Chen Yang turned to Black Wolf and exclaimed, so many patients? Black Wolf sighed, his eyes reddening as he replied, it is my fault. Master Chen, years ago, I brought these brothers to Qizhou for work. I failed to fully understand the risks and accepted a large project involving equipment installation, resulting in us inhaling toxic gas containing heavy metals, leading to severe lung ailments. The troubling part is that this condition is untreatable. Over the years, I have taken them to various hospitals. While medical equipment can detect inflammation in our lungs, no amount of antibiotics or anti-inflammatory medication has proven effective. Even surgeries to remove inflammation have been futile, as more lung tissue fluid and inflammatory cells seep out shortly thereafter. No hospital has been able to provide a definitive cure. We can only rely on various medications and traditional remedies to sustain life. I implore you, Master Chen, to save them. Chen Yang approached the patients in the warehouse, assessed their condition, and swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The heavy metal toxins predominantly affected their pulmonary meridians, resulting in obstructed pathways that naturally led to incessant coughing, inflammation, and the accumulation of fluid in their lungs, rendering them breathless. However, the root cause of this affliction was beyond the detection of contemporary instruments. The realms of meridians and acupoints remained invisible and unacknowledged in modern medicine, thus rendering treatment unattainable. Turning to the Black Wolf, Chen Yang remarked, it seems your organization is quite affluent. Caring for these 200 to 300 patients must incur substantial medical expenses each year. The Black Wolf, taken aback by Chen Yang's words, felt his eyes welling with tears, almost on the verge of weeping. Meanwhile, those lying on the sickbeds could no longer contain their emotions and began to sob audibly. Dr. Chen, you must save us. For so many years, It has been Brother Wolf who has covered our medical expenses, sustaining our lives and caring for our families. We are nothing but a burden to him. Without us, he could have soared to great heights. Why would he remain in Qizhou or manage the Black Wolf Gang as a notorious figure? We are the ones who have let him down. The surrounding patients echoed their sentiments, lamenting their perceived burden on the Black Wolf. Qin Yang was taken aback by this scene, astonished to discover the profound affection these individuals held for such a figure as the Black Wolf, a leader of an underground faction. A young man beside the Black Wolf, noticing Qin Yang's bewilderment, sighed and said, "Master Qin, to be candid, our leader established the Black Wolf Gang out of sheer necessity, driven by the need to care for these individuals. Most importantly, he has to support their families, ensuring their children receive an education, providing for their parents' needs, and maintaining their wives' livelihoods. Such considerable expenses were beyond Brother Wolf's means, which is why he founded our gang." The Black Wolf quickly gestured for silence, shaking his head. "Let us not speak of this any further. They are all my brothers. Over a decade ago, they placed their trust in me and followed me to Qizhou for work, and it was also their trust that led them to join me in construction. As their foreman and leader, I failed to adequately assess the situation and accepted a toxic project, which has left them disabled. How could I possibly evade my responsibilities? How could I neglect their families or refuse to treat them?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang finally grasped the essence of the matter. It appeared that over a decade prior, the Black Wolf had assumed the role of a contractor, only to inhale copious amounts of noxious heavy metal fumes during the course of his work, resulting in lingering toxins in his lungs and those of his subordinates, obstructing their meridians and causing relentless coughing that left them bedridden. The Black Wolf established the Black Wolf Gang to generate income to treat these brothers. Qin Yang raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Well done. A man should embrace his responsibilities. Now, I shall commence treating you all." The 200 to 300 individuals lying in their beds bore honest expressions, all laborers who had migrated from rural areas to the city. Qin Yang approached them, beginning the process of unblocking their pulmonary meridians and expelling the residual heavy metal toxins. The process of healing is not overly complicated, and for Qin Yang, it can even be regarded as rather effortless. However, while treating one person may be simple, and treating 10 may also be manageable, the task becomes daunting when it involves 100 or 200 individuals. After all, administering care to these patients inevitably drains a significant portion of his internal Taoist mystical energy. After 3 arduous hours, Qin Yang finally completed the treatment of all the patients, depleting more than half of his mystical energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Under different circumstances, he would have been reluctant to expend so much energy to assist the members of the gang. However, Black Wolf had indeed imparted to him a unique perspective. The fact that this individual could care for so many people for over a decade was truly admirable. Standing by with a cup of tea, Black Wolf observed Qin Yang's fatigued and perspiring form with immense gratitude, promptly urging, "Master Qin, please have some water." Qin Yang took the cup and drank it down in one go. Rising to his feet, he sighed, "It's done. There are still over 10 individuals with severe conditions. I will return in 3 days to treat them again, and they should be fully recovered. The others should be fine moving forward." After speaking, he waved his hand, indicating his departure. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf could no longer contain himself and suddenly burst into tears. He knelt before Qin Yang, and the more than 200 patients whom Qin Yang had treated also knelt in unison. Startled, Qin Yang quickly helped Black Wolf to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Healing and saving lives is the duty of a physician. I merely happened to encounter the situation and was fortunate enough to provide treatment. It is not in my nature to stand by while others suffer." Shaking his head, Black Wolf wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, sobbing, "Mr. Qin, you do not understand. These years have been incredibly arduous for me. With so many subordinates to care for, I must provide their families with living expenses and bear the financial burdens of over 200 households. It has been overwhelmingly difficult. Over the past decade, there have been countless times when I contemplated ending my own life, feeling utterly incapable of enduring it any longer. I thought this agony would persist until my death. I never imagined that you, Mr. Qin, would rescue me. Thank you, thank you. From now on, I, Black Wolf, shall be in your service, and my Black Wolf gang will stand as your loyal ally." Qin Yang helped Black Wolf to his feet and remarked, "You should let your brothers rise as well. You're a grown man. There's no need for such tears. Besides, you are already a martial artist of the minor circulation. How can you still be weeping? It is unbecoming of a warrior." Black Wolf nodded vigorously, encouraging the others to stand up. Taking a deep breath, he declared, In any case, I will follow you, Boss Chen, from now on. Qin Yang pondered for a moment. In the past, he would have likely dismissed the idea of accepting the Black Wolf Gang. After all, it was a gang, one of the three major underground forces in Qingzhou. However, following the recent kidnapping incident involving Su Yin and Yi, Qin Yang began to reassess his intelligence sources and connections. Furthermore, he had come to trust Black Wolf's character. Taking all of this into consideration, Qin Yang nodded and, accompanied by the Black Wolf, made his way towards the nearby reception room. Along the way, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Qin Yang answered, and a middle-aged man's voice came through the line, politely introducing himself. Mr. Chun, is it? Hello, I am Lei Dogwan, the director of the Land Development Bureau of Qingzhou City. Previously, you submitted a proposal to undertake the Qinglong Mountain project, which General Qin has already entrusted to me. I have reviewed it, and it is indeed quite impressive. Upon hearing the mention of Qinglong Mountain, Qin Yang immediately halted in his tracks, his excitement palpable as he inquired. So, Director Lei, can we proceed to sign the contract and secure the Qinglong Mountain project? On the other end, Lei Dogwan let out a slight sigh before responding, Mr. Qin, to be candid, had this been the previous situation, it would have certainly been feasible, with General Qin providing the necessary credit assurance on your behalf. However, there have been some unforeseen complications, and thus, your proposal may not be approved. Qin Yang was initially filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to extract the spiritual energy from Qinglong Mountain. However, after hearing Director Lei Dogwan's words, he suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Reluctantly, Qin Yang inquired, Director Lei, what has happened? Is it that the project proposal is inadequate, or is there another reason? We can discuss this. That plot of land on Qinglong Mountain is of utmost importance to me, and our company is fully committed to realizing this project. Sighing deeply, Lei Dogwan replied, Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize. It is due to circumstances on my end that your project proposal cannot be approved. I am truly sorry, both to you and to President Qin. If there is ever a chance, I will certainly treat you both to a meal as an apology. With that, Lei Dogwan abruptly hung up the phone, offering Qin Yang no opportunity to negotiate. Holding his phone, Qin Yang furrowed his brow, acutely aware that failing to secure that land would result in significant losses for him. Although he could consider covertly extracting the resources from the land, the risks of being discovered would be fraught with complications, consuming much of his energy and creating numerous troubles. Observing Qin Yang's distress, the man known as Black Wolf quickly asked, Mr. Qin, has something occurred? Do you know Director Lei from the Land Planning Bureau? Was that him on the phone? Nodding in response, Qin Yang confirmed, yes, that was him. They had previously proposed a reasonable plan for the development of Qinglong Mountain. I was keen on acquiring a piece of land there and had already established a rapport. The proposal was submitted, but he just called to inform me that it cannot be approved. That land is crucial for me. I had hoped to discuss it further, but he hung up decisively, indicating that my chances are likely gone. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf promptly stated, Boss Chen, I've had several dealings with Director Lei, and he is generally quite reasonable. Let me take you to see him. There is always a possibility for a turnaround. Grateful for the suggestion, Qin Yang readily agreed. The two then drove directly to the land planning office. Upon arrival, they inquired and discovered that Lei Dogwan was not at work today, as he was at the hospital. His daughter had fallen ill. Without hesitation, Black Wolf and Qin Yang made their way to the central hospital of Qingshu City. Upon reaching the emergency department, they spotted a balding middle-aged man sitting on a bench, fervently patting his shiny head. Nearby, the ICU's bright light indicated that the situation inside was critical. Hastening towards him, Black Wolf approached Lei Dogwan and greeted him. Hello, Director Lei. Lei Dogwan looked up, recognizing Black Wolf, and merely nodded, his eyes betraying a profound sorrow and fear. Black Wolf took a seat and asked, Director Lei, what has transpired? With a voice trembling slightly, Lei Dogwan pointed towards the emergency room and said, My daughter is inside. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf hastily remarked, Director Lei, you might consider consulting Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin Yang is a miraculous physician. As you are aware, I suffered from a chronic cough due to heavy metal poisoning for many years, and yet, Mr. Chun was able to cure me completely in mere seconds. Director Lei, intrigued, turned to Qin Yang and inquired, Mr. Qin? Could it be the same Mr. Qin Yang who submitted the project proposal? Qin Yang approached, extending his hand while nodding. Hello. Director Lei, I am Qin Yang, the one you called earlier. Lei Dogwan quickly shook Qin Yang's hand and sighed slightly, saying, Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize regarding the project proposal. Given your close friendship with General Qin and your acquaintance with Black Wolf, I would typically ensure your proposal receives approval. However, I received a mysterious call from an individual claiming he desires the land at Qinglong Mountain. He threatened that if I did not acquiesce, my daughter would surely perish. Regrettably, I find myself compelled to heed his warning. As you can see, my daughter has been admitted to the emergency room, and the doctors are unable to identify the cause of her condition. They are at a loss for solutions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chunyang replied, "Very well. I shall first assess your daughter's condition. We can discuss the project proposal later." He made his way towards the emergency room. At that moment, several doctors emerged from the emergency room, led by Director Meng Ping of the hematology department. Meng Ping acknowledged Chunyang with a nod, recalling their previous encounter when this young man had diagnosed poisoning during Yi's hospitalization and successfully treated her with acupuncture, facilitating her discharge. Meng Ping turned towards Lei Dogwang, who hurried over, his voice trembling as he asked, "Director Meng, what is the status of my daughter?" Meng Ping furrowed his brow and sighed. "Mr. Lei, please remain calm. Your daughter's condition is currently stable, but it is evident she has been poisoned. We are yet unable to ascertain the specific nature of the toxin. For now, we can only administer intravenous fluids and utilize various instruments to sustain her vital functions. I have instructed the laboratory to expedite the testing to identify the type of toxin, allowing us to formulate a treatment plan." Hearing Meng Ping's words, despair flickered in Lei Dogwang's eyes. Meng Ping sighed gently, shaking his head. "I truly apologize, but I cannot guarantee when we will determine the cause of her illness. The toxin your daughter has been exposed to is indeed peculiar and somewhat complex. Prepare yourself for the possibility of an extended hospitalization." At this juncture, Chen Yang, who had been standing to the side, interjected, "May I enter to examine her?" Meng Ping quickly responded, "Of course, Mr. Chen, please follow me. By the way, have the tests revealed the nature of the toxin that affected Yi last time?" As they walked, Chen Yang addressed Meng Ping. "The toxin within her system is relatively straightforward. It is a toxic compound arising from the contraindications of traditional Chinese medicine. In simpler terms, it is a neurotoxic blood compound resulting from the interaction of eugenol and curcumin." Meng Ping, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, "This toxin sounds rather intricate. I am genuinely impressed that you were able to identify it, Mr. Chun." Several individuals spoke as they entered the ICU ward. Chen Yang approached the bedside and glanced at the 7 or 8-year-old girl lying there. Her complexion was ashen, with bruising at her brow and peculiar black lines appearing across her skin. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang's brow furrowed deeply, and he remarked, "This is no ordinary poison, but rather a toxin extracted from the corpse toad of ancient tombs. Conventional methods will prove utterly ineffective in removing it. First, transfer this child to a standard ward. Mr. Lei, you must immediately arrange for fresh blood, both rooster blood and black dog blood, each at least 500 milliliters." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Lei Dogwang was filled with excitement. He grasped Chen Yang's arm and said, "Mr. Chen, will these 2 items suffice? I shall rush to procure them at once. I entrust everything to you." With that, Lei Dogwang hurriedly turned and departed. In a single patient room, Chen Yang, Meng Ping, and the Black Wolf stood by the bedside. Meng Ping, observing Lei Dogwang's daughter, inquired of Chen Yang, "Mr. Chen, can you discern the nature of the poison afflicting her?" Chen Yang nodded and replied, "The perpetrator is a master of toxins, who has cultivated a venomous centipede from the corpse toad found within ancient tombs. The centipede's bite inflicted this condition upon the girl." As he spoke, Chen Yang pulled down the girl's trousers, revealing a tiny bite mark on her ankle. He pointed to the wound and explained, "The toxin infiltrated her body through this entry point. The corpse toad's venom is notoriously stubborn. Not only would even the most knowledgeable Western physician struggle to treat it, but even seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners would find it challenging. The only remedy lies with the individual who cultivated this centipede. They must use the body of the very centipede that bit her, steep it in water, and administer it to the girl to save her life. Other detoxification methods are unlikely to yield results." Meng Ping, upon hearing these words, opened his mouth in astonishment, feeling as if he had stepped into a new realm of understanding. His trust in Chen Yang amplified his sense of his own limited knowledge. With a sigh, he remarked, "Mr. Chen, your breadth of knowledge is indeed remarkable. I have never encountered such a toxin." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and responded, "It is not merely you, a Western physician, who has never encountered it. Even many martial artists and masters of traditional Chinese medicine seldom see such a case. This method of poisoning involves sorcery. and true experts in this field are rare in the Jiangnan region. Their teachings are often obscure and hard to come by. As they conversed, Lei Dawang hurriedly re-entered, carrying 2 thermos containers filled with black dog blood and rooster blood. Chen Yang instructed the black wolf to close the door and then directed Lei Dawang, Director Lei, apply the black dog blood and rooster blood gradually from the tips of your daughter's fingers and toes, working upward. These substances, being highly yang, can counteract the toxin from the corpse toad. We shall employ black dog blood and rooster blood to gradually expel the toxins from your daughter's body into her gastrointestinal tract, after which I will guide the toxins out through her mouth using my internal energy. Lei Dawang nodded, a look of anxiety on his face as he replied, I understand. Mr. Chen, I will do it right away. Subsequently, Lei Dawang meticulously applied the black dog blood and rooster blood to various parts of his daughter's body, starting from her fingers and toes, gradually concentrating the toxins towards her stomach. The centipede venom within the girl was slowly driven out, ultimately accumulating in her gastric region. Chen Yang extended his hand, his finger pressing upon the girl's stomach point. A surge of pure Taoist mystical energy instantly flowed into the girl's body, consuming a considerable amount of Chen Yang's own energy. This mystical force guided the centipede toxin in her stomach towards her throat. In the next moment, the girl erupted, violently vomiting a large quantity of foul, purulent blood, accompanied by more gastric fluid and remnants of her previous meals. She continued to heave for several bouts until, at last, what emerged was a bile-like gastric fluid devoid of any foul odor. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly pressed a finger on the girl's back, stopping her vomiting. Turning to Ming Ping, he stated, Director Ming, I leave this child in your capable hands. Please assist her in recuperating. The toxins within her have been thoroughly eliminated. Ming Ping quickly responded, Understood. I will take care of it immediately and arrange for electrolyte injections and nutrients. He then wheeled the girl away. Lei Dawang, witnessing the unfolding events, burst into tears, grasping Chen Yang's hand as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Without you, I truly do not know if my daughter would have survived. At this moment, Chen Yang began to comprehend the situation more clearly. He addressed Lei Dawang, Director Lei. The intent of the adversary was not to harm your daughter, but rather to use her as leverage against you to secure the contracting rights to Qinglong Mountain, who is currently competing with me for Qinglong Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lei Dawang suddenly realized, exclaiming, the competitor is a company named Weiwei Investment. The head of this company is Lu Yu, and for some reason, she has set her sights on the land of Qinglong Mountain. Chen Yang furrowed his brows at this revelation. Lu Yu? How could that woman run an investment company? Where does she acquire her funds? What are her intentions? Furthermore, with her abilities, it is impossible for her to have inflicted such toxins upon your daughter. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Lei Dawang inquired urgently, Mr. Chen, do you know this Lu Yu? Chen Yang nodded. She is my ex-wife. Weiwei Investment? Could it be that the other owner is Su Wei? As he pondered this, he increasingly believed it to be true. It was unexpected that this pair of scoundrels had become entangled with one another. Beside them, Lei Dawang quickly remarked, Mr. Chen, you have saved my daughter. The development rights to Qinglong Mountain will certainly be granted to you. Let us meet at my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon to finalize this matter. As Chen Yang listened to Lei Dawang's words, he felt a sense of relief and nodded, saying, all right, it's settled then. Lei Dawang clenched his teeth and remarked, I will call you now. I never imagined that this woman could be so shameless. To thwart Mr. Chen from acquiring Qinglong Mountain, she would resort to poisoning my daughter. Lei Dawang picked up his phone and dialed Lu Yu's number, stating, hello, Ms. Lu. This afternoon at 2 o'clock. The Land Planning Office will publicly finalize the rights to the Qinglong Mountain contract. I kindly request your timely attendance. On the other end, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She hung up the phone and turned to Su Wei, saying, darling, it's all set. Director Lei just called me to say that the final contract rights will be determined this afternoon at 2. She added with a smirk. I bet Lei Dawang is terrified right now. If he doesn't grant us the contract rights, his daughter is as good as dead. Su Wei responded with a cold smile, stating, of course, this time, I have invited the infamous Poison King of Qingzhou, Li Jun, to take action. With Li Jun involved, dealing with someone like Chen Yang will be a mere formality. Liu laughed and said, you certainly have your methods, Su. But if I may suggest, why go through all this trouble? Why not just poison Chen Yang directly and be done with it? Su Wei gritted his teeth and replied, of course. Chen Yang won't escape. However, before he meets his demise, I want him to understand who truly rules Qingzhou. The notion that a mere nobody like him could seize Qinglong Mountain is nothing but a delusion. although I have no interest in Qinglong Mountain. I will not allow him to succeed in obtaining anything he desires. Just wait. Tonight, the Poison King of Qingzhou will make his appearance, and Qin Yang will be reduced to nothing more than a puddle of blood. A gleam of hatred shone in Su Wei's eyes as he downed a glass of red wine, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Leaning against Su Wei's chest, Liu wore a smug smile. After a year of marriage to Qin Yang, she had always looked down on him. Finally, after extracting all he had to offer, she kicked him aside and divorced him. Liu Yu had thought that Qin Yang would live like a lapdog, begging her for reconciliation. However, to her astonishment, after their divorce, Qin Yang suddenly flourished, driving luxury cars, residing in villas, and accompanied by beautiful women. This was something Liu Yu could not accept. Now, she found herself somewhat grateful to Qin Yang. After all, it was thanks to him that she could ascend to a relationship with the true scion of Qishou, Su Wei. Once Qin Yang was gone, she would occasionally burn some paper in his memory to express her gratitude. With this thought, Liu Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily. She turned to Su Wei, saying, "Darling, once we secure Qinglong Mountain, what shall we do? I have no desire to cultivate medicinal herbs there. Perhaps we should develop a tourism project where I can be the big boss." Su Wei smirked slightly and replied, "Let's discuss that after tomorrow. For now, let's focus on securing the rights to Qinglong Mountain this afternoon. I wish to convey to Yi Qingya that while Qin Yang may falter in his endeavors, I am capable of achieving what he cannot, securing the contract for Qinglong Mountain, a prospect that eludes him. Once we ascertain Yi Qingya's intentions for Qinglong Mountain, we shall deliberate on the appropriate methods for its development." Upon hearing Su Wei's assertions, Liu could not suppress a twinge of jealousy and remarked, "Su, you truly treat Yi Qingya exceptionally well, yet it is regrettable that she fails to appreciate it." Su Wei scoffed, replying, "She may not value it now, but in due time, she shall come to understand. Tonight, Qin Yang, that good-for-nothing, is as good as dead. Moreover, Yi Qingya's grandfather, Yi Qingshan, along with some family members, will be returning home. Yi Qingshan is eager to see Yi Qingya wed to me. After tomorrow, with the pressure he will exert, I cannot fathom how Yi Qingya could continue to reject me." With a self-satisfied smirk, Su Wei declared, "It is nearly time. Let us proceed to claim the contract for Qinglong Mountain." The two men donned their attire and, stepping into a Porsche, made their way to the Land Planning Bureau. Upon arriving at the Bureau's office, they found it transformed into a venue for a public bidding session. According to protocol, the bidding for Qinglong Mountain required media supervision and participation from at least 2 companies, alongside the presence of a notary public. Several media personnel had already set up cameras, and some staff members were engaged in conversation at a nearby table. As Liu Yu and Su Wei settled in, they spotted Qin Yang entering the room. Liu Yu, unable to hide her disdain, smirked and taunted, "Ah, Qin Yang, what a surprise to see you here. How have you been? I heard you've become a gigolo, a shareholder in the Natural Whitening Cosmetics Company, and that Yi Qingya specifically sent you to secure the land for Qinglong Mountain. Huh? Who would have thought you'd be so successful in your role as a kept man?" Qin Yang glanced at Liu Yu and Su Wei, responding coolly, "Shut your foul mouth. Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes." Liu Yu retorted, pointing at Qin Yang, "The one who should be silent is you, Qin Yang. Let me make it clear. The land of Qinglong Mountain belongs to me and Su Wei. With your pitiful background, relying on a woman to rise, how do you dare to compete with us? Go eat dirt." Su Wei laughed heartily, reveling in their perceived superiority. "Enough, Liu Yu. There is no need to stoop to the level of such a waste. He dares to challenge us? This time, our victory will be utterly decisive." Qin Yang frowned, his patience for these two diminishing rapidly. Were it not for the crowd, he would have directly confronted them, silencing their taunts with force. At that moment, Lei Dogwang emerged briskly, documents in hand. After taking his seat and surveying Su Wei and Liu Yu, Su Wei arrogantly raised his chin, crossing his arms, and urged, "Director Lei, let us expedite this. We have much to attend to." With a dismissive grunt, Lei Dogwang nodded and announced, "I hereby declare the commencement of the approval meeting for the Reasonable Development Project and Investment Attraction in the Qinglong Mountain area." The staff and media surrounding began recording, engaging in hushed discussions. The expanse of the Qinglong Mountain area was quite substantial, yet surprisingly only 2 companies were vying for it. The victor of this competition was undoubtedly Su Wei. After all, the Su family is a prominent lineage in Qizhou. In previous years, the Su clan was undoubtedly among the top 3 elite families in Qizhou, wielding remarkable influence. Observing Su Deshao's resolute demeanor, it seemed that the outcome was beyond doubt. Upon hearing the murmurs, Su Wei and Liu Yu swelled with pride. Lei Dogwan, succinct as ever, directly announced, based on the final determination of our office staff. I hereby declare that the Qinglong Mountain plot will be developed by Mr. Chun of the Natural Baizhong Medicine Company. We hope Mr. Chen will create more employment opportunities over the next decade, safeguard the ecological resources of Qilong Mountain, and utilize the land judiciously to generate profits for our city. Chun Yang smiled faintly and replied to Lei Dogwan. Thank you for your trust, Director Lei. I assure you I will not disappoint Qingzhou. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Yu and Su Wei were taken aback. Su Wei abruptly stood up, casting a cold glare at Lei Dogwan, exclaiming, Lei Dogwan, have you lost your mind? A glimmer of hatred flashed in Lei Dogwan's eyes as he responded, Su Deshao's, it is advisable to refrain from underhanded tactics in future competitions, otherwise, not even your father, Su Kunlun, will be able to save you. Moreover, regarding my daughter, I have already reported the matter to the police. If I discover any connection between her poisoning and you will undoubtedly face arrest. Su Wei, taken aback by Lei Dogwan's audacity to disregard his daughter's life in this manner, sneered coldly, seizing Lu Yu in anger as he stormed out. With the project approval meeting concluded, Qin Yang officially obtained the development rights for the Qinglong Mountain area. The moment he secured the qualification, he sought out Black Wolf, a figure he held in considerable trust. The Black Wolf Gang, one of the three major underground forces in Qizhou, may not excel in combat, yet they control a myriad of industries. Over one-third of Qingzhou's gray market industries are under the dominion of the Black Wolf Gang, enabling them to sustain the medical and living expenses of their 300 brothers. Qin Yang gazed across at Black Wolf and said, Black Wolf, I will take you to a valley in Qinglong Mountain. You must immediately lead your men to excavate the valley and, ideally, locate the treasures beneath it within 3 days. Qin Yang, accompanied by several members of the Black Wolf team, made their way directly to Qinglong Mountain. The group donned thick protective gear, and after traversing for more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the valley where the spiritual core had been previously discovered. Qin Yang pointed towards the valley floor and addressed Black Wolf, saying, Black Wolf, this is the very spot, regardless of the costs or the exertion required. We must excavate this valley at once. Of course, there may be dangers lurking below. If you encounter anything unusual, vacate the area immediately and call me. Do not attempt to dig forcefully. Black Wolf nodded in agreement, smiling at Qin Yang as he replied, Bastian, rest assured. Although our Black Wolf team may not be the most skilled in combat, when it comes to excavation and construction, no one in the entirety of Qingzhou dares to claim superiority over us. Leave it to me. I will immediately arrange for 2 excavators to be flown in by helicopter, along with some crushers and drill bits. I estimate that we can have this area excavated within a day and a night. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang could not suppress his delight. Indeed, with Black Wolf by his side, everything seemed considerably easier. Furthermore, with the Black Wolf team, he no longer needed to hire additional staff for his herbal medicine company, with Wu Qian serving as his secretary and the support of the Black Wolf team. Along with the foundation provided by the Fugua Herbal Medicine Factory, everything was perfectly manageable. Qin Yang patted Black Wolf on the shoulder and said, All right, take your brothers and get to work. I need to find Lei Dogwan today. He assigned us this project, and Su Wei will surely harbor resentment. I suspect that tonight a hitman will come to trouble Lei Dogwan. Black Wolf promptly nodded and replied, Understood, Bastian. I will commence the excavation immediately. And I assure you it will be kept strictly confidential. You go ahead with your matters. After leaving Qinglong Mountain, Qin Yang hurried back to Qizhou, arriving in the evening. Just past 7 o'clock, he drove to Lei Dogwan's residence. Lei Dogwan lived in an old compound for government employees, occupying a ground floor unit with a small courtyard. Qin Yang leaped into Lei Dogwan's home and entered the room. Lei Dogwan's daughter had been brought back from the hospital and was peacefully sleeping in the bedroom. Upon hearing footsteps, Lei Dogwan turned to see Qin Yang and breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily, Lei Dogwan stood up and approached Qin Yang, saying, Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. I have been feeling quite anxious. Tonight surely will not be peaceful. Qin Yang nodded, responding, I am aware. Given that the assassin has poisoned your daughter and you did not comply with his demands, he will undoubtedly come tonight. Rest assured, with me here, you and your daughter will be safe. Lei Dogwan ushered Qin Yang to the dining table, retrieving 3 sets of gas masks from his bag. With a smile, he explained, Since our adversary is a master of poison, I anticipated that he might introduce toxins into the air, so I prepared several N95 masks. However, upon further reflection, I doubted their efficacy, So I procured 3 sets of gas masks from the fire department. These should surely provide adequate protection against any toxins, right? Chen Yang laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up as he remarked, Director Lei is indeed meticulous. With the gas masks in hand, dealing with the adversary will be much easier. The two of them enjoyed their meal while discussing matters related to land planning. Around 8 o'clock, Chen Yang's ears perked up slightly. He stood up and announced, Someone is coming. You should put on the gas mask. Upon hearing this, Lei Dogwan immediately became tense, hastily grabbing the gas mask from the table to cover his face. He peered out the window but saw nothing. A sense of dread washed over him as he hurriedly extinguished all the lights in the living room. Chen Yang smiled gently at Lei Dogwan and reassured him, Just sit on the sofa. There's no need to worry. In the shadows of the courtyard outside, a man clad in dark attire observed the commotion inside the house. Noticing that Lei Dogwan had turned off the lights, Li Jun's lips curled into a smirk. As the infamous Poison King of Qishou, his vision in the darkness was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He could clearly discern the actions and expressions of Chun Yang and Lei Dogwan within. Li Jun was seething with anger, unable to fathom that the insignificant Lei Dogwan would dare defy his wishes. Previously, Li Jun had received an order from Su Wei, who instructed him to coerce Lei Dogwan into acquiring the land at Qinglong Mountain, offering a substantial sum of 50 million. However, this amount not only encompassed the intimidation of Lei Dogwan, but also included the elimination of Qin Yang that very night. Li Jun was determined to obtain this 50 million. But he never anticipated that his first step would falter. Lei Dogwan, audaciously disregarding the life of his own daughter to hand the project over to Qin Yang, filled Li Jun with fury. Thus, he could hardly contain his impatience and arrived at Lei Dogwan's courtyard shortly after 8 o'clock. Upon confirming both Lei Dogwan and Chen Yang were present, a cold smile spread across Li Jun's face. Perfectly, he could accomplish both tasks at once, making Lei Dogwan regret his choices and eliminating Chen Yang here. Li Jun advanced slowly toward the house, a faint gray aura emanating from his body, observing Lei Dogwan and Chen Yang in their gas masks. He couldn't suppress a wave of amusement. These ignorant fools truly believed that a mere gas mask could protect them from the Poison King of Qishou. Suddenly, Li Jun quickened his pace, his hands swiftly waving toward the doors and windows of Lei Dogwan's residence. In the blink of an eye, a gray mist seeped into the room, enveloping the living area instantly. As Lei Dogwan trembled on the sofa, he suddenly felt a violent shiver coursing through his body, his breath quickening. With a thud, he tumbled from the sofa to the floor, frothing at the mouth, his body cold as ice. Struggling to extend his hand toward Chen Yang, he gasped, Mr. Chen, this is bad. I think I've been poisoned. Terror gripped Lei Dogwan's heart as he failed to comprehend how he could have been poisoned despite wearing the highest-grade gas mask. The adversary was so formidable. Could he and his daughter truly escape this peril? Can Chen Yang truly protect himself and his daughter? At this moment, Chen Yang collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Outside, Li Jun observed Chen Yang and Lei Dogwan both sprawled on the floor of the living room and erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. He forcefully kicked open the door and strode into the room with confidence. Li Jun showed no concern for the gas masks worn by Chen Yang and Lei Dogwan, dismissing the possibility that they were merely feigning vulnerability. With a booming laugh, he addressed Lei Dogwan, You audacious fool, how dare you defy my intentions and refuse my terms? Do you think that wearing a gas mask will save you? As the notorious Poison King of Qishou, if I desire to end a life, it matters not whether the victim refrains from breathing, eating, or drinking. My ghostly poison can permeate through the skin. As long as any part of your flesh is exposed to the air, you are bound to succumb to its effects. Ha! Brimming with arrogance, Li Jun retrieved a dagger from his waist and approached Lei Dogwan, eager to strike. Just as he relished the moment, a crimson blade suddenly slashed through the air, severing Li Jun's neck with a swift motion. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yang, unable to comprehend why Chen Yang had not succumbed to the poison. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Yang dispelled the ghostly poison from the room. Aware of the formidable Poison King before him, he decisively ended Li Jun's life. Chen Yang then illuminated the room, approached Lei Dogwan, and swiftly pressed on the 4 acupoints in his body. The mystical energy within Chen Yang surged into Lei Dogwan, completely neutralizing the ghostly poison within him. As Lei Dogwan sat up, he looked at the lifeless body on the floor, a wave of terror washing over him. Grasping Chen Yang's leg, he expressed his gratitude. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. This man was indeed a formidable threat. I am fortunate for your immense strength. Chen Yang smiled gently and replied, I wouldn't say I possess great strength. It is primarily because he utilized ghostly poison, a type of corpse toxin, which my internal energy happens to counteract effectively. Qin Yang then approached Li Jun's corpse, rummaging through his belongings and uncovering several vials. 2 jars contained black centipedes and scorpions, both of which were exceptionally venomous and served as Li Jun's lethal weapons. Qin Yang tossed these deadly creatures into the fire, reducing them to mere ashes. He continued to inspect the remaining vials, discovering the ghostly poison, which could be absorbed through the skin, making it insidiously dangerous and quick-acting. Fortunately, Qin Yang's internal energy, akin to the pure yang energy of Taoism, was particularly effective against malevolent entities, corpse toxins, and spirits. Moreover, this energy could also be utilized for alchemical purposes, crafting talismans, and inscribing runes, far surpassing ordinary internal energies in potency. In addition to the ghostly poison, there were several other toxins, including a powder capable of completely decomposing a corpse. Qin Yang frowned slightly and remarked, "This man truly deserves the title of Poison King of Qingzhou. The poisons he concocted are indeed formidable." Fortunately, he took the initiative to show up today, and he was somewhat complacent. Otherwise, to offend such a character would indeed be perilous. After some contemplation, Qin Yang sent a message to He Lang, instructing him to thoroughly investigate the acquaintances and relatives of the notorious drug lord Li Jun in Qizhou, to see if there were any apprentices still in the city. If so, they were to be apprehended immediately. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yang finally departed from Lei Dogwan's residence and returned to his own villa. He retrieved the blood-red long knife he had acquired from Su Te. It was indeed sharp and effortlessly dispatched Li Jun. At this moment, the crimson aura on the blade was nearly depleted. Qin Yang cleaned the knife, then seated himself cross-legged, placing his palm upon its surface. Pure spiritual energy flowed from the blade into his body, and he distinctly felt his Taoist mystical power replenishing rapidly, his realm elevating. Recently, after continuously healing members of the He Lang group and treating Lei Dogwan's daughter, his mystical power had been significantly drained. Fortunately, the long knife still retained some residual spiritual energy. He practiced diligently until past 11 at night, then rose and picked up his phone. After a moment's thought, he sent Su Yin a message inquiring if she had gone to bed. A minute later, Su Yin replied that she had just laid down. Qin Yang initiated a video call. Once connected, he smiled at Su Yin and said, "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Su Yin, lying in bed, rubbed her eyes and replied, "Yi Qingya is feeling down. Her grandfather and other family members have returned home. Upon their arrival, they insisted that Yi Qingya go on a blind date with Su Wei. I sense that Yi Qingya's troubles are just beginning." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang frowned and remarked, "Her grandfather is back, and he wants her to date Su Wei? That scoundrel has committed so many misdeeds. Has Yi Qingya's grandfather lost his senses?" Su Yin sighed helplessly, saying, "There is not much we can do. After all, the Su family still holds significant influence. Even if they have declined, they remain a prominent family in Qingzhou. Regardless, the Su family was once illustrious, and Yi Qishan hopes to curry favor with them through Qingya, aspiring for the Yi family to soar to new heights. This is understandable." As they conversed, Su Yin suddenly furrowed her brow, her face contorted in pain. She quickly turned to Qin Yang and said, "Qin Yang, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll go to sleep now. You should rest early too." Concerned, Qin Yang asked through the video, "Su Yin, what's wrong? You look as if you are in great discomfort." Su Yin hastily shook her head, replying, "It's nothing, just a late night causing a slight headache. Good night, Qin Yang." With that, she hurriedly ended the call, placing her phone aside and curling up. She felt as if an icy dagger was soaring through her body, slicing through her internal organs and piercing her blood vessels, waves of pain washing over her. Desperation gnawed at her as she bit her lip. This mysterious ailment within her had been manifesting with increasing frequency. Once a year, then every 7 or 8 months, and now, it had only been 2 months since the last episode. Su Yin clutched the blanket tightly, gasping for breath as she awaited the pain to subside. This peculiar ailment had eluded even the esteemed Su family, leaving her to endure its torment in silence whenever it struck. In another room, Yi Qingya sat at the head of her bed, her mind restless and sleep eluding her. She had just received a call from her grandfather, Yi Qishan, which added to her unease. Yi Qishan was resolute, insisting that Yi Qingya should give Su Wei a chance. With a sigh, Yi Qingya shook her head. Had this been a fortnight ago, she might have acquiesced to her grandfather's wishes without much resistance. However, with Qin Yang's recent emergence and a series of unfolding events, she had come to see Su Wei's true character all too clearly. More critically, she realized that she could no longer engage with any other man. Yi Qingya sighed deeply again, shaking her head in frustration. It was indeed troublesome. The company was at a pivotal juncture, and she was burdened with these trivial matters. Just as she was about to succumb to sleep, the anguished moans of Su Yan from the adjacent room jolted her upright. She hurried to Su Yan's bedroom. Upon seeing her friend trembling and curled up beneath the blanket, Yi Qingya's heart ached, and she rushed forward to embrace her. What is wrong, Su Yan? Is the ailment acting up again? Hold on, there's some pain relief medication prepared. If it becomes unbearable, we can take some. Su Yan nodded, her eyes meeting Yi Qingya's as she struggled to muster a smile. Thank you, Qingya. It's so comforting to have you here. The two women held each other tightly, and the cold sweat from Su Yan's body soaked through the fabric, a testament to her suffering. Meanwhile, in the west of Qingzhou City, within a rather aged estate, the main hall remained brightly lit, the scent of wine wafting through the air. At the head of the dining table sat Su Wei, flanked by Yi Qingshan, Yi Hai, Yi Long, Yi Gao, and other members of the Yi family. Yi Qingshan raised his glass and addressed Su Wei. Rest assured, young Master Su. We are well aware of your feelings for Yi Qingya. Both I, as her grandfather, and the surrounding uncles, cousins, and sisters wholeheartedly support you, including Yi Qingya's parents. Though they are abroad, I can assure you they too endorse your union with Qingya. It is indeed a blessing for the Yi family to have caught your eye. We are grateful for your interest. Yi Qingshan spoke passionately, downing his drink in one gulp. Su Wei laughed heartily and replied, with your words, Grandpa Qingshan, I feel reassured. I have pursued Qingya for nearly a year now, and our relationship was progressing well. However, a scoundrel named Qin Yang has recently emerged, drawing close to Yi Qingya and maligning me with deceitful schemes that have clouded her judgment, to the point where she refuses to see me. I am truly distressed. Thankfully, you all have returned to the country. Otherwise, Qingya might have fallen prey to that scoundrel Qin Yang. Yi Qingshan slammed the table and exclaimed, is this truly the case? Young Master Su, rest assured, now that I have returned, no one shall deceive Yi Qingshan again. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Qingya, and by tomorrow evening at the latest, you two shall be together. If young Master Su does not mind, I hope that your union with Qingya occurs as soon as possible. Su Wei, upon hearing this, was filled with immense joy. He eagerly nodded and replied, no problem, no problem. As long as Qingya agrees, I am ready to marry at any time. Su Wei was exceedingly delighted. Although Yi Qingya had been enchanted by Qian Yang, having even spent a night in the countryside with him, Su Wei could endure this humiliation. As long as he could possess Yi Qingya and fulfill his long-held aspirations, he reasoned that if, after a year and a half of marriage, he grew weary of her, he could easily cast her aside. Ultimately, this woman must be his. Otherwise, his desires would remain unfulfilled and he would be unable to overcome this obsession. As for that scoundrel Qin Yang, he was probably already reduced to mere blood and water. Few could survive the assassination attempts of the Poison King of Qizhou. After dining, Su Wei left the Yi family mansion with a heart full of joy, eagerly anticipating his wedding with Yi Qingya. The following morning, after rising, Qin Yang dialed Su Yan's number. The night before, he had sensed that Su Yan's complexion was not quite right, prompting him to invite her for breakfast early that day. Su Yan took a shower and changed her clothes. The strange ailment that had afflicted her again last night made Su Yan more acutely aware of the preciousness of time. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she bid farewell to Yi Qingya, saying, Qingya, I'm heading out. Yi Qingya nodded, then curiously asked Su Yan, why are you all dressed up so beautifully this early in the morning? Su Yan chuckled and replied, I'm just going shopping to lighten my mood. See you. She hurriedly left, not daring to disclose to Yi Qingya that she was going to meet Qin Yang. When they met, and after they had breakfast together, Qin Yang inquired, Su Yan, was there truly nothing unusual last night? Su Yan pondered for a moment before responding, nothing significant, just a sudden pain. Could you perhaps help me with a diagnosis? Qin Yang nodded and took her pulse. Su Yan's pulse was steady and her health appeared normal. However, Qin Yang, feeling uneasy, infused a trace of his mystical energy into Su Yan's body. After traversing her meridians, he withdrew his hand and smiled, saying, your health is quite robust. Although your dantian is blocked, preventing you from cultivating into a martial artist, your innate meridians are resilient and your vitality is strong. Much healthier than that of an average person. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Su Yan chuckled, yet inwardly sighed. Indeed, even with Qin Yang's medical prowess, he could not discern the true cause of her peculiar ailment. Previously, she had consulted numerous esteemed physicians, all of whom had offered similar assessments to Qin Yang's. It is often said that one's health is robust, yet Su Yin is fully aware that the chill within her is likely to manifest more frequently henceforth. After the two enjoyed breakfast, Chen Yang glanced at his phone and suggested, "Let us go catch a movie." Su Yin promptly agreed, "Sure, let us watch a romantic film." Their consensus reached, they proceeded to the cinema. Inside the theater, they nestled close together, absorbed in the film. Chen Yang gently extended his hand, intertwining his fingers with Su Yin's petite hand. She did not withdraw, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth, her heart brimming with joy. The rhythm of her heart raced. She discovered that the sensation of love was profoundly beautiful. Hand in hand, they finished watching the movie and exited the cinema. Like other couples, they strolled through the mall, eventually pausing in front of a newly opened fish head hot pot restaurant. The establishment boasted lavish decor and ample space, standing out prominently within the entire Qinda Mall. Chen Yang and Su Yin entered the restaurant hand in hand. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Chen Yang, what the hell are you doing here?" Turning around, they saw Lu Yu, clad in a tailored suit, frowning as she regarded them. The surrounding staff treated Lu Yu with utmost respect. Chen Yang was taken aback to encounter Lu Yu here. He cast a glance in her direction but chose to ignore her, leading Su Yin deeper into the restaurant. The dining area was nearly filled to capacity, as the establishment had recently opened with a 6-decimal discount, attracting a bustling crowd eager to sample the fare. Lu Yu, incensed by Chen Yang's dismissal, approached them and commanded, "You two, stop right there." Her gaze fixated on their clasped hands, her anger intensified. She had not anticipated that Chen Yang was alive, and more infuriating was the sight of him publicly courting such a beautiful woman. Chen Yang turned around, brow furrowed, and retorted, "Get lost. I don't wish to engage with you right now. I haven't settled the score for the misdeeds you committed with the Qingzhou Poison King." Lu Yu scoffed at his words. "Chen Yang, don't you dare threaten me. Moreover, this restaurant does not welcome you. Leave at once." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is this your restaurant then?" Lu Yu, reveling in her self-importance, crossed her arms and declared, "Of course it is. To be frank, this fish head hot pot restaurant is mine. I am the owner, and my mother and brother manage it." Surprise registered on her face as she continued, "Didn't expect that, did you? After leaving you, I've thrived. The total cost for 5 years of rent, renovation, and franchise fees is 20 million. Can you afford that? But I, Lu Yu, can now." With a triumphant smirk, she added, "After our divorce, I finally liberated myself from you, and now I soar to new heights." Lu Yu exuded pride, having established this restaurant with the aid of Su Wei. Yet, she had assumed Chen Yang was dead. And witnessing him here with a beautiful woman stirred a simmering resentment within her. As she spoke, Wang Meihua approached with excitement, pushing Lu Chang, who sat in a wheelchair behind her. She turned to Lu Yu and said, "Xiaoya, what are you doing? Hurry and check on the kitchen. We can't let those lazy chefs slack off. Those lowly individuals will take advantage of any moment they're unsupervised, indulging in the good food. We cannot allow them to profit at our expense." At that moment, Wang Meihua's gaze fell upon Chen Yang across the room, instantly invigorating her spirit. She strode over and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this my former useless son-in-law? Have you come to congratulate us?" Chen Yang, I always said you were unworthy of our Xiaoya. You used to argue against it. But now you see the truth, don't you? Without you, our family has flourished. We can now establish such a grand hot pot restaurant in the Qingda shopping mall. You were the one who hindered my daughter's progress. You, a worthless creature, must now realize your own shortcomings." Chen Yang observed the triumphant expressions of Wang Meihua and Lu Yu and could not suppress a cold smirk. He sighed and replied, "Had I known this establishment belonged to you, I certainly would have hesitated to dine here. After all, your conscience has long been devoured by dogs. The hygiene standards of this restaurant are undoubtedly subpar. Who knows, one might suffer food poisoning immediately after eating here." As he spoke, he subtly flicked his fingers, a discreet gesture unnoticed by Lu Yu and Wang Meihua. Lu Yu, amused by Chen Yang's words, laughed derisively, "You wretched creature, you're only fit to envy me here. Ha ha ha, hurry and get out. This establishment does not welcome you." Beside Chen Yang, Su Yin observed Lu Yu and Wang Meihua with a slight furrow of her brow. She took Chen Yang's hand and suggested, "Chen Yang, let us dine elsewhere. There's no need to engage in disputes with them here." Chen Yang nodded, "For our health's sake. Even if she were to treat us to a meal here, I would refuse to eat." He chuckled, leading Su Yin towards the exit. Wang Meihua scoffed, gritting her teeth. That useless Chen Yang has managed to find such a beautiful new girlfriend. Is that woman blind to be dating such a failure? Lu Yu chuckled beside her and replied, "Mom, in any case, we will have no further interactions with him. He is but an insignificant ant. while our family is destined for greatness. With the help of young Master Su Wei, our Lu family may very well become a formidable force in Qingzhou. Wang Meihua, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously with excitement. Lu Chang, equally elated, recalled how Chun Yang had once beaten him to a pulp and how he had suffered a broken leg at the hands of the Yu family because of Qin Yang. His resentment towards Qin Yang was palpable. Lu Chang declared proudly, "Sister, once our family gains power, I will gather a group of followers. And the first thing I will do is toss Qin Yang and his worthless mother into a cesspit. I will ensure he regrets it for the rest of his life." As a family of three reveled in joyous laughter, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, a customer seated at the left table retched violently, expelling remnants of food onto the surface before him. In quick succession, the other patrons began to vomit uncontrollably. Some collapsed on the spot, while others, caught off guard, were unable to reach the restroom in time, resulting in a most unfortunate predicament. Within mere moments, the entirety of the hot pot restaurant was engulfed in a foul odor. A scene of chaos with vomit strewn across the floor. Weaker guests lay unconscious, requiring urgent medical attention. "What on earth is happening?" Liu exclaimed, her panic palpable. A bald customer, frantically dialing for an ambulance, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yu, vociferously rebuking, You unscrupulous merchants. Your ingredients are toxic, all expired." How outrageous. What kind of filthy establishment passes health inspections? My daughter. Oh, my daughter. Please wake up. If anything happens to her, I swear I will hold you responsible. The atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant devolved into utter pandemonium. Shortly thereafter, more than 10 ambulances arrived at the building, followed by a cascade of police officers and personnel from various health and safety agencies, all rushing to seal off Lu Yu's establishment. Chun Yang and Su Yin had not ventured far when Su Yin, filled with indignation, defended Qin Yang. Suddenly, she heard cries emanating from the hot pot restaurant. Turning back, she realized that calamity had struck. A moment of shock passed. Then her eyes sparkled as she turned to Qin Yang with a smile. "Qin Yang, did you have a hand in this?" With a hearty laugh, Qin Yang patted his pocket and replied, "I merely added a little something to their hot pot. Yesterday, Lu Yu and Su Wei, those scoundrels, threatened Lei Dogwan and his daughter with the notorious drug lord of Qizhou. But the drug lord met his demise at my hands, and I extracted these poisons from him. Although I diluted them somewhat, their potency remains fierce. The diners in this restaurant will surely find themselves making frequent trips to the restroom." Upon hearing this, Su Yin covered her mouth, unable to stifle her laughter. She pinched Qin Yang's arm and remarked, "You truly are quite wicked. These diners are innocent, yet you've left them in such a state of distress. Some have even been rushed to the hospital." Qin Yang chuckled, reassured her, "Don't worry, it's merely a reaction to food poisoning. They will come to no lasting harm. Now, let us depart to another restaurant for a meal, and afterward, I shall escort you home." Su Yin nodded vigorously. "Yes, we must hurry back. We've been out too long. Yi Qingya will surely have a million questions. Furthermore, Qingya is not in the best of spirits. I cannot afford to appear overly exuberant in front of her." The two shared a laugh, and after their meal, Qin Yang and Su Yin returned to Fengming Community. They ascended the stairs, stepping out of the elevator and arriving at Yi Qingya's door. As Su Yin was about to reach for the door, Qin Yang suddenly grasped her arm. His brow furrowed as he gestured towards the room and uttered, "Something has happened." Su Yin was startled by his words. "What is it? Is Qingya in danger?" Qin Yang shook his head. "It's not quite danger, but it seems rather dire." At that moment, within the room, Yi Qingshan was seated in the living room with more than a dozen members of the Yi family, while Yi Qingya stood defiantly opposite them. Biting her lip, Yi Qingya addressed Yu Qishan, "Grandfather, I have already stated that I will not marry Su Wei. I shall never marry in this lifetime. Other matters may be negotiable, but this is non-negotiable. Please, do not attempt to persuade me further." Yi Qishan slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Qingya as he angrily scolded, "Yi Qingya, have you grown wings? Consider the disgraceful actions you have committed over the years, becoming pregnant out of wedlock, a woman bearing a child. You have brought shame upon our esteemed Yi family. Now, Su Wei, a gentleman of good standing, does not disdain you and is willing to marry you, yet you dare to refuse him? I tell you, today you shall marry whether you like it or not. Bring forth the family law." With a thunderous roar, Yi Qishan commanded, and immediately, 4 women from the Yi family advanced towards Yi Qingya. 2 seized her arms, another grasped her hair, while the 4th delivered a kick to her leg. With a thud, Yi Qingya was forced to the ground. Kneeling there, she was stunned, gazing incredulously at Yi Qingshan, her voice filled with indignation as she shouted, "Grandfather, what do you mean by this?" Yi Qingshan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at her, responding, "What do you mean? You dare question my intentions? I do this for your own good, for the prosperity of our Yi family. Qingya, you were once my most cherished granddaughter. All the resources of the Yi family were devoted to you, your education, your studies abroad, your entrepreneurial endeavors. Yet, what have you given in return? You have brought forth a child out of wedlock, causing us great disgrace. Now, our family stands on the cusp of an unparalleled opportunity if you marry Su Wei. Your future is limitless, and our family shall ascend to greater heights. Should you refuse, the family law shall be enforced. Should you agree, we shall all rejoice." Yi Qingya gazed at her grandfather with disbelief. In her memory, although Yi Qingshan had not showered her with affection, he was still her grandfather and had shown her familial care. Yet, at this moment, he appeared as her adversary, intent on forcing her to the precipice. Yi Qingya shook her head in despair. "Grandfather, our company is flourishing. We do not need the Su family to thrive." Yi Qingshan scoffed at her words, angrily retorting, "Do you think I am unaware?" Naturally, the Baiwa Cosmetics Company was on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Su Deshao's assistance in securing a substantial investment of 50 million, the company would have long since collapsed. Yet, you dare to deceive me once more? Summon someone to discipline her. Immediately, an individual approached Yi Qingya, who was genuinely alarmed. Outside, Qinyang overheard everything distinctly. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, please wait here. I shall fetch something." Su Yin looked at Qinyang with curiosity, somewhat perplexed. He waved his hand, not waiting for her response, and hurried towards the elevator. Before long, Qinyang returned from his residence, carrying a thermos of hot water and several paper cups. Upon seeing his return, Su Yin, anxious, began to pace. She exclaimed, "Qinyang, it seems there is trouble inside. I heard Yi Qingya crying. We must go in and check." Qinyang gestured for her to hold on, saying, "Just a moment. I'll serve some water to those inside." With that, he opened the thermos and poured 13 cups of scalding hot water. Su Yin, in a state of urgency, insisted, "Qinyang, those individuals are clearly bullying Yi Qingya. They are wicked. How can you serve them water?" Qinyang chuckled heartily. "Even if they are wicked, they are still Yi Qingya's grandfather, her blood relatives. Should we drive them out? They may be unreasonable, but we must maintain our hospitality." As he spoke, Qinyang lifted the tray holding the 13 cups of hot water and, with a decisive kick, forcefully opened Yi Qingya's door. Inside, Yi Qingshan was seated on the sofa, vehemently berating Yi Qingya, while the 4 women held her down, tugging at her hair. Yi Qingya appeared utterly disheveled. Upon seeing the door swing open, Yi Qingshan coldly inquired, "Who are you? Get out. This is my granddaughter's room. Outsiders are not welcome." Qinyang laughed heartily and replied, "We are friends of Yi Qingya, also residing in this house. Hearing that her elders had returned, we brought you some water to avoid any claims of inadequate hospitality." "Oh dear." In the next moment, Qinyang exclaimed in surprise as he stumbled over a chair on the floor. Simultaneously, the tray slipped from his grasp. The 13 cups of scalding hot water flew through the air, landing squarely on the faces of Yi Qingshan and his companions. One by one, the hot water drenched their faces, heads, and necks, eliciting a chorus of horrified screams. Yi Qingshan and his companions reacted as if they had been struck, jumping up and down in panic. Yi Qingya, kneeling on the floor, was momentarily stunned, while the 4 women restraining her yelped in agony from the burns. They clutched their faces, collapsing to the ground and rolling about. I'm scalded. I'm scalded. My eyes are going blind. I'm disfigured. You wretched scoundrel, call the police." A cacophony of cries filled the room. Yi Qingya rose to her feet, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes as she gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, before turning to look at Qinyang. Qinyang scratched his head and, with an innocent expression, said, "Ms. Yi, it was not intentional. I merely wanted to entertain your grandfather and the others. Who could have foreseen that I would trip and send the tea flying, splattering it all over their faces?" Yi Qingya, observing Qinyang, quickly dialed for an ambulance. Recognizing that burns are no trivial matter, the hot water in Qinyang's cup was at least 90 degrees Celsius. If it had truly splashed into their eyes, it could have caused severe injuries. Yi Qingshan roared in anger, "Not only should we call an ambulance, but we must also report this to the police. This scoundrel did it on purpose." Before long, several ambulances arrived downstairs, followed by a few police officers who stepped out of their vehicles. However, upon reviewing the footage, they concluded that Qinyang had not acted with malice. It appeared he had indeed tripped, resulting in the cup being sent flying. Yet, the officers were perplexed as to why the scalding water had landed so precisely on each person's face, while Yu Qingya, caught in the midst of it, remained unscathed. Yu Qingya explained the situation to the officers, after which the ambulances and police cars departed in succession. Lacking concrete evidence, they had no grounds to detain Xinyang. Moreover, Yu Qishan and the others had unlawfully intruded into Yu Qingya's home, coercing her to kneel and physically assaulting her, which constituted a crime in itself. Inside the room, Su Yin chuckled, giving Xinyang a thumbs up. Xinyang, your method is truly commendable. Those rascals deserve to be taught a lesson. Yu Qingya sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude to Xinyang, but then frowned, saying, Xinyang, while I appreciate your intervention, do you think your approach was too harsh? What if my grandfather and the others suffer serious injuries? Xinyang waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her, do not worry. The worst that will happen is they get a large blister, leaving them embarrassed for half a month. There will be no lasting harm. Yu Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly sank onto the sofa, shaking her head in exasperation. My grandfather has truly gone too far this time. To force me into marriage with Su Wei, he resorted to such drastic measures. They have never been this cruel before. Could it be that something has transpired while they were abroad? Xinyang turned to Yu Qingya, unable to suppress a scoff as he remarked, General Yi, your kindness knows no bounds, even going so far as to excuse your grandfather and his ilk, regardless of any circumstances they may have encountered abroad. There is no justification for their actions, forcing you into a marriage with Su Wei and resorting to family discipline. Can you truly forgive such relatives? This is nothing short of foolish filial piety. Upon hearing these words, Yu Qingya furrowed her brow and sighed. After all, he is my biological grandfather, and I owe much of my entrepreneurial success to his support. Naturally, the Baiwa Cosmetic Company still holds shares from them. Let us hope this matter concludes here. I will clarify the situation, explaining that Su Wei is merely a scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Qingzhou City, Yi Qingshan and others were being wheeled into the burn unit, wailing in agony. The doctors promptly tended to their injuries, quickly wrapping the 13 members of the Yi family in bandages, resembling Zongzi. Yi Qingshan's cousin, Yi Gao, clenched his fists in fury and turned to Yi Qishan, saying, Grandfather, I have long warned you that Yu Qingya is a woman devoid of shame. She cannot remain in our family. You refused to believe me and insisted on supporting her endeavors. Do you see now? She is nothing but a cunning wolf, feigning obedience while allowing her paramour to inflict harm upon us. What purpose does her presence serve? Filled with indignation, Yi Qingshan retorted angrily, this matter will not end here. Call her immediately and demand she dismiss that scoundrel. As for Yu Qingya, she still holds value for us. We cannot expel her just yet. We must bide our time. Yi Gao huffed. I believe it would be best to expel both her and that wretched child, Yi, at the earliest opportunity. After speaking, Yi Gao turned to gaze out the window, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that upon his return, Yi would be in good health, a notion he found intolerable. Yi could not remain. She must either perish or be entirely cast out of the Yi family. Yi Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Yi Gao. Yi Qingya still serves a purpose for us. Marrying her off to young Master Su will elevate the Yi family to new heights. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Su Wei entered, carrying a basket of fruit. Upon seeing the burns afflicting Yi Qingshan and the others, he instantly feigned concern, moving to Yi Gao's side and inquiring, Grandfather Qishan, what has happened to you? Yi Qishan, upon Su Wei's arrival, hurriedly got out of bed, saying, Young Master Su, your kindness is overwhelming. Please, have a seat. Today, we visited Yu Qingya's home to propose a match for you, only to be scalded by that scoundrel Xinyang. Su Wei, secretly delighted by this revelation, masked his joy with a facade of sorrow, quickly responding, Grandfather Qishan, I have always warned you that Xinyang is a low-born scoundrel, lacking even the slightest sense of decorum or compassion. He deceived Yu Qingya with sweet words, causing her to trust Xinyang deeply and even grant him shares of the company, making him the head of the subsidiary. Xinyang, that scoundrel, must not be allowed to remain by Yi Qingya's side. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan was even more enraged. He immediately declared, I understand. Young Master Su, rest assured. I will instruct Qingya to expel Xinyang right away. We must drive this scoundrel out of our Yi family's company. Yi Qingshan picked up his phone and dialed Yi Qingya, his voice filled with fury. Yi Qingya, come to the hospital immediately. Furthermore, I command you to fire that scoundrel Xinyang today. He must never set foot in our cosmetics company again. From this moment on, You shall have no ties to our Yi family whatsoever. Hearing her grandfather's wrath, Yi Qingya quickly replied, Grandfather, please calm down. Qinyang did not mean any harm. I will bring him to see you and clarify everything. Yi Qishan angrily retorted, Clarify? Nonsense. Fire him immediately, or you may as well forget that I am your grandfather. With that, he hung up the phone. In Yi Qingya's room, she set down her phone and looked at Qinyang helplessly. Qinyang, look at the trouble you've caused. Grandfather is furious and has ordered me to fire you. Qinyang scoffed, on what grounds? I am the third largest shareholder of the company. He cannot simply expel me at will. Yi Qingya waved her hand impatiently. Enough, this is not the time for defiance. Let us do this. Qinyang, come with me to the hospital and at least ease the tension. Upon hearing Yi Qingya's words, Qinyang furrowed his brow reluctantly and replied, Fine. I can apologize. But what if they continue to pressure you into marrying Su Wei? Yi Qingya dismissed his concern. That won't happen. I will explain everything to them. Let us go. She picked up some fruit, and together they headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, Yi Qingya entered and was surprised to find Su Wei there as well. Yi Qishan, spotting Yi Qingya, snorted and said, Qingya, look at young Master Su. He knows we were injured and has put aside his esteemed status to come visit us. And what about this Qinyang? Not only does he come from a humble background, but his actions are also so malicious and disrespectful to his elders. He is nothing but a waste. A mere thug from the lower class. Are you not ashamed to be with someone like him? Yi Qingya frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and patiently explained, Grandfather, please listen to me. Some events transpired while you were abroad. Qinyang is indeed a remarkable employee and a dependable friend. He cured Yi's illness and even saved her life. Moreover, during the most critical time when our cosmetics company was in dire straits, he was the one who helped revive it. As for Su Wei, I prefer not to say anything more. I truly do not wish to associate with him. He is a complete stranger to me. Yi Qishan, upon hearing these words, struck the hospital bed with a resounding thud and exclaimed in fury, Nonsense. Yi Qingya, you have clearly been deceived by this scoundrel beside you. I tell you, today you must expel her and sever all ties with him. Otherwise, do not blame me for withdrawing my investment from the cosmetics company. Furthermore, I shall ensure that you are eternally removed from the Yi family lineage, along with your parents. You better think this through and make your decision now. Yi Qishan snorted disdainfully, fixing his gaze upon Yi Qingya. He was filled with confidence, knowing that she would neither dare to be expelled from the family tree nor risk his investment. Yi Qingya stood there, dumbfounded. Before she could utter a word, Qinyang, who was standing beside her, burst into laughter. He stepped forward and said, Hey, old man, if you do not withdraw your shares today, then you are no longer a human being, no longer a Yi. You are merely a decrepit dog that does not honor its word. Yi Qingshan's face turned pale with rage upon hearing Qinyang's taunts. He had never anticipated that this scoundrel would not only harm his family, but also come to the hospital to insult him rather than offer an apology. Pointing at Qinyang, he stammered in anger, Very well, and you, Yi Qingya, my dear granddaughter, how could you bring this scoundrel to provoke me? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Yi Qingya hurriedly waved her hands, attempting to explain. At that moment, Qinyang grasped her hand and declared, Ms. Yi, there is no need for explanations. Since this old dog has threatened you, let us simply remove him from the board, after all. You have the final say in the company. Yi Qingya turned. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Qinyang. Yi Qishan shouted, Fine. I shall sell my 39% of the shares immediately. If you cannot repurchase them within 3 days, prepare for bankruptcy. And Yi Qingya, get out. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Yi family. Qinyang pulled out his phone, a smirk on his face, and said, You see, I have recorded this. These are your own words, so do not deny it later. With that, he scooped Yi Qingya into his arms and exited the hospital room. The scene left Yi Qingshan and the others in shock, while Su Wei's face turned ashen with rage. He could scarcely believe that Qinyang, the rascal, was still alive and had become even more brazen, openly insulting Yi Qingshan and abducting Yi Qingya from the Yi family. This scoundrel had truly lost all sense of propriety. Outside the hospital, Yi Qingya's mind was a blank slate. It wasn't until she entered the elevator that she realized she was still in Qinyang's embrace. She immediately began to struggle, pounding on his shoulder. Trembling with anger, she clutched his collar and demanded, Qinyang, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you doing? You insult my grandfather, demand he relinquish his shares, and force me to leave the Yi family. Are you intent on destroying me and my life? Qinyang extended his hand, firmly pressing down on Yi Qingya's shoulder, and spoke, Yi, it is quite evident that your reasoning has faltered. Your grandfather shows no concern for your thoughts. He is resolute in marrying you off to Su Wei. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your own desires for the sake of familial ties, merely to appease him by marrying Su Wei? Yi Qingye gasped for breath, responding, "But you cannot compel my grandfather to disown me from the Yi family. Moreover, our company is currently in dire financial straits. Should my grandfather forcibly relinquish 39% of his shares, our company would face utter collapse. According to the agreement established at the company's inception, if no one purchases those 39% shares, we must buy them back at 3 million per share within 3 days. 39% equates to 120 million. In 3 days, where shall we procure such a sum? If we cannot buy them back, the company faces bankruptcy and will be ripe for my grandfather's reacquisition." Qin Yang chuckled heartily, interjecting, "Is it merely 120 million? Worry not. I shall provide the funds." Yi Qingye stared incredulously at Qin Yang, exclaiming, "What nonsense! 120 million in cash within 3 days? Hardly anyone in Qizhou could manage that. Do you think it is so simple? Even securing a bank loan against collateral would not suffice within such a brief time frame." Yi Qingye's breaths were heavy, her chest rising and falling, and though angered, her beauty seemed to radiate even more. Qin Yang observed her, a smirk playing on his lips. He could not help but acknowledge that when Yi Qingye was not directing her ire at him, she truly was a stunning beauty. Yet, her mind often seemed clouded, as she would frequently unleash her temper without reason, a quintessential example of a woman in the throes of midlife. Qin Yang continued, "Enough of your worries. I assure you that I will secure the 120 million. I shall acquire the shares from your grandfather. Furthermore, consider this. Why does your grandfather so eagerly court Su Wei? Why the insistence on marrying you to him? Is it not due to the Su family's wealth and influence? Your grandfather seeks to ascend the ranks. If he casts you out now, it matters little. Once your company flourishes and our valuation soars into the hundreds of billions, just imagine how your grandfather will grovel for your return to the Yi family. He will seek your favor, vying for your approval. Thus, you need not dwell upon the matter of apologies. Your sole focus should be on managing the company effectively, for that is the only path back to the Yi family." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Yi Qingye frowned even more deeply, letting out a resigned sigh. "Hundreds of billions? Do you grasp the difficulty of reaching such a valuation? I have spent years elevating this company from 1 billion to 5 billion, and that was only possible due to the fortuitous rise of the cosmetics industry. Transitioning from 5 billion to hundreds of billions is utterly unattainable." Qin Yang patted his chest confidently, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am here to assist. For now, focus on your work in the company and cast aside all other concerns." As the elevator reached the ground floor, Yi Qingye pointed furiously at Qin Yang before storming off in frustration. Qin Yang chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. The sum of 120 million was not particularly substantial for him. Having previously vanquished the Blood Knife Society, he had acquired several gold ingots from Su Te, worth tens of millions. Aside from the gold, the assets of the Blood Knife Society were now under his ownership, and with the Black Wolf Gang now loyal to him, their holdings also belonged to him. Although the liquid cash of both the Blood Knife Society and the Black Wolf Gang was limited, their illicit enterprises were numerous. Mortgaging their property could easily yield billions. Crucially, with Yu Qingshan ousted, he could finally focus on developing his cosmetics company. Although his herb business was merely a fad, the subsequent development of Qinglong Mountain, along with the integration of the Black Wolf Gang's prosperous herbal factory into his own enterprise, would soon lead to a significant increase in the value of his natural herbal company. He was determined not to let that old dog Yi Qingshan benefit from his efforts. As Qin Yang pondered these matters, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Black Wolf. His heart raced. Could there be news about treasures in Qinglong Mountain? He answered immediately, and Black Wolf's anxious voice came through. Master Chun, there is something amiss in the valley. A sudden mist has enveloped the area. While I was digging with more than 20 brothers, visibility vanished completely. I managed to escape with some of my brothers, but 3 are still missing in the valley." Qin Yang, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "Black Wolf, retreat with your brothers immediately. I am on my way." Qin Yang was acutely aware that the situation described by the Black Wolf likely stemmed from their discovery of a treasure. Surrounding the treasure, there appeared to be some lurking monsters or traps. He hastily jumped into his vehicle and sped towards Qinglong Mountain. After more than an hour, Qin Yang, wielding the Blood Shadow Blade, arrived at the valley. The Black Wolf and his dozen or so companions quickly gathered around him. Qin Yang inquired, "What has transpired?" The Black Wolf shook his head and replied, "Boss, 3 brothers have gone missing, and we cannot establish contact with them. They are still trapped at the bottom of the valley. Moreover, the valley has been completely enveloped in a dense white mist, obscuring our view regardless of the light we employ. As Qin Yang approached the valley and peered down, he indeed found that the 100-meter deep gorge was shrouded in a thick layer of white mist. The mist appeared no different from ordinary morning fog. However, even with Chen Yang's keen eyesight, he could not penetrate the fog to discern what was occurring within the valley. Furrowing his brows, he remarked, "This mist seems suspicious. I shall descend to investigate. Black Wolf, take the others to a safe distance and do not come down." With that, Qin Yang brandished the blood-red blade and leaped into the gorge. Upon reaching the valley floor, a faint, foul odor assailed him, and after a single breath, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Regaining his composure, he tightened his grip on the blood blade. Suddenly, from beneath the rubble ahead, a massive python, over half a meter in diameter and extending 100 meters in length, burst forth. The serpent opened its maw wide enough to easily consume a cow. Qin Yang, witnessing the colossal creature, instinctively retreated, astonished beyond measure. Such a monstrous being was preposterously large. It was implausible that a creature of this magnitude could thrive in Qilong Mountain. Despite its vastness, Qin Yang, having studied basic biology, understood that such a behemoth would require an immense quantity of sustenance, capable of devouring all the beasts in the mountain. At that moment, the giant python suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames from its gaping mouth, searing Qin Yang's skin with excruciating pain. He let out a cry and swiftly rolled away. Amidst the chaos, a woman's laughter rang out from beside the python. "Ha ha ha, Qin Yang, you worthless fool. You shall ultimately perish at my hands." Qin Yang squinted to see a woman standing atop the massive serpent, draped in a black dress with disheveled hair. It was Lu Yu. Yet, the Lu Yu before him exuded formidable power, towering above him. A mix of fury and trepidation surged within Qin Yang. He could not comprehend how Lu Yu had suddenly gained such strength and acquired the ability to control the 100-meter-long python. At that moment, the python soared into the air, its body adorned with golden scales. Wherever it slithered, trees were uprooted, and rocks were utterly crushed beneath its weight. The might of this colossal python is overwhelming, coupled with its impenetrable scales, rendering Qin Yang utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Once more, the serpent unleashed flames, surging towards Qin Yang with lethal intent. With a powerful leap, he raised his blood-red blade and swiftly aimed for the python's vulnerable underbelly. A resounding crash echoed as sparks erupted from the blade upon striking the serpent's neck. However, the python's head abruptly swung, sending Qin Yang hurtling through the air, leaving the serpent unscathed. Perched atop the serpent's head, Lu Yu laughed maniacally, pointing at Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, I told you, you will never be worthy of me. Admit it, you pathetic loser. Go, devour him." The python opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Qin Yang with alarming speed. Gasping for breath, he felt his mind growing increasingly heavy, sensing something amiss. Though the sight of the serpent instilled fear, and Lu Yu's presence ignited a blaze of resentment within him, he knew that this was not right. Amidst the chaos, a final thread of clarity remained in Qin Yang's mind. He struck his dantian with urgency, channeling the Taoist mystical energy coursing through his body. His hands swiftly formed a series of intricate seals as he recited the incantation. Zhuantua Yalu. Yistin Su Quan. Taoist magic. Spirit purification technique. A brilliant azure light emanated from his fingertips as he pressed it against his forehead, instantly restoring a measure of lucidity. When Qin Yang gazed ahead once more, a chill of dread swept over him. Before him was not a 100-meter-long python, but a magnificent, golden-hued fox resembling a grand sculpture. The fox stood upright, its massive form akin to that of a water buffalo, with eyes radiating a haunting blue glow, fixated on him. Surrounding the fox lay several lifeless corpses, presumably belonging to members of the Black Wolf Brigade. Clearly, he had unwittingly fallen into the illusion cast by this enchanting fox. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his Taoist mystical energy and the inheritance that bestowed upon him the spirit purification technique, he would have been utterly ensnared by the fox's mental dominion. Qin Yang, a mid-tier master, knew that controlling someone of his caliber was virtually impossible. Yet, this immense fox had managed to do so, its eyes glinting with a mocking light, enveloping him in a mesmerizing blue aura. To the fox, it seemed evident that Qin Yang, a master, was destined to become mere sustenance. The fox, though cautious, believed it had fully subdued Qin Yang and refrained from advancing immediately. Instead, it continued to amplify its mental power, intent on utterly dismantling him. Observing the unfolding scenario, Qin Yang quickly devised a plan, feigning terror as he brandished his blood-red blade in the air. Indeed, the fox detected no anomaly, convinced that Qin Yang remained ensnared within its illusion. The fox spirit gradually approached Qin Yang, intensifying its mental assault as waves of blue light invaded his mind. Even though Qin Yang had realized that the colossal python was merely an illusion, a cunning ruse crafted by the fox spirit, he could not shake off the overwhelming dizziness that clouded his thoughts, nor could he avert his gaze from the horrific phantoms surrounding him. Rather than hastily retaliating, he deftly altered the formations of his fingers, quietly invoking the cleansing mind technique to strive for lucidity. At last, after 5 arduous minutes, the fox spirit, now fully assured, relaxed its guard, convinced that Qin Yang was ensnared within its illusionary grasp. The fox spirit approached him, opening its maw wide, poised to sink its fangs into Qin Yang's neck. In that very instant, Qin Yang's blood-red dagger surged upward with fierce resolve, slicing down toward the fox spirit's throat with a swift and decisive stroke. In Qin Yang's grasp lay a blood-red long knife, though stripped of its spiritual essence. This blade was far from ordinary. It was the very weapon that allowed the blood knife to stand firm in Qizhou, enabling Su Te and his band of ruffians to rise swiftly to prominence. At that moment, Qin Yang unleashed his full strength in a sudden strike, cleaving downward with the knife. The massive demon fox before him had its neck severed halfway, blood gushing forth. The colossal creature let out a thunderous roar, its sharp claws lunging toward Qin Yang. With agile footwork, Qin Yang evaded the attack and swiftly withdrew his long knife, bringing it down once more. This time, a crisp crack echoed as the fox's spine was completely severed, its head drooping lifelessly against its chest. The fox's eerie green eyes remained fixed on Qin Yang, bewildered. It could not fathom how it had lost control over him, especially since he was a master martial artist who had entered its illusion. How could he awaken so quickly? With a resounding thud, the enormous fox collapsed to the ground, its thick, snowy tail flicking helplessly in the air before finally drooping down. Qin Yang exhaled in relief, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he gazed at the fallen fox demon, inwardly acknowledging his narrow escape. The creature's combat prowess was indeed formidable, particularly its ability to silently ensnare him within its illusion, were it not for the Tao which inheritance he had received, granting him the power to resist illusions with the mystical energy within him, along with his Tao techniques that could clear the mind and restore clarity. He might have met his demise today. This fox demon had undoubtedly reached the late stage of the Master Realm, perhaps even the pinnacle of its power. A demon beast at the peak of the Master Realm was truly terrifying. As the great fox breathed its last, the mist in the valley began to thin. It was then that Qin Yang realized the fog had been formed from the creature's urine, a premeditated illusionary formation laid out by the fox in this valley. Had any other Master Realm martial artist ventured into this place, they would surely have fallen victim to the fox's haunt. Approaching the fox, he severed its head and ran his fingers over its fur, unable to suppress a chuckle. The fur of this peak Master Realm fox demon would make for exquisite and warm clothing, astonishingly resilient to the point that even bullets could not penetrate it. Moreover, consuming its flesh would enhance one's physical strength significantly. Qin Yang turned his gaze forward, noticing a sloping cave on the left side of the valley, likely excavated by the Black Wolf and its companions. He ventured down the inclined pathway, descending over 10 meters until the spiritual energy suddenly thickened remarkably. Energized, Qin Yang quickened his pace. Below lay a naturally formed underground cavern, within which coiled a golden vine as thick as a water barrel. This vine extended over 150 meters, its roots deeply entrenched in the earth, emanating a rich spiritual essence accompanied by a faint, peculiar scent reminiscent of foxes within the cave. Qin Yang observed the scene before him, and a profound realization dawned upon him. He scrutinized the vine in front of him, his heart racing. It was none other than the earth spirit vine. This vine was imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy, and most crucially, it had the ability to continuously siphon spiritual energy from the ground, disseminating it through its branches. The fox demon had undoubtedly reached its current level of cultivation due to the unceasing supply of spiritual energy provided by this vine. As Qin Yang stepped closer and extended his hand to touch the earth spirit vine, he felt the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his palm. A smile of gratification illuminated his face, affirming that his attention to this place was not in vain. The arrival of this earth spirit vine was exceptionally timely. With it, his strength could ascend to new heights. He was confident that within 3 months, he could break through to the pinnacle of the Master Realm, or perhaps even transcend further. Should he reach the apex of the Master Realm, he would truly deserve the title of the foremost individual in Qizhou City. With a clap of his hands, he absorbed the rich spiritual energy into his palms. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body, and he felt an intense warmth radiating from his chest. Within his thoracic cavity, he noticed a palm-sized turtle shell spinning rapidly, while an immense quantity of spiritual energy surged from his palms into his chest. Qin Yang was taken aback, bewildered by the sensation of spiritual energy flooding into his chest cavity like a deluge, rushing into the turtle shell within. The speed of absorption was astonishing. Hastily, Qin Yang released his grip and closed his eyes to examine the turtle shell in his chest. At that moment, he realized that this turtle shell was none other than the jade pendant left to him by his father 5 years prior. A devastating fire had erupted at an upscale club near Jinling University, where Qin Yang, then a sophomore, worked part-time as a cleaner to earn his living. In the midst of the blaze, he had rushed in to rescue others, only to succumb to the flames and lose consciousness. Believing he would perish in the inferno, he was astonished to awaken the next day, unscathed, lying in a stream that the jade pendant he cherished had gone missing. Just days ago, Yi Qingya had returned the pendant to him, claiming it had been found by the security team. Later, when the pendant had come into contact with the blood on his palm, it transformed into a radiant light and entered his chest, vanishing from sight. Now, he discovered that the pendant had indeed entered his thoracic cavity, revealing its true form as a palm-sized turtle shell. The turtle shell, having absorbed spiritual energy, exhibited a newfound vitality, spinning rapidly and expressing an insatiable yearning for more spiritual energy, as if beseeching Qin Yang to continue drawing from the earth's spirit vine. Sensing the shell's desire, Qin Yang approached it again. This time, he embraced the earth spirit vine with both arms, pressing his entire being against it. In an instant, the turtle shell transformed into a black hole, spinning swiftly as torrents of spiritual energy surged from Qin Yang's hands and chest, directly flowing into his body and the turtle shell within. After the turtle shell absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy, it began to emanate a radiant golden glow. Simultaneously, Qin Yang noticed a profound transformation within the Taoic mystical force coursing through his body. Previously, the inner energy within him was a translucent azure, nearly colorless, resembling wisps of mist. However, following the turtle shell's absorption of abundant spiritual essence, Qin Yang discovered that his inner strength had entirely transformed into a brilliant golden hue. This golden energy surged rapidly within him, incessantly cleansing his meridians, muscles, and cells, saturating his entire being. With a sudden gasp, Qin Yang experienced a wave of pain throughout his body, and then, as darkness enveloped his vision, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Qin Yang awakened, it was already the dawn of the following day. He opened his eyes in confusion, realizing he lay on the ground, a pool of congealed blood beside him. Startled, he quickly sprang to his feet, a nauseating stench pervading the air around him. Qin Yang took a deep breath, then sniffed his clothing, confirming that the foul odor emanated from his own body. This indicated that during his unconscious state, the impurities within him had been expelled. He glanced towards the earth's spirit vine, which had lost its vibrant golden hue and now appeared dull and pale blue, with only a faint essence of spiritual energy swirling within. Testing his body, he noted a significant increase in muscular strength. However, the richness of his internal energy remained unchanged. Thus, he was still at the mid-stage of the Master Realm. Yet, Qin Yang could distinctly sense that his overall prowess had markedly improved. With his internal energy now entirely transformed into a golden hue, purer and denser than before. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch forward, producing a thunderous boom that reverberated through the air. Qin Yang was astonished. His muscle strength and bone density had once again undergone enhancement, his body rejuvenated and impurities expelled, leading to a physical condition 5 or 6 times stronger than before. His mouth agape, he felt both joy and regret, realizing that in his stupor, he had almost completely drained the rich spiritual energy from the earth spirit vine. Despite this substantial absorption, his strength had not risen, rather, it had merely fully activated the peculiar tortoise shell within him. Moreover, his internal energy had completely transformed into a golden color, taking on an even more enigmatic quality. Qin Yang shook his head, unable to comprehend the nature of the extraordinary treasure left to him by his father. It was incredibly formidable and utterly unfathomable. What kind of person was his father? If he possessed such great abilities, why had his mother and he endured so much suffering? Now, only a small amount of spiritual energy remained in the earth spirit vine, and Qin Yang did not intend to continue absorbing it. The remaining energy would be but a drop in the bucket for him. Instead, he resolved to share it with the Black Wolf and his subordinates, helping them enhance their strength and become warriors. Additionally, such a colossal earth spirit vine was an invaluable material for concocting medicinal pills and ointments. With this vine, he had access to numerous recipes for elixirs within the Dao Which inheritance he had received. Shortly thereafter, Black Wolf descended with others, their eyes widening in terror at the sight of the enormous fox. Qin Yang approached Black Wolf with a smile, saying, "This time, you are in for a treat. If you consume half of this fox, it will strengthen your bodies, enhance your vitality, and invigorate your blood, paired with the spiritual energy in the cave. I believe you all can become warriors. Black Wolf, you currently possess the strength of a small Zhou Tian. Previously hampered by lung injuries, your meridians have now healed. Train diligently and strive to attain the great Zhou Tian level soon." Heilong nodded immediately. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yang inquired again, "Furthermore, how much cash do we possess?" Heilong calculated briefly and responded, "Boss Chun, the Blood Knife Society, and our Black Wolf Group together hold approximately 60 million in liquid assets. The rest comprises industries and equity." Qin Yang nodded and replied, 60 million. I have 10 million in cash and over 20 million in gold bars, which totals 90 million. We are still 3 million short of 120 million. Very well, I will return now. You all should focus on your cultivation here. Additionally, this location will serve as a processing factory for Chinese medicinal herbs. The Earth Spirit Vine will require such processing for its immense utility. After giving his instructions, Qin Yang hurriedly departed. Given his current state, he felt the urgent need to wash away the unpleasant odors and change his attire. Although his cultivation level had not advanced, his actual combat prowess had increased fivefold. Should he encounter that fox demon again, he would face no danger whatsoever. Upon returning home, Qin Yang took a shower and changed clothes, then closed his eyes to meditate. The tortoise shell within his chest radiated a soft yellow glow, while the golden Taoist mystical energy surged ceaselessly within him. He shook his neck and couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, his phone rang, and the caller was Yi Qingya. With an anxious tone, Yi Qingya exclaimed, "Qin Yang, Grandpa has indeed sold off his shares, and he has informed the media. I applied for a loan at the bank today, hoping to repurchase the shares. However, several banks have ignored me. I suspect Grandpa and Su Wei have already contacted them, preventing any loan to me. What should I do now?" Listening to her, Qin Yang laughed heartily and reassured her, "Don't worry, Miss Yi. It's just 120 million, right? I told you I would find a way." Yi Qingya sighed, "Qin Yang, do you truly understand the difficulty of acquiring 120 million in cash? Many enterprises valued in the tens or hundreds of billions cannot muster such an amount in a short time. However, Qin Sihai Investment Company undoubtedly possesses such capital. Qin Yang, you could borrow from him, assuring him that we will repay the amount within 5 years." Unable to contain his laughter, Qin Yang replied, "All right, I understand. Besides, who needs 5 years to repay 120 million? Leave this matter to me. I will head to the company first." After hanging up, Qin Yang drove straight to the Zirenbai Cosmetics Company. Currently, one floor of the company is dedicated to the Zirenbai Medicinal Herb Company, of which Qin Yang is the general manager. Upon entering his office, he sat at his desk and tapped his fingers, contemplating where to source the remaining 3 million. If he sought assistance from Qin Sihai, there would surely be no issue, whether it be Qin Sihai, Wang Lin, or Master Wu from Jiaobei. Any of them could readily produce 3 million. However, Qin Yang was reluctant to speak, for 30 million was merely a trifling matter, unworthy of squandering such social grace. As he pondered this, Wu Qian entered, clad in a sleek black skirt. Upon noticing Qin Yang's arrival, she greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Boss Qin, you have finally graced us with your presence at work." Qin Yang chuckled and replied, "In our branch, it is merely you and I as employees, and there are no significant tasks at hand. You need not feel obliged to come to work. Rest assured, I shall not deduct your salary." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian laughed and responded, "That simply won't do. You pay me 30,000 a month. If I were to stay at home, I would feel undeserving, as though I were being maintained by you. By the way, Boss Qin, what occupies your mind? You seem quite troubled." Qin Yang leaned back in his boss chair and sighed helplessly, "I am pondering how to make money. I currently need 30 million, and I do not wish to exhaust my connections to borrow funds. Thus, I am contemplating ways to swiftly earn 30 million. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Wu Qian's eyes widened, and she could not help but chuckle. "You want to make 30 million in a short time? Qin Yang, that line of thought is perilous. Those who entertain such ideas are either criminals robbing banks or gamblers, or like my father, engaging in stone betting. Regardless of the notion, the outcome is invariably dire. Upon listening to Wu Qian, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. He slapped the table, rose jubilantly, and grasped Wu Qian's hand, exclaiming, "By the heavens, old classmate, your words have awakened me from my reverie. Indeed, we could gamble on stones. As long as they are truly good stones, I can certainly recognize them." Wu Qian opened her mouth in astonishment, standing on tiptoe to feel Chen Yang's forehead. "Chen Yang, you're not feverish, are you? You truly intend to gamble on stones? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "How could that be? Have you forgotten? Last time, I transformed an ordinary jade stone into exquisite imperial green. My skills in stone betting are unparalleled." Wu Qian chuckled. "If you are so confident, then we should give it a try. The largest stone betting market in Qishou is on Wenhua Street. Let us go have a look." Without delay, Chen Yang and Wu Qian set off, driving straight to Wenhua Street. The street was bustling with activity. In the center, a jade shop named Aurora Jade Factory displayed a banner and colorful balloons, with the sound of firecrackers echoing, celebrating its first anniversary. Wu Qian immediately pointed to the jade factory. "Chen Yang, this is the largest jade factory on Wenhua Street, but they are somewhat unscrupulous. My father lost over 10 million here." Chen Yang smiled. "Then this must be the place. Let us go." After parking, the two walked toward the Aurora Jade Factory. The factory was divided into two sections. The left side featured a hall of jade ornaments, showcasing a variety of jade pieces, all clearly priced and rather expensive. The right side housed a vast hall filled with different types of rocks, serving as Qingzhou's largest stone betting venue. As they entered the stone betting hall, they were greeted by thousands of jade rough stones arranged by price. Some were priced at 2,000 each, others at 10,000. In certain areas demanded 50 or even 100,000 for a single stone. These rough stones were enveloped in ordinary rock layers, and even with contemporary detection technology, it was impossible to accurately discern whether jade resided within or the quality it possessed. Walking beside Chen Yang, Wu Qian began explaining the fundamental rules of stone betting. Just then, an angry voice rang out. "Chen Yang, what are you, a useless fool, doing here?" Turning around, Chen Yang and Wu Qian saw Su Wei and Lu Yu approaching hand in hand. Today, Lu Yu donned an elegant black long gown, exuding the essence of a sophisticated lady. With her chin held high, she inched closer to Su Wei, confidently declaring, "Chen Yang, it seems you have wandered into the wrong place. This is the Aurora Stone Gambling Arena, a realm for the affluent and elite. What business does a mere employee from a cosmetics company have here? Are you merely here to bask in the atmosphere, or perhaps to indulge in free food and drink?" Her laughter rang out, drawing the attention of those around her. Encouraged by the gazes of onlookers, Lu Yu lifted her chin even higher and remarked to Su Wei, "Darling, this gambling venue must belong to your friend. You ought to remind him to prevent some impoverished souls from infiltrating, only to mooch off the offerings without contributing." Su Wei chuckled. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall have the security keep an eye on him. While our fine wine and delicacies may be complimentary, they are certainly not meant for someone like Chen Yang." Chen Yang scoffed, replying to Lu Yu, "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Your hot pot restaurant has not taught you enough." Lu Yu paused at his words, her expression shifting dramatically as she stormed towards Chen Yang, pointing accusingly at his forehead. "Is it you? You scoundrel. You orchestrated that mass food poisoning at my hot pot restaurant, didn't you? It was undoubtedly your doing. You owe me 20 million. Standing nearby, Wu Qian forcefully pushed Lu Yu aside and clung to Chen Yang's arm, impatiently interjecting, "What are you doing? You are divorced. Do not lay a finger on Chen Yang. He is my man, and you have no right to touch him. Come, darling, let us leave this shrew behind." Wu Qian tugged Chen Yang away, leaving Lu Yu fuming and stamping her feet as she shouted, "Wu Qian, you are no better. I'll have you know that Chen Yang has a new girlfriend. One even more beautiful than you, so cease your delusions." Ignoring her completely, Wu Qian continued to embrace Chen Yang as they departed. The crowd buzzed with whispers and speculation. What is happening? The original wife encounters the current partner. Who is that man, to have found such a beautiful new girlfriend? From what the original wife suggests, he has an even prettier girlfriend? Is he out of his mind? Wasn't he just a lowly employee? How could he possibly attract such stunning partners? Chen Yang is truly my idol. Laughter and chatter echoed around them. Lu Yu, her face ashen with rage, grasped Su Wei's hand and declared, "Let us leave. That investment in the hot pot restaurant you made for me is surely ruined by Chen Yang." Su Wei gritted his teeth and replied, "I know why that rascal is here. His cosmetics company needs to come up with 12 million to buy back shares. He can't manage that, so he's come here to gamble in hopes of raising the funds. Lu Yu could not help but sneer at this revelation. He thinks he can profit from gambling? I look forward to seeing him lose it all. Su Wei also broke into a smile. At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman approached. It was Tang Ming, the proprietor of the Aurora Jade Factory. Tang Ming opened his arms and embraced Su Wei, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, today marks the anniversary of my Jade Market's grand opening, and there are many fine goods in the hall. You must lend your support." Su Wei immediately replied, "Young Master Tang, you are too kind. Today, I must procure at least 3 million worth of raw stone." Hearing this, Tang Ming laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Su is indeed forthright. By the way, what just transpired?" Nearby, Lu Yu interjected, "Young Master Tang, 2 impoverished individuals have infiltrated your establishment. You should exercise caution." As she spoke, Lu Yu pointed towards Chunyang and Wu Qian. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming quickly grasped the situation. He chuckled and reassured, "Fear not, I know precisely what to do." With that, Tang Ming reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist and commanded, "Send a few security guards to keep an eye on those 2. The Tang family is undoubtedly considered one of the prominent clans in Qingzhou City, and as the heir to the Tang lineage, Tang Ming possesses considerable knowledge of the local power dynamics. Although Su Wei appeared somewhat downcast, Tang Ming was privy to certain insider information. He understood that the Su family was far from the wretched state outsiders perceived. Once a top-tier family in Qizhou, among the 3 foremost clans, the Su family's lineage runs deep. In recent years, the Su family had adopted a rather subdued approach, encountering numerous business setbacks that led to losses exceeding 100 billion. Nowadays, the Su family seems almost invisible in Qingzhou City. Yet, Tang Ming was acutely aware that even a famished camel is larger than a horse. The Su family was not so easily vanquished. Tang Ming was exceedingly courteous towards Su Wei, and upon witnessing the discord between Su Wei and Qinyang, he promptly made a decision. Soon, 5 security guards converged upon Qinyang. Hand in hand, Qinyang and Wu Qian were observing the raw stones, while the guards, wielding electric batons, stood watch, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qinyang. Qinyang furrowed his brow and addressed the guards. "What is the matter? Are you attempting to expel me?" The foremost guard, a middle-aged man, waved his hand and chuckled. No. Our Aurora Jade Factory is open for business and does not hastily expel patrons. However, we are not naive. We cannot tolerate swindlers and freeloaders disrupting our establishment." Wu Qian, incensed by the guard's remarks, retorted loudly, "Who are you calling a swindler? We are here to engage in stone gambling. How could we be swindlers?" The guard snorted dismissively. "Whether you are swindlers or not, you know in your hearts. Our market caters to a discerning clientele. It is not accessible to just anyone. Today marks our Jade Factory's first anniversary, and our selection of red wine begins at 500 per bottle, with exquisite lobsters and abalone on offer. Naturally, it is our responsibility to ensure that individuals from the lower strata do not infiltrate our premises." Listening to these words, Wu Qian's face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to retort, Qinyang gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to refrain from further argument. The onlookers witnessed 5 security guards closely trailing behind Qinyang and Wu Qian, stifling their laughter behind their hands. The scene resembled one where, upon entering a supermarket, 5 employees shadowed your every move, vigilantly guarding against you as if you were a thief. Such an experience would be intolerable to anyone. Not far away, Lu Yu and Su Wei found the spectacle amusing and burst into hearty laughter. Lu Yu gave a thumbs up to Tang Ming, exclaiming, "Master Tang, you truly possess remarkable skills. This is precisely how they should be dealt with." Su Wei nodded in agreement, saying, "You have certainly avenged me today, Master Tang. It appears I must spend 3 million at your establishment." Tang Ming clapped Su Wei on the shoulder, responding, "Old friend, we are brothers, after all. You need not spend a penny. Let us go have a drink." Tang Ming was adept at socializing. He understood that assisting Su Wei, who was currently down on his luck and harbored a deep resentment towards Qinyang, could foster their friendship. Should the Su family rise again in the future, he would be well positioned to benefit from it. Ignoring the surrounding security guards, Qinyang made his way towards the gemstone area. With a mere touch of his palm on the jade, he could effortlessly perceive the conditions within through his innate Taoist powers. The finest imperial green jade could accommodate his energy, while slightly inferior glass-like jade would reflect it. In contrast, the most subpar jade would show no reaction at all. Qinyang meticulously examined each stone and soon selected a fist-sized raw jadeite from the 2,000 yuan section. The nearby security guards, unable to contain their ridicule, exclaimed, "Haha, our boss truly possesses an eye for quality. He recognizes that you are not here to spend and only dare to select stones from this 2,000 yuan range. How embarrassing. Qinyang glanced at the guard and merely chuckled before proceeding towards the 5,000 and 10,000 yuan sections. The stones here were of slightly better quality, yet as he explored, he realized that most of the raw jadeite was essentially worthless. Shaking his head, he selected 2 pieces and moved on to the 50,000 and 100,000 yuan sections. Chen Yang's pace in choosing the raw stones was swift, and he finally selected one from the 100,000 yuan area. Upon reaching the section where stones were priced in the hundreds of thousands, he continued his selection, finding the situation amusing. Although these stones appeared to possess quality, they were all essentially worthless, likely yielding no more than 50,000 when processed. Indeed, this jade factory was a veritable money-making machine. Among the throngs of buyers present, only about 1% would recoup their investments, while the remaining 99% would incur losses. However, the jade market was skilled at marketing, creating the illusion that these hundreds of thousands yuan raw stones had a greater chance of yielding premium jade. Chen Yang had procured 5 stones and turned to Wu Qian, stating, "I now comprehend why your father lost over 10 million here. This jade factory is nothing but a scam. While these jadeite rough stones appear to possess excellent quality, they are merely worthless debris." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, a nearby security guard coldly interjected, "Kid, if you lack understanding, refrain from making baseless claims. Our jade factory boasts at least 5 individuals who become instant millionaires each day. If you cannot afford the stones, do not slander our establishment. Tread carefully, or I will have you expelled immediately." With a chuckle, Chen Yang replied, "What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth about your deception? Apart from the few stones I have selected, the rest in this entire jade market are nothing but rubbish." His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby, who gathered with disdain etched on their faces. Who is this arrogant fellow? Does he not fear retribution? One scoffed. Just look at the 5 security guards trailing him. It's evident he has a grievance with the factory. He seems to believe he can select jade with infallibility. Yet even the most advanced technology cannot ascertain the true quality of jade hidden within stones. I wager he will soon be ejected from the premises. Disregarding the murmurs surrounding him, Chen Yang turned and strolled towards the jade craftsmanship section not far away. The hall was adorned with a plethora of jade carvings, jade paixio, jade gourds, jade bracelets, each a treasure in its own right. In a corner of the hall, there sat a jade toad, roughly the size of a basin. Chen Yang addressed Wu Qian, "We shall purchase this jade toad." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly grasped Chen Yang's hand and exclaimed, "Chen Yang, this toad is truly not worth 120,000. Let us not proceed with the purchase." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, "We shall buy it. It is the most valuable item in this entire hall." The onlookers erupted in laughter at his proclamation. Previously, when Chen Yang had argued with the security guard, some had been skeptical of his claims that the jade factory was deceitful. However, witnessing him resolve to purchase the oversized jade toad priced at 120,000, they could no longer contain their amusement. "I had thought him to be skilled. Instead, he is a fool." They guffawed. "That jade toad has been sitting there since the grand opening, initially priced at 1,200,000, now reduced to 120,000. It still attracts no interest. Even a simpleton can see it is merely a waste, large in size but devoid of merit. It would be lucky to fetch 2,000. Their laughter rang out. "It is utterly hilarious. Just the other day, I thought this young man possessed talent, yet here he is, purchasing the most worthless jade toad in the hall. So many experts have examined it, and it is universally deemed a piece of scrap. Who would have imagined there would be a naive buyer willing to part with 120,000 for it?" Upon overhearing the discussions of those around her, Wu Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She quickly grasped Chen Yang's arm and whispered, "Chen Yang, this jade toad is truly worthless. Even a novice like me can discern that it is merely a scrap. You should refrain from touching it any further." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Enough. You need not concern yourself with this. Please settle the payment for these stones in my possession." At that moment, Tang Ming, Lu Yu, and Su Wei approached. Su Wei, upon seeing that Chen Yang had indeed purchased the jade toad, could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Chen Yang, your taste in spending is rather unique. Did you think that the larger the jade, the better? Is that why you brought this worthless piece home?" Tang Ming, standing nearby, also joined in the laughter, saying, "Thanks to this brother for helping to clear out the rubbish from my shop, ha 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 ha." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter once more. Chen Yang, maintaining a stoic expression, proceeded to swipe his card for payment. 5 rough stones along with 1 toad, totaling 270, 000. After the transaction, Chen Yang cast a glance at Tang Ming and remarked, "You truly are blind to value. I initially intended to inform you that this jade toad is a treasure, but your attitude in conducting business is utterly contemptible. In this vast jade factory, it appears that only the 5 fine pieces I hold are worthy. Your actions are clearly deceitful. My friend and I came here to make purchases, yet you had 5 security guards tailing us, indicating your low regard for others. Therefore, I see no reason to extend pity or advice to someone like you." Tang Ming, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, could not help but laugh heartily. He stepped forward, addressing Chen Yang, "Young man, mind your words. You, an utter simpleton, dared to speak so boldly in my jade factory and accuse me of deceit. Do you believe I won't throw you out right now?" Chen Yang shrugged and replied, "It is evident who is deceiving whom. The 5 stones I selected are indeed the finest in your entire gambling stone establishment. The rest are merely refuse." The nearby customers, hearing Chen Yang's assertion, began to stir. "Friend, your words are a bit excessive, aren't they? If you're so confident, dare you cut open the 5 rough stones you hold right here?" Yes. If you can reveal exceptional material from those 5 stones, we shall believe you. This Aurora Gambling Stone venue has been in operation for over a year, and tales of overnight wealth abound. To claim they are all deceivers seems a tad exaggerated." Chen Yang gestured to the crowd, saying, "Everyone, if I am deceiving you, it shall be evident. Come, let us cut open these 5 stones." Those drawn to the spectacle, often unfazed by chaos, quickly summoned a cutter to slice open the stones Chen Yang held. As the cutting machine descended, the first stone was sliced, revealing a surface that indeed displayed a blue jade hue. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "It truly is green. I cannot believe it. This rough stone was only priced at 2,000, right? Who would have imagined such a fortune could be found? Behold the splendid hue of this stone. Its quality is indeed remarkable, and I dare say it could fetch a sum of 500,000 to 600,000 with ease." As the gem cutter meticulously sliced through the stone, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "My word, it is a glass-like specimen from an old mine. This could easily sell for at least 800,000. Brother, would you part with it? I shall offer 900,000. Sell it to me. I, too, will bid 900,000. Instantly, the crowd began to place their offers. Standing aside, Tang Ming's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Chen Yang's extraordinary fortune. Among the heap of worthless raw stones priced at 2,000, he had managed to uncover a treasure. Chen Yang proceeded to sell the stone right there and then turned to the cutter, saying, "Continue your work." The cutter, now cautious, picked up a larger piece of raw stone and began to slice it slowly. Lo and behold, this stone revealed more green, and this time the verdancy was even more exquisite. Goodness, this brother's luck is remarkable. It is an emerald. The purity of this color is astounding. This raw stone could easily command 2 million. 2 million? What nonsense! Given its substantial size, if entirely cut and devoid of any impurities, this jadeite could fetch at least 280,000. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the cutter fully unveiled the stone. Soon, astonished exclamations filled the air, followed by a flurry of bids. Chen Yang sold the stone for 3 million. The remaining 3 stones were slowly cut open by the cutter, each revealing green, and subsequently sold. In total, 5 stones amassed a staggering 680,000. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with awe. By investing a mere 280,000, he had instantly garnered 680,000. What a delightful turn of fortune. This lad possesses an extraordinary ability to discern jade within raw stones. Wait a moment. Did he not previously assert that there were no good emeralds left in the entire gambling stone factory? Could he have been telling the truth? This fellow is indeed a true master, and his words carry weight. It seems the superior jadeite at the Aurora Gambling Stone Factory is indeed scarce. With only these 5 pieces remaining, the crowd began to discuss, gradually coming to believe Chen Yang's assertions. They now realized that the raw stones at the Aurora Gambling Stone Factory were hardly worth purchasing. Hearing the murmurs, Tang Ming's face turned ashen. He glared at Chen Yang, furiously exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you here to ruin the atmosphere? The odds of finding green in my gambling stone factory have always been high. Your acquisition of 5 stones today, all of which yielded jade, only serves to validate the reliability of our raw stones. As for your own skill, spending 120,000 on that waste of a jade toad merely highlights your lack of expertise. If a novice like you can profit in my gambling factory, then surely these other gentlemen can as well." Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, Chen Yang merely chuckled coldly, stroking the jade toad in his hand, and replied, Do you genuinely believe it to be worthless? I have stated before that the vast majority of your stones are indeed refuse. The only true gem among them is this one. Chen Yang no longer kept his intention shrouded in mystery. He seized the jade toad, which was as large as a basin, and hurled it violently to the ground. The surrounding customers were left in stunned silence, questioning whether Chen Yang had lost his mind, having spent 12,000 only to shatter it. Tang Ming, witnessing the spectacle, let out a derisive snicker and exclaimed, "Chen Yang, have you gone mad? Don't unleash your insanity in my shop." However, Chen Yang bent down and retrieved a piece of light blue jade, no larger than a thumb, from the pile of rubble. He raised the jade and proclaimed, "Do you see this? This is the true treasure." The onlookers shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity with it. Su Wei, unable to contain his laughter, chimed in, "Chen Yang, stop with the theatrics. Your trickery is futile." Lu Yu, standing beside Su Wei, scoffed, "Chen Yang, do you take us for toddlers? Don't forget, I've worked in a jade shop before. You pick up a small stone from a heap of refuse and declare it a treasure. How absurd. You might as well keep it for yourself." Chen Yang waved the stone around and stated, "This piece of jade, known as jadeite, is the essence left behind after the collapse of an ancient jade mine. I believe some of you may have heard of jadeite. It feels warm to the touch and brings a comforting warmth when worn. It is said to ward off illness and promote longevity. The most remarkable feature of jadeite is that when pressed firmly, it emits a liquid-like glow. Observe." Chen Yang applied gentle pressure to the stone, and in an instant, a cascade of sounds erupted from the jade, accompanied by flashes of green light within. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Jadeite. This is truly jadeite. My goodness, I've only seen such treasures in books. I never thought I would encounter one in reality. Is the legend of jadeite true? I've heard that wearing it can indeed prevent illness, much more reliable than vaccines, impervious to any virus. Let me tell you, the benefits of jadeite extend beyond disease prevention. It truly enhances longevity. This is a genuine gem, even more effective than our country's finest mutton fat jade. My friend, are you selling this? I'll offer 10 million. Don't be ridiculous. 10 million for what? I want to buy jadeite too. I'll offer 15 million. The atmosphere became electric as the crowd erupted in fervent bidding for the jadeite in Chen Yang's possession. Wu Qian, standing beside him, was left speechless. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Yang would stumble upon a treasure during his visit to the stone gambling venue. Meanwhile, Tang Ming's face turned ashen. He never imagined that the seemingly worthless toad statue in his shop concealed such a valuable artifact. This jade toad had been a gift from a close friend of his grandfather, who had claimed to have purchased it for 3 million as a congratulatory gift. Regrettably, after the Tang family sought expert appraisal, they concluded that the item was worthless and decided to sell it in their shop. The initial price, exceeding 1 million, plummeted to a mere 120,000, yet it remained unsold. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang, that rascal, uncovered its hidden secret. The surrounding crowd continued to place bids, with one individual already offering 28 million. There are few who can readily produce such a sum. Upon hearing this price, the onlookers sighed in disappointment. Alas, I wish I had more cash. If I did, I would certainly purchase it. Indeed, this object possesses intrinsic value, and selling it to those affluent tycoons would yield 1 billion effortlessly. Unfortunately, I only brought over 10 million today. I am tempted to mortgage my company for an additional 30 million just to secure this item. Fate seems unkind. I am truly lacking in destiny with this treasure." The crowd shook their heads in dismay. The bald, portly bidder, noticing the absence of further offers, could not suppress a laugh and addressed Chen Yang. "Young man, my bid of 28 million stands as the highest. Why not sell it to me? We can finalize the transaction here, and I will transfer the funds immediately." Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, Tang Ming approached and interjected, "Hold on. This item was sold from my jade factory, and I possess the right of first refusal. Chen Yang, I offer you 30 million. Sell it to me now." Chen Yang turned to Tang Ming, a smirk of disdain curling his lips, and replied, "I have already stated that your jade factory is filled with deceptive trinkets. Moreover, your collusion with scoundrels like Su Wei renders any offer, even 1 billion, utterly unacceptable." Tang Ming's face flushed crimson upon hearing Chen Yang's words, his eyes narrowing as he pointed accusingly, "You insolent brat. You dare to refuse me? I will no longer sell this jade to you. Someone, refund his money and seize the remnants of the jade toad and the jade in his possession." Upon hearing Tang Ming's command, 5 security guards promptly complied. Converging on Chen Yang and Wu Qian, Chen Yang confronted the guards. "Is this how your jade factory conducts business? Is this your treatment of customers? I have already purchased this item. Do you intend to snatch it back?" The lead guard sneered. You have offended our esteemed young master of the Jade Factory. Your misfortune is upon you. If you kneel and apologize, we might let you go, but since you are disrupting our business, I regret to inform you that you will not leave here unscathed. The 5 guards raised their electric batons and rubber sticks, ready to strike. The onlookers recoiled in horror, their eyes filled with disdain. The Tang family's Jade Factory exhibited a complete lack of integrity, attempting to retract a sale upon witnessing a customer acquire a fine item. What kind of business operates in such a manner? The Tang Jade market ought to shut down immediately. It has only just dawned on me that Qin Yang speaks nothing but the truth. He claims that the jade market is nothing but a pitfall, where the raw stones are devoid of quality materials, likely mere scraps purchased for a few $100s, laid out here to deceive us. Indeed, I too have come to a similar realization. No wonder I squandered millions here only to find that the stones I cut were worthless. Poor Qin Yang. It seems today the Tang family will not let him off lightly. As the crowd lamented for Qin Yang, a series of loud kicks resounded, followed by the expulsion of 5 security guards. Qin Yang had sent them flying and then took a step forward to confront Tang Ming. Caught off guard by Chun Yang's ferocity, Tang Ming momentarily froze before angrily rebuking, "You insolent brat. Do you know who I am? How dare you assault a member of the Tang family? You are doomed." With a swift motion, Qin Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent Tang Ming crashing into a pillar over 10 meters away, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Qin Yang then turned to the bald man and declared, "I'll sell it to you for 28 million. Let us complete the transaction now." The bald man was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, handsome. Thank you. Let us conduct the transaction outside." Clearly, he preferred to avoid directly offending Tang Ming and the Tang family, opting instead for an external meeting. Qin Yang paid no heed, striding towards the exit alongside Wu Qian. Lu Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. She never anticipated that Qin Yang, this scoundrel, had developed such remarkable wealth-generating abilities. Merely by wandering through this jade market, he had secured jade worth over 30 million. If only she had not divorced him, she could have been wealthy by now. Seeing Qin Yang and Wu Qian depart with such pride, Lu Yu was consumed with fury and shouted, "Qin Yang, stop right there. You think you can just waltz away after striking young Master Tang? Hand over that jade right now." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Qin Yang halted and turned to face Lu Yu and Su Wei. With a mocking smile, he replied, "I almost forgot about you 2 shameless wretches. I still owe you a lesson." As he approached Su Wei and Lu Yu, Su Wei's face turned pale with fright, and he abruptly pushed Lu Yu aside and attempted to flee. However, his speed was no match for Qin Yang's. Seemingly leisurely, Qin Yang swiftly seized Su Wei by the hair, raising his hand to deliver a flurry of slaps that left Su Wei resembling a swollen mess. Grabbing Su Wei by the collar, Qin Yang forcefully slammed him to the ground, pointing at him as he said, "You scoundrel. Do you still dare to hire assassins for underhanded schemes? The matter concerning Director Lei and his daughter's poisoning is far from over. If I uncover any evidence, prepare to rot in prison." With that, he delivered another slap to Lu Yu's face, causing her to collapse onto Su Wei's chest. Qin Yang dusted off his hands, stating, "Now that's more like it." He then departed alongside Wu Qian. Lu Yu covered her face, furious and cursing loudly. Su Wei, lying on the ground, swiftly covered her mouth and angrily retorted, "You wretched woman, be quiet. If it weren't for your incessant chatter, I wouldn't have endured this beating." With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Yu murmured, "Su, we must deal with Qin Yang. He is insufferably arrogant." Su Wei, crouching low, replied, "Indeed. But a wise man avoids immediate losses. Keep your mouth shut and don't attract his attention." Su Wei grimaced, clutching his face, which had swelled noticeably more than usual. His anger intensified. He silently vowed that Qin Yang would pay dearly. Meanwhile, Qin Yang and Wu Qian had just concluded a transaction with the bald man outside the market, selling the jadeite. Their accounts received 28 million, combined with the previous 600,000, making the purchase of Yi Qingshan's shares an effortless endeavor. They got into their car and headed back to the Natural White Company. Wu Qian, seated in the passenger seat, beamed with delight, rubbing her hands together. "Boschan, I've just realized you are like the god of wealth. Making money is so easy. Once we have time, we should visit those large gambling stone markets abroad. We could achieve financial freedom." Qin Yang playfully ruffled Wu Qian's hair and replied, "What are you daydreaming about? Wealth must be earned through hard work, not through shortcuts. Our company is about to get busy." Wu Qian pouted. "What is there to be busy about? We're merely a shell. The company lacks any concrete business. As the secretary to the general manager, I spend my days idly at the office. Qin Yang laughed heartily. That will soon change. I plan to develop a line of cosmetics, and our natural white herbal factory is the key supplier of essential materials. Upon returning to the cosmetics company, Qin Yang, card in hand, made his way to Yi Qingya's office. Upon entering, he found Yi Qingya frowning as she spoke on the phone, seemingly attempting to borrow money. Seeing Qin Yang return, she set down the phone, irritated, and said, "Qin Yang, are you happy now? I just made 5 or 6 calls, shamelessly asking friends for loans. But I've only managed to gather a few million. This 120 million is impossible to raise." Sighing, she added, "If it comes down to it, I'll have to shamelessly ask Su Yin for help." Just as Qin Yang was about to speak, he froze at Yi Qingya's words. "What? Does Su Yin have that much money? Is she a little rich girl? I see her living off you, not working at all. Could she possibly be a wealthy second generation?" Yi Qingya shot him a glare and retorted, "Her identity is none of your concern. Listen well, Qin Yang, do not deceive Su Yin. She has little experience in love and the world. As a divorced man, you must not take advantage of her. Moreover, I must solemnly convey to you that you are utterly incompatible with Su Yin. You are entirely unworthy of her. Even if you were to win her over, the two of you would ultimately yield no fruitful outcome." Qin Yang discerned the disdain embedded within Yi Qingya's words. With a scoff, he retorted, "Silence yourself, you menopausal woman. Whom I choose to pursue, and the potential results of such pursuits are none of your concern. Additionally, I have resolved the matter regarding the acquisition of your grandfather's shares. Here is 120 million. Use it to purchase his shares." As he spoke, Qin Yang tossed a card before Yi Qingya, initially poised to unleash her wrath. Yi Qingya was taken aback upon hearing Qin Yang's proclamation. Grasping the card, she incredulously inquired, "You actually obtained such a substantial sum? Did you acquire it from Qin Sihai? That is splendid. I shall immediately repurchase the 39% of shares held by my grandfather and issue a statement to quell any speculation that our company might be on the verge of collapse." With an air of triumph, Qin Yang approached Yi Qingya, asserting, "This sum is mine. After repurchasing your grandfather's shares, I will possess 49%, while you will hold 51%. That places us on equal footing. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me with a condescending tone." Yi Qingya, gazing at Qin Yang, retorted, "Who wishes to admonish you? My words are merely candid truths. You may heed them or ignore them at your discretion." With a dismissive huff, she promptly took the money to facilitate the share transaction. Subsequently, she instructed the Public Relations Department to issue a statement affirming that the company's finances were entirely sound, assuring both employees and external clients. Seated on the office sofa, Qin Yang called out to Yi Qingya, "The share situation has been resolved. Now, I have a more pressing matter to discuss with you." Yi Qingya lifted her gaze, inquiring, "What is it?" Qin Yang began, "I possess a royal formula for a jade skin ointment, which I intend to develop into a cosmetic product. With this jade ointment, our cosmetics company could soar to unprecedented heights." Yi Qingya, upon hearing Qin Yang's words, expressed her skepticism, saying, "You haven't purchased a counterfeit prescription from a street vendor, have you? Let me tell you, the cosmetics industry is exceedingly intricate. Those formulas cannot simply be acquired for a few coins. Every successful cosmetic product has its formula shrouded in utmost secrecy." Qin Yang smirked, replying, "How could I possibly be deceived? Here is the plan. I will first create the jade ointment and present the results to you tonight, after which we can deliberate on the development of new products." Yi Qingya merely waved her hand dismissively, harboring no confidence or hope regarding Qin Yang's claims about the jade ointment. Developing cosmetics is not a simple endeavor. One could assert that the greatest expenditure in creating one's own natural whitening cosmetics lies in research and development. Moreover, she was fortunate, having acquired some new cosmetic technologies during her studies abroad, which allowed her to establish a foothold in the cosmetics industry. Qin Yang, having graduated from a university that did not pertain to his current endeavors, found himself immersed in sales within his own company, leaving him with little understanding of cosmetic research and development. Dismissing him, Yi Qingya waved her hand, urging him to leave as she busied herself with matters concerning equity. Upon exiting, Qin Yang promptly gathered herbal ingredients to craft the jade skin cream, a formulation that required a rare component known as Earth Spirit Vine. With this elusive ingredient now at hand, the development of the jade skin cream faced no significant obstacles. Crucially, this cream was not an ordinary remedy. It bore resemblance to an elixir, promising rapid results upon application. It not only had the capacity to whiten the skin, protect against sun damage, and eliminate chloasma, but also possessed remarkable efficacy in scar repair and the reduction of fine lines and crow's feet. This was largely attributed to the inclusion of the earth spirit vine, a medicinal herb of exceptional quality. By nightfall, Chen Yang had completed the formulation of the jade skin cream and, carrying a box of the product, made his way to Yi Qingya's residence. It was already past 8 in the evening. After their nightly cleansing routines, Yi had retired to bed, while Yi Qingya and Su Yan, dressed in their nightwear, were seated on the sofa, engrossed in conversation and television. Chen Yang knocked on the door. Inside, Yi Qingya asked warily, "Who is it?" "It's me, Chen Yang. I have completed the jade skin cream and would like you to see its effects," he replied. Yi Qingya, upon hearing this, felt exasperated. "There is no need for that. I have no expectations for your cream. Su Yan and I have already bathed and changed, preparing for bed. Let us try it tomorrow instead." Standing at the door, Chen Yang retorted, "Hurry and open the door. I have no interest in your nightwear. I simply want you to witness the remarkable efficacy of my jade skin cream. Open the door." Su Yan, amused by Chen Yang's persistent knocking, giggled and leapt up to open the door with a click. Witnessing this, Yi Qingya sighed at Su Yan. "You traitor. Even if you're letting him in, we should have changed first." Su Yan laughed. "Oh, Qingya, what is the point in changing? After all, Chen Yang is not a stranger. He is your business partner." Chen Yang and Su Yan approached the sofa. Su Yan was clad in a long nightgown, while Yi Qingya wore a knee-length, strappy sleep dress. No wonder Yi Qingya had hesitated to open the door. Her attire was indeed quite provocative, exposing her long legs as she sat. Chen Yang cast a glance and quickly averted his eyes, opening the box of the cream. "This is the jade skin cream I developed based on royal recipes. You've both removed your makeup perfectly. Try it and see the results by tomorrow." Yi Qingya shot a skeptical look at Chen Yang. "You really believe you can develop cosmetics without any knowledge? Let me take a look." She took the cream in her hand, pinching a small amount and gently rubbing it in her palm. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she gazed in disbelief at the cream in her hand, then turned to Chen Yang, asking, Is this what you created?" With a proud smile, Chen Yang remarked, "Indeed, isn't it quite remarkable?" Yi Qingya, wiping her nose, nodded in agreement. "It truly is impressive. The fragrance is subtle, the oil solubility excellent, and the color appears quite natural. It has potential as a new product on the market. However, I wonder if this color will last throughout the day or if it will fade by the afternoon after being applied in the morning." Chen Yang promptly responded, "Certainly not. This is its natural hue, and it will not fade. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that my cosmetic product can diminish melasma, acne, and effectively repair scars and crow's feet." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya scoffed, "That's impossible. Even medicinal ointments cannot achieve such results." Chen Yang, with a smug grin, countered, "Whether it works or not, you'll find out by trying it tomorrow. Look, you have a small red pimple on your chin. Su Yan's complexion is flawless. It's hard to find any blemish." Su Yan blushed at Chen Yang's words and covered her mouth, chuckling. An inexplicable flame of irritation ignited within Yi Qingya, and she glared at Chen Yang, exclaiming, "You should keep your mouth shut, teasing my best friend in front of me. How shameless." After a moment's thought, Yi Qingya picked up her phone and took a selfie of her face, followed by a picture of Su Yan's visage, and finally aimed the camera at Chen Yang, capturing his image as well. Yi Qingya declared, "Now I have preserved our appearances at this moment. Let us test your cosmetic product and compare it to our photos tomorrow to observe any changes." As she spoke, Yi Qingya applied the cosmetic evenly, gently smoothing it onto Su Yan's face. Then, she turned to her own face and applied the product before stepping up to Chen Yang. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Qingya reached out to evenly apply the cream on Chen Yang's face, giving his cheek a light pat. Chen Yang could not help but glance up at Yi Qingya, taken aback that she would willingly apply cream to his face. Logically, she should harbor disdain for him, constantly mocking and belittling him. Yet, her actions now seemed so effortless, devoid of any aversion. Yi Qingya felt no oddity in her actions. Though she harbored resentment towards Chen Yang, this animosity had dissipated after their earlier encounters. As she had stated, their past was now a closed chapter. At that moment, applying cream to Chen Yang's face bore no psychological burden for her. In her subconscious, Chen Yang represented a connection to her child, Yi, and the intimacy they had shared 5 years ago during the tragic fire. Regardless of the circumstances, this man had taken her innocence and fathered her child. Thus, applying cream to Chen Yang felt entirely unencumbered for Yi Qingya. After completing the application, she returned to the sofa and said, "All done. Do not wash your face when you go home. Wait until tomorrow morning to see the results." However, Chen Yang, do not expect too much. Even the finest cosmetics will not show significant effects overnight. Qin Yang chuckled. Your perspective is rather limited. Very well, let us await the results tomorrow. Since this is an experiment, we must approach it with utmost seriousness. Thus, I shall not return home tonight. I will tidy up the vacant guest room and reside there. Yi Qingya ultimately could not dissuade Qin Yang from staying. Su Yin, standing to the side, giggled and said, Qin Yang, let me assist you in preparing your room. By the way, your bathrobe and towel from last time are still here. I will fetch them for you. Su Yin, like a devoted wife, gathered the essentials for Qin Yang. Seated on the sofa, Yi Qingya observed Su Yin's cheerful demeanor, her brow furrowing in discontent. She could not suppress a deep sigh, feeling a tangle of emotions within her. It was evident from Su Yin's expression that she had succumbed to her feelings, completely infatuated with Qin Yang. Yi Qingya tapped her forehead, exhaling yet another sigh. Oh, Su Yin, why must you choose to like that scoundrel Qin Yang? After Qin Yang had bathed, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch television. Qin Yang and Su Yin subtly drew closer, their hands brushing against each other before they intertwined. A sense of happiness blossomed within Su Yin. At that moment, the content of the television became insignificant. Simply being in Qin Yang's company, sharing this moment, brought her immense satisfaction. As the clock approached 9, Yi Qingya stood and declared, All right, it is time for bed. Everyone off to your rooms. Su Yin immediately withdrew her hand, addressing Yi Qingya, Qingya, you should go to bed first. We will watch for a little while longer. Yi Qingya huffed and said, No way. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. I will sleep with you tonight to prevent certain unscrupulous men from taking advantage. With that, Yi Qingya pulled Su Yin towards the bedroom. Su Yin sighed in frustration, while Qin Yang merely pursed his lips, perplexed by Yi Qingya's antics. What was her issue with him dating Su Yin? Why was she so fervently obstructing their relationship? Could it be that this woman harbored feelings for him? Qin Yang pondered. Stroking his chin, it does seem like a possibility. Without Su Yin's company, Qin Yang found no reason to indulge in those time-wasting soap operas. He turned off the television and returned to the guest room, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, Qin Yang woke early and ventured out to procure breakfast. Upon his return, he was met with the sound of Yi Qingya's startled exclamation from Su Yin's bedroom. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yang hurriedly ran to the door, flinging it open to find Yi Qingya and Su Yin disheveled, standing before the mirror, with Yi Qingya still in a state of alarm. Qin Yang quickly inquired, What is wrong? What has happened? Yi Qingya turned to him, her focus intense. Qin Yang, you must come see this. Her nightgown, already short, was now crumpled from sleep, exposing ample skin. Qin Yang's face flushed crimson. Is it really necessary? I feel too embarrassed to look. Yi Qingya was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily adjusted her own attire, then tidied Su Yan's nightgown. With a glare directed at Qin Yang, she exclaimed, Who gave you permission to observe us? I meant for you to come and look at these cosmetics. The blemish on my chin has completely vanished. Previously, due to stress and consuming some spicy food, I had developed 2 small red spots near my nose and chin, but now they have disappeared entirely. Furthermore, the yellow spot on Su Yan's ear has noticeably faded, which is truly astonishing. As she spoke, Yi Qingya retrieved her phone and scrolled through the photos taken the previous night. In comparison, both her and her friend's complexions appeared significantly brighter. Approaching Qin Yang, she playfully rubbed his face and exclaimed, Qin Yang, it's truly effective. Even your face is brightened. How did you achieve such miraculous results with this cosmetic? Upon hearing her, Qin Yang finally understood that Yi Qingya was astonished by the effects of the jade cream, which prompted her outburst. He smirked and replied, Look at your lack of awareness. I've already told you, this jade cream is a royal formulation. Not only is it usable as a cosmetic, but it also whitens, diminishes spots, and repairs scars, eliminating crow's feet. In just 15 days, it can completely heal a scar. Therefore, postpartum women can apply this without worrying about leaving scars. Listening to Qin Yang's words and witnessing the tangible results of the cosmetic, Yi Qingya felt a surge of excitement, and a multitude of business ideas flooded her mind. She said to Qin Yang, You are absolutely right. This cosmetic is remarkably effective, and we are on the verge of becoming immensely wealthy, truly wealthy, to the tune of hundreds of billions or even trillions. Taking a deep breath, she felt overwhelmed by the sudden prospect of wealth, as if she were dreaming. Su Yin quickly approached and interjected, Qingya, you can't be serious. How did we suddenly leap to hundreds of billions? Yi Qingya shook her head and replied, Su Yin, you do not comprehend the cosmetics market, nor the distinction between this product and others. To put it plainly, The best-selling cosmetics in the world pale in comparison to Chunyang's ointment. They are mere refuse. With proper promotion, our product could effortlessly capture over 70% of the global cosmetics market. Do you grasp the enormity of that? It represents a market size in the trillions. With half of the world's population being women, who are the most willing to spend on cosmetics. No, I must calm down. Chunyang, why did you wait until now to reveal such a remarkable product? Chunyang chuckled and responded, that's obvious. I was merely an employee before. What good would it have done to present this? All the profits would have gone to you. Now that I am a shareholder, I can share in the earnings. So of course, I'm willing to unveil it. Hearing this, Yi Qingya was momentarily speechless and remarked, had you possessed such a miraculous plaster in the past, I would undoubtedly have treated you well, sharing any profits with you. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that you have now reclaimed grandfather's shares. Henceforth, you shall reap the greater rewards. We have much to attend to. With proper promotion, this cosmetic will achieve phenomenal sales, and we must ensure our production is up to par. Chunyang, upon hearing her words, offered a wry smile and quickly interjected, wait a moment, Ms. Yi. I must clarify that the materials used in this cosmetic are somewhat unique, and one particular herb is not easily sourced. Given our current reserves, we can produce approximately 200 tons of the jade skin ointment, but no more. Therefore, you should plan ahead and consider raising the price. Yi Qingya pondered for a moment before responding. 200 tons is substantial, and moreover, this jade skin ointment is remarkably effective. It can be diluted and combined with additional ingredients. In any case, I shall head to the R&D department to design this ointment into a product, aiming to launch it within 5 days. As for the production, I shall entrust that responsibility to you. As the three of them animatedly discussed their plans, Yi approached the door, gazing at Chunyang with uncontainable joy. She dashed over, exclaiming, Daddy, Chunyang Daddy, you came to see Yi so early. She ran into his arms, wrapping her little arms around his neck. Standing aside, Yi Qingya felt a twinge of turmoil as she observed the affectionate bond between Chunyang and Yi. Watching the scene unfold, her brows furrowed involuntarily. Previously, harboring resentment towards Chunyang, she had been reluctant to allow him and Yi to become too close, avoiding their frequent encounters. However, now that she had set aside her grievances, she noticed Chunyang's admirable qualities, which only heightened her anxiety. If he were indeed so exceptional, might he take Yi away from her? With a sudden sense of urgency, Yi Qingya stepped forward and said, Yi, hurry and wash up for breakfast. It's time for you to go to school. Chunyang, you two should attend to your own matters and refrain from lingering in my home. With that, she pushed Chunyang out the door. Frustrated, Chunyang stood at the entrance, indignantly expressing, Yi Qingya, has your insanity reached new heights? I brought breakfast for you, and I haven't even had a bite, yet you cast me out? Yi Qingya shot him a glare, retorting, return and have breakfast with your mother. Now go, quickly. With a decisive slam, she closed the door. Fuming, Chunyang walked away, his face a stormy shade of discontent. Meanwhile, the anger brewing in the Tang family far surpassed his own. The previous day, Chunyang had caused a ruckus at the Aurora Jade factory, purchasing jade worth over 30 million. The loss to the factory was merely one aspect of the situation. The more significant concern lay in the ensuing repercussions. Tang Ming had instructed the security to harass Chunyang, and his contradictory actions swiftly made headlines in the local media. Numerous media outlets have reported that the Aurora Jade factory has been deceiving its customers, claiming that the stones produced there are of inferior quality, relying solely on false advertising to mislead the public. Furthermore, they circulated a video of Tang Ming expressing regret over demanding the jadeite. Consequently, the factory has seen a drastic decline in visitors and sales. This jade factory is the cornerstone of the Tang family's enterprise, and now it faces imminent collapse due to Chunyang's actions. Within the grand residence of the Tang family, Tang Aohai struck Tang Ming across the face, exclaiming, You worthless fool! I entrusted you with such a vital resource, and within mere days, you have utterly destroyed my jade factory. Not only have you ruined the factory, but you've also tarnished the entire reputation of the Tang family. 2 million is insignificant. Why did you have to demand that piece of jadeite in front of so many people? You wretched son, are you truly my child? How can your mind be so narrow? Tang Ming, clutching his face in distress, replied, Father, I was furious at the time. You cannot comprehend the extent of Chunyang's arrogance. He is merely a lowly worker, an insignificant laborer. How dare he trample upon my dignity and mock me? I acted out of sheer indignation. Tang Aohai, breathing heavily, gestured towards Tang Ming in fury. Look at the situation we find ourselves in now. How can the Tang family recover from this? Tang Ming, feeling dejected, responded, Father, I never anticipated Qian Yang's strength. No wonder even young Master Su cannot handle him. Tang Aohai began to pace back and forth, then coldly remarked, You have inflicted tremendous damage upon our family and must be held accountable. However, how dare this insignificant fighter trample upon the reputation of the Tang family? Who granted him such audacity? He has no regard for you or Su Wei, huh? What remains of our dignity as a prominent family in Qizhou? Henceforth, I shall arrange for Qin Yang's demise, and as for our family's reputation, we will gradually restore it. This debt must be reclaimed from the Su family. Tang Ming nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, Father. My antagonism towards Qin Yang stemmed primarily from Su Wei. You have informed me of Su's considerable influence, which is why I sought to curry favor with him. Ultimately, this situation arose due to Su Wei, and I shall call him now to demand compensation for our losses. Tang Aohai waved his hand dismissively. Do not directly request compensation. Currently, Su Wei owes us a favor, and this presents a valuable opportunity. The Su family has deep roots, and Su Kunlun is exceedingly cunning. If others believe the Su family has fallen from grace, they are gravely mistaken. Therefore, call Su Wei and inform him that we are preparing to eliminate Qian Yang, but we require funding. Request an initial sum of 100 million to offset our losses. Tang Ming was taken aback by the mention of 100 million and exclaimed to Tang Aohai, Father, can Su Wei even produce such a sum? I observe that he is currently in quite a predicament. Tang Aohai chuckled and remarked, Of course. I am aware that he is unable to produce the funds at this moment. However, you must make him understand that he owes our Tang family a debt of 100 million. When the Su family rises in the future, Su Wei will undoubtedly become the heir, and he will remember your kindness. Ultimately, he will repay us that sum. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming comprehended the implication and gave a thumbs up to Tang Aohai, exclaiming, Father, you truly are the cunning fox. You are far superior to me. Tang Aohai, upon hearing this, laughed in exasperation and playfully kicked Tang Ming's backside, saying, Quickly call Su Wei. I will reach out to Black Crow. Tang Ming was taken aback at the mention of Black Crow, shivering slightly as he replied, Are you truly going to contact Black Crow? He is the most wanted criminal in the entire Jiang province. You previously stated that all forces in Qizhou are currently focused on Black Crow. We absolutely cannot make contact with him. Once he takes action, the higher-ups in Qizhou will undoubtedly become aware. Tang Aohai, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated, This moment is different from the last. Qin Yang is quite formidable. I initially considered seeking out Master Hu or the Bloodblade Society to eliminate Qin Yang. But for some reason, I have been unable to contact either party. Our Tang family members are no match for Qin Yang. So we have no choice but to reach out to Black Crow. I have also contemplated that once Black Crow eliminates Qin Yang, we will ensure his departure, thus creating a debt of gratitude to our Tang family. In the future, our Tang family can also leverage Black Crow to expand our business into the Eastern Islands. Tang Aohai slightly raised his head, gazing out the window at a 45-degree angle, and confidently declared, Those who dare to provoke my Tang family, those who audaciously assault my son, must not be spared. After eliminating Qin Yang, we will use our channels to facilitate Black Crow's safe exit from Qizhou. He will become a crucial pawn for us in the future. You must act swiftly. Tang Ming nodded fervently, kneeling and saying, Father, I understand. That scoundrel Qin Yang is as good as dead. He then turned and took up his phone to contact Su Wei. Tang Ming swiftly drove to find Su Wei, and upon meeting, he was shocked to see Su Wei's face was so swollen it resembled that of a pig. Alarmed, Tang Ming inquired, Young Master Su, what happened to you? Su Wei, gritting his teeth in anger, replied, What do you think happened? While at your jade factory, Qin Yang's scoundrel knocked me out, and afterward, he had the audacity to slap me a few times. Unfortunately, none of the people I hired were able to deal with him. Tang Ming, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table and declared, This Qin Yang has gone too far. He has disrupted our Tang family's jade factory and now dares to assault young Master Su. I will spare no effort to take him down and avenge you. Su Wei's eyes lit up at these words, and he immediately responded, Tang Deshao, if you can deal with Qin Yang, I will owe you a significant favor. Tang Ming, grinning, replied, Young Master Su, you are too courteous. Dealing with a mere nobody is no trouble for our Tang family. Previously, in Qizhou, there existed a notorious figure known as the Black Crow. Su Wei, upon hearing this name, was taken aback, and his expression shifted as he inquired, Are you referring to the one who murdered 73 individuals and plundered our Qizhou Museum? It is said that this individual kills without a second thought, adept at concealment, and is currently wanted throughout our entire Jiang province. Is it possible that he is still hiding within Qizhou? Tang Ming nodded with a sense of pride and stated, indeed. It is the very same Black Crow. He excels in stealth and assassination. In truth, he is a national of the East Island, a remarkably skilled ninja. The last time he wreaked havoc at our Qizhou Museum, he managed to escape, albeit with some injuries, and has since been recuperating in Qizhou. More importantly, the entire city is now surrounded by members of the Dragon Group, which is why the Black Crow has yet to flee. I am considering enlisting his assistance. Although the price for such aid will be substantial, I am uncertain whether our Tang family can bear the cost. Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, Su Wei's eyes illuminated with excitement. He fervently grasped Tang Ming's hands and declared, Brother Tang, proceed as you see fit. As long as we can eliminate Qin Yang, Su Wei, shall bear any cost required. I will provide you with 20 million now, and should further funds be necessary, I will gradually supply them. Tang Ming laughed heartily, replying, You are exceedingly generous, Su Xiao. Then it is settled. I shall take care of Qin Yang. Rising to his feet, Tang Ming let out a joyous laugh. Su Wei, gritting his teeth, found his patience and sense of calculation utterly depleted by his fury towards Qin Yang. Even though his entire fortune now amounted to a little over 20 million, he was willing to sacrifice everything to see Qin Yang dead. With the 20 million secured from Su Wei, Tang Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders and immediately contacted his father to request the Black Crow's intervention. Tang Ao Hai, without hesitation, employed discreet methods to reach the Black Crow, who had been hiding in a rural residence within Qizhou. The terms were simple. If the Black Crow could eliminate Qin Yang, the Tang family would utilize their connections to facilitate his escape from the city. At that moment, in a seemingly ordinary residence on the outskirts of Qingzhou, beneath it lay a fully enclosed safe house. Inside, a man of approximately 1.60 meters in height glimmered with a sinister light in his eyes. He set down his phone and grasped a sniper rifle over a meter long, licking his lips in anticipation. The Black Crow emitted a cold chuckle, muttering to himself in Japanese, Finally, I can leave this cursed place. This time, I have achieved great merit in Qizhou. Upon my return to the East Island, I shall undoubtedly receive the favor of the esteemed leader. Haha. Setting aside the sniper rifle, the Black Crow then picked up a fist-sized bronze cauldron to his left. His fingers traced the intricate and peculiar inscriptions engraved upon the cauldron. His heart raced with excitement, for he recognized that this object was one of the 9 prefectures' cauldrons that the Amaterasu Society from his homeland had been desperately seeking. This object possesses immeasurable value. It is rumored to be the 9 water god tripods forged by Liu after his efforts to control the floods. The reason the Great Xia Kingdom is referred to as the 9 provinces is due to these 9 tripods being distributed across 9 locations, making them an undeniable national treasure of Great Xia. Now, at long last, I have secured one for myself. Beep, beep, once again, the phone of the Black Crow chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Qin Yang, accompanied by a photograph and personal details. Qin Yang, an employee of a cosmetics company, suspected to be a martial artist of the Great Zhou's celestial realm, was currently seen in the vicinity of Qizhou Park with a woman. Within an hour, this individual was to be eliminated, after which a train carrying jade would facilitate my departure from Qingzhou City. After reading the message, the Black Crow chuckled softly, muttering, Eliminating a martial artist of the Great Zhou's celestial realm is child's play for me. He promptly gathered his sniper rifle, donned a backpack, and took the bronze tripod with him as he left his safe house. For over a month, he had remained in hiding, nursing his wounds, fully aware that the entirety of the 8 provinces in Jiangnan was actively searching for him. After all, the treasures lost in Qingzhou were of exorbitant worth. Equipped and ready, the Black Crow stealthily exited the residential area and made his way swiftly toward Qizhou Park. He needed to eliminate Qin Yang and then leverage the power of the Tang family to ensure his escape. Without the protection of a local family like the Tang, he understood that no matter how well he disguised himself, leaving Qingzhou City would be impossible. As the Black Crow stepped onto the street, an urgent alarm echoed within the highest management office of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau. The duty personnel quickly reviewed the surveillance footage and soon identified the elusive Black Crow, whose image had been automatically captured and matched by the Skynet system, triggering the alarm. The on-duty staff immediately reported up the chain, and soon, the city's chief, Zhao Wujing, appeared in the command office of the Bureau. Gazing at the monitor displaying the fleeting image of the Black Crow, Zhao Wujing clenched his fist and declared, from the footage, It is indeed the Black Crow. the one who harmed over 70 of our brothers in Chizhou City. Everyone, mobilize immediately and apprehend him. Additionally, notify the Dragon team to rush over and remain on standby. Those in action must prioritize their safety. As long as we keep the Black Crow within sight, we must not act recklessly. Despite being a peak martial artist of the Great Zhou's celestial realm, his true combat strength has likely reached the initial stage of the Master Realm. Therefore, caution is imperative. Also, contact Wang Wubei from Jiangbei. I will bring our Zhao family elder along. This time, we must capture this scoundrel. Fire flickered in Zhao Wujing's eyes. He had awaited this day for over a month. This time, no matter the cost, the Black Crow must not escape. In the largest park of Qishou, Qin Yang walked shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand with Su Yin. Traversing a small grove, with a triumphant smile, Qin Yang exclaimed, "Marvelous. Now that Yi Qingya is entirely engrossed in the development of the Jade Skin Cream. This menopausal woman finally lacks the energy to keep her eyes on us." Listening to Qin Yang's words, Su Yin gently twisted his arm, laughingly retorting, "You mustn't speak of Qingya like that. She is my dearest friend." Qin Yang scoffed, "If she is indeed your closest confidant, it hardly prevents you from pursuing a romance with me. She is clearly a meddler." Blushing, Su Yin giggled, "Qingya has my best interests at heart. In any case, you must refrain from disparaging her in my presence." In the distance, a group of elderly men and women clad in vibrant red attire were joyfully performing a square dance. An old man in a wheelchair clapped his hands rhythmically against its armrests, his entire body trembling. Qin Yang and Su Yin approached him. Su Yin gazed at the man in the wheelchair and remarked, "Qin Yang, look how happy that grandfather is. When we grow old, we could also enjoy such a life. Dancing every day and leisurely watching the sun rise and set, savoring the simple beauty of life." The old man, overhearing Su Yin, turned with indignation, glaring at her and retorting, "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is happy? My wife is off dancing with another old man while I sit here in this wheelchair, trembling with frustration, and you dare mock me." Embarrassed, Su Yin's face turned crimson as she quickly pulled Qin Yang away. Qin Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Qin Yang, an unsettling coldness enveloping him. He grasped Su Yin's arm, alertly scanning their surroundings, but the peculiar chill vanished. Su Yin leaned against Qin Yang's chest, her face flushing as she hastily broke free from his embrace, whispering, "Qin Yang, what are you doing? There are so many people here." She mistakenly assumed he had ulterior motives. Qin Yang shook his head, hurriedly clarifying, "No, Su Yin, please don't misunderstand. I meant." At that moment, the sense of danger surged back into his consciousness. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively pulled Su Yin close, rolling them both onto the ground. Su Yin was taken aback by his suddenness, her heart racing. She hadn't anticipated Qin Yang to be so impulsive, after only a few days of dating. How could he act so recklessly? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard the sharp crack of a bullet slicing through the air, grazing Qin Yang's shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. The sound of gunfire reached her ears only after the bullet had already passed, indicating its supersonic speed, a feat achievable only by the most powerful sniper rifles. Qin Yang quickly rolled with Su Yin on the ground before concealing her in the grass, instructing, "Su Yin, stay here and do not move." He gradually rose, leaping onto a nearby tree trunk to utilize its cover while surveying the area. His heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, his intuition had not deceived him. The first inkling of the chilling intent to kill arose from the realization that he had been targeted by a sniper. The second manifestation was the bullet itself, traveling at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound. Thus, even he was unable to completely anticipate the attack, relying solely on his instincts to evade the lethal projectile. Fortunately, having previously acquired a vast reservoir of spiritual energy from the Earth Spirit Vine, he had activated the turtle shell jade pendant within his chest, significantly enhancing his perception and enabling him to narrowly escape this assassination attempt. At that moment, perched upon a branch 100 meters away, a figure known as the Black Crow, standing over 6 feet tall, concealed himself in the tree's embrace, his sniper rifle still emanating heat. The Black Crow's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that what he had deemed a certain kill would be evaded by Qin Yang. This sniper rifle, a formidable weapon that had claimed the lives of over 10 masters, was now rendered ineffective. Hailing from the East Island's Amaterasu Society, he was adept in ninjutsu, skilled in stealth and assassination, and had never before encountered an adversary he could not overcome, even a master. Yet now, he found himself thwarted, unable to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yang, who surely possessed capabilities beyond that of an average practitioner of the Great Zhou. Taking a few deep breaths, the Black Crow peered once more, resolute in his intent to eliminate Qin Yang. Only by doing so could he leverage the Tang family's power to escape Qizhou and return to the East Island. He adjusted the sniper scope, directing it towards the tree where Qin Yang had taken refuge. However, to his dismay, the lens revealed no trace of Qin Yang. Furrowing his brow, he sighed inwardly. Was this to be his failure? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a frigid intent to kill fixate upon him. The Black Crow's face paled as he instinctively seized his sniper rifle and drew a short sword with his other hand, leaping swiftly from the branch to the ground. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, he was startled by a voice behind him. "Who are you? Why do you seek to kill me?" Turning abruptly, he found Qin Yang casually standing behind him. The Black Crow's expression changed dramatically. Qin Yang's speed was astonishing, far exceeding his expectations. Having faced practitioners of the Master Realm before, he had never encountered an opponent as formidable as this. In that instant, he truly sensed the approach of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly altered his hand seals and, with a sudden throw, unleashed a massive cloud of black smoke that erupted with a thunderous boom. In the next moment, 2 to 3 dozen identical figures of the Black Crow materialized before Qin Yang. Startled by this sight, Qin Yang waved his hand to disperse the encroaching black smoke. Observing the identical visages of the Black Crow, he stroked his chin and remarked, "My, what a remarkable technique. How extraordinary to transform from 1 into 30 in an instant." The Black Crow replied with a cold laugh, "Kid, I have matters to attend to today and can no longer indulge you. When we meet again, I shall sever your head." As he spoke, over 30 Black Crows suddenly took flight, darting in all directions with remarkable swiftness. Each crow moved in perfect unison, their expressions mirroring one another. In that moment, the Black Crows brimmed with confidence, for they wielded the most formidable technique of the Amaterasu Society, the Shadow Clone technique. By harnessing a unique inner energy in conjunction with the black smoke bombs in their possession, they could conjure identical phantoms. These clones appeared indistinguishable from their original selves. As 30 identical figures scattered in every direction, the Black Crows were certain that Qin Yang would be unable to capture them. Qin Yang stood still, narrowing his eyes. At this moment, he could no longer afford to be careless. Clearly, the identity of the Black Crows was far more enigmatic than he had initially presumed, likely linked to the sinister ninjas from the Eastern Islands. Contemplating this, Qin Yang swiftly tapped his forehead and began to chant the incantation for the Celestial Eye Technique. Path of the Sorcerer, Celestial Eye Technique. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Qin Yang's eyes as he gazed upon the 30 identical Black Crows. He quickly locked onto a figure in the due north direction. While the other crows bore a hint of illusory essence, this particular crow was a tangible entity. Without hesitation, Qin Yang leaped forward, pursuing the Black Crow with remarkable speed. Though Qin Yang remained at the mid-stage of the Master Realm, his physical strength had undergone a transformation following the last catalyst of the turtle shell, revitalizing his body and elevating both his power and velocity to new heights. Coupled with the evolution of his inner energy into a golden hue, his speed had accelerated further. In a flash, after merely 100 meters, Qin Yang caught up to the Black Crow. With a swift motion, he struck the crow's heart with his palm. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a crack as the crow was sent flying, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of crimson blood. His heart shattered in an instant. With a thud, the Black Crow tumbled to the ground, writhing in agony. He struggled to turn his head, incredulously gazing at Qin Yang, unable to comprehend how Qin Yang had discerned his true form in an instant. The most perplexing aspect was that Qin Yang was merely a mid-stage master. How could his speed surpass even that of a peak master? Who exactly was this individual? Overcome with a sense of helplessness, the Black Crow regretted taking on the assignment from Tang Aohai. Not only did he fail to attain his freedom, but he also lost his life in what should have been a straightforward task within this park. The items in his possession had yet to be delivered to the Amaterasu Society, and his mission remained unfulfilled. Regret, oh regret. The Black Crow's eyes widened in defiance as he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death. Qin Yang rushed forward, quickly examining the Black Crow's belongings. He discovered a simple anti-tracking phone nestled at the crow's waist. Taking hold of the crow's finger, he unlocked the phone and perused its messages. In an instant, he understood that the Black Crow had been sent to eliminate him, motivated by the detailed information he had received. Qin Yang flipped through the message and immediately comprehended its implication. It was orchestrated by the Tang family. Furthermore, the Tang family had promised that after the Black Crow eliminated him, they would arrange for a vehicle to escort the Black Crow back to the East Island. How despicable, he thought, letting out a cold snort. Subsequently, he rummaged through the bag behind the Black Crow. Inside, he discovered several precious antiques, among which a fist-sized cauldron tumbled to the ground with a clatter. Chen Yang glanced at it in astonishment. The cauldron, though rusted, was undoubtedly crafted from genuine bronze, a true artifact from a bygone era. Moreover, a faint azure glow emanated from its surface, a hue so subtle that an ordinary person would fail to perceive it. What could this be? Chen Yang muttered to himself as he grasped the bronze cauldron in his palm. As he examined it, a sudden warmth surged in his chest, and the jade pendant within him transformed into a turtle shell, spinning rapidly. The shell radiated a powerful brilliance, exuding an overwhelming hunger and thirst, as if it sought to consume the cauldron in his grasp. Chen Yang, perplexed, pondered for a moment, then channeled his innate Taoist energy. This energy flowed from his palm into the cauldron. In the next instant, the once fist-sized cauldron became as heavy as a mountain, crashing down and pinning Chen Yang's hand firmly into the earth. Simultaneously, the azure light from the cauldron surged rapidly into his palm. Chen Yang felt an excruciating pain throughout his body. The cauldron before him flickered with an intensifying azure glow, spinning faster and faster, and in a heartbeat. The azure light surged into his palm, racing toward the turtle shell in his chest. Racked with pain, Chen Yang writhed on the ground, trembling as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. As the light from the cauldron entered his chest, it transformed into a luminous point, merging with the turtle shell. The shell seemed to vibrate with excitement, suddenly erupting in a cascade of golden light. In an instant, Chen Yang felt his internal energy become extraordinarily rich, as the Taoist energy surged through his meridians in powerful waves. In a blink, he broke through the barriers, ascending to the late stage of a master warrior. What on earth is this? Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gradually rose to his feet. He gazed at the cauldron in his hand. Although it appeared identical to the previous one, the faint azure light that once adorned it had vanished. It seemed he had absorbed the azure glow from the cauldron. Chen Yang turned the cauldron over in his hands, his expression filled with perplexity. Afterwards, he closed his eyes to contemplate the jade turtle shell on his chest, which slowly ceased its jubilant radiance, revealing an enigmatic azure pattern. Observing this pattern, Chen Yang fell into deep thought. At that moment, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the air, followed by the hurried footsteps of numerous individuals, most of whom were martial artists, including several masters of the craft. Chen Yang swiftly regained his composure and dashed towards Su Yan's direction. Su Yan lay motionless in the grass, upon seeing Chen Yang return. She sprang up and embraced him tightly. Her anxious fingers brushed against his shoulder as she inquired, "Chen Yang, are you all right? Are you seriously injured? Is the assassin still here? Was he after me?" Chen Yang, hearing her barrage of questions, shook his head reassuringly. He gently stroked her hair and replied, "Do not worry. I am unharmed. The assassin has been vanquished and was not targeting you. It was a ninja from the East Island, hired by the Tang family to deal with me. This matter is under control." As they spoke, several figures approached rapidly from a distance, one of whom was Wu Bei, known as the King of Jianbei. Wu Bei, now a master himself, exuded an air of authority and dignity. His expression was grave as he gestured toward the rear. Chen Yang rose and waved at Wu Bei, saying, "Master Wu, you have arrived." Wu Bei paused momentarily, recognizing Chen Yang, and hurried over with utmost respect. "Ah, Mr. Chen, there you are. Did you happen to see the assassin from the East Island? Did he manage to escape?" With a smile, Chen Yang responded, "So you are here to apprehend that assassin. His body lies over there. I must apologize. His abilities were rather peculiar, and I did not hesitate, thus I ended his life." "What? The Black Crow is dead?" Wu Bei exclaimed in surprise. Behind him, Zhao Wuji, the highest authority in Qingzhou City, was equally astonished, staring incredulously at Chen Yang.